You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. It was Doug Fine. Although Deputy Director didn't want to admit the cruel truth, he couldn't lie in front of so many experts. "Thank you, Deputy Director." Chloe smiled at him. Director Richard waved. "Sit down, Chloe." Chloe nodded and sat down. Director Richard added many things to the discussion before ending the meeting an hour later. When Chloe was walking out, Director Richard's assistant stopped her. "Wait, Chloe, the director wants to talk to you." The people in the meeting room left slowly, and soon only Chloe and Director Richard were left in the room. "Chloe, you did well today." "No, I'm just stating facts." Chloe was a little shy. "I'll make improvements based on your suggestions. Actually, South Side should have been fixed long ago. It was just that at every single meeting, people beat around the bushes, and nobody wanted to take the lead. Sadly, I never had an excuse to implement any new policies. You speaking out today made me feel much better. You're right. Doctors should act like doctors, and they can't work in a foul environment." Director, don't listen to my blabber. I'm just stating my opinions." Haha. "No, your opinions were very useful, and I learned a lot from them. There's only one thing that I regret." "What is it?" Chloe was a little confused. "You have such a great gift. Why don't you try for a medical degree while you're still young? If you start now, you'll definitely find success in the medical field. Last week, the British Royal Hospital gave us an exchange opportunity. It's a 6-month ophthalmology discussion and exchange program. I really want you to go. What do you think?" "Director Richard, I'm not familiar in the field of ophthalmology. Haha. You don't have to hide it from me, I know. Before Lisa and Simon got married, I got somebody to investigate into him. You wrote all of his ophthalmology papers for him. Is that correct?" Being exposed made Chloe quite uncomfortable. "Sorry, Director Richard. I shouldn't have lied to you for him." "No, you didn't do anything wrong. I only feel that your talent is wasted by merely being a nurse here at Southside. Even if you succeed and choose to leave the hospital, that's still fine by me. I still want to hone and train you. Director Richard, thank you for the opportunity, but I don't want to go to England. I think that my current occupation is great. It's fulfilling, engaging, and meaningful. I believe that in life, one's fame or riches don't equate success. As long as I set goals and do my job, life is meaningful. For example, ordinary sanitation workers clean the streets day after day, but it's because of them that our city is clean. We can't say that they're wasted doing that. We can only say that people have their own goals in life. As for me, I want a quiet and peaceful life, one that I can spend with my family. I want to work at a job I enjoy and retire when the time comes. I don't have big dreams, and I can be happy living a plain life. I finally see why Dr. Dawson treats you so well. Anyways, you're an excellent girl. I believe that you'll always be happy like you are now." Director Richard's words were not direct, but someone as smart as him had guessed Chloe and Jack's relationship already. "Thank you for your blessing." After saying farewell to Director Richard and leaving the conference room, Chloe's mood was quite joyous. She sincerely hoped that Southside could change for the better. It could be a green recuperation center, not a yellow and tainted one. If she remembered right, this was the 3rd time Director Richard talked about sending her abroad to study. To others, the opportunity may have been once in a lifetime, but she rejected it so nonchalantly. In fact, to Chloe, the biggest happiness came from being alongside Jack. She already had no other ambitions. When she got home from work, Jack had just gotten back as well and was making dinner. Chloe walked in and embraced Jack's waist from the back in a teasing manner. "Mr. Dawson, thanks for your hard work. Are you hungry?" Jack turned around. He tilted Chloe's face up gently and asked, I'm hungry. What are we having tonight?" Chloe stuck her tongue out. "You'll find out in a bit. Go wash your hands." Chloe went upstairs. She changed into a light red tracksuit, washed her hands, and then went back downstairs. Jack had already placed the food on the dining table. It was actually a seafood feast. Spicy stir-fried crabs, steamed crabs, boiled clams, garlic steamed scallops, boiled conch, and her favorite, steamed mantis shrimp. Did you go to the seafood market? No, I got someone from GK to buy it from some fisherman off the boat. Seafood is fresher when you buy it like that. Honey, you know me so well. Chloe was drooling over the table full of seafood. Eat as much as you want, but before that, drink some ginger tea to warm up your tummy. After speaking, Jack handed her a bowl of ginger and brown sugar tea. Chloe's heart felt warm from Jack's detailed care. But you'll get enteritis from eating seafood. What are you going to eat? Chloe was a little worried. I made some pickled vegetables and pork noodles for myself. But doesn't it seem like I'm bullying you by eating a seafood feast and making you eat noodles? I don't think you've ever been on top of me. Pfft. Mr. Dawson, don't be so dirty. I'm being serious here. I've always been serious. Jack lowered his head and ate a mouthful of noodles. Fine. I knew you were just teasing me. Honey, Director Richard held a meeting today, and he said he wanted to send me to the British Royal Hospital to be an exchange doctor. What do you think? Chloe purposefully asked. After speaking, she secretly glanced to see Jack's reaction. As she had expected, Jack's hand paused for a second, before he raised his head and looked at Chloe. The Royal Hospital has a great global reputation, and it's great that you have an opportunity to go. But I would be gone for 6 months. Won't you miss me? No. Jack's reply was crisp and clear. Chloe was a little disappointed. She lowered her head and silently ate the mantis shrimp. Just then, Jack added, I'll go to England with you. I will still have to see you every day. What is there to miss? You're going to England too? What about GK? Chloe's eyes opened wide. That's my father's business, not mine. Honey, you're too great, Chloe said sweetly and then smiled. I'm actually just teasing you. I already rejected Director Richard's offer. I'm not going to England because my family is here and I don't want to leave. I'm already satisfied with my life as it is. Chloe, if you really want to go, I'll go with you. Jack knew that learning medicine had always been Chloe's greatest pursuit. Chloe shook her head. I don't want to go anymore. Everyone has different dreams at different stages of their lives. I may have wanted to be a doctor a long time ago, but now I am perfectly satisfied. Why should I change my life now? No matter what you decide, I'll support you. If you're an emperor, you must be an incapable one. Haha, focusing so much on your queen. Chloe gleefully laughed. It won't matter as long as you're the reason for my incapacity, right? The seafood feast rendered Chloe fully satisfied, and the two of them cuddled to sleep. The next morning, Chloe went to work early. It was already 8:45 a.m. when Ella strolled in late. Traffic jam, Ella simply said, as she did not realize the consequences of her tardiness. 5 minutes late is a fine of $100. 10 minutes is $200. You're 15 minutes late. Before 11 o'clock, please pay your $300 fine at the finance department. Chloe spoke in a formal tone. What gives you the right to do that? Ella was immediately furious as she looked at Chloe angrily. Because I'm your supervisor. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the head nurse. I've been here longer than you, so why are you so arrogant? Let me tell you, if you dare to fine me, I'm not going to go easy on you. Ella, when head nurse Ember was here, she didn't mark you as late because you would notify her beforehand, even if you were stuck in traffic. I am not an unreasonable person. If you had told me in advance, I would be okay with it. But you showed no respect for me. As I said, if you respect me, I will respect you. If you don't, then I'm not a pushover either. You can choose not to pay the fine, but I will appeal to the higher-ups to fire you. That's all. Chloe, you beach. Ella was so mad that she cursed Chloe behind her back. She always felt that Chloe was deliberately making things difficult for her. But the truth was, Chloe was just being professional. The changes at Southside were already approved. She and the other head nurses already had a meeting. They decided to target the nurses with bad behavior, one by one. Anyone who arrived late or left work early would be fined, and any mistakes at work would also be recorded. Director Richard quickly approved the changes and decided to completely rectify the behaviors at Southside. As a leader of the changes in the hospital, even though Chloe's professional conduct was admirable, she was still criticized, hated, and isolated by a lot of people. During lunch, no one wanted to sit with her. They all gossiped about her behind her back. But Chloe was already used to this kind of treatment, and she never cared about what others said about her. In the afternoon, Chloe went to check up on room 2 and discovered that Grandpa had already packed his things. "Grandpa, you're being discharged this afternoon, right?" "Yes, it's already been 2 months. Time goes by so quickly," Grandpa said, with an amicable smile. "You are recovering very well, but you have to strictly control your diet. You must not drink any alcohol or eat any sugary foods." I know, you nag too much." "Ha ha, I nag for your own good." "I know. To be honest, I really like you. It's a pity that you couldn't become my granddaughter-in-law," Grandpa sighed. "Here you go again, ha ha ha." Chloe laughed as she covered her mouth. "I heard that you have a boyfriend. Who is the lucky guy? Anyways, during this time, you took great care of me. Let's keep in touch. When you are free, come to my house and we can play chess together." "Okay. Don't worry, Grandpa. If you rest well and remain in good health, I will definitely come and visit you. I will miss you. Why don't we play one more game? I'll ask the car to wait for me." I don't think that's a good idea." Chloe seemed reluctant. "Please, just one match. Don't go easy on me this time. Let's both use all we've got." After speaking, without giving Chloe a chance to finish her words, Grandpa had already started setting up the chess pieces. Chloe did not have the heart to reject his wishes, so she had no choice but to play with him. In the end, Chloe won marginally. Grandpa gave her a thumbs up and said, "You are such a smart kid. You set me up step by step and fooled me." "All's fair in love and war," Chloe said with a smile. "I'm going to go now. Remember to visit me." Grandpa left the hospital under the escort of his family. To be honest, Chloe was sad to part with him. Quite a few patients were admitted to the orthopedics department, but since Chloe was now a head nurse, she did not spend much time taking care of the patients personally. That afternoon, Ella suddenly came over and asked before the other nurses, "Head nurse, I heard that you spent your working hours playing chess with a patient. Is this not considered as bad behavior? Shouldn't you pay a fine? Don't tell me you have special privileges here." Chloe was reviewing the documents at her desk when she heard Ella's clamoring voice. Without even looking at her, Chloe pulled out a receipt. It was a $500 fine, which she had just paid. In other words, after playing chess with Grandpa, Chloe already went and paid a fine at the finance department. Ella seemed to have the air punched out of her lungs when she saw the ticket, and she got even angrier, but she could not speak a word. Truthfully, she had never seen anyone as crazy as Chloe, who would even fine herself. "Is there anything else? If not, go back to work. If you have the time, you should practice drawing blood. If a patient complains about your techniques in the future, you will have to pay another fine." The little nurses dared not to speak another word and hurriedly left the room. "Chloe is so horrible. She is not good-looking, nor does she have a good figure. The clothes she wears are so unfashionable and cheap. I don't understand what young Master Cooper liked about her," Ella said with envy, jealousy, and hate. "But even so, I heard that head nurse rejected young Master Cooper," another new nurse interjected. "Rejected him? What a joke. You girls are too young. Let me tell you, her rejection is just what you see on the surface. And she might have already slept with him. Don't make her sound so virtuous. It's usually those women who are proper on the surface that are slutty." "Humph, I've seen tons of women like her." After hearing her words, the other little nurses also started to gossip, but Chloe did not care what others said about her. Her principle was to just be herself. After all, she wasn't money, so she couldn't expect everyone to love her. Just as Chloe was about to leave work, Ember walked in. "Director Ember." Chloe smiled as she stood up. "Are you free later? Let's have a drink together." Sure." Chloe did not know how to turn down Ember's invitation, so she texted Jack, "Honey, I'm going to have dinner with a colleague. I'll be back later tonight." "No drinking." Jack only texted back 2 words. "Yes, sir." Then, after work, Chloe and Song Lin drove to a Korean barbecue restaurant downtown. The private room was not big, but exquisitely decorated with a tatami design. After taking off her uniform, Ember was quite sexy since her chest was large. Compared to her, Chloe's chest seemed flat, and she looked like an innocent high school student. "Director Ember, is there something on your mind?" "No, I just simply admire you and wanted to have dinner with you," Ember said with a smile. "You admire me?" Chloe was quite shocked. "I've heard quite a lot about you, but I didn't think you would reject the hospital director's offer to go abroad. Do you know how many people want to go to England?" "Oh, that's not an opportunity for me." Not many dared to speak up regarding implementing changes to Southside, but you did. You even publicly disagreed with the deputy director at the meeting. You're truly brave. Here's a toast for you. After speaking, without waiting for Chloe to respond, Ember chugged a glass of beer. Chloe found it difficult to refuse, so she drank a glass too. "It's nothing really. I'm only speaking the truth. When I first came here, I knew that Southside had a bad reputation, but I was still willing to come. After I began working here, I discovered that the facility's equipment and environment were good, and it only had poor working conduct. It would be a shame to ruin a first-class rehabilitation center because of that. I only offered my suggestions. Director Richard was the one who accepted them." "Chloe, to be honest, a lot of people are saying that you are Director Richard's mistress," Ember said slowly as she stared into Chloe's eyes. "Who said that? Tell me. I promise I won't beat her to death, haha." Chloe thought in her head, Director Richard is such an honest old man. How could they tarnish his image like that? Others might believe these rumors, but I won't. This is because, to get ahead, I tried to seduce him too when I first arrived at Southside. I was not only unsuccessful, I almost got fired. Holy, you are very brave. I couldn't help it. Back then, my child was sick and needed money, so I was desperate. After Director Richard learned about my situation, he gave me a grant on behalf of the hospital. He even contacted specialists in the field. I am very grateful for all that he has done for me. That's why I've stayed at Southside this whole time. Ember began to be a bit choked on her words. Yeah, Director Richard is very righteous. He is just too strict, so a lot of people are afraid of him. I know. That's why I am very grateful you spoke up and did so much for the hospital. It's good to be young and not to have to think about your future, family, or anything. You can do whatever you want to do. Chloe, can we be friends? I truly like girls like you. Director Ember, don't say that. Just call me Ember, Ember said sincerely. When it was time to pay the bill, Ember still paid since Chloe couldn't get to it in time. However, Chloe did become friends with her. It was already 10 p.m. when she got back to Imperial Park. Jack did not sleep yet, and was reading documents on his laptop in the living room. Honey, I'm back. Come here, Jack gestured. Chloe dazedly walked towards him and Jack immediately took her into his embrace. Then, Jack's expression darkened when he smelled the strong alcohol scent on Chloe. Sure enough, you ignored my words. Chloe immediately felt guilty. Mr. Dawson, don't flirt, it's not going to work. Jack slammed the laptop shut and looked at her in all seriousness. I couldn't help it today. You couldn't help it? Jack asked as he raised a brow. Yeah. Chloe nodded. What do you mean? Jack asked as he stared at Chloe. My supervisor treated me to dinner. She's the CFO and she drank. If I anger her, I won't get my paycheck. In order to support our family, I needed to socialize with her. Support our family? Yeah, honey, you are so great. Not too bad, heh heh, Chloe said guiltily. So, if I resign my position as GK's president tomorrow, will you provide for me? My monthly expenses aren't that big. I only spend about $7 to $8 million per month. Honey, thanks for everything in advance. Honey, don't be like this. Let's talk this out. Chloe felt like crying. If Jack's monthly expenses were at least $7 million, there was no way she could muster up that amount, not even if she sold herself. I've been talking this out this entire time. So, what would you rather we talk about? Jack came close and was only inches away from Chloe's lips. She didn't dare to move. Honey, I was wrong. Of course, good kids would admit to their mistakes. So, how should I punish you? Jack said seductively, as he looked at Chloe with a playful smile. I'll work like a horse if Mr. Dawson wants me to. You don't have to work like a horse. You'll only need to fulfill your duties as a wife. Jack's words were so vague, but Chloe immediately understood what he was saying. She truly felt that she was led astray by the little nurses at Southside. Her thoughts were never innocent anymore. Honey, After stuttering, Chloe, who usually had a sharp tongue, admitted defeat. Are you going to go wash, or should I? We shouldn't do this. Chloe's head was low, and her face was completely red. You won't even wash the dishes for me? Jack asked, disappointedly. What? Wash the dishes? Chloe looked up, dumbfounded. What else? What were you thinking of washing? Jack smiled. Chloe instantly knew that she had been tricked. She jumped towards him and thumped his shoulders. Jack! You did it on purpose! You clearly did it on purpose! But just as her hands touched him, they were grabbed by his, and she was pressed onto the sofa. 3 minutes of passionate kissing melted Chloe's body, making her feel weak all over. Jack finally released her, and then he said with a smile, It's rare for you to be so obedient, so I'll let you go off the hook this time. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. After speaking, Chloe turned to walk towards the kitchen. Where are you going? To wash the dishes. Silly girl, you don't need to. How could I let you do that? Jack curled his lips. Oh, you're really just messing around with me. I honestly thought you left the dishes for me. Are you sure you are smart? Did you bribe the person who gave you the IQ test? Jack felt like Chloe's reaction was like a silly girl, nothing like that of a genius. I don't know why, but in front of you, my logical reasoning completely breaks down. Maybe you're the bug in my system, Chloe complained as she pouted her lips. Haven't you heard of the saying? What? Chloe was dazed. There is always one thing in this world that conquers another. So I'm conquered by you? Chloe asked. No, I'm the one who was conquered by you. Jack's answer was simple. Chloe couldn't stop laughing. She hugged Jack's neck and the two started to mess around again. The truth was, even she herself did not realize that she had gradually become used to living with Jack. Everything was perfect, as long as they didn't bring up the unhappy matters of the past or their parents' attitudes towards them. They lied in bed. Jack hugged Chloe, his heart filled with happiness. Chloe, yeah? When is your stupid hospital giving you a long vacation? I haven't asked. I don't know when my vacation dates are. I might go to Australia next month for business, and I want to bring you along with me. I feel bad that we've been married for so long, yet I haven't taken you on a honeymoon yet. Don't be. Like others said, if there is love, it's Valentine's Day every day. Chloe smiled and hugged Jack tighter. Jack lowered his head and greedily took in her unique scent. Then, he softly said, If we have kids in the future, I hope that their looks, intelligence, abilities, and characters take after me. What about me? Chloe said as if she was wronged. Their horoscope should take after you, a Virgo work maniac. Jack, you ass! Chloe could not help herself from swearing, because Jack was too mean. Why should their kid resemble him for everything and only have the same horoscope type as her? What's the point of having the same horoscope? They should take after my IQ, okay? I'm a genius with an IQ of 130. 130? More like 30. Jack smiled. Chloe pounced on him like a small deer and started biting him. The next morning, the two of them drove to work. Jack parted with Chloe at the intersection and headed to GK to attend a morning meeting. Just when Chloe was 2 kilometers away from Southside, she was suddenly rear-ended while waiting at a red light. Bang! Her car shook as it was smashed into. This was the first time since she got her license that she was involved in an accident. She was just waiting for the red light, and the fellow behind her ran into the rear of her car. Chloe got off the car angrily, and her heart ached when she saw the large dent at the rear of her car. Oh, darn! My car tapped your car! Chloe almost went crazy when she heard the owner of the white Ferrari as he got off. The owner was none other than Justin, who she had not seen in days. Justin, why did you hit my car? Do you hate me or something? Chloe was about to go crazy. God knows how much she loved her dear Volkswagen CC. I didn't know it was your car either. I was on my phone and accidentally drove into it, Justin said, as if it wasn't a big deal. You were on your phone when you were driving? Are you looking to die? It's fine if you want to die, but I still want to live. Chloe was furious. Weirdly, Justin was in a good mood when he saw how angry she was. He finally had a reason to see her. It took him an entire day to plan the collision. He had investigated Chloe's route to work, picked a spot for the collision, and collided into Chloe's car. It was perfectly executed. God knew how much he missed her. When he saw her, he felt like even his heart was beating faster than usual. Relax, it's not a big deal. Is your car damaged? I'll just buy you a new one. Justin knew that Chloe would not accept a luxury vehicle, so he directly offered to buy her the same model. That's okay. All I need is the repair fees. I'll go to the 4S shop myself. It's not like I am short of money. If you don't want this car, I can buy you another one. You can choose whichever one you like. Or you can take this Ferrari. What do you think? Justin said with a smile as he pointed at the white Ferrari behind him. It's okay. Like I said, I only want the repair fees. Pay up. Chloe impatiently reached out her hand for the money. I'll definitely give you the money, but we need to follow protocol. The traffic police will come soon. They'll inspect the accident and call the insurance company. We'll go through due process. That much trouble? It's okay then. I'm in a hurry to get to work. I'll leave my car here. Call me after you fix it. Bye. After speaking, Chloe turned around to stop a taxi, but she was stopped by Justin. You can't go. We haven't settled this yet, and you're one of the parties involved. But I'm in a hurry to get to work. You can take a day off. My car got crashed into, and I still need to take a day off work? Justin, you're such a jinx. Chloe was about to faint. Nothing good had happened this morning. A jinx is ugly. I'm more of a superstar. Stop joking with me. Get out of my way. I'm going to be late, Chloe said impatiently. Just then, the traffic police arrived. They first greeted Justin respectfully. Young Master Cooper, good morning. After looking at the scene, the traffic police said, As a beginner female driver, how could you take the viaduct during the morning rush hour? Your car also crossed the line while you were waiting for the red light. I'm going to confiscate your car. Come with me and await further instructions. Chloe almost vomited blood when she heard what the policeman said. Just how much more crap could come out from this traffic police officer's mouth? Even if he was trying to kiss Justin's ass, he didn't have to do it to this extent, right? He said that her car had crossed the line. Was he blind? Her car was a huge distance away from the line. Also, was there even a traffic law that stipulates that a new female driver couldn't take a viaduct during rush hour? It was not like she was driving on the highway. Justin was clearly upset at the traffic policeman's decision as well, and he said coldly, "I crashed into this girl's car because I was on my phone. I need to pay her back for the damages. She didn't cross the line. This accident is completely my fault." "Young Master Cooper?" The traffic police were completely stunned. "That's what happened. It's fully my responsibility. Write it down quickly," Justin said impatiently. In the end, under Justin's instructions, the traffic police brought them back to the police station to record the accident. Chloe could only delay a day of work and request a day off from her supervisor. Finally, it was decided that Justin was fully responsible for the accident and for all of Chloe's car repair costs. The truth was, the accident was only a small matter, but the traffic police refused to let Chloe go. All of Chloe's patience had worn off, and she felt like screaming at people. She didn't want to trouble her husband, or she would have called Jack and asked him to pick her up. She believed that if Jack was here, these traffic police would immediately turn into her lackeys. What a bunch of snobs. After walking out of the police station, Justin was in a good mood. "It's rare for us to meet again. Let me treat you to a meal." Chloe did not speak. She just walked over to the white Ferrari and gave it a furious kick before walking away. "Tsk, tsk. Does your mother know you're so fierce?" Justin was speechless. Ignoring Justin, Chloe hailed a cab, got in, and left. Justin, on the other hand, was overjoyed from the time he spent with Chloe. The golf course, a couple of rich kids were golfing with their female companions, yet only Justin was alone. "Well, isn't this a sight? Why are you alone? Bored of girls?" Andrew chuckled. "Yeah, I had too much fun, so I'm taking a break." Justin laughed. "You're in a good mood. How about you repair the business relationship between our families? We really shouldn't go against money." In the midst of joking around, Andrew brought up the two families' recollaboration. Looking at his phone, Justin replied nonchalantly, "We can talk about our recollaboration once you get rid of your brainless little sister." Andrew shrugged his shoulders. "I knew it was Brenny. Was she dreaming about crawling into your bed too?" "A lot of people want to crawl into my bed. Who the fuck is she?" Justin laughed in disdain. "Then what about my little sister Chloe? Has she crawled in?" Andrew suddenly brought up Chloe. Justin paused, finally focusing in on the conversation. He put down his cell phone on the coffee table next to them. "Chloe, I'll get her one day." "Is that right? Congratulations in advance, then." Andrew held up his glass. Justin didn't reply, but the corners of his lips lifted into a smile. Thinking back to that morning when Chloe had kicked his car before leaving, holy fuck, was that face adorable. How could a girl be so interesting? He had completely forgotten about the $150,000 of repairs that her kick had costed him. He still felt like he had won. A full morning with Chloe was totally worth it. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Zoe. He declined the call and took a sip of his water. "Oh, shoot! It seems like Miss Zoe's getting laid off. You're not even answering her calls?" Max asked, laughing. Justin didn't reply. "I heard that there's a new girl in your company. Her name's Chloe, right? Small waist and big breasts. Have you enjoyed them?" Max continued to ask. "She's all yours if you want her." "Really?" "Yes, really." Justin had already forgotten all about Chloe. He couldn't even remember her face. He only remembered her name faintly, due to it being slightly similar to that of Chloe Green. Andrew chuckled, asking nonchalantly, "You seem to pay particular attention to women who have Chloe in their names these days." "The fact that you recognize this means that you're also paying close attention." Justin looked at Andrew meaningfully. The two smiled at each other without saying anything more, confusing the rest of the people there. Due to her car crash, Chloe asked for the day off and was as free as a bird. She tried to call Sarah out for a meal, but the latter had turned off her phone. She was probably already on a plane. In the end, Chloe shopped around for in-season clothes and food and brought them to her mom. Delighted by Chloe's visit, Sandra prepared quite a few dishes. The mother and daughter duo began chit-chatting. "Has Thomas come back recently?" Chloe asked hesitantly. "No, but he calls me every day." His studies seemed to be keeping him busy. Hearing her mother's words, Chloe knew that she didn't know about Thomas's car. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so calm. Your living expenses are high. Why don't you move back home? You'll at least save money on food and rent, Sandra said as she continued with her needlework. Chloe stiffened. Mom, Southside is too far away. The place I rented is close to where I work. It's more convenient. All right, whatever makes you comfortable. Do you have enough money? Tell me if you don't. I have some money saved up for you and your brother to use in case of emergencies. It's okay, Mom. I have more than enough to spend. My salary is very high. Walking out of her home, Chloe realized that it was only 2 in the afternoon. As she passed by Starbucks, a sudden light bulb went off in her head. She went in, got afternoon tea, and headed towards GK. When she arrived at the entrance, she took out her cell phone and sent out a text. Master Dawson, I am at the entrance of your building and I've brought you afternoon tea. Want to come down and get it? The latte's really delicious. 3 minutes later, Jack appeared at the entrance of the building. You're not at work during this hour. Instead, you're here bringing me afternoon tea. Did you do something behind my back? Why would you think so lowly of me? Chloe pursed her lips, looking dejected. Then tell me, why are you not at work? Jack remembered that they had left together that morning. Shouldn't she be at Southside right now? If I tell you, don't get mad. Tell me. Forgive me first. I don't even know what you did. How am I supposed to forgive you? If you don't forgive me, I'm not telling you anything no matter what. Chloe knew that he would be mad at her if she told him about the accident. He was always so worried about her safety. Fine, I forgive you. Really? Chloe was obviously skeptical. Really? If you lie to me, you're a dog. Jack laughed, speechless. He pinched Chloe's nose and said, If I'm a dog, I'm still a German Shepherd. You, on the other hand, are only a curly teddy. Go away. You're the curly teddy. Chloe pouted. Chloe, what happened? I was in a car accident this morning. A car accident? Sure enough, Mr. Dawson immediately tensed up. Don't worry, I'm totally fine. They just hit the back bumper. Jack finally breathed out a sigh of relief. I wasn't hurt, but my car's damaged. It has been handled by the traffic cops and the other parties paying for everything. The only thing is that I don't have a car to drive for the next couple days. You can drive mine. No thanks. I don't want to end up on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. Then I'll buy you a new one. No need. I can't let go of the things that I had, and I got used to the Volkswagen. I'll wait until it's fixed. Then what are you going to do for the next couple of days? Jack furrowed his brows. Simple. I can take the bus or taxi. Jack didn't respond, but doubt was written all over his face. Here's the afternoon tea. Chloe handed over the bag of food. Aren't you coming up? You're so busy. I'd better not. Chloe was shy and didn't want to show up at GK in such an obvious manner. It'll just be a little while. Without waiting for a response from Chloe, Jack grabbed her hands and led her inside. They took his personal elevator and reached the top floor, leaving every assistant in the office stunned. Their president was actually holding a woman's hand while walking into his office. Although they didn't see her face clearly, she seemed average by the looks of her clothes. The news suddenly spread all throughout GK, reaching everyone's ears, Jennifer, making her anxious. She grabbed a stack of receipts and headed up to the top floor, only to be stopped by Assistant Mark. What do you think you're doing? I'm here to ask the president for a signature. They're all important receipts. Sorry, Director Jennifer. The president is currently not seeing anyone. Is there an important person inside? Jennifer continued to ask. Assistant Mark nodded and said, Yes, a person very important to the president is in there. It's best if you leave. Is that person the president's girlfriend? That, I cannot tell you. It's the president's personal affairs. Nothing we, as employees, should ask. Assistant Mark was never this cold. Inside the president's office, Jack was talking on his cell phone, discussing something about work. Chloe opened up the box of desserts, spooned out a piece of tiramisu, and fed it to him. To her surprise, Jack actually opened his mouth and ate it. He then took turns eating and giving out instructions for work. The atmosphere was strange, but seeing this side of Jack totally amused Chloe. Chloe opened her milk tea and took a sip. Suddenly, she was pressed up against the window. Her mouth was pried open, and the gulp of milk tea was all stolen away. Jack had stolen her first sip of milk tea, even licking his lips afterward in satisfaction. His expression was more than just a little seductive. "Hey, young Master Dawson, what are you doing?" Chloe didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "If you fed me this way, I would be very happy." After Jack hung up the call, he looked at Chloe with a serious face. Chloe's face immediately reddened like a tomato. "We're at your company. Isn't this inappropriate? This is my company, and you are my wife. What's wrong with that?" Jack objected. Chloe was speechless once again. She had to admit, she could never keep her cool in front of Mr. Dawson. The afternoon tea took a long time to finish, thanks to their endless lovey-dovey sweetness. It was only after Chloe's lips had become a bit swollen from the kissing did Jack finally let her go. As she left his office, Chloe lowered her head and walked quickly, afraid of being seen by anyone. To her surprise, she bumped into someone at the elevators. "Sorry," Chloe immediately apologized. "No need to apologize." Jennifer smiled elegantly. She had waited for almost 40 minutes to catch a glimpse of the important guest inside the president's office. As Chloe entered her sight, however, Jennifer was disappointed. The woman wasn't blessed with a face that could make a country fall for her, nor was her body anything to gawk at. Even her clothes were normal as could be. Other than a young and clean appearance, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Chloe was headed for work in the morning and was therefore only dressed in a white blouse, a pair of casual black pants, and a pair of black flats, as old-fashioned as one could be. She was really nothing to look at, especially compared to a beautiful woman like Jennifer. "Are you a friend of the president?" Jennifer inquired. Yes," Chloe nodded. "I've never seen you before. Is this your first time here?" I think this is my second time." Chloe thought hard, trying to remember her last visit. "Are you the president's friend from the States?" Jennifer felt that ever since the president came back, he had been too busy to make any friends. It was more likely that the woman in front of her was someone he had met in America. "Not really. We've known each other for a long time," Chloe replied honestly. "Oh, that's great. President Dawson is a very nice person. He's a dependable friend. You seem to know a lot about your president?" Chloe looked at Jennifer. Chloe was no fool. She could clearly sense the intentions behind the woman standing in front of her. Why else would a woman ask her so many random questions? "Let me introduce myself. My name is Jennifer, the director of GK's Department of Luxury Good Designs, and a valued assistant of the president. If you've ever followed our company's jewelry designs, I was the one who created the currently popular ones on the market." Jennifer introduced herself proudly, wanting to intimidate Chloe and give her some pressure. Unfortunately, Jennifer didn't know about Chloe's input on the design. It was Chloe who had convinced Jack to use her design in the first place. Her arrogant speech was nothing more than embarrassing in front of Chloe. Luckily for her, Chloe wasn't one to rudely expose her. "Oh yeah? That's really impressive." Chloe smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." Just then, the elevator arrived. Chloe walked in. "Are you coming?" Chloe initiated an invite. Just as Jennifer decided to get in, she suddenly backed away, as if she had suddenly thought of something. "No, it's okay. I just thought of something I needed to do. See you next time," Jennifer said, smiling. Because the elevator was dedicated to the president, it would have been difficult for her to explain herself if anyone saw her using it. The woman in front of her, however, was allowed to use the elevator to her heart's content. Was she really that important to the president? Was she the woman Mrs. Dawson spoke of? The one that was sitting in the president's car? As those thoughts raced through her mind, Jennifer felt a gut-wrenching sense of impending loss. At night, when Jack arrived home, Chloe suddenly remembered the woman named Jennifer. "Honey, does Jennifer from your company like you?" "Why, the sudden question? Jack looked at Chloe, intrigued. She wasn't the type to get jealous, so she wouldn't have asked without a reason. Nothing, I was just wondering. Whatever she thinks is her problem, it has nothing to do with me. Evidently, Jennifer was less than a nobody to Jack. Yeah, she seems to care a lot about you. When I left today, she waited for me by the elevators and asked me questions. Jack furrowed his brows, clearly annoyed. I didn't say anything, though, so she didn't get any information. If people from the company ever speak to you again, just ignore them. I got it. Chloe nodded. The next morning, Chloe woke up realizing that she was almost late for work. Why didn't you wake me up? You looked so peaceful. Dude, I'm going to be late for work. No, you won't. I'll drive you. Jack had thought it through. He was going to chauffeur her around until she gets her car back. It's the only way he would stop worrying. But there's no time for breakfast anymore. I've already packed your breakfast. You can eat it on the way. Honey, you are amazing. Chloe was completely touched. She shot up from the bed and quickly got ready. Grabbing breakfast, they got into Jack's car. Soy milk and Chinese donut sticks. A winning combination. It was the most authentic Chinese breakfast, and Chloe's longtime favorite. Chloe didn't take the first bite. Instead, she took the Chinese donut stick and held it up to Jack's mouth. After Jack took a bite, Chloe took a bite. They took turns taking bites throughout the entire car ride, both content as could be. Thanks to Jack's escorting, Chloe arrived at Southside right on time. I'm here. Be careful on the way. I'll pick you up when you get off work. Okay? Chloe smiled and waved Jack goodbye. She was having a fantastic morning, but everything changed when she saw the person standing beside the doors. Why are you here? Little sister Mian, can you come up with another greeting the next time you see me? Am I that annoying? Andrew was dressed in a coffee-colored casual wear sweater, his face holding a touch of laughter. Andrew was actually quite handsome, a debonair really, with eyes that could draw in anyone when he smiles. Many women fancied him, all recognizing him as a suave gentleman who could talk his way to any woman's heart. Chloe was an exception, however, as her expression fell every time she saw him. It had always been that way, ever since their first meeting when Chloe was only 10 years old, during which he gave her a box of Dove chocolates and she threw directly to the ground. She had never accepted anything from the Green family. Therefore, she always declined Andrew's nice and caring gestures. I don't like you, and the entire world knows that. Why should I hide it? Chloe said coldly. I need a better news source. I can't believe I didn't know about your promotion. It's all my fault. Here, a gift for your promotion. Then, Andrew handed over a delicate cotton box. Opening the box, Chloe discovered a beautiful Cartier bracelet. It was the newest design, and it was dazzling. The English letters Chloe was carved on its outer rim. Clearly, it was custom-made. The bracelet definitely didn't look cheap. Thank you, but I don't need it. Isn't it natural for an older brother to give a present to his younger sister? Why are you rejecting it? I've never seen myself as your younger sister, or you as my older brother. Chloe, I've never seen you as an enemy. I'm different from Liam and Brenny. Andrew, I can't help you. No matter how hard you try, I won't go back and help you fight against Evelyn. Chloe had always thought that Andrew was only nice to her because she was useful to him. Andrew gazed at Chloe meaningfully and asked, Do you really think that I'm only nice to you because you're useful to me? Why else? Haha. Everyone says you're a genius, but I really don't see it. You can be really silly sometimes. You're dumb. Your entire family's dumb. Aren't you included in my family? Your IQ really needs some elevating. Andrew chuckled, completely unbothered by Chloe's rejection. I don't have time for this nonsense. I need to work. Please move. Your job today is to keep me company. Chloe froze for a second. Andrew continued, I donated $30,000 to Southside's new sanatorium, so your deputy director agreed to let you, the little head nurse, show me around. Andrew, you really are crazy. Chloe was completely stunned by Andrew's ridiculous action of donating $30,000 just to walk around with her. What's wrong with acting crazy once in a while? Life shouldn't be so serious. Chloe, tell me, are you truly happy with Jack? Andrew asked nonchalantly as he played around with the Cartier bracelet in his hands. Of course I am. Oh yeah? How come it looks like you were coerced into dating him? What do you think would happen if I announced the news to everyone? Especially your mother. Tisk tisk. That would be interesting. Andrew, what do you want? Chloe didn't know how Andrew knew about their relationship. She and Jack had always been extremely discreet, even going as far as doing everything in their power to hide their tracks. It was as if Andrew had superpowers, however, as he somehow caught wind of their relationship. Nothing. It's not like I can do anything. If you want to announce it to the world, then do it. You don't have to threaten me. It doesn't work on me. Chloe hated being threatened. As far as she was concerned, it was better to die with the enemy than to be controlled by him. Haha, I'm only teasing and you're already all riled up. I do like you like this, though. I don't have time for your bullshit. If you want to inspect the surrounding areas, do it yourself. I'm not going with you. You can either tell the director to fire me or you can get out of my sight. With that, Chloe immediately turned around and walked away, ignoring Andrew. The meeting with Chloe left Andrew extremely happy. Even though the rest of his tour was conducted by the hospital's deputy director, he was still basking in the joy of seeing her. Deputy Director, please look after my younger sister for me. President Green's too polite. Chloe has always been the most excellent employee at Southside. Everyone takes good care of her. After Director learned about the relationship between Andrew and Chloe, he had nothing but compliments for her. He had read about Chloe being the Green family's illegitimate daughter in the newspaper before, but at the time, Chloe had clearly stated her independence from the Green family, even announcing that she would never be in contact with them. He had always seen Chloe as someone unthreatening, but Andrew's appearance changed his mind. Not only did the man donate money, but he also made his intentions of having his little sister taken care of very clear. They seemed to have a great sibling relationship. With Andrew's words, Deputy Director was no longer going to antagonize Chloe. Or, more accurately, he didn't have the balls to. After Andrew left in his car, Deputy Director arrived at Chloe's office. Green? Deputy Director. Chloe got up. I was looking at the recent schedules. You have a lot of night shifts. You don't need to work so hard, as the head nurse. Just delegate it to the nurses under you and take care of yourself. Thank you, Deputy Director, for your concern. His sudden caring attitude scared Chloe out of her wits. She even thought that he was hitting on her. His next sentence, however, fully explained his behavior. President Green funded Southside because of you. Please speak highly of us when you're with him in the future. Deputy Director, you've misunderstood. Andrew and I... Chloe wanted to explain, but Director didn't give her the chance to. I understand. You don't need to explain yourself to me. You can go back to what you were doing. With that, Deputy Director turned around and walked away. Chloe was left feeling dumbfounded. She murmured, "What did you understand?" GK headquarters. Jack received a phone call from his mom just as he was about to leave. His mother told him to bring Jennifer home for dinner. Jack hung up the phone shortly after. Just then, Jennifer knocked on the door and walked in. President Dawson. I just received a phone call from Mrs. Dawson. She said that we should have dinner together at your house. Are you available? Jennifer looked at Jack shyly. If she wants you to go, then you should go. Jennifer's expression immediately lit up and filled with pleasant surprise when she heard Jack say this. Did that mean President Dawson agreed to take her home for dinner? Just then, Jack asked, "Why aren't you going? What are you waiting here for?" My car is at the shop. I haven't picked it up yet, so I was thinking, you can take a cab there. Jack immediately stopped Jennifer from finishing her sentence. Oh, okay, President Dawson. I'll gather my stuff and head right over. Jennifer was slightly disappointed at what Jack said, but it didn't stop her from feeling elated that she was going to the Dawsons for dinner. If the chairman and his wife both approved of her, then it was just a matter of time before she was married into their family. After Jennifer left, Jack also gathered his stuff and headed out. However, he didn't head to his parents' place. Rather, he drove to Southside to pick Chloe up from work. After he arrived, Jack sent her a message. "I'm here." 3 minutes later, Chloe ran out of the hospital and found Jack's car parked 500 meters from the entrance. Of course, this was her request. She didn't want her colleagues to see her being dropped off and picked up by such a luxurious car. People were going to talk about it. "You're off work early today." Chloe smiled. "Yeah, what do you want to eat?" "We can buy some food and cook at home. What do you feel like eating?" Chloe was in a good mood. "I asked Noah if he wants to have dinner together, and he asked us to pick the restaurant." "You asked Noah again? Should I ask Sarah to come as well?" Chloe laughed naughtily. "I don't think you should." "Why not? Don't you think that they would make a cute couple? We should get them to date each other." "That's not it. Noah's bringing a date." "Oh, really? Noah got himself a girlfriend?" Chloe was surprised. "I'm not completely sure. We'll find out when we see them." Jack didn't say more and took Chloe downtown to walk around. In the end, Chloe said that she wanted Italian food, so he parked outside a famous Italian restaurant. Then, Jack called Noah and gave him the location. 15 minutes later, Noah arrived. A girl wearing a light beige dress got off his Jaguar with him. She looked about 23 or 24 years old. She had big eyes, fair skin, and long black hair, the typical pretty girl looks. Truth be told, her temperament was incomparable to Sarah. She looked soft and meek, like someone who was extremely coquettish. Unlike Sarah and her, who were all-out iron ladies. "Have you guys been waiting long?" Noah walked in with his date and smiled. "Not too long, just 15 minutes. Jack's sense of time was always strong. Noah broke into a smile. "Hey, President Dawson's time is valuable. Thanks for waiting for us for an entire 15 minutes. Allow me to buy you dinner today." "I wasn't going to pay anyway. You're thinking too much." "Chloe, keep your husband at bay. It's impossible to enjoy a conversation with him." Noah almost choked in anger. "My husband's right. Didn't you say you were treating us earlier?" Chloe said on purpose. "You guys make a good family, each more heartless than the other." After chatting for a while, they entered a private room and sat down. The room wasn't big, but more than enough for the four of them. "This is..." Chloe glanced at Noah's date and asked, "She's a friend, Julie." "Just a friend? Not a girlfriend? Why so conservative with the introduction?" Chloe gossiped. We're not dating, so we're still friends." Noah was a little embarrassed. The girl smiled shyly and introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Julie. I work as an archives manager at the 3rd Bureau." "Oh, you guys both work at the Bureau." Chloe understood what was going on. "My job is so boring. I don't get the chance to meet people. So those at the Bureau are good enough for me. A belle of the Popo station isn't bad. You're lucky." Chloe smiled. Jack wasn't a big talker, so he didn't interact much with Noah's date. He only made small talk with Noah. Julie shuffled up beside Chloe and talked to her here and there. "I heard you guys are good friends with Captain Noah." Yeah, we were high school classmates and have known each other for years." "That's really cool. Your husband is really good looking. Are you guys' childhood sweethearts?" "You can say that." Chloe felt a little awkward. "I heard Captain Noah's parents are all high-level officials. Have you been to his home?" The girl batted her eyes innocently and asked her. "No, and I'm not sure what his parents do. We usually just have dinner and hang out, and we don't really talk about that stuff," Chloe said, as she realized that this girl was there to get information from her. How pragmatic was she to ask about Noah's family background, as soon as she opened her mouth? Did she mistake Chloe for someone who didn't know when to keep her mouth shut? Oh, I see. I'm the only child and my parents spoiled me. So they don't want me to date someone poor because they don't want me to live a hard life. Truth be told, Captain Noah's really nice and good-looking, but the nature of his profession is dangerous, so we didn't start dating yet. This is something that I'm taking into consideration. Chloe looked at her, bewildered. You're young, but you seem to consider things thoroughly. However, shouldn't you find someone you like? Do other factors really matter? If you date him because of his other factors, does that count as liking someone? I like him, but the other factors are just as important, and I have to keep my eyes open. After all, love can't replace bread. Am I right? Julie batted her innocent eyes, but each word she spoke reeked of reality. Not everyone is born rich, so not all of us can marry into a rich family. However, we can make sure that we find a man who has potential and takes responsibilities for his actions. Humans create their own futures, but if a man's moral standing is lacking, it doesn't matter how great his other factors are, he'll fail all the same. You have a point, but even if those with billions go bankrupt, they will still have millions. However, do you know how long I would have to wait if I marry someone with nothing to begin with? 10 years? 20 years? Us girls aren't forever young. Who has the time to wait for a poor man to become rich? Chloe was shocked at what the girl said. She was around her age, but her maturity was on par with a woman who was in her 30s or 40s. It wasn't wrong for her parents to raise her up to be so realistic, but she was still young and was at an age when she was supposed to fall madly in love. It was a shame that she was so tied up by material things and reality. Just then, the girl seemed to be thirsty, so she picked up a bottle of Evian. After pretending to try twisting it open, she furrowed her eyebrows. It's so hard to open. I'm not strong enough, Julie complained coquettishly. Then, Chloe said, out of nowhere, let me. She took the bottle of water from the girl and twisted it right open. Noah and Jack looked over at the same time. Jack, your woman is way too willful. I can't believe she would ignore the men right next to her and open the bottle herself. Isn't that normal? Jack was used to her Iron Lady actions. He would probably be more surprised if one day Chloe coquettishly said that she couldn't do this and couldn't do that. Noah laughed. Right. Plus, online posts say that girls all pretend that they can't open water bottles. They're immediately stronger when they tear apart packages from their online deliveries. Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter. Embarrassed, Julie added, My colleagues open my packages for me. I really can't open it. I think it's because I'm weak and don't have much strength. Chloe smiled and didn't respond much after that. With her wits, she already saw the girl for what she was. Therefore, the conversations afterward were no more than chit-chat, and Chloe's heart wasn't in them. Noah and Jack, on the other hand, had a lot to talk about. Yet, Jack never forgot to put food on Chloe's plate. He didn't want her food to be too spicy, so he placed a cup of water next to her plate, dipping the food in before giving it to her. Their cheesiness was too much for Noah. Hey, seriously, can you guys leave that cheesy stuff at home and stop fawning your love? There are people here. Is there a law here that forbids us from fawning our love in public? Jack asked arrogantly. You need to take it easy, Mr. Dawson. This is a public place. You should be considerate of others. If I'm happy, then why should I be considerate of others? Chloe added. Plus, we are legally married spouses. I'd like to make an announcement. In the future, when I treat you guys to dinner, I'll treat you guys separately. Don't come together, or else I might die young. Not possible. Either you get both of us, or neither. Jack nipped Noah's thought at the bud. Shit, are you guys ducks, tied at the waist? Nope. Allow me to make a correction. Ducks aren't faithful to their mates. They switch partners every year. Therefore, the stories that we have heard are all misleading. As a policeman in charge of the public's safety, you should read more books, Chloe warned earnestly. Jack, discipline your wife. If she talks like that, she won't have any friends. She's my wife. As long as she has me, she won't need other friends. Noah. When Noah hung out with Jack and Chloe, he always felt like he was a pathetic third wheel. When Sarah was here, she would occasionally help him deal with this nauseating couple. However, the date he brought today just listened quietly to their conversation, but never interjected. This was because she thought of herself as a lady. She refused to disregard her image and make small talk with them. "Julie, want to give me a hand?" Noah asked hopelessly. "President Dawson and his wife are humorous. It's a good thing." Julie smiled shyly. "You don't need to be so formal. They're old friends with me. Just be yourself." Noah suddenly found Julie's actions awkward. It would have been better if that wrench Sarah was here. It was still early after they ate, so Noah asked if they wanted to go sing karaoke. Jack looked at Chloe. He didn't care what they did, as long as Chloe was happy. Chloe knew that Jack didn't have many friends, and Noah was his closest buddy, so she didn't have the heart to decline his invitation. So, the four of them went to a luxurious karaoke place in the city. After they got a room, Jack and Noah were ordering drinks when Julie decided to sing first. Her voice was soft, squishy, and flirty. Moreover, she was tone-deaf, and Chloe ended up losing her cool over Julie's singing. She used to buy snacks as an excuse to get a breath of fresh air. However, to her surprise, she saw Justin at the door. Justin was coming out from one of the rooms with a bunch of friends. He looked up and saw Chloe, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Chloe immediately turned her head and pretended not to Justin. She picked up a bag of peanuts from the cabinet, tore it open, and began munching on them. Justin lost control of his feet and went up to Chloe. "It's weird to see you here, singing karaoke." "Is it? What's wrong with that? Am I not human? You can be here, so why can't I?" "So, you're a nurse with an exciting nightlife." Justin provoked her on purpose. "Stop it. Have you fixed my car?" "Car? What car?" Justin pretended he didn't know what she was talking about. "Justin, you ass!" Chloe missed her car. It had been a couple of days since it was sent to get fixed, and Jack had been driving her to work all this time. She really didn't want Mr. Dawson to go through all this trouble, so she needed her car back as soon as possible. However, this asshole was playing dumb with her. "Your car sucks. There's no need to fix it. Just get a new one." "Forget it. It's too much work talking to you. For the sake of my health, I will no longer speak to you. I will love my life and stay away from Justin." Then, Chloe snatched the bag of peanuts and walked away. "Miss, you haven't paid yet." The waitress at the bar called her from behind. "Ask that guy for money." Chloe pointed at Justin. Justin took out a couple of $100 bills, threw it at the waitress, and then walked away. "Is she the one you've fallen head over heels for?" Brenton smiled after they got into his black Range Rover. "No, of course not." Justin was not about to admit his feelings towards her. Brenton didn't say anything else. After a while, Brenton suddenly muttered, "Love life, stay away from Justin." Justin immediately lost his cool. Did Brenton overhear their conversation? Why on earth did Chloe say something this impressionable? Love life? Stay away from Justin? What the hell was wrong with him that she had to stay away from? After Chloe went upstairs into their room, Julie had finished singing the first song and started on a second. The song had been pretty popular recently. Julie looked at Noah as she sang, but he wasn't really listening. Instead, he was chit-chatting with Jack. Bored, Chloe sat on the couch eating snacks, occasionally clapping for Julie. Just then, Jack suddenly walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her. "Sing a song for me." "You know I'm tone-deaf." "It's fine, I won't mind." "But I mind." Chloe rarely sang because she knew she was either going to be off-key or forget the lyrics. That would be awkward. "Chloe, come on, sing for us. We won't laugh at you, even if you sing Three Blind Mice." "Ha ha. Thanks for the encouragement, but Three Blind Mice is too difficult. I can't sing it." Chloe laughed. "Come on, Chloe, sing something." Julie wrapped her arms around Noah and heckled at her as well. "Why don't the two of you sing something together? What about Love Song in a Mundane World?" Noah suggested. A country song like that suits you better, Jack said as he glanced at Noah. Ha ha ha. Chloe broke into laughter. That song actually had a pretty melody but was a little too much heavy metal countryside. Chloe, what about the husband makes money and his wife spends it? Noah continued to joke. Julie couldn't help but cover her mouth, chuckling nonstop. Chloe thought that if she didn't surprise them with something spectacular, she wouldn't be able to hold the crowd. Therefore, she stood up, picked up the microphone and said, "Now, let's hear a round of applause for my husband, Mr. Dawson, who will be singing Silence is Gold." Noah and Julie immediately began clapping. Jack looked at his wife, who happily pushed him to the spotlight. Way to go. Jack looked up and stared at Chloe. Chloe immediately whined, "Mr. Dawson, come on, or else the two of them will laugh at us until tomorrow." Jack had a beautiful singing voice. Back when they were still in school, Jack once sang Silence is Gold during the school's New Year's party. His perfect accent surprised the school and made all the girls fall in love with him. After all those years, could he still find the feeling he had back then? "You're the best, honey. Come on, sing for us." Chloe used her ultimate weapon, puppy eyes. No matter how arrogant Jack was, his heart would immediately melt when Chloe called him honey and looked at him coquettishly. Finally, with Jack's silent approval, Chloe shuffled over and handed the microphone to him. Noah already put the song in the lineup, and a familiar melody sounded. Silence is Gold was one of Jack and Chloe's favorite songs back in high school, not only because it had a great singing voice, but also because the lyrics were beautiful. Jack's low and slightly raspy voice sounded over the system. In fate, it was already decided that you be rich or poor. What is false will never be true. The truth is always true. Whatever you say, I'll be responsible for my own duties. I will always believe that silence is gold. There is justice to what is right and wrong. Be careful in speaking, so not to offend others. When you're faced with cold storms, don't take it too seriously. Confidence fills the heart, and there's no need to care about sarcasm and questioning. Let people laugh and condemn as they like. Live on as a carefree person. Chloe felt like crying when she heard Jack singing this song again. It was because of her love for the song that Jack, who never cared for attention, sang in front of all the teachers and students at the New Year's party. That year. That night, they went up to Crescent Moon Mountain and stared at the stars all night. Years have passed since, all in a blink of an eye. After Jack finished the song, Noah took out the cigarette in his mouth, put it between his fingers, and clapped. "Bro, your singing is just as good as it used to be." Julie also looked at Jack with admiration. She said shyly, "President Dawson, you have a beautiful voice." "Chloe, look at how well your husband performed. You should reward him tonight," Noah joked. Chloe buried her head in Jack's chest and hugged his waist tightly. She was officially his little fan. "Mr. Dawson, good job. I'd give you 32 likes. "I don't want any likes. A kiss is much more practical." There are people here we really shouldn't." "I can wait until we get home." Chloe. After listening to their flirty conversation, Noah exclaimed, "Looks like it was a great idea to sing karaoke tonight. Look at the two of you. I'm like the fairy godmother." "Jack, if you guys have a baby, remember to ask me to be the godfather." "If you're our baby's godfather, then our child will lose his or her innocence at an extremely young age," Chloe immediately rebutted. All in all, the four of them had a great time hanging out. It was just that Julie was a little reserved. It was already 11 p.m. when the four of them walked out of the karaoke place, and Chloe and Jack headed back to Imperial Park. On their way back, Chloe gossiped, "Honey, do you think Noah will get lucky tonight?" You should really be asking if that woman will get lucky. After all, she was the one who was chasing after Noah. "He's an outstanding member of the police force. Plus, he's good-looking and also the captain," Chloe exclaimed. "That's not important. What's important is that Noah's dad is the Deputy Director General of the Bureau." "You could tell? Mr. Dawson, You sure pay attention to details. Chloe was impressed with Jack's ability to see through people. He said nothing to that woman all night, but could tell how pragmatic a person she was, and the fact that she had ulterior motives chasing after Noah. If that's the case, then I'm not sure what will happen between them. Chloe didn't think that Noah would end up with that woman. Chloe and her husband guessed right. That was indeed the case. Julie pretended to be drunk and passed out in Gowran's lap on the way back, in hopes that they would be able to spend the night together. However, after Noah drove his car to her apartment, he woke her up and escorted her home. Then, he drove himself home. He was just trying things out with Julie. After all, at his age, people would talk if he didn't have a girlfriend. However, after spending an evening together, he noticed that he didn't feel anything for her at all, and realized that he didn't like weak-looking girls like her. As soon as Jack and Chloe arrived at home, Jack's phone began ringing frantically. After getting off the phone, Jack glanced at Chloe. "You should go to bed first. I need to go back to the manor. My mom is sick." "Okay," Chloe nodded. After Jack drove all the way back to the Dawson Manor, he realized that Jennifer was still there. "President Dawson, you're back? Where's my mom?" Jack frowned, without even looking at Jennifer. "She's in her room. I don't think she's feeling well." Ignoring Jennifer, Jack headed upstairs to her mother's bedroom. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother lying against an armchair. She was half covered in a blanket, and her face was pale. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong with my heart," Mrs. Dawson said as she pointed at her chest. Jack immediately knew that her mother was throwing a fit. He pulled up a chair and sat across from her. "Mom, what do you want, calling me here in the middle of the night?" "You're my son, and I miss you. Can't I call you here?" "That's not what I meant. I just think that there's no need for you to pretend that you are sick. It's childish." "I'm not pretending. I'm having a heartache." "You agreed to come home for dinner tonight. Why did you stand me up?" "Jennifer waited here the entire evening. As GK's president, shouldn't you be a man of your words?" "Mom, I think you misunderstood me. I didn't agree to come back for dinner tonight. Do you remember what you said when I called you? I said I got it, but I never said I was going to come." "Jack, don't play word puzzles with me. Tell me this. When will you be announcing your relationship?" "My relationship with who?" "With Jennifer, of course. I like that girl, and talked it over with your father. She's a good match for you." "Mom, I will choose who to date and marry. You and Dad don't have to interfere." "What do you mean by that?" "You're our son, of course. We have a say too." Mrs. Dawson raised her voice. "But there's a limit to that. You can't randomly find girls for me." "What do you mean by that?" Mrs. Dawson threw aside her blanket and shot up from her chair. "Mom, stop interfering with my personal life. I don't even like Jennifer. You need to stop getting her involved." "Who do you like then? That girl from the Green family?" Mrs. Dawson was furious. "So what if I do?" Jack didn't deny it. "Jack, are you crazy? Don't forget that it'll never work out between the two of you. Back then? I never asked you why you guys did that to her back then. If you weren't my parents, do you really think you'd still be sitting here in front of me? What would you do? Kill us for her?" "Pale," Mrs. Dawson demanded, as she looked at her indifferent son. "Mom? I'm your only son, and you and Dad are my only parents. Let's stop doing stuff that would hurt each other. A lot of things cannot be taken back once you do them. You've aged and should enjoy your retirement. You should leave the rest to me." Then, Jack got up to leave. "Jack, don't go. If you don't give up on that girl, I won't recognize you as my son." "Does it matter whether you recognize me as a son or not?" Jack sneered. Then he turned around and headed downstairs. Mrs. Dawson wailed as soon as she heard him say this. Jennifer immediately ran into her room upon hearing Mrs. Dawson's cries. "Mrs. Dawson, what's wrong?" Get out. I don't want to see anyone right now." Mrs. Dawson's anger finally erupted. When she found out that her son was still hung up on that girl, Chloe Green, her entire head burst into flames. There were so many women in this world. Why was her son so stuck on Chloe? That little vixen, she tricked Jack into sleeping with her at the age of 17, and almost delayed her son's plans to go study abroad. What was so great about her? Plus, she heard that Chloe's mother was one of Timothy Green's mistresses, and Chloe was no more than an illegitimate daughter. Her son, on the other hand, was her prized jewel. Why? Why was it that after 7 years, her son was still that obsessed with her? Jack went downstairs. Just as he was about to leave, his father stopped him. "Jack." "Dad, what's up?" "Let's talk," Peter Dawson said in a grave tone. "Sure." Although it was late and he was worried about Chloe, his father rarely asked to speak with him. He also wanted to take the opportunity to make things clear to his parents, so they would get off his back. Then, the father and son left the manor and went into the pavilion beside a fish pond. Jack's father loved the design. The rocks and wood were all transported from mountain and were extremely pricey. Even the coffee table in the pavilion was made from pear tree wood, shipped from Hainan. Jack sat down from across his father. He took out his phone and sent Chloe a message. "I'll be back in a while. Go to sleep first." "Okay," Chloe replied almost instantly. "Jack, how's the company doing recently?" Peter had given up all his executive powers, so he wasn't always aware of what was happening. "Same old." "You've been back for a while. Have you adjusted?" "It's been good. Do you want to go back to North America?" "Dad, just say what you want to say. You don't have to beat around the bush with your own son." Jack was somewhat unhappy that his father brought up going back to North America. "What if I told you that I want the company to focus our business in Canada and our family to immigrate there? What do you think?" "What gave you this idea?" Jack stared at his father. "Because the market is becoming harder to compete in, and we can't restrict ourselves to this country. Plus, a couple of my friends immigrated to Canada, and their lives are pretty good. They keep asking if I want to go join them, and since I'm old and don't care that much about turning profits, I am seriously considering moving there to play some golf and drink some tea with them. For that, you can go anytime you want. There's no need to immigrate. You don't want to go? Even if I go, I'll be bringing Chloe along with me. You don't have to feel me out, Dad." "Jack, Dad, does our bet from all those years ago still count? What if it does? What if it doesn't?" Peter didn't know what his son was thinking, so he didn't dare to answer directly. "It's simple. If it does, I will be grateful for your blessing, and I will work hard to take care of the business that you left me. If it doesn't, then I will immediately resign from GK, leave the Dawson family, and restart my life with Chloe." "Are you threatening me?" Peter was getting angry. "No, it's not a threat. I'm just stating the truth. Is it really necessary for you to push me and your mother into a corner all for a woman?" "You were the ones who pushed me into a corner," Jack corrected. "Let me ask you this. Will you not change your mind, no matter what happens?" "No. Even if you guys fight and end up breaking up, you still won't regret the decision you've made today, correct?" Peter felt the need to warn his son. He was so young, and perhaps thought love was more magical than it actually was. "Dad, allow me to correct you. I will never leave her until I die, no matter what." Jack stood his ground so firmly that Peter didn't know what else to say to convince his son. Seeing how determined his son was, Peter sighed. "Okay, I hope that your determination pays off, and I hope that she doesn't let you or your stubbornness down." As Jack left the manor, he had one thing in mind. Was he stubborn? A lot of people have said that to him. Yet, over the last couple of years, he had only been stubborn about one person, and that person was Chloe. There was nothing wrong about loving someone, nor was there anything wrong about continuing to love someone. Chloe was already asleep when he got back to Imperial Park. Jack lit up a cigarette and sat by the balcony, quietly appreciating Chloe's face. He looked at her as if she were a rare treasure. No one, no matter who it was, could take Chloe away from him. He would rather hurt his parents than miss out on another 7 years with Chloe. He was terrified of losing her again. He finally got her back, the woman he loved. Chloe, my Chloe. Jack gently called out Chloe's name under the mesmerizing moonlight. Too bad Chloe didn't hear what he said. She was enjoying her sweet dreams. The next morning, Jack drove Chloe to work. As soon as she arrived at Southside, she saw her car parked outside the hospital. It was all fixed up. Happy, she walked up to it and opened the door. On the passenger seat was a giant bouquet of lilies. There was also a card attached to it. She picked up the card and took a look. Then, her expression changed. The card said, "Sorry for crashing into your car. It's been fixed. I promise that when I crash into it next time, I will try to be gentler." Next time? There was going to be a next time? And next time he would be gentler? What was that supposed to mean? Is he going to control the crash's severity too now? Furious, Chloe grabbed the lilies from the car and threw it onto the ground. Then, she smeared the bouquet with her foot. "Hey, head nurse, what's going on?" Milana had just arrived. When she was passing by, she saw Chloe smearing the flowers, so she went up to ask her. "Nothing. Some pervert brought me flowers. They look like bad luck, so I don't want them." "What a shame. It's such a big bouquet." Milana laughed. Although Justin's apology letter was weird, he did fix her car, and it looked better than it used to. GK headquarters. After the executive meeting, Jennifer went into the president's office without delay. "Need something?" "President Dawson, last night." Jennifer wanted to say something. "I wanted to talk to you about last night. You don't need to work as a double agent anymore. Don't ever go see my mother again, and you don't have to keep secrets from me. I already told her everything last night." "President Dawson." Jennifer was shocked at how cold and unreasonable Jack was. "You can get your reward from the finance department. Never step into my house again. That's all." "President Dawson, I don't want a reward. I just want... leave." Jack chased her out before she even had a chance to finish her sentence. He didn't have time to listen to women cry about stuff. He didn't care about any woman, except for Chloe. Jennifer had tears in her eyes when she left the president's office. She was in a crappy mood. "Director Jennifer, are you okay?" Even Assistant Mark noticed that something was wrong. Jennifer shook her head and ran downstairs. She was down in the dumps that entire day. She tried her best to perform well at the office and had always worked overtime, just so Jack would notice her. However, just when she thought that she was close to victory, everything went to crap. She could tell that Mrs. Dawson had given up on her. It was apparent from her attitude last night. If she still wanted to fantasize about a future with him, she had to rely on herself. Jennifer cried at her desk for a long time before finally gracefully wiping off her swollen eyes with a tissue. Did Jack ignore her because of that woman? If that woman disappeared from this world, then would she have a chance? At this thought, Jennifer pulled herself together. A vicious light flashed past her eyes. Lunchtime, employee cafeteria. Jennifer walked up to Assistant Mark and put her plate down across from him. "May I sit here?" Jennifer smiled. "Please, Director Jennifer." Mark was very polite to Jennifer. He thought that she was not only pretty, but also capable. She was also very well liked within the company and had never been involved in an office scandal. "Assistant Mark, the president hasn't been going on business trips recently, right?" "Yeah, the president doesn't seem to like going on business trips. Even if he went, he would come back on the same day, even if it is late at night." Mark was already aware of the president's love for his home. "Is the president in love with someone?" Jennifer finally asked the question she was interested in. "I'm not sure. I don't have the courage to ask about his private life. The woman that came to the president's office last time was probably his girlfriend, right?" "I'm not so sure." Mark was not calculating, but he wasn't stupid either. He only vaguely answered Jennifer's question. "Director Jennifer, you seem to be interested in the president," Mark asked her. Oh, Mrs. Dawson keeps asking me about him, but I don't get to hang out around the president very often, so I feel bad about not being able to answer Mrs. Dawson's questions. Oh, I see. Mark smiled and didn't say anything else. As they were finishing up, Jennifer suddenly asked, "Assistant Mark, you must know the president's new address, right? You want the president's new address?" Yeah. Mrs. Dawson said that she was worried about the president living by himself and afraid that he wouldn't take care of himself properly. She asked me to buy some daily necessities for him, but I don't even know where he lives. Isn't that awkward? Jennifer smiled. Mark struggled. He wasn't sure if she was telling the truth. Should he tell her where the president lived? I think it would be better if you ask the president yourself. You know that he has a weird temper, so if I told you and he gets mad, I might lose my job. I hope you can understand. Mark wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to give up information to Jennifer so easily. Jennifer's expression changed slightly after hearing what he said. That's a good idea. I'll ask President Dawson myself sometime. Jennifer saw that she couldn't get any more information from Mark, so she gave up and left. Ever since Mark arrived at GK, the president had helped him a lot. The president had a weird temper that Mark couldn't understand. But truth to be told, he treated his employees well, and a lot of people were jealous of Mark's salary. Therefore, even if it was the chairman or Mrs. Dawson who came looking for information, he would still keep his mouth shut. Being loyal to his boss was what he lived by. He didn't want to be a half-hearted person. After Chloe got off work, she felt like shopping and wanted to buy a pair of shoes for the new season. She went to Wanda Square, downtown. Chloe was carrying a white backpack and wearing a gray sports outfit with a cute Totoro on it. She looked young, like a freshman from college. After shopping around for a while, she didn't find anything, so she decided to stop by Starbucks for coffee. She saw two familiar faces as soon as she went in. If she wasn't mistaken, were those two, Simon and Jenny. Why were they together? Just then, Simon looked up and was a little surprised to see Chloe. Jenny noticed Simon's reaction and looked up as well. Then, she sneered at Chloe. Chloe didn't plan on saying hi to them. She found a seat and sat down. Then, she ordered an iced mocha. Simon, on the other hand, lost his cool. He stood up and walked over to her. "Chloe, are you here alone?" Chloe nodded but didn't say anything. "I didn't get to thank you for last time. Let me buy you dinner sometime." "No, thank you." Chloe's voice was faint and indifferent. Just then, Jenny got up as well. She walked up to them and casually placed her hand on Simon's shoulder and smiled at Chloe. "What a coincidence. I'm surprised to see you here. I heard that you were promoted to head nurse. Not bad." Chloe looked up and coldly glanced at Jenny. "News sure travels fast." The truth was that she hated Jenny because she felt like Jenny was overly dark and twisted. She wasn't like Lisa, who openly hated Chloe. She would never do anything despicable behind people's backs. Jenny, on the other hand, enjoyed scheming whilst hiding in the dark. She was very petty. Even calling her a manipulative bitch would be complimenting her. "This is a big deal, of course. I know about it. You must have performed very well to be promoted so fast. I heard that deputy director likes innocent-looking women like you. You really do look innocent from the outside." Obviously, Jenny was insinuating that the only reason why she was promoted was that she was deputy director's side piece. However, to her surprise, Chloe smiled. "You already resigned from the hospital, so you should probably stop gossiping about others. Sometimes less is more." Then, Chloe glanced at Simon and warned him, "If I'm not mistaken, you're married to Lisa, who's pregnant right now. You shouldn't be doing things that you shouldn't be doing. After all, if Director Richard found out, it won't be good for your future prospects. Don't be greedy, and treasure what you have now." "Chloe, you misunderstood. I only came to see her because—" Simon wanted to explain. However, Chloe wasn't in the mood to listen. She stood up to leave. "Sorry, I have to go." "She's still so despicable," Jenny spat as she watched Chloe walk away. Jenny, why did you ask me to meet you? If you're not going to tell me, then I'm leaving. Having lost all his patience, Simon turned around to look at Jenny, his attitude a little harsh. Simon, I recently opened up a milk tea bar and it's under renovation. I'm a little strapped for cash, so… Are you asking me to lend you money? Simon sneered. Yeah, I don't have any friends, and you used to treat me so well, so I was thinking, on account of our past relationship, and the fact that I had an abortion for you, can you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back. Ever since I left the hospital, I haven't been able to find a job. You know that Lisa basically blacklisted me from any of the hospitals, and I'm out of options, Jenny said, tearing up as she looked at Simon with puppy eyes. Simon felt nothing for Jenny. When they dated, he just used her to fulfill his horny desires. However, no man could be indifferent when a woman was crying in front of him. Therefore, although Simon was disgusted, he still asked, "How much do you need?" 50,000 should be enough. I still have some savings left over. Jenny's voice was soft as she looked at Simon. I don't have that much, and all my money is in my wife's account. I have a little over 20,000 left in my account. I'll transfer all that to you. That's fine too. Then Simon added Jenny and sent her $23,800. After Jenny confirmed the transaction, she smiled. Thank you, Simon. I promise I will pay you back. You don't have to pay me back. Take the money, but never come looking for me again. Then Simon turned on his heel and left. Jenny's expression slowly turned cold. Simon, Lisa, and Chloe, trust me. I will make all of your lives hell. Just wait for it. Chloe prepared dinner after she got home, but Jack hadn't come back yet. She took out her phone, sat down on the couch, and began messaging Sarah. Sarah sent Chloe a photo of her rich boyfriend and asked Chloe what she thought. Chloe sent, "You're too fierce. I don't have the courage to tell you what I think." Sarah replied, "It's fine. Tell me the truth. I won't get mad." Chloe, "Okay, remember it was you that insisted on hearing my opinion. Your boyfriend is not that good looking. Noah is much more handsome." Sarah, "Why are you comparing him to that idiot Noah? I don't find him handsome at all. Plus, I feel safe dating someone ugly. At least he won't sleep around. Handsome men aren't reliable. There's no sense of security when I'm with them." Then, Sarah immediately added, "Of course, your husband, Mr. Dawson, is an exception." Chloe, "I don't agree with your point of view. I don't think ugly people have a smaller chance of cheating. For example, a rich man would always have women swarming all over him. So if he does decide to date someone, it means that he's serious about her. On the other hand, no one likes ugly people, so he immediately sleeps with whoever that dates him. He would only marry someone because he has no other choice. You understand what I'm saying?" Sarah, "What kind of weird logic is that?" Chloe, "Girl, that's not weird logic. Here's another example. If a person has $100, he'll be able to afford cola, Sprite, or water. Therefore, if he buys water, it means that he actually likes to drink water. However, if a person only has $2, he'll only be able to afford water. So can you really believe him when he says that he likes to drink water? If you give him a bottle of cola, he'll still gladly drink it. An ugly man doesn't cheat because he doesn't have the chance to. If he comes across that opportunity, he will keep cheating, just to prove his manhood. People like that will never stop cheating either. Therefore, as women, we really need to keep our eyes open. We shouldn't date ugly people thinking that they won't cheat, because that's not the case." Sarah, "My gosh, Ms. Green, I am greatly impressed by your weird logic. I think you've brainwashed me. I suddenly feel enlightened." Chloe, "Think about it, isn't that the case?" Sarah, "It is, but not everyone is like you, lucky enough to meet the best man in the world to look after you when you were young. People like Jack rarely exist in this world. You're lucky, but that doesn't mean that others are just as lucky." Chloe, "Noah's not bad. He's good-looking, has a good family background, and a cool job." Sarah said, "Him? Give me a break. I would never be with him even if he asked." Chloe, you're thinking too much. He wouldn't ask you out anyways. I just had dinner with Noah yesterday, and he brought a girlfriend. She's pretty and petite, only a little effeminate. Sarah. Huh? He already got a girlfriend? That's news to me. How could he get any girl to like him with such a foul mouth? Chloe. Haha, you are full of spice, but you have a boyfriend. Be nice. You can't have double standards. Sarah. I need to hurry then. I have to get married before Noah does, or else he will make fun of me. Chloe. Sarah, all these years, have you not liked Noah even a little? When we were in school, you guys seemed to enjoy each other's company. Why did it not go anywhere? Sarah. I guess he's just not lucky enough. Humph. Chloe smiled and didn't say anything else. Noah and Sarah's history traced back 7 years ago, when she was still with Jack. As Jack's bro and Chloe's gal, Noah and Sarah had a lot of opportunities to see each other. Therefore, for a while, their relationship started to see some subtle changes. But for some reason, it didn't turn into anything. Neither of them mentioned it, so Chloe didn't ask. It was a shame that Sarah and Noah were both in relationships, now. Actually, she had always thought that they suited each other. Bored, Chloe was browsing her friend circle on Snap when she saw something funny that Thomas posted. So she reposted right away. The post was, "It is said that the feeling dads have when they first hear that their daughters found a boyfriend is like what farmers feel when they see the cabbages they put effort to plant for a season have been dug up by a pig. However, the feelings dads have when they first hear that their sons found a girlfriend is like what farmers feel when they see the pig they've fed for over 20 years finally learned how to dig up other people's cabbages." A picture showing a little pig eating cabbages was attached below. She got several comments within a minute after reposting. Sarah, ha ha ha, that's so funny. I'm gonna die. This is genius. Thomas, sis, next time you steal my meme, you have to like my post first. Amelia, Chloe, you seem happy lately. I hardly ever see you post in your friend circle. We should grab something to eat someday. Milana, one of the nurses at Southside, commented, Head nurse, I didn't know you had a hilarious side like this. Chloe took a look at everyone's comments and was intrigued. Suddenly, another comment popped up. She opened it, looked, and burst into laughter. Jack commented underneath, So are you the cabbage? Or the pig? She immediately replied, Dude, of course you are the pig, and I'm the cabbage. But I'm the good-looking one between the two of us, aren't I? Jack commented pridefully. So do you want to kneel on the durian or the washboard when you get home? Talking back to me like this? Chloe rolled her eyes. Right after she replied, Chloe heard the sound of keys turning open the door. She stood up, put on slippers, and rushed to the door. She blocked Jack at the door. I excavated this mountain. I planted this tree. If you want to get through, leave your money with me. Jack elegantly took off his jacket and looked at Chloe. I'm all yours. You can do what you want with me. Chloe blushed immediately. Jack was taking advantage of her at every turn. Dinner is ready. Tonight, I tried making radish meatball soup for the first time. Try it out. Sarah taught me how to make it, and it's her family recipe. Every time I go to her house, her dad makes this for us, and it's really delicious. Then, Chloe set all the food on the table. 1 meat dish, 1 veggie dish, and 1 soup. It was simple, but it all looked good. Jack sat down before the dining table. He had a sip of the soup. Chloe was a little nervous. How is it? How is it? Jack raised his head and looked at her. Should I tell you the truth? If the truth will hurt, you can lie to me sometimes. Jack's lips quirked up into a big grin. What are you laughing about? Tell me, what's my score? It's my first time making this. Chloe anxiously urged. If you want me to lie, then it's really good. What about the truth? Chloe was a little worried. The truth is, it's really, really good. Right, you got me. Scary. Chloe felt reassured after hearing what Jack said. She tried it when she was cooking it and thought it was good. although it was not as delicate as Sarah's dad's version, but the flavor was tasty enough. Jack had always been very picky about food, so she was actually worried that he would say it was bad or something. But her worrying was actually unnecessary to Jack. Even if Chloe made poison, he would still say, "Yes, it's good, really good." As someone who was whipped, what negative words could you possibly get from him? After a pleasant dinner, Jack went to the kitchen to do dishes. Chloe grabbed an apple to eat as she leisurely watched the shows on the music channel. In the kitchen, Jack's phone rang. He rinsed off the bubbles on his hands and picked up his phone. "Hello? Boss, lately someone has been looking for your current address and news about you and your wife. They even went to your high school to look for things from all those years ago. I don't know what they're after." "Stop them." "Yes, boss." After hanging up the phone, Jack's eyes sunk into deep thought. Chloe worked at Southside, and he didn't get involved in her work too much, nor did he put someone on the inside. He trusted his wife, 120%. But lately, someone had been privately investigating Chloe's address and things that happened when they were at school. This concerned him. The good thing was that the Imperial Park had good privacy, and he bought the apartment under Chloe's name. Moreover, the title had been tampered with at the real estate bureau and was hidden. Normal people wouldn't be able to find it. Besides, if someone was following Chloe, their trail would end there because Jack had done some cleaning up inside the Imperial Park. He did that to mislead his parents. He was afraid that they would come and give Chloe a hard time. Now, it seemed like there were other people interested in Chloe's private life. "Mr. Dawson, are you ready? Come and watch. Renee is singing." Chloe's voice sounded from the living room. Jack organized the dishes, came out of the kitchen, and sat next to Chloe. Renee's beautiful voice came forth. "Isn't this song beautiful?" Chloe asked intimately as she put her arms around Jack's. "Yes, it is. It happens that you are also here. I have liked this song for many years, and every time I hear it, my heart throbs." Chloe smiled. Jack didn't say anything else as he let Chloe's head lean on his shoulder and enjoyed the beautiful time that belonged to the two of them. Actually, he didn't really like her songs, nor did he know who Renee was. He only knew that if Chloe liked it, he must like it. If Chloe was happy, he would be happy. Love me. Love my dog. It was as simple as that. Although Chloe didn't need Jack to give her a ride to work after she got her car back, he still insisted on dropping her off at the intersection. Then, they would go different ways to work, living a busy but fulfilling day. At the headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment, Justin rarely came to the office headquarters. For most of the time, he conducted business over the phone or through video conference meetings. Miraculously, Imperial Star Entertainment grew bigger and bigger, becoming a domestically famous media tycoon. Many overseas stars signed with the company on account of its reputation, and it was widely praised in the entertainment circle. "Young Master Cooper, I'm really sorry. We still haven't gotten the information you asked us to find," a young man in a suit said, with his head lowered. "Are you all useless?" "No. Someone purposefully blocked our tracks. This person has an immensely powerful background. Otherwise, we shouldn't have failed, considering that we used so many connections." Justin looked at the documents in front of him furiously. It had been almost 2 weeks, and he was only able to dig up Chloe's college boyfriend, Simon, who had already gotten married to someone else a few days ago. What use could that be to Justin? "I want to find out who her current boyfriend is, not her ex-boyfriend. Do you understand?" "I do." "Then fuck off and go find it. Do you need me to teach you how to?" Justin was exasperated. It was the first time he spent this long to investigate a woman, and failed. How complicated was Chloe? Seductive Fox nightclub? It was the biggest nightclub in the city, and the priciest. Those who came were all upper-class heirs and socialites. Here, it was completely normal to spend a few $100,000 in one night. Ever since Sarah began dating that second-generation heir, Carter, she often joined him on his adventures around town. However, Sarah didn't like Carter's social circle, as she thought it was too complicated. The lives of rich people were not as simple as that of ordinary people. Their lives were often messy and unspeakable. Truth to be told, Sarah didn't like Carter that much. She thought that he was generous and treated her well, so she was fine with dating him for the moment. She was never going to marry him. After Sarah got off work, she planned on crashing at home, but Carter called her 3 times, asking her to meet him at Seductive Fox. Sarah wore a simple black trench coat paired with jean shorts and black heels. As a flight attendant, she was not only good-looking, but also had a stunning body. That's also why this heir of a rich family fell for her. "Sarah, come here." Carter gestured at her. Sarah walked over and sat down by Carter. "Here, let me introduce Aaron Gale, young Master Gale, to you. He's the heir of Gale Mining." He pointed at the man beside him. He had a pointy mouth and monkey-like face. Sarah nodded and greeted him. "Young Master Gale?" However, what she was actually thinking was, his dad owns no more than a mining company. Why did Carter have to especially introduce me to him? "Sarah, today's your lucky day. Do you know who's coming?" Carter asked her mysteriously. Sarah shook her head. "Young Master Cooper is coming in a bit." "Justin Cooper?" Sarah was surprised. "Yeah, young Master Gale and young Master Cooper know each other, and it's his birthday today, so he invited young Master Cooper. He will be coming with young Master Blake in a bit. You can take a photo and upload it to your friend circle. Ha ha ha. Your friends will be so jealous." The truth was, although Carter was a second-generation heir, he was nothing compared to Justin and the others. This was his first time seeing Justin in person, so he was even more excited than Sarah. "I look forward to it." Sarah was quite curious, because she had heard a lot of rumors about Justin Cooper. Aaron pervertedly looked at Sarah and smiled. "You are indeed flight attendant material. You are pretty, have fair skin, and long sexy legs." The compliment was so explicit that it made Sarah uncomfortable. She smiled awkwardly without saying anything. As they sat there, Aaron kept on asking her to drink. Sarah's tolerance wasn't bad, so, to be polite, she drank 3 glasses with him. Carter, on the other hand, was playing dice with a couple of friends and completely forgot that Sarah was there. Bored, Sarah sat in a corner and took out her phone. She sent Chloe a message. "Girl, I'm at Seductive Fox. Do you know who's coming later?" "Who?" Chloe asked. "Justin Cooper. I heard Justin's coming in a bit. Haha. I'm nervous, but we'll remember to snatch a photo of him for you." "No thanks. I'm not interested in Justin." Chloe used to look at that dude's face every day at the hospital so naturally she wasn't interested. Just then, Aaron shuffled up to her with a wine glass in hand. "Hey, sexy angel, do you want to play dice?" "I don't really know how to." "I can teach you." Then Aaron placed his hand on Sarah's smooth thigh. Sarah immediately got up and smiled. "I'm sorry, but I need to go to the restroom." Sarah was just about to head to the restroom when the door to the private room opened. Everyone in the room got up at once. Young Master Cooper. It was an incredibly spectacular scene. Curious, Sarah's gaze stopped at the door. The man by the door of the private room was dressed in beige sportswear with a low V-neck shirt. His pecs were partly hidden, but still obvious under the cloth, making him look incredibly sexy. Sarah, a fan of luxury goods, immediately noticed the brand of his outfit. It was the top-tier, luxurious brand, Valentino. His outfit was also limited edition, worth at least $100,000. Sarah was shocked. In comparison, her boyfriend, Carter Armani outfit, being worth a couple of thousand, was pathetic. Then, Sarah's gaze fell on Justin's face. His eyes were just the right size. He had inner double eyelids and delicate features. She couldn't help but stare at his red lips and white teeth. Was this handsome man the legendary Justin, known for his awful temper? Justin came in with Brenton, Max, and the others. They were all well-known heirs. 4 bodyguards in black followed in after them. It really was a spectacular scene. The 20 or so people inside the private room all looked at Justin as if he were God. Some went up to pour him wine, others went up to help him light up his cigarette. Aaron put away his arrogant manners and rushed up with his head between his legs. "Young Master Cooper, it's such an honor for you to come." Justin faintly looked around the room, as if he was not interested in anything that was happening. He didn't know Aaron that well, so he didn't have to be polite. He was only there because he knew Aaron's brother-in-law pretty well. Therefore, Justin took the time to stop by his party. Aaron almost emptied his wallet to order some of the most expensive liquors. He handed the drinks to Justin, Brenton, and the others. Sarah was dumbfounded. In her trance, she secretly took a photo of the group and sent it to Chloe. "Guess which one's Justin?" "The idiot in beige." "Good job." Sarah was impressed. "Girl, Justin stayed at our hospital for so long, so I can probably recognize him even if I were blind." Haha. Okay. I didn't think that Justin would be this good looking. He looks like a Korean pop star. Gosh, I think I'm fangirling right now. "Forget it. He's not a good person. Don't get your hopes up," Chloe advised. Haha. Don't worry. I'll just fangirl from afar. Ordinary girls like us can't handle men like Justin. "It's good that you know. It's late. You should go home soon. Don't stay too late." Chloe didn't think it was safe for girls to stay too late at nightclubs. Therefore, she tried to talk Sarah into going home. "Don't worry about it. I'll go home with my boyfriend in a bit," Sarah replied. Jack was working overtime. He was still tied up at a conference in the neighboring city. Therefore, after Chloe replied to Sarah, she went back to sleep. Sarah thought that once she and Carter wished Mr. Gale a happy birthday, they would be able to leave. However, what happened next was completely out of her imagination and impossible for her to deal with. After Aaron blew out his birthday candles, the entire room went crazy, and all the girls took off their tops, showing their breasts. It was too over the top and too much for Sarah. Music blasted in the room, paired with the screams of men and women. Most of the men brought dates, and those who didn't were accompanied by the nightclub's escorts. It was chaotic. Sarah liked nightclubs and being young and stupid, but she was a proper girl who knew what to do and what not to do. Therefore, when she saw all this, she immediately felt repelled. She went up and grabbed Carter's hand. Just as she was about to ask him if they could leave, she saw Aaron walk up to them. "Carter, what's with your girl? Why is her top still on?" Carter stared at Sarah with a devilish smile. "Oh, she's a little shy and hasn't done stuff like this before." Carter laughed dryly. "She'll get used to it. Get your flight attendant to join, and we'll all have some fun." Carter looked over at Sarah as if he were trying to get her opinion. Sarah immediately replied, "No, I won't do it. I don't play games like this." Carter laughed dryly and looked at Aaron. "She's nervous in public. Plus, she's from a poor family, so she hasn't experienced life and doesn't know how to have fun like we do. Don't take it personally, young Master Gale." Truth be told, Carter's words made Sarah really unhappy, but she didn't say anything. She pretended that it was Carter's attempt to give Aaron an out. However, Aaron, unwilling to back down, handed her a glass of wine instead. "Oh, really? But it's my birthday today, and I'm the boss. If you're not going to take off your shirt, then at least have a glass of wine with me." Carter looked at Sarah pleadingly. "Sarah, just have some wine." Sarah thought that everything would be fine after she drank that glass of wine. Plus, Carter was there, so nothing bad would happen to her. Therefore, without precaution, she took the wine Aaron handed her and drank it all. She didn't notice Aaron's evil smile. Justin, not far away, was chit-chatting with Brenton, not at all interested in anyone or anything in the room. After she drank the wine, Sarah began to feel dizzy, and her heart began beating fast. Realizing that something was wrong, she immediately ran to the restroom. She picked at her throat in hopes to throw up the wine. Just then, a woman came in to do some touch-up on her makeup. She laughed. "Young Master Gale drugged you. It seems like your boyfriend is basically giving you to Aaron to play with tonight. Too bad for you. There's no escape." Sarah looked up after hearing the voice. The woman talking to her was Brenny. She knew Brenny, and vice versa. However, because of Chloe, Sarah despised her. "Why are you here?" Sarah was surprised to see her. She must have paid too much attention to Justin, so Sarah didn't even notice that one of the women in the private room was Brenny. No wonder she couldn't recognize her. Brenny had on smoky eye makeup tonight and looked like a panda. Her dress was furry and colorful, and she looked like a retarded parrot. When all of the girls took their clothes off, Brenny didn't. Rather, she went to have a drink with Justin. It was obvious that Justin wasn't interested, so she started playing dice with Brenton and Max. Brenton and the others didn't like Brenny as well, but since she was from the Green family and was Andrew's little sister, they had to be somewhat considerate of her. This was probably the worst time to see Brenny. Sarah kept throwing up, but she was still feeling dizzy. "I never have anything to say to people like you. Get out of my way." Sarah pushed Brenny off to the side and stumbled out to accidentally see something that instantly made her hopeless. Aaron was talking to her supposed boyfriend. "Carter, I have a thing for your girl. Let me borrow her for a night." Carter responded with a slight smile. "Young Master Gale, I don't think that's a good idea. I kind of like this girlfriend." Aaron snickered. "Women are like a change of clothes. They're not hard to come by. Don't be so stingy. I can lend you mine to play with. It'll be fun. She's half Chinese, half Russian, has an insanely hot body, and is super good in bed." Carter seemed to be considering the deal. "Young Master Gale, Aaron caught on to his friend's change in stance quickly. "It's a deal then. Once the drug starts to work, I'll take her to the lounge and have some fun with her." Then, Aaron patted Carter on the shoulder, to which Carter didn't even object. Sarah was so angry that she was about to burst. Carter seemed really manly, but right then and there, why was he acting like such a pussy? Does he not even have the guts to refuse? Did he just agree to let Aaron play with her for the night? Fuck this bullshit. Furious, Sarah stormed out and grabbed Carter by the collar. "Are you a fucking man or not? Sarah, I can't piss off young Master Gale. Can you do this for me just for tonight?" As soon as he finished, Sarah slapped Carter right across the face, and his cheek immediately flamed up. Then, Sarah grabbed her bag to leave, but she was stopped by Aaron's men. "What do you want?" "Hey, pretty girl, you can't go. I haven't had my fun yet." Aaron smiled and replied, "Have fun, my ass. Get the fuck away from me. I'm going home." Sarah's head was spinning, and she wanted to leave as soon as possible. "You're spicy, but that's okay. I like little spicy girls. We're gonna have a lot of fun," Aaron said, as he reached out to pinch Sarah's face. Sarah stepped back and almost fell to the ground. Nervous and anxious, she sent Chloe a voice message. "Come get me. I'm at Seductive Fox, room 808. Come with your husband, quickly." The only thought that crossed Sarah's mind was that Chloe was the only one who could help her. Of course, she wasn't capable of rescuing Sarah herself. She was afraid that Chloe would be stepping into a bear trap, so she reminded Chloe to bring Jack with her. However, little did she know that Jack was on a business trip at a neighboring city and wasn't home yet. After Chloe received the message, she noticed that Sarah sounded weird. She immediately dialed her number, but no one picked up. At this moment, she realized that something must be wrong, so she threw on some clothes right away and drove to Seductive Fox. It was in the middle of the night, and there weren't a lot of cars on the road. It only took Chloe 12 minutes to get there. This was the first time she drove this fast, and she didn't even know how fast she was going. "Miss, are you here alone?" the greeter by the door asked politely. "No, I'm here to pick up a friend," Chloe hurriedly said, and then she took the elevator straight to the 8th floor. As soon as she pushed open the doors of the private room, everyone's gaze turned to her. She was wearing black loose pants, a white t-shirt, and a black long vest. It was a simple black and white combination, but pretty all the same. Her clothes matched her beautiful face perfectly and highlighted her elegant disposition. "Sarah!" she anxiously cried out. Then she saw Sarah, in the arms of a man, her clothes all over the place. That pointy-faced, monkey-looking man was just about to put his hands on her, which completely pissed Chloe off. Sarah seemed to be already semi-conscious. She didn't even react when she saw Chloe. As a professional healthcare provider, she immediately realized that Sarah had been drugged. "Hey, who's this pretty girl? I like her temperament." Aaron looked at Chloe pervertedly. Chloe didn't respond. She looked around the room full of men and women and asked, "Who's Carter?" She knew that Carter brought Sarah here, or else she would never come to a high-end club like Seductive Fox on her own. However, if her boyfriend brought her here, why was she drugged and being harassed by another man? This was unacceptable. "I'm Carter. Who are you?" Carter was having fun with the Chinese-Russian girl when he heard someone call out his name. He immediately stood up. Chloe walked up to Carter, and without saying anything, slapped him right across the face. The slap was loud and crisp, shocking everyone in the room. "Tsk, tsk. Who's that little hot pepper? She's got a temper," the rich heirs discussed amongst themselves. "Who the fuck are you? Why did you hit me?" Carter was dumbfounded by the slap and looked at Chloe angrily. "I can't believe that you, Sarah's boyfriend, would take her to a place like this. Not only did you fail to take care of her, but you also managed to get her drugged and almost raped by another man. Tell me, did your mom lose you when you were born and raised only the placenta instead?" After Chloe finished cursing at him, people immediately started laughing. It was rare to hear a young woman curse so comically. She was one of a kind. Brenton narrowed his eyes at Chloe and asked Justin on purpose, "This girl looks familiar. Isn't she the one you've been hung up on?" Justin didn't reply. But ever since Chloe entered the private room, his gaze never left her. He had to admit that every time he saw Chloe, his heart would begin beating rapidly. It was an interesting feeling. Where the hell did this crazy bitch come from? Is she retarded? First slapped and then cursed at, Carter was flabbergasted. He had too much alcohol and too much fun, and had completely forgotten that Sarah often mentioned to him that her best friend's name was Chloe. Therefore, he had absolutely no idea who Chloe was. Then, Chloe ignored everyone around them and walked straight up to Aaron. She pulled Sarah, half-conscious, away from Aaron's embrace. "Sarah, let's go." "Wait." Aaron's face immediately went grim. Chloe didn't stop. She headed for the door but was blocked by Aaron's people. "Are you crazy? Taking people from my arms? Do you think I'm blind?" Aaron was in the middle of having the time of his life when this girl came in and ruined everything. Of course, he was pissed off. "Sarah is my best friend. She asked me to come to pick her up, so I'm picking her up. It's as simple as that." "Haha, kudos for being so arrogant. Did you think this place was a supermarket, and you can just come and go as you wish?" Aaron sneered as he slowly stood up from the couch. He thought that it would be a piece of cake, dealing with lowlifes like her. He especially liked to toy with weak girls, and he loved playing cat and mouse. Just then, Brenny suddenly walked up. She rested her hand on Aaron's shoulder and said, "Young Master Gale, you're a lucky man. I foresee a threesome tonight." "A threesome? Ha ha ha, that's a good idea. You're a smart girl." Aaron, enlightened by Brenny, suddenly had an awakening. Chloe coldly glanced at Brenny. "You seem to know a lot about it. I assumed you've tried it before?" "Of course not. I'm an upper-class socialite from a good family. Unlike you, you little lowlife. You won't even sell for a high price. Hey, Miss Green, do you two know each other?" Aaron obviously noticed something going on between them. To his surprise, both Chloe and Brenny answered his question at the same time. "No." "Haha, that's good then. Hey, pretty girl, you definitely won't be able to leave tonight, so why don't you stay here and have some fun? Or you can leave, but your good friend will have to stay. What do you think?" Chloe, on the other hand, was extremely calm. She tightened her grip Sarah's waist, stared at Aaron and said, word for word, "You seem to look like a human being, but I don't think you're speaking our language. People like you are a waste of oxygen when alive, and a waste of land when dead." Carter, watching from the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She's hilarious. Even her verses are unique. I can't believe she just said that with a straight face. No wonder you like her. She has always been like that, Justin said as he stared at Chloe. Go ahead. Curse me all you want. I'll get back at you later in bed. Ha ha ha. Aaron laughed dirtily. He thought that it would be impossible for a weak woman like Chloe, with no background, no one to rely on, and no experience in fighting, to leave a room with more than 20 people. She could dream all she wanted, but it was not going to happen. To him, Chloe and Sarah were already carved turkeys, plated, and ready for him to enjoy. I don't believe that will happen. The more you try to stop me from leaving, the more determined I am about leaving. Let's see, who wants to stop me? Chloe scanned the room with an icy expression. When she glanced past Justin, her face remained emotionless, as if she was just looking at a stranger. This was because Sarah had already told her that Justin was there as well, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Interested at what was happening, Brenton looked at Justin. Isn't it time for you go and enter the scene and save the princess? Tsk, tsk. From the way things are headed, I swear I'm watching a Korean drama. Justin didn't respond. Instead, he stared at Chloe's beautiful face, his eyes deep with thought. Yet, no one knew what he was thinking. Chloe left home in a rush, and the winds were pretty strong tonight, so she only wore a casual outfit. Black and white were such boring colors. Yet, the outfit looked like that of a socialite on her. He had to admit that not everyone had Chloe's aura. Her hair was tied up in a simple ponytail, which made her look young and cute. Her outfit was indeed boring, but since it was an emergency, she randomly threw some clothes on, wasn't even thinking about how she looked. However, Justin loved looking at her. He thought that Chloe looked especially pretty tonight. In reality, it was because Justin fell for her, so even if Chloe came in wearing a garbage bag, he would still find her pretty. That's the beauty of the saying, love is blind. Little girl, stop fighting it. Be a good obedient little girl and come here before you piss me off. If you don't, you'll regret it. Aaron's patience was still there, so he called her little girl. Chloe was disgusted. If she wasn't carrying Sarah, she would have kicked that gross asshole to the curb. He was just nauseating to her. If someone like him was admitted to Southside, she would poke him with a needle until he became disabled. No mercy given. You can't do anything to me. If you do, you'll regret it. Now get the hell out of my way. Chloe, unwilling to waste any more time, spat out her final warning. Hey, little cutie, are you angry? I'd like to know what regret feels like. To Aaron, this was Chloe's last attempt at struggling. It was not worth getting scared over. Rather, it sparked his urge to conquer. Then, Aaron took off his t-shirt, revealing his upper body. Hey, young Master Gale's gonna have some fun now. Someone in the crowd cheered him on. Then, some began to clap, while others whistled. It was as if they are at the zoo, watching monkeys. Chloe despised this. She already had a plan in mind and wanted to quickly end this standoff. Brenton began losing his cool because he noticed that Justin had no intention of interfering. That wasn't right. Wasn't this the perfect time to come out and save the princess? Then, wasn't the princess supposed to express her gratitude and then fall in love with him? Weren't TV scripts all written that way? Finally, Brenton couldn't help but remind him, Justin, aren't you going to go help her? Soon it'll be too late. Aaron's way of playing with girls is brutal. Can you stand the girl you like being treated that way? Justin glanced coldly at Brenton and replied with question of his own. If you're that anxious, why don't you save her? Brenton didn't know what to say. The truth was, Justin did want to help her, but he was waiting for the right time. He wanted to wait until Chloe asked for his help. He wasn't about to run over and help her before she even opened her mouth. That wasn't Justin's style. All he wanted was some kind of signal from Chloe, as little as a glance his way. Then he would gladly punish that pervert Aaron. Sadly, Chloe was super calm, and she had absolutely no intention of signaling for help. When she glanced around the room and saw him, she looked at him like he was a stranger to her. Her eyes didn't even linger on him. Justin was aware of Chloe's guts, but he was surprised at how cocky she was being at a time like this. She piqued his interest. He wanted to know how Chloe, a girl on her own, was going to escape from a pack of wolves. After Aaron took off his top, he closed in on Chloe. A perverted smile appeared on his face. "Little girl, come to Daddy!" Chloe, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Everyone was watching, and that little bitch Brenny even took out her phone and began recording, waiting for Chloe to make a fool out of herself. In a split second, Chloe pushed Sarah onto a couch by the side. She then walked towards Aaron. Dumbfounded, Aaron was shocked, for a brief moment seeing this girl actually walking towards him. Just before his brain could process the situation, Chloe reached out and grabbed his arms, twisting them to his back. After 2 loud cracks, both of his arms were completely dislocated, and a painful scream echoed through the entire private room. Just when his men haven't even had a chance to react to what was happening, Chloe quickly picked up a beer bottle from the table and hurled it at Aaron's head. Some of the girls began shrieking in horror. Finally, just when everyone thought that it was over, Chloe picked up the broken bottle and pressed it against Aaron's neck. The bottle had been smashed and was sharper than a razor. One swift move, and it would cost him his life. Moreover, Chloe had aimed at where the aorta was on Aaron's neck. He would die in a matter of seconds. Things happened so fast that it left everyone in the room in shock. Justin watched as his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Perfecto. Brenton was ready to give Chloe a round of applause. "Stupid bitch. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me." Aaron's arms had been dislocated, and he cried out in pain. Feeling the broken beer bottle pressed against his neck, he was so scared that his face went pale. "If you want him to live, move away. I'm taking my friend home." Chloe still kept her cool. Her face was calm and emotionless, as if everything was going according to plan. Of course, these stupid people didn't have the chance to react. She had turned the situation around within a matter of seconds. No one aside from Chloe was capable of something like this. "Why are you all just standing there? Get over here and kill this bitch." Aaron sucked in his pain and cursed at his people. Big Brother Gale. The men finally came to their senses, and they closed in onto Chloe. "Don't come near, or else he's dead." Chloe pressed the beer bottle even harder onto Aaron's neck. The sharp glass immediately penetrated his skin, and he howled in pain. "Oh shit, it hurts. Don't come near. Back the fuck off." Aaron finally realized that this woman wasn't bluffing. She was for real. Just then, Brenny opened her mouth. Get her friend and threaten her. A life for a life, then she'll have to throw in the towel. Brenny was a tad smarter than Aaron and his men. She gave them an idea when they needed one the most. Aaron's men listened to Brenny, and one of them immediately grabbed Sarah. After all, Chloe was by herself. She could deal with Aaron, but she couldn't take care of Sarah at the same time. Everyone thought that as soon as Sarah was taken, Chloe would let go of Aaron. However, they were all wrong. Even when Sarah was being held hostage, Chloe still didn't plan on letting go of Aaron. "Let go of Mr. Gale, or else we're killing your friend," one of the men shouted fiercely as he tightened his grip around Sarah's neck. Chloe was still calmer than ever. "Why don't we do it at the same time? Let's see if my friend stops breathing first, or your big brother Gale." The men were all dumbfounded. They were shocked at how unreasonable this woman was. She wasn't interested in compromising at all. Then Chloe added, "Don't drop my friend. If she loses one strand of hair, I will chop off a piece of your big brother Gale's flesh in return. If you don't believe what I said, then try me." Then she pressed the beer bottle she was holding down even harder. At this point, Aaron's face had turned purple, and he was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. Then, Brenton, who was watching their fight, exclaimed, "Bro, the girl you like is indeed a badass." Brenny was furious that Aaron's men were kept at bay by Chloe. She decided to pour more gasoline on the fire. "Don't be scared of her. She's just a woman. She can't do anything. There are so many people here. Are we about to let 2 women go? People will laugh at us if they hear about it." Chloe glanced at Brenny for just a second. and then she continued. You can listen to her nonsense, but I wouldn't mind draining your big brother Gale's blood. At worst, I'll pay for it in prison. But here's the thing. Sarah and I are just ordinary citizens with nothing special. I heard that your big brother Gale here is a super rich heir, and he has so much money, he can burn it just for fun. Tsk, tsk. It'll be a shame if he dies young. After Chloe finished her sentence, the men backed away, unwilling to advance any further. Hey, little girl, let's talk things out. This is too dangerous. Why don't you let me go first? Then, I'll ask my men to escort the two of you out. What do you think? Aaron's legs went weak upon hearing what Chloe said. His rage had burned out, and all he cared about now was keeping himself alive. Chloe was right. He was so rich, it wouldn't be worth it to die over something like this. What was the point of fighting with two women, anyways? I'm not a little kid, and I'm not about to negotiate with you. Either you let me go now, or we both die here. My patience is running out, so you'd better make your decision soon. Or else, I have no choice but to start draining your blood. Then, she lightly scraped the broken beer bottle on his neck, and blood immediately began flowing out. The truth was, she didn't use a lot of strength. It was just an exterior wound. As a medical professional, she knew more than anyone how to control bleeding. However, in the other's eyes, she was acting like a maniac. Shit, is she really going to drain Big Brother Gale of his blood? There's so much blood. Holy fuck, should we call the police? Everyone inside the private room lost their cool and sank into chaos. Things have officially gone a little too far. Second-generation heirs like them only knew of booze and fun. None of them had ever witnessed a scene as bloody as this one. Hurry up, let them go. Make way. This woman has gone mad. Aaron felt a chill on his neck as sticky blood flowed out of it. At that moment, all of his rationality disappeared as he completely broke down. At that same moment, Justin couldn't help but look at Chloe with admiration. Yes, he was impressed by how calm and collected she stayed when faced with danger, capable of controlling the situation and dealing with the enemy. She easily destroyed Aaron's sanity and took control of the scene. It was a shame that she was born in modern times. If she were born a couple hundred years ago, she would make a fine military commander. She had the potential to lead men into war. She had fast reflexes and tackled matters accurately and ruthlessly. She didn't say much, but her actions spoke louder than a million words. At that moment, all the men seemed like nobodies under her aura. Don't let her go! Don't worry! Nothing bad is going to happen! Brenny shrieked loudly. People just ignored her. At this point, everyone believed that Chloe was for real. If they kept this going, someone was really going to die. Fuck! What are you all standing there for? Let her go! In the end, Aaron wailed out in tears, in fear that he was really going to bleed to death. Come on, guys, let her go. Open the door. Someone called out from the crowd and everyone slowly dispersed. Then, someone opened the door. Chloe continued to tug on Aaron's collar with one hand and pressed the beer bottle against his neck with the other, unwilling to budge. You! Help my friend up and come downstairs with me. No one else can come. Chloe looked at the man holding Sarah and ordered. The man quickly helped Sarah up and then left the room with Chloe. The others all watched, but no one had no guts to chase after them. Finally, Chloe forced Aaron downstairs and ordered the other man to put Sarah on the passenger seat of her car. Let go of her and then go back 50 meters, Chloe commanded. The man immediately followed her orders. Chloe made sure that no one else had followed her and everything was okay. Then, she pushed away Aaron, opened the door to her car, and drove away. Then, the others immediately helped Aaron back to the room. Hurry up, call the ambulance, someone in the crowd yelled. Call what fucking ambulance? Go chase that car and make sure she doesn't leave the city. I'm killing those two bitches. Aaron's fury rekindled in his heart. He was outraged and horrified at the same time. Just as his people were about to chase after Chloe, Justin slowly stood up and said, "No." Young Master Cooper. The others didn't understand why Justin, who had been spectating all this time without making a noise, chose now to suddenly open his mouth. Don't ask why. If young Master Cooper says don't go, then you're not going. If you want to piss off young Master Cooper, you'll have to pay the price. Brenton smiled as he stood up. Although Aaron was unwilling to let this go, he didn't have the guts to disobey Justin, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. After Chloe left, Justin lost the mood to stay as well, so he stood up to leave. A few dozens followed after him. Seeing Justin leave the room, Brenny immediately went up to him. "Young Master Cooper." "I was thinking." Brenny ran up bravely to block Justin's path. Her parrot outfit was especially eye-catching. This was her attempt to make Justin notice her. Some damned individuals had spread rumors that Justin had extreme fetishes. Apparently, he liked weird stuff that was out of place, because it felt like a breath of fresh air. Therefore, Brenny spent a fortune on a stylist, so that she could copy off the mother of visual experimentation, Lady Gaga. However, she was just blindly imitating her, because Lady Gaga's style had always been that way. However, her dressing up like that all of a sudden was way over the top. Why did a woman like that have to ruin herself? No wonder Andrew once labeled Brenny as a brainless oaf with big breasts. Fuck off. Justin relentlessly reached out and pushed Brenny off to the side. Just now, Brenny was egging Aaron on. Justin hadn't even made her pay for what she did yet. Thank goodness Chloe was all right. If she was hurt because of Brenny, Justin would immediately cut off her tongue. That big-mouthed woman. After Justin pushed Brenny aside, he got into his black Lamborghini. Brenton got onto the passenger seat. "Where are we going now? To find your girl?" Brenton smiled. Justin didn't answer. Instead, he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away with a swoosh. Ah! The speed scared Brenton. He knew what Justin was thinking about. However, he couldn't tell for sure, because Justin was a fickle man. Chloe drove her car all the way to Sarah's parents' home. She wanted to drop Sarah off at Sarah's own apartment, but was afraid that those people would come looking for revenge. After all, Sarah's asshole boyfriend knew where she lived. When they passed by a pharmacy, she bought some hangover medicine and fed it to Sarah. When she dropped her off at her parents', all Chloe said was that Sarah was drunk. Her parents were aware that Chloe and Sarah were good friends, so they didn't suspect a thing. Chloe watched Sarah for a while, and she didn't leave until she was sure that Sarah was asleep and stable. On her way back home, she was careful. She knew that those people weren't easy to deal with, and it was possible for them to tail her in the middle of the night to seek revenge. Things seemed to be peaceful, but the more peaceful they were, the more worried she became. Truth be told, she was extremely nervous just now. Thank goodness Aaron admitted defeat. Or else, was she really going to be forced to kill him? Of course not. She wasn't that stupid. She didn't want to receive a death penalty for murder. All she thought was that when things came to it, Justin wasn't going to just stand there and do nothing, right? However, if she could, she wanted to deal with things herself. Chloe didn't want to owe anyone a favor, especially Justin, since was aware of how he felt towards her. She didn't know if his feelings were genuine or if he was just fooling around, but he did kind of like her. However, she didn't care, because Jack was enough to fill her entire heart up. It was already 2:30 a.m. when Chloe got home. After she went in, she saw that the lights in the living room were dimly lit, and Jack was sitting there, with his jacket on, smoking a cigarette. "You're back." Chloe felt reassured by Jack's presence. "Where were you?" Jack looked up, his expression complicated as he looked at her. "Oh, Sarah was at a party and had too much to drink, so I picked her up. Do you know what time it is? Do you think it was safe for you to pick her up at a nightclub?" Jack's voice was cold and distant, unlike how he usually sounded. Chloe had the feeling that something was wrong. "Oh, it's fine. I'm not the one who's drunk. Plus, here I am, safely at home." Chloe smiled. Jack didn't say anything else, but his expression was still aloof. Are you hungry? I can make you a midnight snack. No, I already ate. Then, should I draw you some water so you can take a bath? Guilty, Chloe asked. You should sleep first. I still have work to do. Then, Jack got up and headed upstairs to his study. He closed the door with a bang. Even the sound was louder than it usually was. Chloe was puzzled. Is Mr. Dawson PMSing? He's acting a little weird today. Although she wondered why he acted that way, she didn't think too much into it. There was no way Chloe was going to tell Jack about what happened just now. If Jack found out that she stood up against more than 20 men and almost got hurt, he would go crazy. She knew how much Jack cared about her personal safety. The sky-high insurance that Jack bought her was proof of how much he cared. Therefore, Chloe took a shower and crawled into bed. She waited a long time. But Jack didn't come. In the end, she fell asleep alone. Inside the study, Jack stared at his laptop, but he had no intention to work. He was at a neighboring city, ready for an all-night emergency meeting. GK had made property investments in that city, but the local government implemented new policies, so they had to make adjustments. In order to not waste the billions they had invested, Jack had no choice but to inspect the construction site in person. Then, he brought along some executives and engineers to attend the all-night meeting. However, at around midnight, someone sent him a video. The video was from Rick. They were friends, but rarely hung out. Usually, unless it was absolutely necessary, Rick rarely contacted Jack because both of their statuses in society were too special. Moreover, no one knew that when Jack lived in the United States, he and Rick, and even Rick's family, were abnormally close. After he returned, Jack only asked Rick for one favor, and that was to investigate the truck that almost hit Chloe. Therefore, Rick would never send a video to him out of boredom. Jack waved his hand, signaling them to stop the meeting. Then, he walked into the lounge and opened the video. After watching it, his entire face fell. The Seductive Fox nightclub was one of Rick's family's businesses, and cameras were installed in every corner of the club. Therefore, from Chloe's entrance to her exit, Jack saw everything, bright and clear. Below the video, Rick added, I heard that you're not in the city, but don't worry, I promise that nothing will happen. To her. What he meant was, Rick was going to make sure Chloe left the club safely. However, she managed to escape herself. Although what she did was risky, it was still impressive. Chloe probably didn't know, but someone was actually secretly protecting her when she was at Seductive Fox doing her thing. After Jack saw what Chloe did, he lost his cool. He was not in the mood to continue with the meeting, so he drove home and waited for Chloe to confess and apologize. He had already warned her not to do anything stupid, but she kept putting herself behind enemy lines. What if the nightclub didn't belong to Rick? What if the men she faced were outlaws? Would Chloe have walked out alive? He didn't even want to think about it. However, after he got home and interrogated Chloe, she played dumb with him and didn't even mention what happened. Did he not even have the right to worry about her? Weren't married couples supposed to tell each other everything? This was the first time Jack felt as mad as he did. He was more furious than ever, so he ignored Chloe and went up to his study room alone. He didn't go back to her room all night. The next morning, after Chloe got up, she didn't see breakfast on the table, nor Jack in the condo. She sent him a message. Did you go to work? She waited a while, but no one replied. Chloe assumed that Jack was busy, so she didn't think too much into it. She left the condo. Assuming that the people from last night remembered her license plate, she didn't want to drive, so she took a cab to the hospital instead. She received a call from Sarah as soon as she arrived. Girl, what happened last night? Sarah's voice was raspy, as she asked drowsily. Well, I'm glad you asked. Chloe felt speechless. I just remember that Aaron guy drugged me and I felt very dizzy. I messaged you, but I can't remember anything after that. Oh wait, I remember seeing Brenny too. Holy, let me tell you, she was dressed up like a feather duster. It was hilarious. Dude, quit laughing at others, you were almost raped. Did you know that? Well, almost means it didn't happen. You came at just about the right time, right? Of course, you would have been screwed both literally and figuratively if I didn't go. Haha, I knew you would come. Did Jack come with you? I bet those bastards were dumbstruck when they saw Jack, and they probably shat their pants too. It must have been such an epic scene. Too bad I missed it. Chloe thought about it for a moment and said, "That boyfriend of yours is an asshole. You guys should break up. Don't go out with him anymore." Of course. Even if you didn't tell me, I would beat the shit out of him first and then dump him after. Sarah was rather speechless when it came to that boyfriend of hers. He was a real coward, selling her out during a critical moment like that. Because of him, she was almost raped by that Gale guy. Thank goodness Chloe arrived on time. As for what happened last night, Chloe didn't want to say much because she didn't want Sarah to feel bad. Sometimes, it's best to just let the past slide. Nothing happened, and that was obviously the best outcome already. Chloe went back to work after hanging up the phone. Chloe's incident from last night was quietly spreading like wildfire in the upper-class circle. Many of them wanted to take a look at the glorious tough girl. More than anything, they wanted to see bloodshed. Rumors had it that Aaron was already recovering in the first hospital's VIP room. Not only was his family taking turns watching him, but he also hired a bunch of bodyguards. He was almost scared to death by a woman, for real this time. Amelia had always been a gossipy nurse. While on lunch, she secretly messaged Chloe. "Chloe, you there? What's up?" "A special guest was admitted into one of our VIP rooms today. Apparently he's some mining company's heir." "Okay," Chloe replied calmly. "Do you know why he's here?" "Nope." "Haha, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. He got drunk last night and was going to rape some girl, but then he met this girl that was a highly trained kung fu master. She was so agile and beat the shit out him. Not only did she dislocate his arms, but she also almost slashed his throat. I wonder where this girl came from. She has such a temper. I really want to meet her. She's my idol now." Ahem. Where did you hear all of this crap? Chloe was sipping on water and almost choked. A highly trained kung fu master? Throat slashing? Was it really that intense? I'm not bullshitting you. It's real. That second-generation heir was so scared. Now that he's in the hospital, he placed 8 bodyguards in front of the door. I wonder how psychologically scarred he is. So were his injuries serious? Chloe wondered if he would sue her if she injured him more than she intended. Nah. It's all just scratches and bruises. We've reattached his arm. However, he's a little traumatized. I heard that he's now suffering from insomnia. He went to the neurology department and asked to be tranquilized. Oh, I see. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. After hearing the bastard was indeed all right, she felt a little reassured. It was a good thing that the guy was admitted to the first hospital. If he came to Southside, would he pass out and froth around the mouth when he saw that Chloe was a nurse here? After all, Chloe left a very deep, nightmare-like impression on him last night. Headquarters of the Green Corporation. So, my little sister Chloe almost blew up Earth again last night. Andrew smiled profoundly as he played with a mini-globe and listened to his man report to him the events of the night before. President Green, that's all I have to report. Very well. It's fortunate that Chloe is all right, or else Aaron would be in the crematory right now, not the first hospital. We will keep a close watch on Miss Chloe. Don't worry, President Green. We will make sure nothing else happens to her. Good work. You may go now. After chasing out his men, Andrew was thinking of giving Chloe a call. However, he was interrupted by Liam, who suddenly burst into the room. Big brother? What is it? Andrew looked up. I don't want to work on the project in England anymore. Liam didn't like Andrew very much, but on the surface, he needed to show his respect to his older brother. Why? Isn't it going well? I've been saying good things about you in front of Dad. It's always raining in England. The weather there sucks, and it affects my mood. I also have no friends there, and I have no place to have fun. I'm bored to death. Dad said you're all grown up now. You shouldn't always be thinking about going out and having fun. You should help me out a little when it comes to work. I can help you out here, in the country. I just don't want to go abroad anymore. Just stop sending me overseas. I won't be going. I will tell Dad myself. Liam walked out before Andrew could say anything. Tsk, tsk. Look at the spoiled brat. Andrew shook his head and sighed. He was no longer in a hurry to get rid of Liam and Brenny anymore, because they were no longer a threat. The only threat was the old guy who won't die, and his mistress. Dinner time. Andrew sat beside Timothy in the dining room of their mansion. Andrew would often pour drinks and make sure his father's bowl was buried in a mountain of food. He was indeed very good at putting up a front as a dutiful and obedient son. Liam and Brenny, on the other hand, often went out, so they very rarely ate dinner at home. Dinner time was also only attended by Evelyn and Lily. Dad, I have some news. What is it? Timothy seemed rather interested. I heard Justin has taken an interest in Chloe. Justin? The only young master from the Cooper family? The only heir of the Cooper family after 5 generations? When it comes to the Cooper family, even Timothy was in awe of their reputation. Rumor had it that in the city, the Cooper surname entitled you to do whatever you liked. The Cooper household was a family with a deep history. Back in the national period, they were a family of extreme power. Many of their family members worked as either rich businessmen or high-level officials. Their positions were already deeply rooted and could not be easily shaken. As the only child of the 5th generation in the Cooper household, Justin was blessed by God the moment he was born. Yes, that's the one. How can he possibly be interested in Chloe? Timothy was surprised. That unfavorable daughter of his didn't possess a beautiful face, nor a curvy body. She wasn't tender nor soft, and the way she spoke was often fierce and cruel. How could Justin possibly be interested in her? Chloe is very unique in her own way, so it's not surprising at all. Remember when she was still in school? She had something going on with the Dawson family's son. Andrew chuckled. What? Justin likes Chloe? Are you sure this is not a joke? Evelyn was rather surprised. She knew her daughter had been trying to get close to Justin, but she couldn't imagine Chloe would have a tie with him. Lily sipped on her wine gracefully and laughed. What's so funny about that? To each his own. Our Brenny is pretty, like a flower, but she might not be Justin's type. It's hard to say when it comes to these things. Evelyn glanced at Lily. She knew Lily did it on purpose, but she had no intention of arguing. In terms of what happened during school, Timothy was aware of everything. But they were all kids back then and were too young to speak of marriage. It had no business value, so he never took it seriously. Where did you hear this? Is it true? Doubtful, Timothy questioned him once more. It came out of Justin's own mouth? Is that real enough for you? Andrew smiled mysteriously. Timothy was officially stunned, because he knew Andrew was not someone to release misleading information just for the sake of it, especially when talking to him. If Justin was really interested in Chloe, that's a very good thing then. Glorious days are ahead for our family. Timothy nodded contently. Honey, don't be too happy too soon. The girl had already publicly announced that she is no longer associated with us. We might not be able to profit from her through association, Evelyn reminded. So, she is still a seed of the Green family. If this information is accurate, then I will find a way to contact the Cooper family. If they want to have a respectable wedding, then I am the only one who can provide her the righteous royal identity for marriage. The room fell silent after Timothy finished speaking. Everyone had their own axe to grind. Even Lily Green, who remained silent, was calculating. But Evelyn knew that regardless of what Timothy decided on, It would always be in the best interest of her son and daughter. Andrew wanted to chuckle after hearing what his father said. He also very much wanted to ask him if he was overthinking it. How could his mind automatically move on to marriage already? Of course, none of them knew that Chloe was already with Jack. Andrew was the only person who knew about their secret, just like years ago, when they were still in school. He always paid too much attention to Chloe, so he was always the first to find out about her secrets. Sarah napped for the entire day. In the afternoon, she showered, changed, and was in the midst of going out before Carter's call came in. She had just turned on her phone. Carter asked her to meet him downstairs, and Sarah gladly went. It was, after all, broad daylight. Nothing could possibly happen, and it was just below where she lived. Carter waited for her in a Prado Land Cruiser. Without a word, Sarah went up and slapped him across the face. Just like Chloe. The slap was crisply delivered. "You scumbag. Here's a slap for you. We're over." Sarah turned on her heel to leave. "Sarah, wait. There's nothing else you can say. It's not going to work between us." Sarah thought Carter wanted to get back together with her. "I'm not here to ask for forgiveness. I'm here to advise you and your friend to pack your things and get out of here." "What do you mean by that? You won't allow us to live in this city just because I dumped you?" Sarah turned back and glared at Carter viciously. "It's not me. It's young Master Gale. He already gave out the word that he won't let you guys go easily. From what I know, he will look for his revenge soon. What your friend did to him last night had angered the entire Gale family." "What did my friend do?" Sarah was a little stunned. "Did she not tell you she almost killed Aaron just to take you home?" Carter looked at Sarah profoundly and asked her, "Almost killed Aaron?" Sarah was dumbstruck. Why didn't Chloe mention that something this big happened? Out of anger, Sarah grabbed Carter by the collar and shouted, "Tell me what happened last night." Sarah's face went from a shade of pale white to dark, and then purple after Carter illustrated exactly what had happened last night. Chloe went there all alone, rescued her, and almost killed somebody. Jack wasn't there. Chloe went looking for her, all alone. Holy shit, what did she get herself into? And she also dragged Chloe into this mess too. Seeing Sarah completely dumbstruck, Carter continued, "Nevertheless, you were once my girlfriend. I never thought about marrying you, but I wasn't just fooling around with you either. Based on how long we've been going out, I would really advise you guys to get out of here. You should ask your parents to move too, or else they won't be able to escape blame either. Young Master Gale is still hospitalized. He will seek revenge as soon as he is out, and you guys will be screwed. What the fuck is wrong with this world? We're the victims, and we need to run?" Sarah swore. "What choice do you have? It's a world for the rich, and whoever is more powerful is the big daddy. The Gale family is very big and powerful, and they have all the money in the world. They can hire a professional assassin and kill your entire family in a matter of minutes. I'm not trying to scare you, but that friend of yours, she will be met with a fate worse than yours." Sarah calmed herself down a little after Carter left. Then she gave Chloe a call. "Hey, you're sober now?" Chloe chuckled as if nothing was wrong. "Girl, why didn't you tell me the truth about last night?" Unlike her usual self, Sarah's tone sounded extremely grave. "What truth?" Chloe didn't plan to tell Sarah the truth, so she asked back, pretending not to know what she was talking about. "Carter told me everything." "Ah, he told you already?" "It was no big deal. Anyways, we both got out fine in the end." Chloe smiled faintly, and her tone was pretty chill. "You asshole, are you stupid? You almost lost your life, you know that, right?" Sarah couldn't hold it in anymore, and began crying. "It wasn't that serious. I was just trying to scare that scumbag. I wasn't actually going to kill him. If I did that, I would have to pay with my life." "Bullcrap, don't lie to me. I know exactly the kind of person you are." Sarah was bawling her eyes out, ruining her eye makeup. Passers-by stared at her panda eyes. "What the hell are you all looking at? Scram!" Sarah cursed at the crowd gathered around her. "Girl, stop crying. I'm not dead yet, right? Anyways, if I didn't fake that a life for a life attitude, how could I have rescued you? Those people aren't idiots." "Damn, Chloe. You're lucky that you're fine. If something had happened to you, Jack would have cut me into 8 pieces, tortured me, minced me, fried me." Sarah was afraid to imagine how Jack would feel if he knew that something almost happened to Chloe. "But nothing happened, right? I've always been a lucky girl." Chloe laughed. "That damned scumbag Carter, he told me that we should run away because the Gale family will seek revenge. Let's not run away, because if they really wanted to kill us, we'll never be safe, no matter where we are. Also, I think that the most dangerous place is the safest place," Chloe calmly analyzed. "Of course we don't need to run. As long as you have Mr. Dawson, no one will dare to hurt you. You have to be careful, though. Look out for yourself on your way to and from work." I'll be careful. You should ask your mom and dad to lay low for a while. Tell them to go on a trip or something." I'll arrange it." Before Sarah hung up the phone, she said in all seriousness, "Girl, I'll remember everything you did for me. If there's a day that you need me, my life is yours." "Stop blabbering. Why would I want your life? It's not worth much anyways." Chloe was afraid that Sarah would get emotional, so she hung up immediately. Sarah and their friendship went without saying. They had maintained a great relationship all these years. When she was out of money, Sarah transferred money without a second word. She helped Chloe as much as she could. Chloe thought that at her age, she was no longer an ignorant girl and was already on her path to maturity. She didn't care about pleasing others anymore. She hung out with whoever pleased her and avoided whoever exhausted her. It was better to please herself than please others. She would rather be lonely than to betray her feelings. She would rather have regrets than to go with the flow. The saying, "To those who cannot enter my heart, I'll treat with disdain and apathy. To the one who can enter my heart, I'll treat him as a king," was true. In her heart, Jack was her king. However, she didn't know what happened to her king last night, as he had no contact with her today. To test out the waters, Chloe sent him a red pocket. It wasn't worth much. She sent him only $8.88 as a bait. He accepted the money immediately. Chloe was happy, and she sent him a message. "Mr. Dawson, you busy?" She waited for a long time, but he didn't respond. What was happening? In anger, Chloe posted a status onto her friend circle. If you sent somebody a red packet, and they accept it, but still won't reply to your messages, what's happening? She did not think that somebody would comment as soon as she posted it. Chloe thought it was that brat, Thomas. She was surprised to see that it was actually Jack. He commented, "Then you must have done something wrong." Chloe wanted to cry but had no tears, replying, "Mr. Dawson, I didn't. Everyone knows that I'm innocent. I've been loyal to you. The sun, the moon, the heaven, and the earth can all prove it." However, Jack stopped replying. He was still giving her the silent treatment. Chloe was on the edge that entire afternoon. After she returned home from work, she waited for him, pacing around as she did. It was around 8 that Jack eventually opened the door to their condo. "Mr. Dawson, you must be tired. Do you want coffee or tea?" Chloe tried her best to please him. "I don't want to talk to you." Leaving his words behind him, Jack walked upstairs. Chloe was speechless. Finally, Chloe couldn't take it anymore. She said, "Jack, you as face, stop right there." Upon hearing Chloe's words, Jack stopped in his tracks. "Don't you think that you're being a little unreasonable?" With her cheeks puffed, Chloe angrily asked, "Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" Jack turned his head and stared Chloe down. "Please, don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it, or it feels really weird, don't you think?" Chloe didn't like being ignored by Jack. That feeling was extremely unpleasant. Seeing her ask, Jack turned around and walked down the stairs. He walked up to Chloe and looked at her for a whole 3 seconds. "Good. Then let me ask you again. Where were you last night and what happened? Answer me when you're ready." Hearing Jack bringing up what had happened last night gave Chloe a bad feeling. Jack's gaze was especially sharp, so Chloe assumed that he found out. So as a test, she meekly mumbled, "I didn't mean for last night to happen. But it still happened, right? Did Sarah tell you?" Chloe assumed that Sarah would be the only one to tell Jack about it. "I don't need her to tell me. I obviously have my own sources. But how could you not tell me something as big as this? Do you not treat me as your husband? Or am I just a household decoration to you?" It was clear from listening to Jack's words that he was angry. The thing that infuriated him the most was that Chloe always did her own thing and hid secrets from him. He was so worried about her, but she refused to tell him anything. As expected, Jack found out about everything. Biting her lips, Chloe pondered. At last, she decided to tell Jack everything that happened. She grabbed Jack's hand and pulled him down onto the couch. She briefly explained what happened last night, leaving out some details. But what she didn't know was, Jack had already seen the video. How could he still not be aware of everything that happened? "That's everything. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. Also, I came back safely, didn't I? Next time when you're in trouble, talk to me first. You were on a business trip in the neighboring city, right? Driving back wouldn't have been fast enough. Sarah was in grave danger, and I acted in a hurry." Chloe looked for excuses. "I wasn't in the city, but I could have used my connections. Although I recently returned to the country, I am still the president of GK. Your husband is a boss, not a wimp. We've known each other for so long. Why do you not trust me?" Jack frowned and demanded, "I was wrong." Chloe finally lowered her head. "About what?" "I shouldn't have kept all of this from you. I should have told you last night." "No, you should have told me as soon as Sarah sent you that message. I would have arranged everything and not let you face danger alone," Jack added. Yes. Everything you're saying is right." Chloe nodded. She was afraid to be lectured by Jack. "You only know how to lay me off. You say that every time, and then make the same mistake every time." This time, Jack wasn't going to go easy on her. Realizing that she was about to be lectured again, Chloe immediately coughed a few times. Ahem. Sorry. I know that. I made a mistake. Next time. I'll be careful." Chloe's sentence sounded choppy because of the coughing. She held her chest and appeared to be in pain. Of course, once he saw her like this, Jack immediately became worried and patted her back gently. He softly said, "See? Now, you've got a cold." Maybe it was too cold last night. It's fall now, so the temperature is colder," Chloe replied quietly. Jack heartachingly took the blanket from the couch and covered her with it. Then, he walked into the kitchen and made some brown sugar ginger water to warm up her body. Holding the cup of warm, brown, sugar ginger water in her hands, a smug smile appeared on Chloe's face. She knew no matter how powerful Jack was, he would panic as soon as she showed an impression of weakness. He wouldn't even be able to tell if she was really sick or pretending. The next day at work, Chloe was stopped by Deputy Director after the morning meeting. "What's going on, Deputy Director?" "Green, Southside is choosing the best employee of the month, and I nominated you. As soon as Director Richard approves it, you'll receive a bonus of $20,000. "No, it's fine. Deputy Director, I don't think that I'm that outstanding. I'm just doing my job." Chloe didn't want to be in the spotlight and be awarded the best employee. To be frank, she didn't think of herself as someone outstanding. Her situation now was different from what it was in the beginning. She was quite poor when she had first started as an intern at the first hospital. She was in dire need of money, and therefore asked the head nurse for a bonus. Now, she no longer needed money, and she only wanted to do her job. She wanted to give the bonus to someone who actually needed it, or else she would feel guilty. "Ugh, I said that I nominated you. Mr. Green gave us so much funding, and it was all due to you." Deputy Director brought up Andrew again, which gave Chloe a repulsive feeling. Deputy Director, sorry. I don't have a great relationship with Andrew. He's him and I am me. You don't have to give me special treatment because of him. I know. I won't let word get out. Don't worry and keep doing what you're doing. It seemed like Deputy Director didn't understand what Chloe was trying to express. He left after trying to please Chloe with his words. It bummed Chloe out. During lunch break, a black Rolls-Royce slowly parked in front of Southside Recuperation Center. Timothy exited the car, followed by 2 bodyguards and a chauffeur. It may have been because his weak body was susceptible to chills, because another bodyguard held an umbrella over his head. He looked very stylish, dressed in a black wool coat. Timothy had a smileless face and was exuding the aura of an aristocrat. When Chloe saw him at the door of her office, she glanced at him and lowered her head, continuing to organize her reports. She had no intention of talking to him. "Chloe," he spoke first. Then, Timothy waved his hand, signaling his people to take their leave and close the door behind him. "Mr. Green, don't waste time on me. I won't return to the Green family. I trust that you must have seen the official statement. I don't want to waste time bickering as I am busy at work. Please leave." To avoid an unpleasant conversation, Chloe straight up asked him to leave. However, Timothy had no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat down in front of Chloe. "Chloe, I understand what you're going through. Your mom and you have had some rough years, and as a father, I haven't been dutiful to either of you. I can understand if you blame me. Thank you for your understanding. I won't bother seeing you out." Chloe's face was ice cold. She didn't even raise her head or glance at Timothy once. She was speechless with this cold-blooded businessman in front of her. As a human being, he did not have basic morals, so what was the point for him to keep living anymore? Of course, she couldn't say that. After all, he was her father, no matter how much she didn't want to admit to it. "Be patient, Chloe. Hear me out first. I heard rumors that you were Justin's private nurse when he stayed here, right?" After beating around the bush for a while, Timothy got to the real reason he came today. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Chloe said, as she finally raised her head and stared Timothy down. "There's no problem. I also heard that Justin favored you." "What about it? Is that any of your business?" Chloe asked back, not leaving any negotiating room. "Child, calm down. I thought that if you liked Justin too, I can help you out. I can let you back into the Green family and give you the same status as Brenny. Then, maybe the Cooper family will easily accept you. If we get engaged, you can then rightfully use the Cooper family's powers to help you expand your business empire, solidify your ambitions, promote your biological son and daughter, and please your mistress. Isn't that right?" Chloe exposed Timothy's intentions for him right away. Seeing Chloe's fast reaction stunned Timothy for a second. It was as if he didn't expect Chloe to see everything thoroughly. "How could you think of me that way? How else should I think?" Chloe crossed her arms around her chest and looked at him coldly. I know that after all these years, you have become prejudiced against me. I don't blame you, really. I'm only trying to help you because with your current status, there's no way the Cooper people will let you into their family. That's funny. Why would I want to enter the Cooper family?" "Don't you like Justin?" Timothy asked. "Which God told you that I liked Justin? It's as if everything was of your own presumptuous speculation. Don't you know who Justin is? He's a man who every woman desires, a gift from God." Timothy stated Justin's prestigious status, trying to make Chloe see the truth. That's unlucky. It just so happens that I am a woman who does not dream of Justin. Chloe, don't be so stubborn. You should be honored that Justin likes you. You know that, right? I know what you're thinking about. You wish that he liked Brenny. But it sucks that he doesn't, right? Chloe hit the crucial point with one sentence. Seeing Chloe's animosity, Timothy decided to take a more gentle approach. With a loving tone, he said, "In my heart, You're the same as Brenny. I'll be happy no matter who marries into the Cooper family. Don't you think that it's funny to say such contradictory words? I feel like laughing just listening to you. How could I ever be the same as Brenny? She has been a socialite for more than 20 years, and I've been blessed with the burden of being your illegitimate daughter for about the same time. Brenny and I are completely different, whether it's status, fame, or prestige. Mr. Green, even though I graduated from a third-rate university, don't sell me short because of my education. After quarreling with Chloe, he had not gained a cent's worth of advantage. Timothy was completely dumbfounded. Anyways, just consider this opportunity. If you need status, come to me anytime. Even though you stated your leave from the Green family, it won't change the fact that I am your father. You sure are up front now. Where were you 20 years ago? Chloe rolled her eyes at Timothy. Timothy was at a loss for words. After Chloe rendered him speechless, he got up and left. He had made himself very clear. If Chloe really wanted to come back to him, he would welcome her with open arms. Of course, he didn't really want Chloe to return to the Green family. Getting this daughter back was just a step in getting close to Justin, the money tree. If the Cooper family and his became one, then the Green Corporation would probably stand strong for at least another century. On his way back, Timothy lightly sighed. "Director, what's putting you in your bad mood?" His chauffeur was an old man who had been with Timothy for years. After James betrayed him and left with Sandra, Timothy hired his current chauffeur, who also became his confidant. "I was thinking how great it would have been if Brenny had even half of Chloe's wits." Timothy had seen countless people, and through the few times he had interacted with Chloe, he sensed her terrifying intellect. That outwardly warm and gentle girl had both a high IQ and a high EQ, and no one could get the high ground confronting her. No matter what intentions you held, you would return defeated. If Brenny had half of Chloe's qualities, that adopted son, Andrew, wouldn't be as arrogant now, right? Inside a high-class social club in the city, Justin was sitting with Brenton and some others, playing cards. Suddenly, Zoe walked in and sat down beside Justin. Tears circled her eyes, making her look like she was wronged. "Oh, what's with our favorite actress? What happened?" Across Justin, Max, a close friend of Justin's, teased with a smile on his face. "Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen President Justin in a few days. I missed him." Zoe's voice was light and soft. No one knew if her voice was fake or natural, but she always spoke with that voice on television and gained many male fans. "It looks like young Master Cooper's scoring tonight." The people joked, but Justin's face remained emotionless. After playing a few rounds, Brenton suggested, "Let's go to a bar for some drinks. It's too early right now, and we don't have anything to do anyway." Justin looked down at his watch. It was only 10:30. He nodded. "You can find a place?" Brenton immediately called to reserve a place before the group headed over. With Justin were a dozen people who he didn't know that well, but they hung out in the same circle. Usually these young masters would pride themselves on seeing Justin in person. They would even secretly boast in their friend circle. The new way to flex in the city wasn't with money or cars. It was hanging out with Justin. That was a true indication of status. Zoe was wearing a short-sleeved dress set from Chanel. The dress suited her, and it made her look beautiful and elegant. Many people in the private room asked to take pictures with her. Her popularity was obvious. She was also the kind of person who looked better in real life than on television, which proved that she was a beautiful woman to begin with. "President Cooper, I want to be the leading actress in our company's next film, Shooting Star and the Butterfly Sword. In the past, life, and the present." Seeing that Justin was in a good mood, Zoe coyly smiled and asked, "All right?" Justin nodded, but didn't say much else. "But Lori said that you've decided on Chloe." Zoe pouted, showing her unsatisfaction. "Oh, then you can act in something else. Our company produces quite a few movies every year anyway," Justin unmindfully said while drinking. "I don't want to. I'm a big fan of martial arts, and I like Shooting Star and the Butterfly Sword. President Cooper, don't you like me anymore?" Do you want to replace me with Chloe now? Displeased, Justin looked at her and asked, I've never said anything about replacing anyone. I'll be with whoever I am interested in at that moment. Or did you forget the rules? No, I just feel like Chloe is a schemer, copying the way I got into the spotlight. Maybe she's not being sincere, only approaching you for fame and profit. Saying that makes it sound like you aren't after the same thing, Justin sneered. Realizing that she said the wrong thing, Zoe quickly explained, President Cooper, I am different from her. I've been with you for the longest. You should go now. I'm a bit tired. Justin. Before Zoe could finish her next sentence, Justin waved his hands, and one of his men escorted the unwilling Zoe out. What's going on, Mr. Cooper? Where are you going to go to satisfy your desires tonight, now that the hottie's gone? Justin glared at Brenton. Why don't you satisfy me then? No way. I don't like men. I only like soft girls with a large chest, a small waist, and a sweet voice. Brenton laughed. After Zoe left, Justin continued to drink slowly. In between drinks, someone brought up and found enjoyment in discussing Aaron's private business. Yo, did you hear? The Gale family said that they're going to seek revenge against that woman. What's her background anyway? She was so brave and almost killed Aaron. Apparently Mrs. Gale's face turned purple from anger, and they said they'll never spare that woman. That's for sure. The Gale family is a parvenu that's so filthy rich that they don't know how to spend their money. Isn't it easier to hire someone to teach that woman a lesson? Face disfiguration, rape, and other forms of revenge could happen any minute. Hearing those words immediately put Justin in a horrible mood. He abruptly stood up and brutishly threw his wineglass on the floor. A loud clang was followed by silence, and the room was immediately drained of all sound. Nobody knew why Justin's mood shifted so suddenly. Young Master Cooper, what's going on? Both Brenton and Max were shocked. Without another word, Justin walked out with a heavy expression. Brenton and Max immediately followed him. I'm going home to sleep. You guys don't need to follow me. With that, Justin got into a black Lamborghini and drove off into the night, leaving Brenton and Max feeling baffled. Is it because Zoe left, and he's left without a bed partner? Brenton took a guess. Impossible. He basically forced her away. Didn't you see her when she left? Her eyes were red and she was really sad. She clearly didn't want to leave. Then what happened? Is he going celibate? Is he becoming a monk? No, he's just interested in a weirdo. Brenton chuckled. Max was still very confused. After speeding back to his private mansion, Justin took a shower and picked up his phone. Keep a close eye on them. Stop them as soon as they act. Yes, young master. After hearing news of the Gale family's intention to retaliate, he was worried about Chloe. Therefore, he immediately ordered surveillance on them. He then rolled onto his bed and flipped out a photo of Chloe. He took on his phone when she wasn't looking. Looking at the candid shot, his gaze became ever so soft. I really do miss the days at Southside. Justin smiled as he muttered to himself. After her morning shift, Chloe drove to Thomas's school to find him. The siblings ordered some food at a restaurant on campus and sat down. Sis, you seem to be less busy ever since your promotion. How did you get off work so early? Thomas asked, while slurping noodles. Yeah. Southside is not busy like hospitals. Here, it's all about resting, and over there it's all about emergent cases. They're very different. That's good. You can rest more and have more time for yourself. Chloe took out $3,000 from her bag and placed it on the table. Here, take this. Now that I'm making more money, I can give both you and Mom a little more too. Plus, you're all grown up now, and dating is expensive. Ahem. Sis, I'm not dating. That girl isn't my girlfriend. Thinking back to the time when he ran into his older sister at the movie theater with a girl named Bella, he immediately explained, You don't need to be embarrassed. You're already a university student. Although she didn't want Thomas to date at such an early age, she wasn't about to object. She wasn't inconsiderate. Sis, she really isn't. Although she's interested in me, I rejected her. Plus, she's pretty much a snob, and she uses her looks to flirt with guys at the university. How could I like a girl like that? All right, I'm relieved to see you so clear-headed. Sis, I don't need your money. I got a part-time job and made enough money to last until the end of this semester. What part-time job did you get this time? Chloe stilled. Thomas scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. If I tell you, you can't yell at me. I downloaded the Uber app and I'm using the car Jack gave me to drive people around. I've had a lot of business. Also, I've made arrangements with wedding planners to rent out the car whenever I'm not using it for class. I charge $800 each time and the wedding planners and I each get $400. Not bad, brat. You're quite the businessman. You're not mad? Thomas looked a little worried. Why would I be mad? You're earning money through hard work. Mom and I don't expect anything from you. We're happy as long as you can take care of yourself in the real world. Of course. Don't worry, sis. I'm not going to be a useless loser. Oh, right. How's it going with Jack? We've known each other for so many years now, so it's going pretty well. That's good then. Honestly, sis, the first time I saw Jack was when he drove you home. I was spying on you guys from the windows, and I knew then that he would become my brother-in-law. Get out of here. How old were you then? Chloe laughed. I was already in my teens, okay? I understood everything. Thomas was a very considerate younger brother. Compared to those spoiled boys who did nothing but embarrass their ancestors and mooch off of their parents, he was more than thoughtful. Not only did he work part-time to help his family, he always had warm words for his sister. Chloe knew that everything she did for her younger brother was worth it. After she parted ways with Thomas, Chloe sent a message to Jack. Are you off work? I'm still busy. Jack had always replied to her messages instantly. Chloe decided to drive to GK. She needed to seek forgiveness for her recent heap of mistakes. Assistant Mark immediately recognized Chloe and said, Miss Green, please come in. Chloe nodded and walked in. The boss is still in the conference room. I'll go get him. Assistant Mark was well aware of the woman's importance to his boss, so he decided to go get the boss from the conference room. Wait, don't go. I'll wait for him here. Ugh. All right. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee, please. Thank you. Exhausted, Jack returned to his office after his hour-long meeting. He sat in front of his desk and quietly began reviewing the data on his computer. Suddenly, a pair of small, warm hands covered his eyes. A mischievous voice sang, I just quietly covered your eyes. Can you guess who I am? Without a word, Jack immediately turned around and hugged Chloe. Since he was sitting and she was standing, his head landed right on her chest. A very intimate position. You hugged me without seeing who it was. How horny are you? Other than you, no other woman can come into my office. Fine, fine. You're too smart, all right? I just wanted to give you a surprise. You're no fun. Chloe began to wiggle out of his embrace. As soon as she moved away, Jack pleaded in an almost childlike manner. Don't move. Let me hug you for a little while longer. Chloe's face instantly blushed. Was Mr. Dawson hugging her because he could take the chance to feel her up in broad daylight? Boss, the vice president asked me to bring this over for you to sign. Assistant Mark walked in with a file in his hands. An indecent sight appeared in front of his eyes. Before Jack could say anything, Assistant Mark quickly said, Excuse me, I've entered the wrong room. He then got out as fast as he could. He was terrified of being scolded. After being Jack's assistant for so long, Assistant Mark quickly learned the ways to surviving such a role. He was much cleverer than he was before. Your assistant is funny, haha. Chloe couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Assistant Mark's terrified face. He's much better now. It was even funnier when he first got here. The lovers continued their lovey-dovey embraces, while Assistant Mark almost peed his pants outside the office. Thank goodness I ran away fast. Otherwise, if I cock-blocked him, he'd kill me, thought Assistant Mark. Did he just witness his boss hugging that girl? What a gross sight it was. He wouldn't have believed it if he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes. It was totally out of character for his boss. It seems that no matter how cold and domineering a man was, there was always an important woman, whom he held dear to his heart. Inside the office, Chloe's face was redder than a ripened tomato. This was because Jack's hands were now traveling up and down her body. What was even more inappropriate was the fact that his hands had moved all the way up, and the straps to her bra suddenly became undone. "Hey, this is your office. Can't you pay a little attention to your image?" Chloe reminded shyly. "I figured that our bunnies needed some air. What did you think I was going to do?" "Ah, Jack, you bastard." Of course, Chloe reserved this sentence as an inner thought. "Well, now that my bunnies got some air, isn't it time to close the door on them?" Chloe mocked. "And no, don't ask me if the bunnies got enough air. They don't look like they want to go back. I think they want a kiss from me. They even said that they want me to give them a bath tonight," Jack said with a serious face. "Are you trying to be elegant even when you're being a pervert? Mr. Dawson, seriously?" Chloe was speechless. "I'm only like this towards my wife. I'm not a pervert. It's called spicing things up. Hurry up and hook it back on. Otherwise, I'm not letting you onto my bed tonight." Chloe's last resort was to threaten him. Jack got up unwillingly and slowly hooked her bra back up. But before that, he made sure to grab a handful, leaving Chloe completely mad and embarrassed at the same time. "Jack, what are you doing?" "Boing boing." "Shh! How do you have such a dirty side?" Chloe wanted to puke blood. "Everyone has multiple sides. If you're always the same, you're probably a fool." Chloe had to admit that his words made some sense. "Did I come to GK to get felt up? Are you off work now? I'm so hungry." "What do you want to eat?" "Anything but tofu. I also hate anyone who likes to eat tofu," Chloe mocked. Smiling, Jack held her hands and said, "You should be happy that someone is still interested in eating your tofu. Don't come crying to me when no one wants your tofu." Chloe. Many of GK's employees saw Jack holding hands with Chloe, and the two of them going down in Jack's personal elevator. They didn't see Chloe's face too clearly, since she had her head down and was walking very quickly. It was still more than enough to tell that their big boss had a girlfriend. "Ah, it looks like the gossip was wrong," a female employee lamented. "What gossip?" asked another. "There has always been news that our president is gay." Looks like they were wrong. He likes women. She looks so ordinary, though. How did she manage to grab his attention? She probably has some special quality that attracted the president. She's so lucky. I'd give up 10 years of my life to be his woman. As the group of female employees continued their chatter, Jennifer got off work. Looking at Jack and Chloe walking away together, Jennifer felt deep bitterness in her heart. Director Jennifer. At the sight of Jennifer, the girls immediately shut their mouths. Without responding, Jennifer walked out of GK with a heavy expression. President Dawson's reckless show of lovey-doveyness in the company could only mean that he's about to publicize his relationship. Why is Chloe so lucky? Is it because they met each other in high school? After they left GK, Jack got into Chloe's car and gave his driver directions to Imperial Park. They went to a Western restaurant. Chloe wasn't too much of a fan of Western restaurants. She didn't hate them, but she didn't fancy them either. However, she guessed that Jack probably loved Western food. After all, he did spend 7 years in the States. "Sir, how would you like your steak done? Medium well?" Other than towards Chloe, Jack always had little to say. "Great! And for the lady, how would you like yours done?" "Well done, thank you." Miss, it'll be overcooked and might affect the flavor," the waiter explained in a speechless manner. "No worries. I like it well done." "All right, your dishes will be here shortly." They ordered 2 steaks. While Jack ordered for his to be medium well, Chloe's preference of a well-done steak startled the waiter. "Honey, I'm paying today. Order whatever you want." "Why are you suddenly so generous? Do you need my help again?" Jack asked as he sipped on his red wine. Tsk, tsk. Mr. Dawson is truly omniscient like a god. Chloe couldn't help but admire Jack's wits. He always managed to see right through her. What do you need? Tell me. Nothing, really. It's just that my mom's been nagging me to move back home. Of course, moving back home is not sensible, since we're already married. But I do want to spend a couple of days at home with her and Thomas. That's fine. Jack nodded. You agreed? Chloe didn't expect such an easy answer from Jack. Yeah, go home for a couple of days. Buy your mom and your brother lots of things. If you don't have enough money, I'll get the finance department to transfer you some. No, it's all right. I have enough. I think I have way more than enough. Chloe was mostly using her own salary for her spendings, and her salary had also increased a lot along with her promotion. With Jack arranging her day-to-day needs, she didn't need to spend too much. She didn't touch a single cent of the $50,000 and Jack's monthly salary. Although Jack didn't want to send his wife home to her mom, he could understand her feelings. So even if he was going to miss her dearly, he didn't want to tell her. He wanted to make sure that she was happy. The couple both enjoyed the meal. When they arrived home, a phone call from the company pulled Jack back to work. As for Chloe, she took a shower and immediately got into bed, lying there as she flipped through some books and enjoyed some light music, relaxed as could be. The next day, when Chloe got off work, she bought a few baskets of fresh vegetables and fruits and headed straight for her old house. Due to his night classes, Thomas hadn't returned home yet. Sandra cooked an entire chicken and made her some stir-fry dishes. The mother and daughter enjoyed a very rich dinner. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and in came two people. The person in the front was Auntie William, their next-door neighbor. As for the person behind her, Chloe couldn't see clearly enough to recognize their face. Oh? Did you just start eating? Yeah. Sandra got up and pulled up a chair for her to sit down in. Chloe, you're back. Auntie William gave an especially friendly smile to Chloe. Auntie William, Chloe greeted. Just in time. My son is also off for a couple of days, and he's been complaining about being bored. Now that Chloe's back, the two of you can keep each other company. Dave came back? Sandra looked towards the man standing behind Auntie William. Chloe also turned to look, and was surprised by the huge change Dave William had gone through. As neighbors, they've known each other ever since they were little, and she had always known him as a very quiet boy. Because he was older than Chloe by quite a few years, they weren't very close. Later on, Dave left the city for university, only returning after he graduated. Apparently, he was now working in a bank. Now that he was 30 and still single, Auntie William was very worried. Hello, Auntie Sandra. Dave greeted Sandra with a smile. Dave was 178 centimeters tall and looked very proper. He wasn't handsome, but had clean features. His black suit embodied the characteristics of a bank employee, and he was pale and plump. Plus, with Auntie William's above-average means, Dave was born with a little sense of pride. Have the two of you eat yet? Care to have some more? I made chicken stew. Chloe bought the chicken today, and apparently, it's organic chicken fed with corn. I do like the taste. Sandra was especially friendly. It's all right. We ate already. Oh, right. Is the white car parked outside your home yours? Auntie William was surprised by the white Volkswagen CC parked outside. Before Chloe could answer, Sandra said, That's Chloe's car. Oh, wow. Incredible. Chloe bought a car, Auntie William complimented. Chloe didn't want to seem high profile, so she only nodded in response. I took out a loan to buy it. I live too far from work, so it's easier for me to get around with a car. To her surprise, Dave interjected, That's not just any car. It's an imported model. The engines on this thing are much more high-end than those made in here, and it's worth around $300,000. That's expensive, Chloe. You've done well for yourself. Auntie William didn't know cars that well, but she knew that her son's Audi A4 was a little over $300,000, so she was impressed to hear that Chloe's car was around the same price. I don't know much about cars, and a friend introduced me to this model, so I bought it. Chloe was unwilling to show off her car. After all, that wasn't her style. However, her mother was quick to interject. Chloe is now a head nurse at her hospital and earns more than $10,000 a month. That's great. I heard that Southside is filled with rich people. Chloe, you didn't find yourself a boyfriend from all the rich heirs? Auntie William was a big gossip, and Chloe didn't know how to answer her. She didn't like to deceive others or lie, but as of that moment, she couldn't tell her mother the truth because her mother couldn't know about her and Jack. Therefore, she shook her head. No, I didn't. Those admitted to Southside are all patients, and as medical professionals, we don't really interact with them outside of work. You're right. Chloe had been an honest and humble kid ever since she was a little girl. She's not like other girls her age who wear short skirts and heavy makeup. That's a good thing. They chatted until Chloe was full from all the food. Just as she was about to go into the house and tidy up the bedroom, Auntie William said, "Dave, go take a walk with Chloe outside. Didn't you say that you had some medical questions you wanted to ask her about?" "Yeah, Chloe. Go take a walk with Dave. You guys should have a lot to talk about," Chloe's mother said, after receiving Auntie William's signal. This was such an obvious setup. Chloe felt speechless. However, Dave took the initiative. He said to Chloe, "Let's go." Out of sensibility, Chloe had no choice but to get up and go with Dave. Auntie William immediately said secretively to Sandra, "Hey girl, what do you think of my son? Dave is a good kid, but our family conditions aren't that good, and we're no match for your family." "What are you talking about? We've known each other for so long. Do you really think that I'd look down on you?" Originally, I didn't think too much about this, because Chloe had a boyfriend. But last time, I heard Thomas mention that they broke up, so I began thinking about introducing Chloe to Dave. A few days ago, I called to ask Dave what he thought of Chloe, and, to my surprise, he liked the photo of Chloe I showed him. And here we are. He took some time off work to come back to meet her, and I had plans to ask you to call Chloe to come home so the two of them could meet. But she came back herself today. Look at that. It's fate. I know it. Auntie William had a quick mouth and was a chatterbug. She also liked to play matchmaker, and always made things sound much better than they actually were. I have no objections as long as the kids like each other. I've known Dave since he was a baby, and I know that he's a good kid. That's good. Let's sit here and wait for their good news. Auntie William was exhilarated. She was almost positive that Chloe was bound to fall for her son. As they walked around, Chloe didn't speak much. She hadn't seen Dave in years, and all her memories about him were from when they were kids. "My mom said that you work at Southside Recuperation Center?" "Yeah." Chloe nodded. "Is it a lot of work? How's the overall work environment?" All of Dave's questions were well measured. She could tell that he was a proper person. "It's not bad. Work isn't too tiring. Southside is a high-end hospital, so the work environment and facilities are pretty modern." "That's great. My mom told me that you're a really hardworking person, and although you didn't go to a top university, you worked diligently since your graduation and was promoted again and again. I enjoy being around people like you. It gives me positive energy." Thanks for the compliment. You know what I do, right? I'm currently the deputy manager of our bank's credit and loans department, and I've gotten a couple of raises. But that isn't my ultimate goal. I plan on becoming our department's director within 5 years. I know it'll be hard, but I won't give up. That's really nice. It's good to have a dream. I hope you can succeed in it. Although to her, Dave was no more than a passerby, Chloe was still impressed by his positive outlook on life. Dave laughed. "Whales and sharks swim upstream, dead fish float downstream." That's an interesting way of thinking. "Oh, right. I heard that you broke up with your boyfriend." "Yeah, we broke up. Auntie Williams met him before." "So, do you plan on dating or getting married anytime soon?" Dave probed. "Not yet." Chloe realized where he was going, so she immediately nipped his thought in the bud. "Really? That's a shame. My mom said that we would make a good couple. After all, we've known each other since we were kids and are aware of each other's characters. Plus, our jobs are both stable, so if we get married, our quality of life won't be bad." Thanks for thinking so highly of me, but Relationships are complicated. Sometimes those who don't seem to match end up dating, while those who seem to match don't end up going anywhere. There's a pub up front. Do you want to go in for a drink? Dave was still in high spirits. I'm sorry, but I'm a little busy tonight. I need to leave now. Oh, okay. What's your Snap number? I can add you, Dave said as he took out his phone. I don't use WeChat and don't have time to use it anyways. What about your phone number? Dave didn't want to give up. Dave, I'm sorry, but I don't think we should exchange our contact information. I don't think it'll work out between us. Dave was surprised by Chloe's upfront rejection. During his previous setups, it was the women who took the initiative. After all, he had a good job and came from a good family. He originally thought that getting Chloe to date him was going to be easy as pie, but to his surprise, Chloe immediately rejected him. Nothing is certain. What if a possibility opens up in the future? Dave was unwilling to give up. There's no possibility. I'm really sorry if I sound offensive. I know that Auntie William did this out of the kindness of her heart, and I know that you're a good person. However, I should be able to make my own decisions, and I hope you can understand. The truth was, Chloe really wanted to tell Dave that she was married. But if Dave told Auntie William, she would definitely tell her mother. Therefore, after a lot of consideration, Chloe decided to keep her mouth shut. Haha. Okay then. If that's what you think, then I don't want to force you into anything. Dave smiled bitterly. Let's head back. Chloe didn't want to waste any more time since everything was already out in the open. After a while, Dave and Chloe arrived back at her mother's house, and Auntie William left with Dave. Chloe sat down beside her mother and helped her with laundry. Sandra rubbed at a dirty shirt while she nonchalantly asked, "How did it go with Dave?" Mom, he's not my type. How old are you? Not your type? Does that matter when it comes to sharing a life together? By the end, you become family? That's how life is. Haven't you heard? After marriage, the couple becomes a pair of hands. All the love between them will be slowly scraped away by the small details of life. That may be the case, but I don't want to get married because it's right. I want to get married for love. Upon hearing what her daughter said, Sandra wasn't happy, but she didn't insist. That night, on her bed, Chloe posted on a heartfelt sentence on her Snap friend circle. If you get married one day, I hope it's because of love, and not because it was right. However, Thomas immediately shattered her romanticism completely into pieces. He replied, "Sis, I think men are like the food at a school cafeteria. It's disgusting, but if you get there too late, you might end up with nothing and then sleep on an empty stomach." Sarah had Thomas's Snap as well, so she could see their conversation. She immediately replied to Thomas, "Why do I have a feeling that you're saying this to me?" "Of course not, Sister Sarah. I don't have the guts to talk about you." Chloe smiled and replied, "Are you guys having fun replying on my post? Have you paid posting fees?" Before she had a chance to look at their replies, someone suddenly sent her a video chat request. The ID on her screen was, "My dearest Mr. Husband," along with a photo of Jack, who looked dashing. She doesn't remember noting Jack like that. How did that happen? Nervous, she accepted the video chat and lowered the volume. The good thing was, Chloe's room was quite far from her mother's. Or else, if her mother suddenly came into her room, she would be in big trouble. "Hey, Mr. Dawson," Chloe greeted him mischievously. "Have you had dinner?" Jack's voice was gentle as it always was. It seemed like he was still at the company. He had on a dark gray shirt. The diamonds on his cuffs were especially eye-catching. Anyone else dressed like that would seem like no more than a rich hillbilly. However, Jack wore it like royalty. She had to admit that clothes didn't matter. The face did. "Yup, my mom made broiled chicken. It was delicious. I ate a bowl and a half of rice." "Not bad," Jack said, his eyes smiling. "Are you still at work?" "Yeah, I have a meeting later." Why did you transform into a workaholic the minute I left home? Don't you know to go home early and get some rest? Even if I go home, I'll still be alone. Jack's answer was short and to the point. He sounded like a poor little housewife who was wronged. His tone was full of sorrow. Ahem, don't worry, I'll be home soon. I miss you, Jack said as he stared at Chloe through the phone. She had on a lilac sleep dress with a Mickey Mouse on it. She looked adorable. Upon hearing what Jack suddenly said, Chloe's cheeks felt a little feverish. Isn't there anything you want to say to me? Jack was obviously unhappy. His dopey wife made no reactions after he told her he missed her. Seriously? I kinda miss you too. Just kind of? Mr. Dawson objected once more. A lot. I miss you so much. I miss you to death. Does that make you happier? That's much better. Hold your phone away from you. It's too close to your face right now. Why? Did you get sick of looking at my face for so long? Chloe laughed. A little further. Upon hearing Jack's request, Chloe had no choice but to increase the distance between herself and her phone. She tried her best to fit her entire body on the screen. Pull down your collar, Jack said, in all seriousness. Chloe. No wonder he asked her to place her phone further. So that was what he was thinking? He couldn't touch her, but he wanted to at least satisfy his eyes. Mr. Dawson sure had a weird taste. Fine. Since he told her that he missed her, she decided to go for it. Then, with one hand on her phone, she pulled her collar down with her other hand, exposing her white collarbones. Lower. Jack wasn't satisfied. Chloe didn't say anything and pulled her shirt down lower. Just as he was about to see everything, Chloe was also reaching her limit. Lower. Screw you, Jack. Chloe couldn't stand it any longer and finally erupted. If she pulled her shirt down even lower, he was going to see everything. She wasn't a flasher and would never do something like that. Jack couldn't help but smile when he saw Chloe's fury. He predicted that his Chloe would react that way. It was actually pretty fun. You're killing me. Do you know that? Chloe protested. Really? I haven't even begun playing with you, though. Jack smiled wickedly. That's the end of our friendship. Goodbye. Then, before Jack had the chance to respond, Chloe immediately hung up. She thought that Jack would immediately call her back. Don't all guys woo their wives like that? However, she was disappointed. She waited a while, but Jack didn't call her. Perhaps he's busy, Chloe convinced herself, trying to hide her tiny speck of disappointment. It was already 10 p.m., but she wasn't sleepy at all. Perhaps it was because she was on night shift for such a long time. Therefore, Chloe decided to get up from the bed and look through her childhood albums. Back then, phones were still too expensive, and old-fashioned photos were popular. She took out her graduation photos and saw herself, young and innocent. She missed the good old days. Sometimes she had the feeling that from 14 to 24, those 10 years of her life felt like a century. So many things happened during that decade, including her meeting and breaking up with Jack. After all of this, they still ended up together. She couldn't help but exclaim at this magical little thing called fate. It was already 11:30 p.m. by the time she put away her albums, and Chloe was a little hungry. She wanted to make herself some instant noodles, but realized that there wasn't any at home. Her mom had been really into health lifestyle recently, so she threw out all of their junk food. Chloe's hunger grew as she was contemplating what to do. Out of boredom, she began looking through her Snap friend circle. And then she noticed that Foodie Noah was having barbecue and kebabs. He posted a total of 9 photos of the barbecue he was eating. Talk about courting envy. Sarah commented, "It's so late. Why are you eating this much? You're going to turn into a pig." Noah immediately replied, "This young master has a special physique. I don't get fat when I eat. Thank you very much for your worries. Hey, can you guys not quibble? I'm really hungry, so please don't post photos like that at this hour." Noah laughed at Chloe's comment. "Ask your super whipped hubby to make you some food." "I'm at my mother's. Thank you very much for your worries." Haha, looks like someone's spending the night alone. Noah displayed typical schadenfreude. Chloe became hungrier and hungrier the more she looked at Noah's photos, and ended up stealing one of his photos of some barbecue chicken wings and posting it on Snap. If someone were to bring me a box of chicken wings right now, I'll thank them and all their ancestors. The truth was, she was just venting. 15 minutes later, Chloe's phone began ringing. Hello? Come out. It was Jack's bossy voice. Right now? Chloe wasn't sure if she heard right. I'll give you 20 seconds. Then, Chloe hung up the phone. Chloe immediately crawled out of bed and headed out the door. To avoid waking up her mother, she went out wearing slippers. Outside the yard was Jack's Maybach. Why are you here? Chloe was pleasantly surprised to see Jack. Jack didn't speak and just handed her a takeout box. Here. What's this? Chloe asked as she opened the box up curiously to find 4 large pieces of barbecued chicken wings. Oh my God, you saw my post? Yeah. But how did you have enough time? I posted it less than 15 minutes ago, but it takes at least 20 minutes to make these. Plus, the drive over here. Do you have the ability to predict the future? Chloe was completely shocked. Jack only answered nonchalantly. On my way here, I passed by the restaurant Noah was eating at and packed up the chicken wings he was about to eat. Chloe was speechless. Honey, you're the best. Chloe would have never thought that the wings were basically stolen from Noah's mouth. No wonder he got here so fast. Let's eat in the car. It's cold out here, Jack reminded her. Chloe nodded, immediately getting onto the passenger seat and wolfing down the wings. She ate as she licked her oily fingers. Jack looked at her hopelessly and picked up a tissue to carefully wipe off her fingers. Here, take a bite. It's delicious. Chloe handed him a wing. Jack looked down and carefully took a bite. Is it good? Yeah. Jack gracefully wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded. I'm glad you like it, honey. You're the best. Even though it was the middle of the night, Chloe still got what she wanted. This made her happier than ever. Jack was delighted that Chloe was in a good mood. He was surprised by how easy it was to please his girl, even simple things like this. Slow down, drink some water, Jack said as he handed her a bottle of Evian. After taking a few giant gulps, Chloe continued to scarf down the rest of the chicken wings. Finally, after a belly full of chicken wings, Chloe, satisfied, rested her head on Jack's shoulder. Thanks, Mr. Dawson. For what? Thanks for taking such great care of me ever since we moved in together. You treat me so well, like I'm a baby. I can barely take care of myself anymore. We're married, so I'm supposed to do all that. I'm scared that one day something might happen, and I will no longer have you by my side. Then I would be really sad. That's not going to happen. No, you're wrong. We're born alone, and we'll also die alone. If that really happens, I hope you can die before me. That means I'll be able to take care of you until you do. If I die first, I'll be worried, leaving you on this earth all by yourself. Can I understand that as, if you're about to die one day, you would kill me first because you're scared that I won't be able to take care of myself? Chloe jokingly asked. That's a good idea. No, it's not. I want to live longer than you. Once you die, I'll find myself a retired hottie to spend the rest of my life with. I can guarantee that you won't be able to find anyone as handsome as I am. After all, we're a rare bunch. Here you go again? Chloe knew that Mr. Dawson's arrogance was rearing its head again. Why did you come here all of a sudden? We finished the meeting, and I saw your post, so I drove over. If I hadn't posted on Snap, would you not have come? No, I would have come either way. Don't do that again. You still have to work tomorrow. Chloe felt a little bad for Jack. There was a lot of work to do at GK, and Jack had to personally supervise many of their projects, so she knew how valuable his time was. However, no matter how busy he was, he would still try his best to spend some time with her. She wasn't stupid, nor was she oblivious towards all that he had done for her. If in the beginning she hated the Dawson family and Jack because of Uncle James's death, then now, after spending the last few months with him, The way he took care of her had slowly worn down the hate in her heart. She even wondered if she should draw a clearer line about what happened. After all, Jack's parents were the cause of Uncle James's death, and not Jack himself. However, after all that was said and done, there was still that incident between them. They just both chose to ignore it. "Chloe!" Jack turned around and whispered into her ear. "Yeah? I want to find an opportunity to tell your mom the truth and beg for her forgiveness. I don't want to be secretly married to you our whole lives. That wouldn't be fair to either of us." Chloe's expression changed slightly when she heard what he said. "I know what you're worried about. You're scared that your mom won't react well to it. Yeah, my mom wouldn't be able to endure that shock. But have you thought about it? We can't stay secretly married our whole lives. We're married, and that's the fact." "I know," Chloe looked down and said weakly. "I know that what my parents did back then is unforgivable, and I'm trying my best to make things up to you. I will treat your family like mine for the rest of my life, and treat your mother and brother like my own. I think that if your mother knows how I feel about you, she might cut me some slack. But my mom has high blood pressure, and her health isn't great. I'm afraid that if I tell her, she'll get angry and get sick, and that would be a hassle. Uncle James is already gone, and I don't want anything to happen to her." "What if we beat around the bush about it?" Jack probed. "Either way, it's going to be hard. My mom treats even you like the enemy, let alone your parents." What Chloe said was the truth. "I guess we'll have to do more intricate planning about this." Jack sighed slightly. Chloe leaned into Jack's embrace and comforted him. "Don't worry too much about it. I'll look for opportunities to slowly feel her out and see if I can change her mind." "I know you will." Jack lovingly rubbed Chloe's head. After staying with Jack for a little while longer, Chloe went back into the yard and Jack drove away. She lied in bed, still unable to fall asleep. The issue Jack brought up was something that she had already considered many times. However, from her mother's current attitude, there was almost no possibility for her to accept Jack. The same goes for Chloe herself. She was also unable to accept Jack's parents. This was indeed a hot potato situation. After all, they were Jack's birth parents. They can't avoid seeing his parents just because they got married. Never crossing paths and pretending not to know each other wasn't realistic. Looks like she needed to find a way, but first she'll have to deal with her mother. As long as her mom was fine with it, everything else would be easy. The next morning, Sandra prepared soy milk and fried buns for breakfast. Chloe ate with a heavy mind and heart. "Don't drive too fast. The roads out there are all under construction, and there are bumps everywhere." "I got it, Mom." "Don't always give Thomas money. Just give him enough to spend. Don't spoil him." Sandra droned on, about random household stuff. But Chloe's mind was elsewhere. She tried to ask her mother, "Mom, do you still hate the Dawson family?" "Of course, I hate their guts. I would be happy to strip off their skin if I get the chance." Sandra immediately got agitated at the mention of Jack's parents. "What I mean is, you're not young anymore, and your health isn't as good as it used to be. I don't want you to live in hatred because Uncle James is already gone. I don't want you to endure that much pressure." Chloe beat around the bushes so that she could feel out her mother's attitude. Sandra immediately turned her head around and cursed angrily. "I'll never forget them. They used power and money to murder your Uncle James, and used that stupid driver as a scapegoat. Was that necessary? Everyone knows that they hired that driver, and then they had the audacity to give us compensation. Would that give James back his life? If I gave them $1 million and murdered that heartless-ass Peter, would they be okay with it?" Chloe knew that her worries were real when she heard how pissed off Sandra still was. "Mom, I wish that it was me who died that day," Chloe said with guilt. "That's not what I meant. Both you and your Uncle James are important to me. I, Sandra, will never reconcile with those people from the Dawson family. I will never let go of that hatred unless I die." Afterward, Sandra looked at Chloe and asked her coldly, "Don't tell me you're still hung up on that son of theirs." Chloe immediately shook her head when she heard her mother's accusation. "I'm not. That's for the best. Remember, you can marry anyone in this world, but not him. There's just too much between the two of you. Not just a human life, but also 7 years of hatred. Chloe knew how much her mom hated the Dawson family. Back then, they humiliated her, and the neighbors mocked her for an entire year. Rumors were scary. They talked about how Sandra was a homewrecker when she was young, and how her daughter was a little vixen who seduced a rich heir and planned to elope with him. Their failed elopement was also something that neither families would ever be able to forget. Back then, Jack planned on leaving with Chloe the United States. They already got their passports and were waiting for their visa to be approved. However, for some reason, Jack's parents found out, which led to Uncle James's tragic accident. In the end, Chloe cut off all ties with Jack, and he left for the States himself. Chloe, on the other hand, faced all those rumors this whole time. Although her grades were high enough to attend city's best medical school, or maybe even an overseas medical scholarship program, because of Uncle James's death, all of that went to hell. She became the sole bread maker for her family. Her mother might have been through a lot over the past few years, but so had she. No one lived as carefully as she did. If Jack hadn't returned, she would have remained an ordinary woman all her life and died that way. "Mom, I know, don't worry," Chloe vaguely replied, trying to hide her feelings. After breakfast, Chloe drove away from her mother's old house. Distracted, she almost ran a few red lights. Near an intersection by the overpass, Chloe suddenly stepped on her brakes. She frowned after seeing the traffic light signal. The red light countdown was 300 seconds. Seriously? A 300-second red light? This was the first time she's ever seen a red light so long. Usually it was supposed to be 90 seconds, and even that was in the busy downtown area. Why was there a stupid red light this long at an overpass that never jammed? Flabbergasted, Chloe took out her phone and took a photo of it. A black Lexus was parked not far from her off to the side. The windows were tinted black, so no one could see from the outside. However, the person inside could see everything out there. Justin sat in the back seat of the luxury car with a can of cola in his hand. He stared at the girl sitting in the white car. He missed her, but he didn't have the guts to see her. He wasn't chickening out, but he was afraid that she would reject him again. The women in Justin's life all threw themselves at him. But the first time he fell for someone, he was rejected. He felt hurt for days. Even when he was out drinking with Brenton and the others every night, he still couldn't get Chloe off his mind. He actually became a complete celibate ever since he met her, and that even shocked himself. No one interested him, no matter how beautiful she was. Even if someone as pretty as Zoe were to strip naked in front of him, he would not feel an urge to do anything. Therefore, he believed that he might have become sick with something called Justin fell for Chloe. After some struggle, he decided to tackle the intersection Chloe drove past every day. He ordered the traffic police to change it to the longest light possible, and indeed, Chloe was stuck here. Chloe's head was down, and she was playing with her phone. She didn't know that someone was staring at her. 300 seconds passed by in a flash, and the car behind her honked. Chloe immediately stepped on the gas pedal. Justin muttered to himself, 300 seconds is a little short. I should get them to make it 900 seconds next time. GK headquarters. Jack had just finished his morning meeting when Noah called him. "What's up?" He had a feeling that Noah's news was never good when he called him at work. "Stay calm and let me finish, okay?" "Talk." "The Bureau just issued an arrest warrant that I'm supposed to lead. The person we're arresting is your Chloe." Jack's face immediately fell upon hearing this. An arrest warrant? What the hell was going on? "Arrest warrant?" Jack repeated grimly, making sure that he heard correctly. "Yeah." "To arrest my Chloe?" Jack reiterated. "That's right, your wife, Chloe Green." Noah was speechless as well. Truth be told, when Noah saw the arrest warrant, he was almost scared shitless. The arrests ordered by the higher-ups usually targeted wanted criminals who committed the most heinous of crimes. Since the orders were given to the Municipal Bureau's 1st Criminal Police Unit, they had to treat it like a major crime. So, did my wife kill someone or set a place on fire? Jack asked in dismay. He found it hard to imagine what his wife could have done to be issued an arrest warrant by the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Police Division, although they have yet to do so. Neither. I heard that she pissed off the Gale family a while back. Don't tell me you didn't know about it. That overnight billionaire who got rich from mining? Jack asked with disdain. He hadn't even picked a bone with them yet. Where did they have the audacity to strike first? Were they sick of living? Yeah, that's the one. They have some money, so I don't know who they bribed. Apparently, they submitted proof of the crime that your wife, Chloe, used a sharp object to severely injure Mr. Gale. He's still at the hospital, so the higher-ups have ordered us to arrest her first and detain her for a few days before she stands trial. They are really courting death, Jack said with a dark expression. So, what should we do now? Noah asked carefully. I'd like to see who has the guts to touch her, Jack threatened. Dude, of course I know I can't actually arrest her, but I need to at least do something about it. I think you should call my dad yourself. If I call him because of a woman, he'll think that it's personal. Fine. Then, before Noah could respond, Jack hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, the director of Noah's bureau called him. Noah, don't arrest her yet. Your dad just called me and said that she has a special status. Okay, let's make sure we don't arrest the wrong person. Oh, I see. Okay then, director. I'll wait for further orders. Noah played dumb as if he didn't know what was happening. Of course, a phone call from Jack was much more effective than a phone call from himself. His father always liked Jack, ever since he was a young boy. After Jack called Noah's father, he sat in his office for a long time, thinking about the situation. Although Chloe was fine now and didn't have to be detained, he couldn't wait any longer. It was time for retaliation. The Gale family seemed to have made their first move. Assistant Mark? Yes, sir. Cancel all my business trips for the week, and make sure you free up my schedule. Sir, GK's Vacation Village project in the neighboring city is being initiated in 3 days, and it needed your attendance. I have more important things to tend to. After Jack said this, Mark immediately understood and didn't say more. I got it, sir. Then, he turned around to leave the office. Around 5:20 p.m., at Southside Recuperation Center. Hi, I'm looking for a Ms. Chloe Green. I'm Chloe. Chloe looked around from the on-call booth to see a delivery guy. This is for you. Please sign here. The man took out an envelope and handed it to Chloe. After she signed for it, she thanked the delivery guy and brought the envelope back to her office. She looked at the thin envelope, and her eyelids twitched dramatically for some reason. She had a weird, oppressing feeling. Once she saw what the document inside was, her expression changed. The word summons was written on top. Was this a court summons? Was she being sued? As soon as she saw the plaintiff's name, Aaron Gale, Chloe understood what was happening. The Gale family finally made their move. They sued Chloe on the grounds of severe injuries, and she would stand trial at the Provincial Higher People's Procuratorate in a week. Even the name of the court sounded fancy, the Provincial Higher People's Procuratorate. It was obvious that this matter was taken seriously. Severe injuries? Seriously? I didn't even sue him for drugging Sarah and his attempt to rape her. Chloe's lips curled, but she wasn't afraid. She just thought that the Gale family was an interesting bunch. If they had the money and power, why not just hire people to deal with her? Of course they wanted to, but what Chloe didn't know was that the Gale family couldn't find the opportunity to. Because behind Chloe was not only Jack, but also Justin and Andrew's people, who all worked to make sure that Chloe stayed safe. That safety barrier was as sturdy as the Great Wall of China. The Gale family used their connections to issue an arrest warrant, but in the end, it landed in Noah's hands. Therefore, Mr. Dawson was able to resolve the issue with a simple phone call. After the Gale family found out, they were pissed off like crazy and had no choice but to request a court summons. They were obviously ready for a face-off in court. See what they've become? Chloe picked up the summons and muttered to herself, "Fine. The Provincial Higher People's Procuratorate and the Gale family. Let's deal with the problems as they come." After work, Chloe had gathered her stuff and was just about to leave when a middle-aged, rich-looking lady, around 40 or 50 years old, stormed up to her angrily. "You're Chloe Green?" "Yes. I am Aaron's mother." The rich lady was round and swollen, and she was dressed in dazzling luxury brands. "Can I help you?" Chloe asked indifferently. She didn't panic when she realized that it was Mrs. Gale. The truth was, she had no reason to panic. She wasn't guilty of doing anything. From her perspective, Aaron deserved what he got. Plus, he only sustained some minor external injuries. She already went easy on him, okay? "You were the one who injured my son?" Mrs. Aaron demanded. "You should ask him what he did," Chloe answered faintly. "I don't care what my son did. Either way, you didn't have the right to hurt him like that. You're just a little lowlife. Who do you think you are? How dare you injure my son? I think you're sick of living." "That's where I think you're wrong. I still want to live. I'm not sick of it at all. Plus, I think that expression better fits your son because he deserved what he got. Think about it. Why was he the only one who was injured that night? It's obviously a matter of character, and as his mother, you should be reflecting on yourself." Chloe didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure during her standoff with Mrs. Gale. Her words were like daggers, piercing through whatever came at her. Mrs. Gale was so mad that her face went pale. "You sure can talk, but you'll soon regret it. Have you seen the summons?" "I have." Chloe picked up the summons and waved it, not seeming to care at all. "I will personally make sure that in a week, you'll be sentenced to at least 10 years in jail. You can compensate us with money or apologize, but we won't accept anything. Just you wait." "Mrs. Gale, I think you're overthinking. If I didn't do anything, why should I apologize and pay compensation? You should know that I value money like I do life. You have 7 more days to be like this, and then I will personally make sure that you end up in jail." Then, Mrs. Gale turned around and left, and so did the 2 bodyguard-like men behind her. Chloe was speechless. Did that middle-aged woman come to find her just to tell her that she'll be in jail in a week? Seriously, no wonder Aaron's brain didn't work so well. His mother was the same. The Gale family may have money and power, but her husband wasn't so easy to deal with either. Chloe had a feeling that a standoff between money and power was about to begin. Who was going to be the ultimate victor? The answer was obvious. Are you kidding me? No one in the city could compare with Jack's power and wealth. In the past, she never thought about relying on her husband, but now, she had one thought in mind, and that was how great it was to have a rich and powerful husband. Sarah had just gotten off the plane when she saw Noah's text. "Chloe's in big trouble because of you, did you know that?" Sarah immediately lost her cool when she saw this and called Noah. "What happened to Chloe?" "You don't seem to know yet?" Noah asked carefully. "Know what? Hurry up and tell me what happened." Sarah had been distracted ever since she found out that Chloe had lied to her. Carter also warned her about it, but her life had been peaceful thus far. However, the more peaceful it was, the more unsettled she became. It felt like the calm before a storm. She had already deleted all methods of communication with Carter, so she didn't have a source of information. Chloe, on the other hand, was a crappy friend who made her worry by not telling her stuff like this. It wasn't the first time Noah broke the news like this. All the upper-class people heard about what happened between Sarah, Chloe, and Aaron at the seductive Fox. 20 minutes later, Noah picked Sarah up in his Jaguar, and they went to a restaurant. He ordered a lot of dishes, but Sarah wasn't in the mood to eat. Noah slowly told Sarah everything that happened, and Sarah's eyes immediately turned red. "Hey, don't cry. I'm not used to you being so vulnerable." Noah was surprised that Sarah was crying. He assumed that she would curse that son of a bitch for at least half an hour. "It was all my fault. Chloe is in this mess because of me." Sarah choked as guilt filled her eyes. She felt awful after she heard that the Gale family issued an arrest warrant and sued Chloe at the Provincial Procuratorate. It felt like a rock had been dropped onto her heart, and she couldn't breathe. "Don't get agitated yet. I didn't finish talking. Yes, the arrest warrant was issued, but we didn't actually arrest her. Jack called my dad and he dealt with it. Don't worry too much about the lawsuit as well. As long as Jack's by her side, even God himself won't be able to do anything to Chloe. I know what Jack's capable of, but Chloe's still in this mess because of me. Everything happened because of me. It had nothing to do with her. I wish I never sent her that message that night. If she didn't come, then the Gale family would not be hunting her down right now. Noah immediately rolled his eyes at Sarah. What are you talking about? If Chloe didn't go, that trash Aaron would have gotten his way with you. I'd rather it be like that than have Chloe be in this mess. She's my best friend, and I don't want to hurt her. Chloe would never think that way. She doesn't blame you. Noah comforted her. Sir, can you bring over a bottle of Mau Tai? Hey, what are you doing? Noah exclaimed with exasperation. I'm depressed and want to have a drink. But Baiju's too much. Have some beer instead. No, I want Mau Tai. You don't have to stay here with me, I can drink alone. Sarah declared those domineering words like a man. Although she said that, Noah was the one who suggested that they eat together. If he was paying, then he should be the one to drink with her. In the end, Noah and Sarah each drank an entire bottle of Mau Tai and countless bottles of beer. When they helped each other out of the restaurant, they were both so drunk that they didn't even know where they were. No. Drinking and driving. I know the law. I can't break it. Call for a designated driver. Noah burped as he helped Sarah lean on his car. Then, he dialed a number. Hey, 911? Find me a designated driver. 15 minutes later, at the municipal bureau. The good thing was, it was their bureau's officers who came to pick them up. If it were another bureau, the rumors would not be good for their reputation. The captain of the criminal police got drunk and called 911 for a designated driver? Was this not an intentional obstruction of public order? The officers at the bureau looked at the two drunks before them. They were all speechless. What are we supposed to do about Captain now? This is the first time I've seen Captain stay up so late to drink with a woman. Does he have a thing for her? One of the officers asked. In the end, the officers decided to check both of them into a 4-star hotel next to the bureau. Sir, this is all we can do to help you. The officers placed Sarah and Noah on the luxurious bed, closed the door, and left. The next morning, Sarah dizzily flipped over and felt something beside her. She slowly opened her eyes. When she realized what it was, she screeched, "Ah!" As soon as she screamed, Noah woke up in a daze. He was also dumbfounded when he recognized who he was with. How is this possible? Why are you here? Sarah screamed. How would I know? I was just about to ask you the same question. Noah was also stunned. He drank too much the night before, so he didn't remember much either. He only remembered parts of the night. He knew that they went out to eat and drink, and that she was in a bad mood. But how did they end up in a hotel together? Even worse, they were both naked. Sarah looked down at her body. She wasn't even wearing her underwear. This is crazy. Noah, you fucking pervert. You took advantage of me. Miss, if I were to take advantage of anyone, it wouldn't be someone like you, okay? Bullshit. I am so pretty. You must have lusted after me and planned this for a long time. I was wondering why you would invite me to dinner out of nowhere. You are so despicable. Miss, to tell you the truth, if I wanted to sleep with you, I would have done it a long time ago. I wouldn't wait until you're old and battered as you are. Who are you calling old and battered? Sarah raised her hand up to hit Noah, but she felt a cold breeze in her lower region. She had almost exposed herself. She immediately pulled up the blanket to cover herself, but she used too much force and pulled all of the covers over to her side. Noah was left completely naked. Do you have a heart? Couldn't you have left me some of the covers? I'm not wearing any clothes, too. No one wants to look at you. I want to look at myself, okay? Noah was also speechless. Neither of them knew that the police officers had taken off Noah's clothes. They also asked a female staff at the hotel to take off Sarah's. Their intentions were to create an opportunity for them But Noah and Sarah were both so drunk that nothing happened. Nothing happened last night, right? Sarah felt like crying as she looked at Noah. God bless me. I hope nothing happened. Noah put his hands together. What do you mean? Sarah was angered by the way Noah was acting. He seemed to be even more opposed to the idea than she was. Calm down. As a senior police officer, I don't think anything happened last night. First of all, we don't have any hickeys or any mysterious fluids on us. Upon hearing Noah's words, Sarah looked down at her body and saw that neither he nor she had any marks on them. Secondly, there's no condom on the ground or in the garbage bin. Sarah's expression darkened. How could he even think of that? Thirdly, a normal man who was as drunk as I was last night wouldn't be able to get it up, even if he took Super Viagra Ultra Plus. So, we can conclude that nothing happened between us. Sarah pondered for a moment and thought that his words made sense. Plus, her body felt normal. When he saw Sarah's silence, Noah said, "If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital. You can do a checkup and see if there's any, in your body. If there is, I will take responsibility. I won't take advantage of you." How are you going to take responsibility? Are you going to marry me? Noah fell silent. He had never thought about marriage. It was too sudden. Whatever. I don't care what happened last night, but let's pretend nothing happened. After speaking, Sarah pulled over her clothes and started to dress, while still under the covers. The two walked out of the hotel one after another, both of them looking really awkward. When Noah returned to the bureau, two little police officers smiled at Noah mysteriously and asked, "Boss, did you have a good night?" "Good night?" Noah was taken aback. "Last night you drunk called 911 for a designated driver. When we got there, we saw you flirting with a girl, so we brought you guys to a hotel and helped take off your clothes. Of course, a female staff member took off your date's clothes." "Oh, so it was you guys?" "Yup, you don't need to thank us. You can call us Robin Hood." "Very well. You two retarded Robin Hood. You two must stay back until 8 p.m. for work every day this month, or you won't get your pay." After speaking, Noah walked away. The two little police officers were stunned. Did our boss just repay our kindness with enmity? It was still early morning, and Chloe, who was on her way to work, began casually chatting with Sarah on Snap. Sarah was worried about the lawsuit. Just then, a black Lamborghini appeared before Chloe. She immediately slammed the brakes. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. She hung up her phone and was just about to bash the bastard who didn't know how to drive when she saw Justin, fully dressed in white, walk out of the Lamborghini. Without waiting for Chloe to speak, Justin walked over, pulled open her car door, and looked at Chloe with a complicated expression on his face. "Get out of your car." "For what?" "I have something to talk to you about," Justin said stubbornly. As expected of young Master Cooper, he was the one who came here looking for Chloe, but he still expelled a sense of superiority. "Hurry up, I still need to get to work." Chloe didn't delay any further and stepped out of the driver's seat. She wore a coffee-colored trench coat, navy blue pencil pants, and a pair of black heels, giving off the mature and intelligent vibe. She was very comfortable to look at. "How can you still be in the mood to go to work? Are you that carefree?" Justin was speechless. "How am I carefree?" Chloe smiled, finding his words interesting. "Aren't you standing trial at the Provincial Higher People's Procuratorate next week?" Chloe's eyes flashed. "How did you know? You are very well informed." "Everyone in our circle already knows. A shady guy like Aaron only knows how to bully a woman," Justin said with disdain. "He could easily screw over a dumb rich guy like Aaron." "Oh, is that so?" Chloe did not react much. "What do you mean, is that so? What are your plans?" Justin asked restlessly. It was an urgent situation. How could she be so calm? The involved party was not anxious, but the bystander was. "What are my plans? Since he is suing me, I'll go to court. It's a crime to refuse to stand trial, right? If anything, I'll hire a lawyer to defend me, Chloe said nonchalantly. It's not as simple as you think. The Gale family spent $3 million to hire the #1 lawyer in town. He has a spiteful mouth, and as long as someone pays him, he will say whatever they want him to say. He has the ability to turn black into white, and vice versa. If you're found guilty, you will have to go to jail. I am innocent. Why would I go to jail? Chloe chuckled. The world is not as simple as you think. Our society is complicated. People can distort the truth with money, do you understand? Justin said painstakingly. I know. I always knew that this world is not simple. What are you going to do then? I'll face whatever comes my way. Justin was speechless to see how relaxed Chloe was. It was quite different from what he was expecting. Don't girls usually panic when they're faced with something like this? Shouldn't she ask him for help? How could Chloe be so calm? As expected, she was not a normal girl. If you need my help, then... Before Justin could finish speaking, Chloe immediately interrupted him. That's not necessary. Thank you. Are you sure? Justin raised a brow. Very sure. Chloe's answer was clear-cut. Why? Suyu was puzzled. Why do you need a reason? I'm contentious. I don't like owing others favors. You can be assured that I won't ask for anything in return. I won't use this to threaten you or anything. I'm not that kind of person. I know. Then why would you refuse my help? As long as you ask me to, I will let the Gale family. Thank you, but there's really no need for you to do that. It's almost time. I need to get to work. After speaking, Chloe walked back to her car and drove away. Justin was unsuccessful this morning, so he was quite upset. However, he was even more curious about Chloe now. He wanted to see how she was going to get out of this crisis. Was her mysterious boyfriend going to help her? What kind of person was he? Someone so powerful that even Andrew had to be cautious of him. Just as Justin was deep in his thoughts, his phone rang. President Cooper. Something happened at the company. Can you come back? Lori sounded very anxious. When Justin returned to the headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment, a lot of people were gathered outside Zoe's private dressing room. Zoe was sitting on the sofa. There was bandage around her foot, and her eyes were red. Her agent was by her side and carefully taking care of her. On the other side, Lori was with Chloe, and neither dared to utter a sound. Chloe had her hair down and head lowered. She seemed to be quiet as if she had made a mistake. President Cooper, you're back. The people in the company all greeted Justin carefully upon seeing him. President Cooper, you're finally back. Come look at Zoe. She was tripped by this stupid new girl. Zoe already has a ton of jobs lined up, but her foot is so swollen. What are we going to do? Justin glanced at Zoe's foot, but his expression did not change. When Zoe saw Justin, she quickly said in a soft voice, It's okay. Everyone was too nervous. Chloe did not do it on purpose. She still knew, so she didn't know that I'm the only one uses this dressing room. Chloe also explained, Yes, President Cooper. I really didn't know that it was Zoe's private dressing room. I was late today because of traffic, and I was afraid I couldn't make it to the interview, so I just went into an empty dressing room. What happened to her leg? Did you push her? President Cooper looked at Chloe and asked, No, I didn't do it on purpose. We were chatting and Zoe was walking out of the room when she slipped, and I was only trying to help her. Yeah, President Cooper, she tried to help me, but the floor was too slippery so I fell. It has nothing to do with Chloe. Please don't blame her. Zoe's words sounded like she was helping Chloe, but her words were actually all directed against her. President Cooper was smart enough to hear it through her tone. As a higher-level executive of the company, Lori did not side with anyone, but she was quite fed up with Zoe's pretentious behavior. She explained, President Cooper, let's not pursue this matter any further. They are both celebrities under our label and have a lot of public activities they need to attend to. There's no need to blow this matter up. It will be bad if the media catches news of this and writes a report about it. Chloe is still new, so it is understandable for her to make mistakes. I will make sure to teach her well for the future. But she should pay for Zoe's medical fees. I will deduct the fees from her salary. Is that okay? Yes, just do that. Justin approved Lori's idea. He looked tired and was not in the mood. Just as Justin turned around to leave, Zoe got up. President Cooper, I have some matters that I would like to discuss with you in private. Justin paused and looked back at Zoe. If it's a business matter, talk to Lori, and she will pass the message on to me. You don't need to talk to me if it's a private matter. I'm not in the mood to deal with trivial matters these days. Since you injured your foot, just go home and rest. After speaking, Justin turned around and walked away. Zoe suddenly felt so embarrassed. Once upon a time, she was Justin's favorite woman, but now she had to talk to his assistant first in order to speak to him? Was Justin tired of her and wanted to replace her? That shouldn't be it. As of right now, none of Justin's women were even close to being her opponent. Even the international actress queen, Annie, lost to her. So how could she lose to anyone now? Her manager sensed that something was amiss and asked in a low voice, Zoe, what happened between you and President Cooper? Zoe smiled bitterly. I don't know either. That evening, Chloe stayed back at work for a bit, and when she got home, Jack had prepared a warm meal for her. At the dinner table, Chloe slowly took out the court summons from her bag and handed it over. Mr. Dawson, here, take a look at this. Jack slowly looked at the court summons without speaking a word. I'm not telling you about this because I'm in a sticky situation and need your help. I just thought that what you said last time was right. We're married, so we should be honest with each other. As my husband, I think you deserve to know that I am being sued. Chloe smiled nonchalantly. You did the right thing. Jack stared into her eyes, his eyes filled with warmth. Huh? Chloe was confused by his words. You should be like this in the future. Let me know immediately if anything happens. Okay, I got it. Chloe nodded. Don't worry about this. I will handle it. Let's have dinner. Jack's expression was relaxed. He threw aside the court order and poured Chloe a bowl of winter melon soup. Looking at how Jack was behaving, Chloe knew that she would be okay. Her husband was the boss, so even if she were to cause a huge mess, he would cover her, right? Honey, Chloe said hesitantly. Jack looked at Chloe, waiting for her to finish her sentence. What happened really sucks. I did it to save Sarah, and I feel bad that you have to deal with the consequences of my actions. In the future, I will try to cause less trouble so you don't have to worry about me. Chloe spoke like a child who had made a mistake. Her eyes were wide open, and her lips were slightly pouted. She was really cute, and if they were not eating, Jack would have pushed her over and kissed her. Good, you've improved. You know to reflect on your mistakes now. Jack nodded. I'm serious. I heard that the Gale family hired a really good lawyer with a super sharp mouth. So what? Jack lifted a brow in disdain. I know it's not a big deal for you, and you're not worried since GK has a first-class legal team. So you shouldn't worry. I just have one favor to ask. Chloe seemed troubled. Tell me. You have to promise me you'll agree to it, or I won't tell you. If I don't even know what you want, so how I can agree to it? Jack could only smile. No matter what it is, you need to agree first, or I won't tell you. Sure enough, Chloe chose to act first and report later. This always worked on Jack. Okay, I promise you. Chloe inhaled deeply when she saw Jack agree to her demands. Then, she mustered up the courage and said, Don't come to court next week, please. I don't want to tarnish your reputation. With your status, the world is watching everything that you do, and I don't want others, especially the Gale family, to see you in court. I am scared that they will use the opportunity to discredit you and GK. Go on, Jack said, as he leaned back against his seat, his eyes focused on Chloe. You can find a lawyer to defend me, but please don't use GK's legal team. They are too famous, and everyone knows they represent GK. If they represent me, everyone will know about our relationship. Then, GK will be affected by me. People will say, "Hey, look, GK's legal team is helping a woman defend her case." But do you think you can win the suit if an ordinary lawyer represents you? Jack refuted calmly. We won't know until we try. Even though I was too forceful, I acted out of self-defense. It's not a big deal. Also, Aaron was only frightened, and the injury wasn't serious. They will at most detain me for a while, or make me pay some money. Chloe, Jack suddenly said. Yeah? You're smart, so stop fooling yourself. If you can't even convince yourself, how can you convince me? Chloe bit her lips. She didn't expect Jack to see through her immediately. Then, Jack added, you already know that since the Gales decided to sue you in court, you won't get off easy with a fine or short detention time. They want to put you in jail and are doing everything they can to make sure that happens. They won't give up unless you're sentenced to at least 10 years of prison time. Chloe bit down on her lips but didn't say anything. Jack was right. She knew that the Gales used drastic measures this time and weren't about to let her off the hook easily. Therefore, if they found an ordinary lawyer to defend her, she would lose for sure. The Gales had the guts to sue, which meant that they were certain that they were going to win. How could Chloe still be thinking about GK's reputation rather than her own future at a time like this? Still, we can't use GK's attorneys. Chloe was determined not to drag Jack and GK into her mess. Chloe, promise me, Jack. Let me be selfish this once. Can we not use GK's legal team? I don't want to do that. GK's reputation in the city has been so great all these years. I will never forgive myself if my lawsuit ruins everything your family had built up. I don't care about that. What Jack actually wanted to say was, all he cared about was her. However, he swallowed those words before they came out of his mouth. But I care, and I'll feel burdened. You have been taking care of me ever since we got back together, solving all the messes that I got myself into. I can't let you sacrifice the hard-fought reputation your company took so long to build up. Those are just worldly possessions. But human beings rely on worldly possessions to live. Money and power may seem vulgar, but such things are craved by every single person. No one wants to be poor their entire lives, so let's not overestimate ourselves. I knew that you would help me with this incident with Aaron, but you still have to weigh your stakes. I promise you. Seeing how determined Chloe was, Jack finally compromised. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for understanding. But what should we do if you end up losing the lawsuit because we didn't use GK's legal team? Jack asked in all seriousness. Chloe smiled. Can you appeal for me, then? Jack, you have so much money. Can't you just bribe the judge? Jack, or can you be violent and kidnap Aaron, then threaten his family to withdraw the lawsuit? Jack. His wife was indeed a weirdo. How did she come up with those ideas? He must have been worrying for nothing, assuming that she would be scared because of everything that happened. However, she did not seem at all afraid. I'm just kidding. Did you think I was being serious? Chloe burst out in laughter after seeing the struggle on Jack's face. Jack, on the other hand, was in no mood to laugh with her. After dinner, Chloe laid her head down on Jack's legs and watched TV like she always did. Jack, on the other hand, set aside all his work and watched the boring TV show with her. Honey, yeah? If, and I'm saying if here, so don't get nervous, okay? If I really lose the lawsuit and end up in prison, would you miss me? I'll send you some food. Chloe was dumbfounded by her husband's remarks. Are you really my husband? Or did you get me at some buy one get one free promotion? Jack didn't respond. He looked down and lovingly pinched Chloe's fair-skinned face. Hey, I'm serious, Mr. Dawson. Won't you miss me a lot? Chloe asked a little coquettishly. Jack sighed. He smoothed out her hair while saying, if you really end up in jail, I will get you out, even if I lose everything. And then, Just as Chloe thought he was going to say something that would bring her to tears, he said, "Then, I'll punish you once you get home." I'm about to be locked up. How can you still have the heart to punish me?" "Who's the heartless one here? You're the one going to prison, and you threatened me to not use GK's legal team." I'm the kettle, you're the pot, and you're calling me black." Jack smiled. After some more chit-chat, Chloe became sleepy and soon fell into deep sleep. Jack lowered his head and kissed her lovingly on the forehead. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you." His voice was charming, like a magic spell. A week flew by. Chloe requested for a day off from Southside in preparation for the court date. The hearing was scheduled for 9 a.m., so Chloe got up at 7:30 a.m. She took a shower and washed her hair. Then, she chose a red blazer and black suit pants from her closet, along with a black shirt, giving an elegant feeling. Most importantly, Chloe thought that red was a lucky color and hoped that everything would turn out fine today. She let her hair fall on her shoulders and put on a tiny bit of makeup. She looked like a white collar, ready for work. When she arrived downstairs for breakfast, Jack looked at her with a slight shock in his eyes. He knew that Chloe was pretty to begin with, but when she had makeup on, her beauty was comparable to that of international superstars. "You seem to be in a good mood today." "Of course I can't lose morale. I heard that wearing red is lucky, so I'm really hoping that today will go well." Chloe picked up a glass of milk and drank it. "It will. Definitely don't come to court today, okay?" "I know." "The lawyer—" "I found a lawyer for you, and he'll arrive at court on time. Don't worry, he's not from GK," Jack hastily added in the end. "Thanks, Mr. Dawson." Chloe smiled at him sweetly. She was extremely satisfied with Jack's arrangements. She was afraid that if too many people showed up at court, and Jack went, he would suffer from rumors because of her. Human beings were weird. Chloe didn't care about what others said about her, no matter how disgusting their words were. However, she couldn't stand others talking crap about Jack. That was something she couldn't tolerate at all, feeling as if she was also wronged by the whole world. Plus, she didn't want Jack to see her at her lowest. She didn't have much of a chance of winning this time. If it weren't for Jack's help, she couldn't even imagine what things might have come to. Chloe believed in goodwill come to those who do good. She was no Robin Hood, but she was diligent at her job and saved a lot of people, even if she wasn't supposed to. But this time, if Aaron's attempted rape and drugging of Sarah and his treatment towards her made her end up in jail, then justice really didn't exist in this world. The couple left home after having breakfast together, just like always. Jack didn't say anything more to her, but that was a good thing, because it lessened her emotional baggage. She drove herself to the Provincial Higher People's Procuratorate. This incident was a scandal inside the upper-class circle, so the Gales made sure that word didn't get out. There was no sign of reporters, and the Procuratorate assigned extra security by the front and side gates. It was obvious they treated this seriously. However, Chloe thought it was unnecessary, since it wasn't a murder case. Justin also told her that the Gales went through a lot of connections for this case, so things didn't seem favorable to her. She saw the Gales outside the Procuratorate. Aaron was surrounded by 7 or 8 people and walked up to the door as if he were the Queen of England. When he saw Chloe, he looked away and pretended not to see her. Chloe thought it was because he hated her, but that wasn't the case. Aaron still suffered from PTSD when he looked at Chloe. Aaron's mother, on the other hand, spat out aggressively, "Little bitch, watch us teach you a lesson today. You're not a young woman anymore. You should really be more discreet. After all, he's your only son." Mrs. Gale's expression immediately darkened upon hearing Chloe's meaningful remarks. She walked in without saying anything else. Behind them was a man, about 30 years or so in age. He was skinny and had a depressed look on his face. However, he was wearing a suit and holding a professional-looking briefcase. He was probably that renowned lawyer the Gales hired. Just as Chloe was about to head in, she heard someone call out her name from behind. "Chloe." Chloe turned around to see Noah and Sarah. Did the sun come up from the wrong side today? Why are you guys here together? Have you gotten back together? Chloe joked. Gotten back together my ass. We never dated, okay? Plus, aren't you supposed to be feeling all down and depressed today? Why don't I see a speck of nervousness from you? Noah asked. What's coming is bound to come. Smiling or crying won't change the results. Either way, this is happening. Doesn't matter if I'm unhappy about it. Isn't that the case? Hey, look at you, always being rational and reasonable. No wonder Jack treats you like a piece of rare treasure. You should be a philosopher. Stop it. Let's talk about the real deal. Sarah pushed Noah. Originally, Sarah didn't want to ask Noah to come with her, but then she realized that without him, she couldn't even get in. Not a lot of people were allowed into the trial today, and the provincial procuratorate was especially strict about who gets to enter. When Sarah found out about the court date, she comforted Chloe for a while last night and woke up early so she could come to support her. Don't worry, speak the truth, and don't become agitated, or else the judge will be biased against you. Be elegant, from start to end. Anyways, you'll be fine. Noah knew Jack too well. He spoiled his wife so much that he wasn't going to let anything happen to her. He only came to show support for Chloe, so that she wouldn't be too stressed out. Hey, where's Jack? Sarah looked around but didn't see Jack anywhere. He didn't come. He went to work. What? He went to work? His wife's being sued and he still has the heart to work? Seriously? Sarah immediately erupted upon hearing that Jack wasn't here. She was furious. Chill, girl. I told him not to come. He's a person of special status, so if he comes, people will notice. I would hate it if the Gales took that opportunity to spread rumors. Noah nodded and knocked on Sarah's head upon hearing what Chloe said. There's such a big difference between her brain and yours. What did I use to say? Chloe is half fox, half monkey, and you're a complete pig and donkey mix. Screw you. Sarah was so furious that she kicked Noah in the shin. I'm serious. Why don't you use your head and think whether it's a good idea for Jack to come? If he came, things may become more serious. I can't believe you would ask such a brainless question. He knew that Sarah was an innocent, simple girl. Chloe, on the hand, wasn't a scheming girl, but she was high in both IQ and EQ. Chloe thought about things from every angle, so Noah admired how she dealt with things on a daily basis. It's almost time. Let's head in, Chloe said, after looking at the time on her phone. Then, the three of them walked into the procuratorate. Her trial was held in courtroom 1. The courtroom wasn't big, but it looked solemn. Chloe walked up to the defendant's table and realized that her lawyer hadn't arrived yet. She wondered what kind of lawyer Jack hired to defend her. As she was thinking, a series of footstep sounds attracted everyone's attention. Then exclamations were heard from the crowd. Aaron immediately lost his cool when he saw Justin. He was exhilarated. President Cooper, why are you here? I'm humbled by your presence. You should have contacted me earlier and my driver could have picked you up. Aaron was incredibly excited to see Justin. He thought Justin was here to encourage him, but that was not the case at all. Justin didn't say anything. He walked up to the first row and sat down. Beside him was Brenton, in a brown leather jacket. Chloe glanced at Justin with a complicated look on her face. She wasn't a narcissist and didn't think that she had insane charisma, but she was sure of one thing, and that was that Justin wasn't here for Aaron. When Chloe looked over at Justin, Justin returned her gaze. His expression was complicated too, but she didn't know what that meant. Hey, look at you. You should have done something to deal with this. Why go through so much trouble to come to the trial? Brenton was anxious for Justin and thought that it wasn't his usual style. Just then, the crowd became excited again. To Chloe's surprise, Andrew showed up. He was wearing a lilac shirt and, with his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked up to the audience benches. Hey, young Master Green, what a coincidence! Brenton was surprised to see Andrew. Yeah, what a coincidence. You guys are here too. Andrew smiled. He was neither late nor early, and arrived at the perfect time. Chloe's expression became complicated at the sight of Andrew. Over these past few years, Andrew would float out of nowhere whenever she was in trouble. She was confused. Was he a piece of super sticky gum that she couldn't get rid of? "Why is Andrew here?" Sarah lowered her voice and asked. "How should I know? But if Jack finds out that he's here, he won't be pleased." Noah always knew that Jack didn't like Andrew, not just because of his complicated emotions towards Chloe. It was also because he was overly complicated and often did things under the table. "You seem to be worried about your sister." Justin looked at Andrew and said profoundly, "We have the same goal." Andrew smiled, his expression relaxed. Just then, Chloe's gaze landed on them. Andrew waved his hand and smiled at Chloe. "You can do it, little sister." For some reason, Chloe always got goosebumps when Andrew called her sister. Anyways, it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Don't worry, she'll be fine." Justin opened his mouth faintly. "I'm curious. How did you allow things to progress this far? If memory serves me right, you're courting my little sister, aren't you? Young Master Cooper, you are a man who wields great power. How can you stand the woman you like to be bullied thus far, huh?" Andrew teased, with an interesting smile on his face. "I wanted to help, but she wouldn't let me. Chloe, she has to be the weirdest person on this earth, and one of a kind." Justin sighed. If Chloe had agreed to let him help her, he would have made this incident disappear, and they wouldn't even have to appear in court. However, she didn't want him to, and told him up front not to interfere. He would seem overly desperate to still offer his help. "Okay, fine. I guess that's why my little sister is so charismatic." Andrew and Justin engaged in some more casual chit-chat until the judge and jury slowly entered the courtroom. "Please be quiet. I would like to invite both parties' lawyers," the judge said with a stern face. Aaron's lawyer entered first. No one was surprised to see him, because the word was already out that the Gales spent millions to hire him to win this lawsuit. However, when Chloe's lawyer entered, the entire room fell silent. Both Andrew and Noah thought that it would be someone from GK's legal team, but it wasn't. When that gray-haired man walked into the room, the expressions on Justin and the others' faces all changed drastically. Brenton lost his cool. Holy shit, am I seeing right? Is that guy?" Justin and Andrew remained silent, soaked in layers of shock. Noah was also dumbfounded. "Holy Mother of God, I can't believe that Jack hired him. Who is he? Why are you guys all freaking out?" Sarah didn't know what was happening. She looked carefully but failed to recognize who Chloe's lawyer was. Wasn't he just an ordinary-looking, gray-haired old man? Was he capable of helping Chloe rise from destitute and head to victory? However, she realized that might not be the case when she saw how shocked Noah and the others were. Noah explained with a solemn expression on his face. "He is Dennis Meyer, 57 years old, and an American Chinese. He has a JD degree from Yale University and teaches at the FBI. He's employed by Interpol USA and was the attorney for the USA Secretary of State's scandal with his female assistant. Oh, right. He was also involved in the Tony Marshall case, that high IQ criminal mastermind from the US, and successfully put the accused in jail. He's known as the greatest American Chinese lawyer." Sarah was completely flabbergasted at Noah's brilliant introduction. "So, a person like him is here? Is he here to defend Chloe's case? Looks like it. I knew that even if Jack didn't appear in court, he would still amaze us." Noah knew Jack well, so he was never worried that something would happen to Chloe. Compared to everyone's shock, Chloe seemed calm, because she had never even seen Dennis Meyer in person. However, she did see him on TV and magazines a couple of times. "So, is that really Dennis Meyer?" Brenton asked in disbelief. "I'm surprised." Justin had to admit that he only had the chance to meet Dennis Meyer once. While he was studying abroad, Dennis gave a speech in the city he went to school at. It was spectacular, and even Americans respected this Chinese American very much. Now that he was seeing him in person, as Chloe's lawyer, Justin finally realized that Andrew wasn't bluffing back then. Whoever stood behind Chloe was indeed very powerful. He was at least powerful enough to hire Dennis Meyer. Dennis wasn't someone you could hire, even if you had both money and power. Okay, I have to admit that I'm shocked as well, Andrew muttered to himself. He knew that Jack was going to take good care of Chloe, but he never would have guessed that he hired Dennis Meyer. Jack made too much of a deal out of this case. The Gale family didn't know who Dennis Meyer was, so they didn't react to his entrance. However, their lawyer's entire face went pale. Dennis was his mentor when he studied in the United States, and since he learned a lot from Dennis Meyer, he was technically his teacher. He immediately felt the pressure piling up on him. With his teacher here, he could almost imagine the process and result of today's trial. Mrs. Gale, let's withdraw from the lawsuit. What's wrong, Mr. Randy? Mrs. Gale asked with a puzzled expression. We can't win, Randy said, depressed. That's not possible. You just said that we're bound to win. Plus, we have important evidence. Wouldn't it be a waste of preparation if we gave up? We spent so much money hiring you. Mrs. Gale was obviously infuriated. I can give back every cent you paid me. None of our evidence matters. Plus, from what I heard, your son was in the wrong this time. What the defendant, Ms. Chloe Green, did was justifiable as self-defense, wasn't it? Hey, why are you batting for the other team? Whose lawyer are you? What are you talking about? Mrs. Gale was clearly irritated by what Randy said. Mrs. Gale, there's no point in this lawsuit. The defendant's lawyer is my teacher, my mentor. Do you understand? He was my professor while I studied in the United States. What? Mrs. Gale also lost her cool. Dennis Meyer is incredibly skilled. We don't need to go on with this suit. We should just admit defeat. We're wasting our time with it anyways. Plus, if the defendant has the ability to hire someone like Dennis Meyer, it means that she has an impressive background. And you guys should be careful and not piss them off. Randy was nice enough to warn them. Stop spreading rumors. We already looked into her background. She's just a head nurse at a hospital. Aside from the fact that she's the illegitimate daughter of Timothy Green, there's nothing else special about her. Plus, I heard that she already cut off all ties with the Green family, so why would they take care of her? I didn't pay you to babble nonsense. You have to win this lawsuit for us, or else we will make you pay for it. Mrs. Gale insisted on going on with the trial, and she even threatened Randy. Your Honor, I'm ready. Can we start? Dennis Meyer spoke. He was elegant, gentle, and polite. Chloe looked at Dennis Meyer gratefully. Thank you in advance, Uncle Meyer. She was the calmest defendant that Dennis had ever seen in his 57 years of law practice. She even called him Uncle, which was really cute. He nodded at Chloe to show his understanding. On the other hand, Randy was beginning to sweat. He knew that if he lost a trial with no chance of winning to begin with, it would affect his future career as a lawyer. As a lawyer, the higher your success rate was, the more valuable you became. He had worked as a lawyer for almost 8 years now and barely lost. Therefore, his reputation had been pretty good, doing especially well these few years. However, if he lost today, life as a lawyer would definitely become harder for him. Moreover, the lawyer of the opposing party was his mentor, and he was defending such a scumbag client. If his peers found out, he would also be in big trouble. No matter which perspective Randy looked at this trial from, he still thought it would be best to give up. Sadly, Mrs. Gale didn't. She was so aggressive that Randy had no choice but to bite the bullet. Next, let's have the plaintiff's attorney cross-examine the defendant, the judge announced. Faced with pressure, Randy slowly walked up to Chloe. He took a deep breath. Ms. Green, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. Please, think carefully before answering them. Okay? Chloe's voice was clean and crisp, creating a ripple in Justin's heart. Please tell me where you were at 11:20 p.m. on September 6th. The Seductive Fox nightclub. With whom? And what were you doing? I went to pick up my friend Sarah. because she was drunk. Then what happened? Randy asked. Chloe stopped for a second before slowly replying, I saw Sarah in Aaron's arms. She didn't respond when I called her name and was completely unconscious. Therefore, I suspected that she was drugged. Allow me to interject. Sarah might have been unconscious because she was drunk. You can't assume that it was because my client drugged her. That's not fair. Dennis raised his hand immediately. Objection, Your Honor. The plaintiff's attorney cut off my client, which may cause deviation in her memory of that night and result in an incomplete recollection of what happened. It's unspoken inducement. Sustained. The plaintiff's attorney must let the defendant finish before asking additional questions. Randy's expression changed slightly, and he felt even more pressured. Dennis looked at Chloe kindly. Please continue. Sarah usually has a high tolerance for alcohol, and she would never drink to the point of losing consciousness. Plus, she went with her boyfriend that night. How did she end up in Aaron's lap, with her clothes all over the place? I saw that Aaron's hands were doing inexplicable things to her body, so I became angry and went up to stop him. Then, we got into a conflict. But from what my client recalls, he didn't do anything to Sarah other than drink a glass of wine with her. Ms. Green, aren't you framing my client so to find an excuse for using a bottle to injure him? I didn't frame him, that's the truth, Chloe objected. What truth? The truth that you stabbed my client? Chloe was speechless. She felt terrible at how aggressive the lawyer was being. Chloe knew that she couldn't say everything or speak too much. Or else, the opposing party's lawyer may find a loophole in her words. If the plaintiff's counsel has finished his cross-examination, the defendant's counsel may now cross-examine the plaintiff. However, Dennis didn't even leave his table. He said to the judge, I'll like to waive that right, because I don't think he'll tell the truth anyway. So if I could please make a statement instead. Sure, the defendant's lawyer can make a statement. The judge waved his hand in approval. According to the information on hand, my client, Ms. Green, is a person of stellar reputation and character. She went out of her way twice to save patients against hospital regulations and was recognized by the higher-ups at her hospital. A person like her would never stab someone she doesn't even know. There's always a cause to an action, so I believe that the plaintiff must have done something unforgivable, which agitated my client. My client's radical actions were an attempt to protect herself. After all, the 20 or so people at the location were all friends of the plaintiff. Aside from Miss Sarah, who was drunk and unconscious at the time, my client was all alone. Under such circumstances, I have to say that the plaintiff only sustained injuries because he left my client with no choice. Therefore, my conclusion is that the plaintiff is hiding what actually happened that night and attempting to push all the blame and responsibility to my client. Objection. The defendant's counsel's statements are all just assumptions. Nothing has been proven. We can't make that conclusion. Randy was a little anxious. Dennis smiled. I said that it's my conclusion, something that the judge and jury can use as a reference. Don't be so nervous. Overruled. The judge, thinking that Dennis had a point, immediately overruled Randy's objection. When he saw what was obviously happening, Brenton took out a piece of gum and said, The Gales are making a fool out of themselves, basically shooting themselves in the foot. Like that saying goes, you won't die if you don't court death. Why did he have to sue her? I bet they're dumbfounded now that they've seen Dennis Meyer. I don't think the Gales know who Dennis Meyer is, Justin said calmly. Of course they don't. The Gales are overnight millionaires. They only recognize money. It's okay for them to not be in their right mind. But is Randy's head sewed onto his ass? As a domestically renowned attorney, how can he not recognize his own teacher? Randy probably has to heart to die right now. He seems really nervous, so there are a lot of flaws in his reasoning, which enabled Dennis to easily catch his shortcomings. I think we can reserve a restaurant now. We can go to lunch soon. Andrew smiled. I'm curious. Who hired Ms. Green's lawyer? Don't tell me it's you. Brenton smiled lightly at Andrew. I'm not that powerful. Dennis Meyer isn't someone that anyone with money can hire. Why don't you ask Mr. Cooper here? Can't be him. Hiring an attorney isn't his style. If he wanted to do something, the Gales would go bankrupt in 3 days, and they won't have the time to stand in court like this. Exterminating the source of the trouble seems more like Mr. Cooper's style, Brenton teased. However, Justin was still silent. He knew the outcomes of the trial. Chloe was going to be fine. Yet, he didn't feel happy. He faintly had the feeling that if he ever wanted to date Chloe, he would have to fight off her powerful boyfriend. Her boyfriend was someone who could hire Dennis Meyer. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Randy noticed that he was losing and became so anxious that he began sweating. Worried, he quickly said, "Your Honor, we would like to provide an important video clip." Allowed. After the judge nodded in approval, Randy's assistant handed him a USB. Then he handed it to the jury, and the foreman plugged it into a computer, subsequently playing the video on a projector. It showed the frightening scene from that night. Chloe held Aaron by the collar, while her other hand held tightly onto the broken beer bottle, which was pressed against Aaron's throat. Big Brother Gale. The men finally came to their senses and headed towards Chloe. "Don't come near, or else he's dead." Chloe pressed the beer bottle even harder onto Aaron's neck. The sharp glass immediately penetrated the skin on his neck, and he howled in pain. "Oh shit, this hurts. Don't come near, back off." After this short clip, the video came to a stop. Randy cleared his throat and said, "That night was my client's birthday, and he was drinking with his friends when the defendant arrived and wreaked havoc at the party. Because of some verbal conflict, she used violence on my client. From the weapon in her hand, we can clearly see that the defendant wanted to kill my client. Therefore, my conclusion is that the defendant should be charged with attempted murder." Objection, Your Honor. My client, Ms. Chloe Green, didn't know Aaron and had no interactions, nor was she in any way related to him prior to the night of the incident. There's no motive for attempted murder here. The counsel's words aren't rightfully placed. Sustained. Your Honor, I object to that. I was just voicing my own conclusions, just as the defendant's lawyer did. Like him, I was providing the jury with a reference. If he could, why can't I? Randy was obviously unconvinced. He might be his mentor, but that sounded like straight-up bullying. However, Dennis replied with a smile. I did make my own conclusions, but that was just my assumption of the incident. You, however, accused my client of attempted murder without providing enough proof. Therefore, you are intentionally defaming and falsely accusing my client. The plaintiff's counsel needs to watch his language, the judge reminded him again. Randy's expression became worse. His mentor was extraordinarily diligent. Mom, our lawyer doesn't seem to be so good at his job. Can we trust him? The Gale family's younger daughter asked anxiously. Who knows? I thought he was one of the best lawyers in the country. I really hope that our money didn't go to waste, or else I won't forgive him. Mrs. Gale spat viciously. Okay, I apologize. Correction. I suspect that the defendant, Ms. Chloe Green, wanted to murder my client, and after watching this video, I believe that everyone here will be able to make their own judgments. Your Honor, coincidentally, we also have a video. Our video is a much longer and a much more complete version of what happened. If everyone could please watch it before coming to a conclusion, that would be great. Bring it up. The judge nodded. Randy's expression changed drastically. He walked over to Mrs. Gale and whispered to her, Didn't you say that the complete video was erased? How come they have a copy of it? That's impossible. I spent a fortune hiring a hacker to access the Seductive Fox's security footage, steal this video, and delete the original. This wasn't supposed to happen. Mrs. Gale was also dumbfounded. The men working under her were very reliable, and they would never make a mistake as big as this one. Ms. Gale looked at the lawyer in disdain. My brother is definitely going to lose, all thanks to your pathetic defense. How can a lawyer like you lose to an old man like him? Your reputation is misleading. Miss Gale, he's not just any other old man. Please Google and read up on Dennis Meyer. Thanks. Mr. Randy, what should we do now? Mrs. Gale began to panic. Let's watch the video first. If it's real, then we're screwed, Randy said, his face as pale as a ghost. The overhead projector played the entire scene, from the moment Chloe entered to the moment she left. The video was no more than 15 minutes, but the scene got everyone's hearts caught in their throats. I thought this video was deleted. Aaron was flabbergasted. Dennis smiled. This is the full video of what happened. If someone suspects that we altered the footage, feel free to ask an expert witness to testify. As you can see from this video, my client's violent actions were purely out of self-protection. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, with so many men around her, what else was a woman like her supposed to do? If she didn't rightfully defend herself, she would have been physically violated. Therefore, her actions should constitute as justified self-defense. Court is adjourned for 15 minutes. We'll continue after then. Everyone relaxed after the judge announced this. Sarah immediately walked over and handed Chloe a bottle of water. Have some water. It'll help with the nerves. Nerves? Nah. I'm just chilling. Chloe laughed slightly. I think we're going to win, girl. Do you know who the lawyer your husband hired is? That uncle? I don't know him. Who is he? Chloe gulped down water as she secretly peeked at the old man organizing documents not far from her. Uncle? Ha 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 ha. Did you really think he was just an ordinary old man? Sarah was speechless. Noah smiled but didn't say anything. What's happening? Why are you looking at me like that? Who is he? Why are you guys being so cryptic? Chloe thought that Jack had found her a slightly more experienced lawyer, and never even assumed that he would be a person of significance. Sarah made Noah tell Chloe everything he had just told Sarah about Dennis Meyer. Chloe was instantly petrified. So, that kind-looking old man is the godlike American Chinese attorney Dennis Meyer? Chloe asked, flabbergasted. Yup. Noah and Sarah both nodded. Oh my God. Chloe was so shocked that she didn't know how to describe her emotions. Asking him to defend me must have cost a lot, right? Chloe asked, feeling bad for her husband. Noah looked at her hopelessly. Look at you. Get yourself together. Your husband is so poor that he has nothing but money. What are you feeling bad for? Plus, a lawyer like Dennis Meyer can't be hired with just money. This just proves how powerful your husband is. Okay, I'm shocked as well. No wonder he agreed so easily when I told him I didn't want GK's legal team to defend me. It's because he already found someone better, Chloe said as she bit down on her lips. So, having a husband like Jack means that you literally don't have anything to worry about. You can walk sideways for the rest of your life, if you want to. I'm not a crab. Why would I want to walk sideways? Chloe smiled. During this break, Noah secretly took a photo of Dennis Meyer and sent it to Jack via Snap. Noah didn't have Jack's Snap, because Jack, who put his wife before his bro, only had her on Snap and no one else. When they last saw each other, Noah secretly used Jack's phone to add himself on Snap while Jack was in the bathroom. When Jack found out, he wanted to delete Noah, but Chloe persuaded him not to. Therefore, in Noah's point of view, being in Jack's Snap address book was more than glorious enough. After all, aside from Chloe, the only other contact in Jack's Snap was Noah himself. Jack saw the photo but didn't know what Noah meant, so he sent him a question mark. The cold and indifferent reply completely complied with Mr. Dawson's arrogant personality. Good job, dude. You managed to hire Dennis Meyer. I give you 99-100 for showing off. The 1-point deduction is so that you won't be too proud of yourself, Noah teased via Snap. How's it going over there? Jack asked after a few seconds. Everything's going smoothly. But don't you know the results already? Noah thought that Jack's question was moot. I meant, how is Chloe doing over there? Jack asked again. Oh, your wife? She's scared half to death and is on the brink of a mental breakdown. The opposing lawyer interrogated until she cried, I feel really bad for her. I'll give you one last chance to tell me the truth. Jack knew that there was no way that that was happening, and Noah's words could not be faker. Ha 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 ha. Fine. I'll tell you, your wife is doing really well. She didn't even know who Dennis Meyer is and called him uncle. Jack saw Noah's reply and imagined Chloe's face. His lips curled up into a smile. When are you coming over? In a bit. After replying with that, Jack went back to work. When it was almost time for the court to reconvene, Andrew walked over a smile. I believe in you, little sister. Chloe ignored what he said and walked right past him. Not far from them, Justin sat there quietly. Brenton handed him a bottle of water. Let's head out now. The results are obvious and predictable. What's the hurry? Let's wait until it's over. Justin could foresee the results, but wasn't in a rush to leave. He suddenly wanted to stay with her until the very end. He didn't want her to be here, all alone. He didn't care that Chloe may not even want him to stay. Justin was surprised. When did he become the knight in shining armor kind of guy? He barely even recognized himself. After a 15-minute break, court reconvened. Now, I would like to announce the results. The judge put on his glasses and slowly stood up, holding the documents he was about to read in his hands. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the verdict. This was the provincial procuratorate, so the verdict was extremely authoritative. If either client was unhappy with it, they had to appeal at the capital city's highest people's procuratorate, because other local courts did not have the authority to rehear the case. After both parties submitted proof and defended their case, the jury has decided that, in the case of Mr. Aaron Gale versus Ms. Chloe Green, Ms. Chloe Green's retaliation is justifiable as self-defense, and therefore does not constitute as intentional assault. Fucking justifiable self-defense? Look at what she did to me. Isn't that an understatement? Aaron immediately blew up. He even cursed at the judge, and Randy immediately stopped him at once. Mr. Gale, calm down. How can I stay calm? If that woman is released without charges, then I would have gone through all that shit for nothing. Aaron was obviously unhappy about the verdict. If you are dissatisfied by the court's verdict, you can appeal at city's highest people's procuratorate, the judge said, after glancing at Aaron. Screw you. What kind of retarded verdict is this? Are you all dumbasses? Aaron spat uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Your Honor. My client seems to be a little agitated. Please forgive him. Randy tried to make peace with the judge. It was obvious that the Gales were swearing and cursing because they didn't hear a verdict they were satisfied with. Just as everyone thought that this was the end of the lawsuit, Dennis raised his hand and said with a serious expression, Your Honor, we're not done yet. Although the lawsuit of Aaron against my client is over, we would now like to counterclaim Mr. Aaron Gale for framing my client, defaming her reputation, the illegal holding of her and Ms. Sarah, attempted rape, as well as other charges. If the court could please accept and hear this case all at once. The entire courtroom was in an uproar after Dennis finished his sentence. The judge had never encountered a case where a counterclaim was involved, so for a second there, he wasn't sure what to do with it. The case that we're bringing up is closely related to the last. Therefore, I would like to request an acceptance and hearing of this case, while both parties are present at this court, Dennis requested. After the judge and jury discussed the matter, they decided to accept the case and conduct the trial. Aaron was dumbfounded by what was happening. Randy was no longer arrogant. At that moment, he looked like a foolish moron. Dennis presented the pieces of proof, one by one, and asked Aaron countless questions. Aaron's words were all over the place and failed to express much meaning. It was obvious that he was lying his ass off, with countless contradictions at that. He was not at all convincing in his testimony. Chloe thought that things would come to an end as long as she was fine. To her surprise, Dennis ended up counterclaiming Aaron. She was also shocked. However, she assumed that Jack told Dennis to do so. After all, Jack abhorred injustice and people like that. Since Aaron tried to frame Chloe, there was no way Jack would easily let him off the hook. In the beginning, people wondered why Dennis was hired to handle such an easy lawsuit. If they already had the entire video in hand, did the lawyer really matter? Now, they understood why this happened. Dennis was there to put Aaron in jail. He was just too experienced in breaking down a person's mental defense. Aaron was already in the wrong. Plus, he wasn't a smart guy to begin with. After Dennis probed further, Aaron basically confessed to everything. In the end, Randy's face turned grim. He didn't expect things to end up this way. If his mentor took the case, he was going to hit them hard. In the end, the judge convicted Aaron of framing, illegal holding, attempted rape, and a series of other charges, along with 7 years and 5 months in prison, leaving the Gales all dumbfounded. My son. Aaron's mother fainted instantly. Mom, wake up. Ms. Gale just kept shaking her mother. In the end, Aaron was taken into custody, and Mrs. Gale was taken away by the ambulance. The entire courtroom was chaotic. Chloe slowly got up from the defendant's seat and bowed down to Dennis Meyer. Thank you, Uncle Meyer. Don't mention it. Jack asked me to do him a favor, and I wasn't going to let him down. Dennis smiled and began packing up his briefcase. Sir, can I treat you to lunch? Chloe wanted to show her gratitude. No, it's okay. I have to head over to the airport now to catch my flight to another city, and then back to the U.S. to attend another emergent case. Dennis declined Chloe's offer and quietly left the court with his assistant. Girl, I'm glad everything went well. This is great. Also, was Aaron actually sentenced to 7 years in jail? The verdict was in before I could even wrap my head around what was happening. Dennis Meyer is really good, Sarah said, extremely delighted at the outcome. Yeah, he's been in this business for so long. This is a piece of cake for him. Chloe smiled. So, where should we head to now? Sarah asked. Before Chloe had a chance to respond, Noah said, Let's go find Jack and make him treat us to an awesome meal. Then, the 3 of them headed out the door, while Noah and Sarah bickered in front of her. Chloe slowly followed after them. Just then, Justin appeared out of nowhere. Congratulations. Thanks. Chloe smiled at Justin. Justin's heart almost shot out of his chest when he saw how gently Chloe was smiling. He became nervous. To celebrate your victory, why don't I treat you to lunch? No, it's fine. I already made plans with friends, but thanks for your offer. Oh, and thanks for being here today. Chloe wholeheartedly thanked Justin. After they exited, they saw a Maybach parked outside. Jack got off from the car. He was wearing a mysterious-looking black suit, and his movements were like that of royalty. He walked up to Chloe, put her hand in his, and gave it a gentle kiss. Good job. Justin's brain froze immediately when he saw this scene in front of him. Chloe's boyfriend was Jack Dawson? That new heir of GK? He had heard about him, seen him in magazines and on TV, but never interacted with him. So, are you surprised? Andrew, who just so happened to come out with them, went up to Justin and asked, So her boyfriend is Jack? I think you might be mistaken. They're definitely more than just boyfriend and girlfriend. You should probably ask your people to do some digging, huh? Okay, since we got our verdict and my little sister is fine, I can relax again. Let's go have a drink, shall we? No. Justin instantly declined. Shame, then I guess I'll have to go myself. Then Andrew stretched, walked down the stairs, got into his Maserati, and drove away. What's wrong? You look weird. Brenton was in the bathroom just now, and by the time he came out, Chloe and the others had already left. Therefore, he wasn't aware of what just happened. Nothing. Let's go. After Justin saw Jack kissing Chloe's hand, his entire body felt uncomfortable. He didn't want to speak to anyone or do anything else. Jack, Chloe, Noah, and Sarah made quite a scene by driving 4 cars to a famous high-end restaurant in the city, first-class Royal Palace. Jack reserved the most luxurious private room and apparently ordered the most expensive dishes the restaurant ever had to serve. The meal alone cost $188,000, drinks not included. Jack brought 2 bottles of rare and expensive wine. Noah laughed hysterically after seeing the 2 bottles. Wow, you sure invested a lot. I'm glad we're friends with your wife. I wanted to ask Mr. Dennis Meyer to join us, but he said that he has an emergent case and needs to go back to the United States. Chloe was a little sad. Dennis Meyer's time is valuable. Don't mind him. We can eat without him. Not bad, dude. Tell us, how do you know Dennis Meyer? Noah studied criminal investigation, so he was very well aware of the legend that was Dennis Meyer. Jack poured wine while nonchalantly replying, "We crossed paths while I was in the US, and after I called him about Chloe's incident, he came right away." Do your parents know how awesome you are? Noah was close to worshipping Jack. Jack ignored him and looked at Chloe instead. Do you want some dessert first? No, let's drink first. Chloe was exhilarated, and alcohol seemed much more inviting than dessert. Our little drunk loves alcohol, but don't let her drink too much, or else she'll forget who she is. Sarah laughed. Been there, Jack said profoundly. Furious, Chloe secretly pinched Jack's thigh from under the table. Hey, are you guys doing stuff? This is a public space. Please control yourselves. There are other people here. Noah smiled evilly. Can you guys not be so perverted? I refuse to talk to you guys. Chloe purposely looked away. She didn't want to listen to Noah's dirty jokes. He kept teasing her and Jack, but nothing had yet to happen between them, okay? It feels so good to hear Aaron being sentenced to 7 years in prison. Dennis Meyer is such a pro. He asked Aaron so many questions that Aaron seemed like a dumb pig by the end. Noah raised his glass in exclamation. Aaron's family has some money and power. The sentence may be 7 years, but if they end up bribing people later using money, he'll be released in no time. Do you think he will seek revenge later? Carter once told Sarah that the Gales held grudges, so she was still a little worried. Don't worry. They won't have the chance to do that. Jack was the kind of person who never left loose ends untied. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that, okay? Let's make a toast to our goddess, Ms. Chloe Green. Congrats on successfully winning the lawsuit, and congrats on having a godlike husband. We're honored. He's her husband. Why are you honored? Sarah rolled her eyes at Noah. Can't I be happy for Chloe? Then I should be happy for Jack, because he married the best wife in the world. Sarah wasn't going to back down. No wonder you guys are our friends. Look at that rapport. Chloe smiled lightly. The 4 raised their glasses, and just as they were about to drink, the doors to the private room opened. Hi, sorry I'm late. The small figure outside the door smiled brightly and casually. They were all surprised to see this girl. If Chloe's memory served her right, she was the girl Noah brought to dinner with last time, right? He was thinking about dating her, right? Could someone tell me why she is here? Puzzled, Chloe wondered. Who is she? Out of the 4 of them, Sarah was the only one who didn't know her, so she was confused. I think she is Noah's girlfriend. Chloe stumbled as a weird feeling crept up her spine. Why are you here? Noah was extremely surprised to see Julie. He remembered that he especially asked for a day off today, right? Plus, no one could have told her where he was, right? After they went on a few dates, Noah decided to give up. If it weren't for Chloe's incident, he would have ended things with her a long time ago. After all, he couldn't stand being with someone who suffered from princess syndrome. He much preferred iron ladies. At least iron ladies lived like real people. Why should girls pretend to be someone they're not and live their lives in a lie? It's not like they were in a movie. Oh, I was shopping nearby and saw your car parked outside. I thought you were seeing some pretty girl behind my back, but I didn't realize that you were hanging out with friends. I'm sorry. I think I was thinking too much. Then, before Noah could respond, Julie walked up to Noah, pulled up a chair, and sat down right beside him. Wait, don't you have work today? LV is having a sale this afternoon, so I asked for a half day off. My friends and I went to buy some bags. It was a steal. I got this bag for a little over $9,000. It's cheap, right? Then, Julie took the bag off her shoulder and showed it off. Sarah felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that woman pull up a chair and sit beside Noah. She didn't know what that feeling was, but it just felt uncomfortable. Who's she? She's really pretty. I don't believe we've met. Julie asked Sarah. Sarah. Sarah introduced herself. Hi, my name is Julie. I'm Noah's girlfriend. I know, you said that already. There's no need to repeat the same thing twice. After all, we're still young, and our memories are fine, Sarah said in all seriousness. Haha, I'm sorry. I forgot that I said it already. Julie smiled without saying anything else. Then, she intimately locked arms with Noah. Sarah didn't say anything else. While they ate, she occasionally chit-chatted with Chloe and completely ignored them. Ever since Julie arrived, the four of them weren't as at ease as they used to be, and couldn't talk about anything they wanted to. Therefore, lunch was somewhat quiet. President Dawson, I heard that GK is developing a high-end residential area in the Northern New District, right next to Golden Coast. Is that right? Yeah. Jack valued each word he spoke. It hasn't even opened for sale, yet the prices are already as expensive as $30,000 per square meter. I wonder how much these condos are going to end up costing, Julie asked Jack coquettishly. That depends on the board. They haven't set a price yet. If Noah and I get married and are looking to buy a place, will you give us a discount? Then, Julie leaned her head on Noah's shoulder as an act of intimacy. Jack glanced, and Noah, and then said casually, If he gets married, I'll give him one for free. Really? That's great. Thank you, President Dawson. I'd like to make a toast to you, Julie said, as she picked up a wine glass. Chloe snatched Jack's wine glass and said with a smile, My husband has to drive later. I'll drink for him. After they drank the glass of wine, Sarah had officially had enough. She patted Chloe's shoulder and said, Girl, I have to be somewhere. Let's hang out again soon. It'll be my treat. Okay, I'll message you later. Chloe knew that Sarah despised fake pompous girls like Julie, so she didn't stop her. Sarah didn't even say goodbye to Noah when she left. She pretended that he didn't even exist. Noah wanted to send Sarah off, but Julie was stuck to him like glue. The truth was, ever since that night, Noah felt like something had been going on between him and Sarah. Too bad their lunch was interrupted by Julie. What a shame. Jack and Chloe left soon after Julie did. That was the end of lunch. Chloe went downstairs to get her car, while Jack waited by the bar to pay the bill. Just as he was paying, Justin, Brenton, and the others came in. It was a complete coincidence for them to see each other here. Brenton suggested this restaurant, so Justin came along. However, he never expected to see Jack here. When the two of them locked eyes, sparks began to fly about. Justin noticed that the look Jack gave him had a deep layer of meaning, as if he already knew about everything. Chloe will be mine. After all this time, Justin's first sentence to Jack was a declaration of war. Ha ha ha, look at that arrogance. Jack broke into laughter. I'm a man of my words. Of the 20 or so years I've been alive, I've always gotten what I've wanted. Always. Yeah? I'm afraid you may be disappointed this time. No one can steal Chloe away from me, including you, Jack said with determination, as if he was making an announcement to the world. Let's wait and see. Justin smiled. Then, he turned on his heel and left. Jack snorted and then walked out of the restaurant. Then, he got onto the passenger seat of Chloe's Volkswagen CC. Why are you here? Where's your car? I called my assistant to drive it home. Why? I want to ride in your car. My driving skill sucks, though, Chloe emphasized. I don't mind. Okay, then, Master Dawson. Remember to buckle up. In the end, Chloe drove Jack and herself back to Imperial Park. Along the way, a depressed Chloe said, "Noah's girlfriend sure is strict. She wouldn't even let us enjoy our lunch. The more she acts that way, the less of a chance they will end up together. Women like that don't suit Noah," Jack analyzed. "I think so too. An iron lady like Sarah would be more compatible with him. Too bad they don't like each other." "How do you know that they don't like each other? Isn't that the case?" "Hey, let me see your expression. Do you know something that I don't?" Chloe felt like something was up, so she probed Jack. "You're thinking too much. I don't know anything." Unwilling to reveal any more, Jack laughed. Then he leaned back on the passenger seat and thought back at Justin's declaration of war. He wasn't surprised. Justin had been investigating Chloe, and Jack's people had been countering them. As early as that, Jack guessed what Justin wanted. Justin probably fell for Chloe, but Chloe was his and his alone. No one on this earth would be able to steal her from him. 3 days later, the local news reported that Gale Mining was on the brink of bankruptcy, and its stocks were forcibly purchased by a mysterious company. Overnight, the Gales lost hundreds of millions that they couldn't pay back, so they had no choice but to mortgage the company. Because of Aaron, who was sentenced to 7 years of jail time, the Gales, a family of overnight millionaires, immediately lost all of their arrogance. In 3 days, they became mice on the streets, chased by everyone in sight. Mrs. Gale was sick, and her daughter, Miley Gale, tried to borrow money from others, but no one would lend them any. Her good friends from the old days ignored her, and the rich heirs that she used to flirt with suddenly all disappeared. The Gale family suddenly understood how heartless this world was. "Miley, where are you going?" Seeing her daughter all dressed up and made up, Mrs. Gale feebly asked her. "My friend told me that a branch company under GK Corporation acquired our company, so I'm going to talk to their president and try to negotiate with him. If he agrees to let us off the hook, I'd be willing to sleep with him." "Miley, thank you for doing this," the mother-daughter duo fantasized. "But sleeping with Jack? Yeah, right. No one, aside from Chloe, could enter within half a meter of Jack's personal space. Everyone at GK knew about this. The new president was not interested in women. He was also arrogant and aloof. Miley arrived at GK but was stopped by the front desk because she didn't have a reservation. Therefore, she waited outside, hoping to stop him when he got off work. Miley had done her research and knew that Jack was an extremely good-looking man, which made her happy. She was pretty and had a good figure. No sensible man would say no if she was willing, right? During the end-of-day rush hour, Miley became anxious as she watched the employees leave the building. She peered left and right. Finally, Jack exited his designated elevator with his assistant, Mark. "Good night, President Chin." "Good night, President Chin." "See you tomorrow, President Chin." A lot of the executives said goodbye to Jack. Jack only nodded back at them. Seizing this opportunity, Miley instantly ran up to Jack. "President Dawson, please wait." Jack frowned as he looked at the woman he didn't recognize standing in front of him. "Miss, who are you?" Assistant Mark was worried that this unfamiliar face would alarm and disturb the president. "President Dawson, can I speak to you for a second?" "Please," Miley begged as tears streamed out of her eyes. Usually, this tactic made guys sympathize with her. But Jack was no usual man. "Where's security? Since when does GK allow people to come and go as they wish?" Jack asked coldly. "Head of security, get over here and get this woman out of here," Mark immediately ordered. "President Dawson, I'm Miley Gale. Please spare Gale Mining. I'm willing to do anything. I can satisfy all of your needs." Miley said all that in a rush. "All of my needs?" Jack glanced at her with an icy expression. "Yes, I am willing to do anything, but please spare us." "You sure think highly of yourself," Jack said indifferently. "President Dawson, I will not forgive what the Gales did. I won't care even if God himself came down to beg me. I advise that you stop struggling like a dead rat. If you're smart enough, Sell your mansion, leave the city, and never come back. Or else, trust me, life will just become harder and harder. After giving her his advice, Jack turned around to leave. President Dawson, don't go, Miley had specially put on an ultra-short low V-neck dress just for Jack. However, he didn't even look at her, and all her efforts were for nothing. After she was chased out by GK's security guards, Miley gave up on the idea of seducing Jack. Of course, she didn't know what her family did to piss off GK like that. She just assumed that it was the result of vicious competition. What she didn't know is when her brother, Aaron, that good-for-nothing bastard, angered Chloe, thus angering Jack. That was why the Gale family broke into shambles this quickly. At a high-end club in the city. Why do you look so depressed? Didn't that girl win the lawsuit? Dennis Meyer helped her. That was pretty impressive. Brenton comforted Justin when he saw how depressed he was. Justin didn't say anything and just kept drinking. Then, Max walked over and said, "Young Master Cooper, did you acquire Gale Mining? Talk about being ruthless. You didn't leave them with anything. They're screwed. Erin is now trying to sleep around to get money for her family. What does that have to do with me? Weren't you the one who did it?" Both Max and Brenton knew that Erin had pissed off a woman who Justin had recently become interested in. It wasn't me. That's weird. Who else could it be? Don't tell me it's Andrew. Brenton knew that Andrew and Chloe were siblings, and he was also at Chloe's trial. Therefore, it could be him. Justin still didn't say anything. He was thinking about how to beat Jack. That evening, as soon as Jack got home, Chloe immediately went up to him. Holding his hand, she said, "Come, honey, let's go out." "Go out? Where to?" puzzled Jack asked. "I found an amazing place, and we can have dinner there as well. It's a really busy place, so I bet you'll like it." Then, before Jack could respond, Chloe pulled him out the door. However, after a few steps, Chloe suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, we can't leave yet. Put this on first." "What's this?" Jack asked unwillingly when he saw the red thing Chloe was holding in her hands. "Go try it on first." Chloe was secretive and refused to reveal more. Jack was helpless, and he had no choice but to take it and go into the bedroom. Then, he stripped off his business attire and changed into what Chloe gave him. When Jack changed, he did not hide from Chloe. He took all his clothes off, exposing his upper body. Chloe didn't shy away and looked at his face on. She was secretly exclaiming how great her Mr. Dawson's body was. It wasn't pale and had a tanned copper tint to it, which made it look extremely alluring. All men should have a great body like him. A minute later, Jack put on the shirt Chloe gave him. Looking at Chloe, he questioned, "What is this?" "It's the same as mine, a couple's outfit." Pointing at her own red t-shirt, Chloe said. Jack was speechless. "So, I have to wear this Mickey Mouse patterned thing out?" Jack had never worn a cartoon patterned shirt in his entire life. His first time was paired with such a discernible color made him feel out of place. "I think it's great. What are you afraid of?" "Ahem. Can I choose not to wear it?" Jack rubbed his nose and asked in a depressed tone. "Sure, but then you'll have to sleep in your room tonight." "Hey, it actually doesn't look so bad. I like the design." Jack chickened out and decided to wear this cartoon t-shirt against his heart, just so he didn't get chased out of Chloe's bedroom. "When did you buy this?" "A few days ago." "Where? From some online store?" Jack was silent before finally accepting the reality. "Fine, you win." So, under Chloe's tyrannical power, Jack was forced to wear the cartoon outfit, and the pair left their condo together. "You're not driving?" "No, we're taking the bus today. Ha." Chloe seemed to be in a good mood. With a cartoon-patterned black backpack, she held Jack's hand with a smile on her face. It seemed clear that she was in a great mood, so Jack did not continue to dampen her enthusiasm. The two of them took the city transit for 30 or so minutes, and they finally got off the bus in an old district in the eastern suburb. It was 7 o'clock at night, but The area was bustling and lit up by streetlights. "It's busy. How do you like it?" proudly Chloe asked. "A night market?" "Yeah, it's been open for around 3 years, and I came every year. But it's never open for long. Once it snows, the night market closes. It'll be here for 2 months at most. This place is always bustling with people. And most importantly, they have a lot of tasty food." Due to her common upbringing, Chloe really liked down-to-earth things. Although Jack did not particularly like stuff like this, Chloe did, and he would never dampen the mood. The couple held hands and walked through the streets of the night market, watching people come and go. It was extra atmospheric. "Hey, there's a game over there I want to try." After speaking, Chloe pulled Jack in. About 3 meters away, there were many stuffed toys placed around. There was a plastic basket opposite from it, with cloth bags inside. The sign read, $1 per turn. Although a lot of people were playing this game, only a few managed to get bags inside the basket. It may have been because of the distance and how light the cloth bag was. "Sir, I'd like 10 bags. "All right." Taking Chloe's $10, the boss handed her 10 bags. Chloe took 5 and gave the rest to Jack. "We each have 5. Let's see who gets more into the basket." "What do I get if I win?" Jack asked in a hushed tone. "I'll treat you to dinner." Not enough. Jack was obviously unsatisfied. "I'll treat you to a slushie too." Not interested. "What do you want then?" Chloe asked back. "If I win, you have to spoon with me tonight without clothes on." "You pervert." Chloe's face reddened immediately. "So? Do you have the guts?" Jack provoked. "I'm not scared. What if you lose?" Chloe was filled with confidence. "Then I'll strip naked and let you spoon me." "Screw you, Jack." Win or lose, why did Chloe feel like she was at a disadvantage either way? "Let's start. You'd better keep your word." After speaking, he didn't wait for her to reply, and suddenly threw the bag without warning. Like magic, he hit a stuffed toy. It was a CJ7 plush toy. I feel like I am gonna lose." Chloe's face began showing hints of worry. "It's your turn, honey." Jack gently smiled, but Chloe had a feeling that his smile was just a sugar-coated trap. It may have been because of the distraction, or her lack of strength, but Chloe's cloth bag didn't hit anything. When it was Jack's turn, he landed a hit once again, and this time, it was a SpongeBob plushie. They were all Chloe's favorite toys, but she just couldn't bring herself to feel happy, because she thought she was going to lose. Soon, the 10 cloth bags were gone, and Jack got all 5 of his targets. Chloe only hit 2, so the result was obvious. "You lost, so when we get home..." Chloe knew what Jack wanted before he even finished his sentence. How about we play to the best of 3?" Chloe suggested, her mind spinning quickly. "No." After speaking, Mr. Dawson proudly walked away. Chloe jogged after him, looking very cute, holding 7 stuffed toys in her hands. "Honey, I'm so hungry. What do you want to eat? Let's go get some street food here where it's authentic. We'll get whatever you like." When Jack turned around, he caringly took the toys from Chloe's hands and fixed her bangs for her. "How about sour and spicy vermicelli? It's super tasty when you pair it with multi-layered steamed bread," Chloe expressively said. "Sure." It was like no matter what request she posed, Jack would satisfy her and never go against her wishes. Chloe believed that the reason why they rarely fought was that Jack agreed with her on most things. He wouldn't purposefully challenge her because of small, everyday details like that. The two sat in front of a stall with 2 bowls of spicy and sour vermicelli and 2 servings of multi-layered steamed bread in front of them. "Let's begin." Chloe rubbed the chopsticks with her small hands and began slurping the noodles in big bites. Jack held up his chopsticks, lowered his head, and ate in an orderly fashion. To be frank, he had almost never eaten food from street vendors because he thought they were unsanitary. However, if Chloe liked it, he would eat it with her, even if he knew he would get diarrhea. Noah once said that his love for Chloe wasn't just a normal one between a husband and wife. It was a love of pampering and indulgence. Even if Chloe committed murder or arson, Jack would still say that he supported his wife, no matter what she did. It was a love that was blind. Every time Noah says something like that, Jack would ask him, how many times in a person's life would they meet someone who they can love so blindly and indulgently? That is why I have to cherish her. He wasn't wrong. There were so many people in the world, and not many could find someone they were crazy about and was worth sacrificing everything for. Thus, Jack thought that Chloe was heaven's gift to him, and he would never squander this hard-fought love between them. Is it good? As Chloe ate, she raised her head to ask. Mm-hmm. Jack nodded. If it's good, you should eat more. They put too much chili in mine. I want some of yours. Looking at Chloe's bowl, Jack said with puppy eyes. Chloe didn't think twice before feeding Jack a bite of sour and spicy vermicelli. Her actions were extremely affectionate. Jack carefully moved in, catching Chloe's vermicelli with his mouth, his expression immediately filled with happiness. When he was in the United States, he never thought that this day would happen one day. On such a simple evening, he never thought that he would be walking through the bustling city with Chloe, wearing matching couple outfits, and having Chloe feed him sour and spicy vermicelli. It was like a beautiful dream that was both elating and unrealistic. At that moment, Jack zoned out with an entranced look on his face. What's wrong? Chloe asked, a little puzzled. Nothing. Jack was instantly pulled back to reality. Why would you zone off for nothing? I just suddenly remembered some things that happened back in America that made me a little emotional. Huh? Does that mean some girl in America also went shopping and eating with you? Chloe began feeling a bit sour from jealousy. No, there aren't any girls in the United States. They don't exist there. Jack's answer was firm. I believe you. Seeing Jack's sincere explanation, Chloe decided to stop teasing him. After the two of them finished eating, they passed by a little girl's ice cream stand. Unable to resist Chloe's begging, a vanilla ice cream appeared in Jack's hands. Chloe, on the other hand, bought a chocolate-flavored one. However, after a few bites, she found it not satisfying enough. Honey, let me have some of yours. No, you'll get saliva on it. Jack decisively rejected her. How dare you be disgusted with me? Why aren't you disgusted with me when we kiss, huh? Hypocritical, hypocritical. Harlots are so hypocritical. Chloe pouted. Because when we kiss, I push the saliva into your mouth. Naturally, I'm not disgusted. Mr. Dawson, how dare you bully your wife so boldly without thinking? Is that such a good idea? Chloe thought she was sly enough, but Jack was way slyer than she was. How did the saying go again? There were always mountains that are taller? Indeed, there were people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. If you don't want to give me a bite, then fine. I'll go buy another one. I'll make you jealous and hungry. After speaking, Chloe turned around to make the purchase. Jack immediately pulled her back. Here. See, I knew you would cave in. Ha. Or else, I will be impulsive and buy an ice cream machine. You will definitely suffer. It's my life's goal to squander your wealth, Chloe jokingly said. Then, it's my life's goal to let you squander my wealth. Jack gently smiled. Then, he wiped the ice cream frosting off the side of Chloe's mouth with a napkin. The action was extremely gentle, and if this scene was posted on the internet, it would be the ultimate weapon to bully single people. Close by, a gold-plated Ferrari pulled up to the curb. Justin never came to moronic night markets like this one, as he found it disorganized and loud. When he passed by, the traffic was jammed due to the number of people in the area. He was haphazardly looking around when he immediately spotted Chloe in the crowd. He had no idea what happened, as Justin believed that his vision was quite average, at most 1.0. However, he was always able to identify Chloe from far away. It was like a supernatural talent. He was joyous when he first saw Chloe, and even wanted to get off the car to go tease her a bit. However, when he saw Jack beside Chloe, his entire mood went downhill. He couldn't tell what Chloe was saying, but the corners of her mouth lifted up into a smile. It was clear that she was happy. As for Jack, he wiped Chloe's mouth while feeding her ice cream. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that Chloe, a venomous, super rational, and calm nutcase, would have such a feminine side. Her expression was comparable to a girl who just had her awakening of love and was standing alongside her first love. Strong jealousy immediately arose in Justin's heart. He was so envious. He even wondered if he would drown in happiness if he could live with Chloe like that. Seeing Chloe and Jack leave together made Justin slam the steering wheel in frustration. Suddenly, he didn't want to do anything. Inside a private room of a high-end social club, Justin drank quite a bit of alcohol and was a little tipsy. "Big boy Cooper, just tell us what's upsetting you. Entertain us a bit." No one else would have the guts to act so presumptuously in front of Justin besides Brenton. Justin remained silent, but his half-closed eyes began to open slowly. It was rare for Justin to be in such a bad mood. Ever since he was a little boy, he had gotten everything he wanted. The Cooper family spoiled their only child, not letting him suffer even a single bit of wrongdoing. However, Justin wasn't like Aaron, who used his powers to oppress others and do whatever he wanted. Most of the time, he hooked up with girls, made money, and drank with his bros. He thought he would live this way until he died. That was until Chloe showed up in his life and completely disrupted the peace. Chloe did not have breathtaking beauty, nor a hot body, nor a gentle temper, but she somehow moved Justin's heart. He thought that no matter how hard to get Chloe was, she would soon be his. He never thought that the path would be never-ending. Now that he was discharged from the recuperation center, he couldn't even see Chloe whenever he wanted to anymore. He wasn't the stubborn type that would glue himself onto the girl, so he refused to go looking for her at the recuperation center, nor would he call her out of the blue. Chloe's attitude was pretty upfront. She didn't add his snap and wouldn't answer his calls. Even when they were to meet face-to-face, she still didn't seem enthusiastic. She always kept him at a distance. At first, he thought that this girl was intentionally playing hard to get, and later, he believed that Chloe's personality was naturally cold. And then, after that, he found out that someone already occupied Chloe's heart, and it was that secret boyfriend. When he found out that the person was Jack Dawson, he was surprised, but did not back down. He even confronted Jack at the restaurant and declared war on him. However, today, when he saw Chloe and Jack together with his own eyes, their happiness gave rise to a strong sense of defeat in Justin's heart. That warm smile was something Chloe never showed him. It was finally clear that she really didn't like him and didn't want anything to do with him. However, the most important thing was that he hadn't discovered any information when he was investigating Chloe before. But now, his people were able to uncover everything. His men faltered when reporting their findings, and after their report, Justin's feelings turned as sour like a lime. "The people I sent found out today that Chloe and Jack are husband and wife." After speaking, Justin raised his glass and drank a mouthful of wine. It was obvious how depressed he was at that moment. Brenton's face changed after hearing the news. He would never have thought that things would turn out like this as well. He had just found out that Jack was the man behind Chloe, and now about them being husband and wife. This was simply too shocking. When did they get married? Why doesn't the press know?" Brenton remembered clearly that GK's Jack had just returned to the country too not long ago. When he took over GK, media outlets discreetly reported it for a few days. But he didn't hear anything about a wedding. Jack was an only child, so if he were to get married, wouldn't the Dawson family hold a giant ceremony? What was going on? There was no reception, but they already got their marriage certificate. It was about 3 months ago. Justin's eyes were bloodshot. If that's true, I think you should give up now, as they're already married, so if you butt in, you are going to be the third person. It's a question of your morals." Brenton used to think that if Chloe only had a boyfriend, so it would be fine for Justin to keep courting her, as it was normal for girls to have many suitors. As long as she wasn't married, nothing was set in stone. However, it turns out she was already married, and it would be pointless for Justin to keep going after her. Somebody with young Master Cooper's status cannot do anything out of line. Justin's silence made Brenton continue to comfort him. Think bigger, big boy Cooper. There are so many women in the world. You don't have to steal Jack's, right? With a bang, Justin threw his wineglass onto the coffee table and said, word for word, I've never fallen for anyone in my life, and this time, I don't plan on giving up. At first, Brenton thought Justin was amusing himself by trying something new. He never would have thought that Justin would be so serious about this girl. They had been bros for so long, and Brenton had seen countless women come and go in Justin's life. He never saw him treating any of them this seriously. The only time he did was for a married woman, and that gave Brenton a headache. This isn't a good idea, right? Brenton thought that it would be morally wrong. Why isn't it? People can still divorce after they get married. Nothing is set in stone. Didn't you hear about the king of the entertainment industry? What's his name again? He divorced his wife after a dozen or so years of marriage. He even had a 15-year-old kid. He still chose to get divorced and married a girl born in the 1990s. Time is changing, and so is society. Slowly but surely, many impossibilities will become possibilities. Big boy Cooper, I support you. Huh, what's Jack's worth anyways? We'll go against him for you. We've got your back. GK is nothing. We'll see how long he'll last against us. Max had a quick temper as well, and blindly supported Justin in the heat of the moment. Brenton, on the other hand, found it too worrying to deal with his two ill-tempered bros. Imperial Park. Chloe and Jack were out for the entire evening. It was really late when they started heading home, and there were no more buses. In the end, the two were forced to call a cab home. Inside the bedroom, Chloe was only draped in a towel when she came out of the bathroom. Jack put down the book in his hand and pridefully asked, "Didn't you promise to wear nothing?" I just looked at the weather forecast, and it said that it's going to be chilly tonight. I don't want to get sick, so I'll be better off wearing a towel. That's okay. I'll help warm you up. No thank you, ha ha ha. So, you're going to be like this now? Someone who goes back on her words? Jack stared at Chloe and questioned her in an unsatisfied tone. Chloe had no words to back herself up. Why must her husband have such a good memory and be so persistent? Fine. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, I would think that I did something to upset you. I'll take it all off. I'm not scared. Humph. By then, you'll be the one who can't hold it and suffer. Chloe was in high spirits as she took off the towel and dove under the covers in a flash before Jack could take a good look. That speed was fast. You have really fast reflexes. I didn't even get a clear look. Jokingly, Jack said. You can see it, in your dreams. Turn off the light and go to sleep. The night's so long. Are you sure you can sleep, my love? Tilting his head, Jack looked at Chloe. She was silent before answering. Jack, what do you want? What do you think? Jack asked back. Don't even think. I want to torture you. You can look and touch me, but you can't sleep with me. Jack was silent. He could tolerate the fact that she won't let him sleep with her, so he was still good as long as he could touch her and partially satisfy his desires. Jack suddenly dove into their bed and began groping Chloe. Jack, what are you grabbing? Stop. Chloe couldn't stay calm any longer and screamed. That night, nothing substantial happened, but Chloe was touched all over by Jack. It finally balanced out in Mr. Dawson's heart. He felt like Chloe was slowly accepting him and opening her heart up to him. So, it was only a matter of time until she became his. The next morning, when Chloe arrived at Southside, Ella suddenly walked up to her wearing her own clothes rather than her uniform. It's almost time for work. You should change into your work clothes. Chloe reminded her. Chloe, this is my resignation letter. Here you go. You're quitting? Taking the white envelope, Chloe asked. Yes, I'm sick of this. Just to prove it. You'll feel better once you don't see me anymore. Don't waste your feelings. I've never blended private matters with professional life. Are you sure that you don't want to reconsider your resignation? I'm sure, Ella said with strong conviction, her voice also very determined. Chloe remembered someone had once told her that Ella was a very status-driven girl and always wanted to be promoted in the hospital. She even slept with deputy director to make her way up the ranks. But in the end, she was only accepted as a full-time employee. She was very upset when Ember made Chloe the head nurse. Therefore, she had always antagonized Chloe. However, after Chloe taught her a few lessons, she was much tamer. Chloe was quite surprised when she suddenly resigned, but she didn't say anything else. Since you've already decided, then I'll approve it. After Chloe spoke, she took out a pen from her white lab coat and signed her own name onto it. Ella impolitely took back her resignation letter. Okay, I'll head over to the HR department to get my last paycheck. After Ella left, a nurse walked over and said quietly, Head nurse, do you know why Ella resigned? Nope. She found herself a rich man. Huh? Chloe didn't know what else to say. You might not know, but she seemed to have gotten her hands on the patient in room 5 while she was taking care of him. She would often run over to room 5 during her night shift and come out looking like a mess. Everyone knows about what happened. Isn't the patient in room 5 a 50-year-old man? Chloe remembered that the man in room 5 seemed to have been a Thai Chinese who looked like an average Southeast Asian. He was skinny and dark-skinned. He claimed to have estates in both the Thailand and Malaysia and worked in imports and exports. Yeah, so what if he's older, as long as he's got money? That nurse who's close with Ella said that Thai guy bought a condo for her in a local community and even gave her an Audi TT sports car. Seems like he's planning to spoil her. What if that man no longer wants to be with her in the future? Has she considered a way out? Chloe sighed. None of these girls cared about anything else, as long as they had their fun for the time being. They would never think of a way out. Reasonably speaking, Ella's salary was already fairly high, and along with bonuses and benefits, she earned $6,000 to $7,000 every month. Plus, Southside provided accommodation stipends and retirement insurance. If she gave up on all that, and things go downhill with that Thai guy, then all that would go to waste. How would she think of all that? She just wants to enjoy life one day at a time. Even if she breaks up, she would still have the house and car. Fine, I guess people think differently. Chloe no longer raised her opinion. She wouldn't try to convince Ella otherwise since everyone had his or her own right to choose. As Chloe was writing up documents in the office that afternoon, Sarah sent her a message. What happened that day? How long did you guys stay for afterward? We left shortly after you did. No one had the appetite, replied Chloe. Is that girl really Noah's girlfriend? She doesn't look so pretty. I thought she looked nice. She's quite cute, Chloe said intentionally. Pish, really? Your taste has always been questionable, so I find it hard to believe. Huh? Do I smell something sour? Are you jealous? Jealous? Me? How is that possible? I wouldn't want that Noah even if someone begged me to take him. Sarah fought back. So, you're not trying to get information out of me by sending me a message now? Chloe, can we still hang out happily? Sarah said reluctantly, as she noticed that her plots were seen through. Really, I didn't think that girl would be good for Noah either. But it doesn't matter what we say. We still have to see what Noah feels himself. Chloe calmly analyzed. Carter came running back, wanting to get back together. He's so shameless. Did you agree? Chloe was somewhat worried. How is that possible? If I hang out with him again, then even you should stop being friends with me. It's good that you know. I know that he is looking for me to patch things up because the Gale family lost the case. We've got a lot of connections on our side, and the entire upper-class circle found out that Dennis Meyer appeared in court. Even that terrible ex-boyfriend of mine came running over to ask if I knew Dennis Meyer. What kind of world do we live in? That's normal. Most people only measure the so-called success with 2 standards. Which 2? Sarah was confused. With marks when you're little and with money when you're older. You're absolutely right. Even though it's very superficial, it's very true. Sarah very much agreed. So you shouldn't take it so hard, but I still have to warn you. What? Next time when you're looking for a boyfriend, don't judge the person by their financial situation. Character first, okay? Okay. Sarah clearly knew that Chloe was right. Nowadays, a person's standards and ethics come first, and money comes second. If the person is nice, then he could slowly earn the money later on. But if the person has a bad character, then it'll be hard to change his natural-born personality and set of ethics. I don't believe that those with bad character can change, and that's a fact that hasn't changed in ages. Okay, young Mistress Green. You're always right, okay? Whoa, hold it. I'm no young Mistress Green. That's Brenny Green, not me. Oh, right. Speaking of Brenny, she was there when I went out with Carter that time. She seemed to have a crush on Justin and was trying to seduce him the whole time, but I don't think Justin liked her. She likes Justin? She must be pretty blind. Chloe laughed lightly. Who in the world could stand Justin's temper? Just because that Justin had a handsome face, did that mean all the girls in the world would put up with his irrational temper, impoliteness, and that arrogant attitude? Justin is nice. I thought he was all right. He's a bit of a playboy, but he does have the asset to allow him to be one. If we grew up their circle, then we would have already had tons of lovers as well. Plus, I heard that Justin has always been very generous with women. Say what you want. It just depends on what you value the most. Everyone has their own way of putting a value on things. Chloe smiled, and she no longer argued about Justin with Sarah. Let's grab dinner when I'm off this week and go shopping. It's been a while since I've shopped. I've been in such a bad mood. Sure. Remember to not bring your Jack. If he comes, then he'll bring that guy Noah too. Okay, I got it, girl. Chloe smiled after she bid goodbye to Sarah. Headquarters of Imperial Star Entertainment. President Cooper, we've just received news from the film set. Miss Zoe was wounded in an accident while on the hanging wire. Oh, is it serious? Justin seemed to be fairly calm. Nothing too serious, but she had quite a scare and is still at the first hospital right now. Ask Lori to visit her and get the financial department to transfer money into her private account. President Cooper, are you not planning to visit? His male assistant was surprised. President Cooper had always favored Zoe, so why was he being so apathetic towards her now? If I go to visit her, will you host the executive meeting for me? Justin raised his head and stared at the assistant. The assistant didn't dare to say anything else, and immediately followed Justin's orders. First hospital. Lori walked into Zoe's room with lilies in her hand. President Cooper heard that you got injured and asked me to visit you. Where's President Cooper? Zoe asked nervously as she got up. President Cooper isn't here yet. He's very busy. There's a lot of high-level executive meetings for him to host, so he asked me to visit you instead. Upon finishing her sentence, Lori placed the flowers inside a vase by her bed. Truth be told, Lori liked Zoe when she first signed with their company. She was quite pretty and also very hard-working. Thus, the company invested quite a lot in her. But later on, she became spoiled from all the adoration and even bullied newer stars. She and her agent even issued rumors about her and Justin to gain publicity, and Lori didn't like that at all. However, because she was at the peak of her fame, Justin ignored her publicity stunts. Now that President Cooper seemed to have lost his interest in her, and Chloe rose to fame, Zoe started to bully her. Lori was really annoyed with her faking innocence while plotting devious plans, not liking this one bit. Zoe lost the innocent core she had when she initially entered the industry, and all that was left was her innocent girl facade. Zoe was slightly disappointed when she heard that Justin didn't come. There wasn't anything wrong with the crane, but when she landed on the ground, she tripped on purpose, and that was why she fell. Her intention was to get Justin to visit her once he heard of her injury, but sadly, her plan failed. President Cooper said that you should rest for a bit. Oh, right. The finance department just transferred the money to your private account. Did you get it yet? That was an order from President Cooper. He wants you to rest for a few days. Take it as a vacation, and don't feel pressured. Upon hearing what Lori said, Zoe immediately grabbed up her phone and tapped her online banking app to check. A 7-figure amount was transferred into her account a few minutes ago. She was already used to Suyu's generosity. Everyone has some degree of greed within them, and when Zoe first started dating Justin, she was only doing it for the fame and money. Back then, Justin supported her 100%, and within a year, she was featured in several major films, and later became a well-known A-list star. She had all the fame and money she could ever want. Aside from her own earnings from films, Justin also bought her several houses and cars, along with countless gold and silver pieces of jewelry, as well as watches and bags. However, now, she no longer wanted those things. She wanted to marry Justin and become a member of the Cooper family. By then she could retire and raise the kids. However, she didn't know that the Cooper family would be that hard to marry into. Sister Lori, we've known each other for quite a while now. There's no need to hide things from me. Is President Cooper dating Chloe? Zoe, some things. Just tell me yes or no, Zoe interrogated Lori. No, he isn't. President Cooper might have given some extra resources to Chloe, but from what I know, there's really nothing between them. President Cooper seems to be very busy lately, so they barely have any time to see each other. Huh? I don't believe you, Zoe sneered. That bitch, Chloe must have seduced President Cooper while I was away filming at another city. See, you won't even believe me if I told you the truth. Zoe, just hear me out. You shouldn't be so stubborn, or else you'll only harm yourself. Lori left the room after she comforted Zoe. Plenty of fans waited outside the first hospital for Zoe to be discharged. At the Imperial Stars Shooting Stars and Butterfly Sword press conference that afternoon, the media asked Chloe about her relationship with President Cooper. She smiled without saying anything, and the others didn't know what to think about this response. Inside the room, Zoe was watching the live broadcast on TV, and she was so mad that she tossed an ashtray over at it, shattering the LED TV. Zoe, please calm down. What's the point? I just can't stand it. That woman has gotten plastic surgery all over her face, and she's not special at all. She doesn't deserve to be so famous. Zoe forcefully squashed the cigarette in her hand, and her face turned green with fury. Zoe, you've been in this industry for a while. Why can't you learn to let things go? Who is President Cooper? Even if Chloe didn't exist, there would still be another rising star. Weren't you a newbie when you first entered this industry? Back then, President Cooper was still dating Annie, but you still took her place. Still, I can't stand it anyway. I don't like this Chloe at all. I have to deal with her. Beside a private swimming pool, Justin had only swum one lap before stepping out of the pool and grabbing a towel to wipe the water off his body. I hear that you're quite close with that newbie at your company. Has your taste changed? Brenton asked as he pointed to the TV. Before Justin could say anything, Max hurriedly said, I'm surprised that you couldn't see right through this. It's very clear that Chloe is only a distraction. President Cooper placed her in front of all the press and public so she can become the cannon fodder. He's doing this to protect the person he really cares about. Oh, look at you all high and mighty, big boy Cooper, laughed Brenton. Do you want me to call the funeral home? I'm sure they'd like to carry 2 sets of corpses away from my swimming pool, Justin coldly threatened. Brenton and Max immediately shut up. That night, at a high-end bar, like always, a bunch of people was drinking, and Chloe came into the room in a pink miniskirt and red hat. She directly sat beside Justin and poured him a glass of wine while putting on a show of good behavior. Justin occasionally looked at his phone without any expressions on his face. His heart was someplace else. President Cooper. What? Justin didn't even look up. Zoe seems to have wronged me for something. She's getting all the other celebrities in our company to bully me. I feel terribly mistreated. President Cooper, please help me. If you feel mistreated, then don't be a celebrity. Just leave the company. You really shouldn't be an entertainer if you're this sensitive. President Cooper still didn't look at her. Instead, he flipped through Chloe's Weibo. A while ago, Weibo was getting quite popular, so Chloe got herself an account, but she didn't post on it too often. She would only occasionally post or repost things when she had the time. Her account name was quite cute, called the Penguin of Madagascar. However, Cooper still managed to find her despite her online alias. After all, his people were quite resourceful. He couldn't get her Snap, but he could still follow her on Weibo. Justin was a super V-level user on Weibo, with over 30 million followers. Plus, most of his followers were real account users. And even so, he had more followers than a lot of celebrities. His name was also verified on Weibo, and his identity was the president of Imperial Star Entertainment and a board member of Cooper Financial Bank. However, Justin was a lazy man who rarely used Weibo. He wouldn't even let his team take care of his account because he thought that it defeated the purpose of having a Weibo account. The last time he went on Weibo was a month ago when he reposted the new movie, Tale of the God of Gamblers, which his company collaborated with a Hong Kong company to make, had been released. But even so, he received 80,000 comments in one day. Most of the commenters were delusional female fans that screamed out, "Hubby, you've finally updated your Weibo. Hubby, we'll definitely support your new movie, even if it's bad. Hubby, post more selfies and share it with us." Each and every one of them screamed out hubby and hubby again, and just like that, Justin became the husband of the people. Of course, this had to do with his face, since amongst the wealthy men, only a few were both handsome and rich. The heir of GK Corporation rarely showed his face, so hardly anyone followed him, whereas Justin was much more high profile. Even if a new girl was seen around him, the entertainment outlets would report about it for an entire week. After he found Chloe's Weibo, Justin didn't follow her right away because he feared that the netizens might see it. He would only open up her Weibo and flip through each post. If he found something amusing, he would laugh. If he found something immature or cringy, he would also burst into laughter. Either way, Justin was having fun playing with his phone. He didn't care about what Chloe was complaining about in her feud with Zoe. "President Cooper, did I do something wrong?" Chloe wanted to cry, but no tears came out, and she was just looking pitiful. Finally, Justin put away his phone, and shooting a glance at her as he tilted his head, he asked, "Why do you ask? Everyone out there says that there's something between us, but the truth is, there's nothing. Yet, I still have to deal with all the suspicion and curses. It's really a lot of pressure. So, I was wondering if I did something wrong that offended you." Chloe wasn't dumb, so she was able to analyze the situation clearly. "Then, do you think that you did anything wrong that offended me?" Amused, Justin looked at her. I'm not sure either. Please tell me, President Cooper." Chloe pressed her voice down and bit her lips. "If there's nothing else, then you should go. If you want to succeed in this industry, then don't worry about these unnecessary things. Just play your part well and memorize your lines properly, because putting in your full effort is the only thing that matters. Remember, there's no shortcut to success." "President Cooper, Unwilling to give up, Chloe slid up to him. She tried to move closer to Justin. Justin immediately stood up and shouted as he pointed not far away, "Give me the mic. I know this song the best." After Justin spoke, he took the microphone and started singing. Chloe was awkwardly set to the side. Just then, Max came over covered in the stench of alcohol and placed his arm around Chloe. He said, "Your president hasn't been in a sexy mood recently. Don't waste your feelings on him. You should date me. I'll treat you better than he ever would." "Ha ha ha. Young Master Cruz, you're being funny. Chloe awkwardly smiled, and then stood up to say goodbye to Brenton and Max. Ahem. Justin really is becoming classier. He won't even sleep with someone who's more than willing to crawl into his bed. Even though that chick has a lot of work done to her face, her figure is all right. It'd make me happy if I could have my way with her. Max shook his head and exclaimed. Justin is full of pride. He won't sleep with just anyone. His temper is rotten as well, so please don't cause more trouble for us. Brenton drank as he watched Justin sing a song that he wasn't familiar with. After Chloe left, Justin stayed around with them for a while, but later realized that he wasn't in the mood. Justin's black Sesto Elemento Lamborghini 6th Element was his favorite. It was a rare limited edition car that was seen in the movie Need for Speed, and it was very cool. It also suited Justin's flashy personality. He drove his black Lamborghini into the night and parked it outside the entrance of Southside Recuperation Center. Ever since Chloe was promoted to head nurse, she didn't work as many night shifts as she used to. She would occasionally work one night shift for 3 days every 2 weeks, so it was relatively more relaxing. Master Dawson was also quite satisfied with this schedule as well. Tonight, while Chloe was working the night shift, she suddenly received a delivery. I'm looking for a Ms. Chloe Green. That's me. Chloe raised her hand. Hi, this is your delivery. Chloe knew that she didn't order anything online, so why would she suddenly receive a package? When she saw how tightly packed the package was, she was worried that it might be an explosive device sent by terrorists. Why won't you open it, head nurse? I'm afraid that it's a bomb. Maybe you're worrying too much. The nurse who was working the same shift as her was speechless. Why else would they call the head nurse an abnormal woman? Even her logic was odd. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a woman be pleasantly surprised when they receive a package, and then guess who it was from? Why would the head nurse think that a package would contain explosives just because she received it at night? What a weirdo. Under the nurse's encouragement, Chloe opened the package, finding it to be filled with late-night snacks. What a scare. Plus, it was a strange meal, because it wasn't congee or bubble tea. It was smoked pork hock, chicken feet, sausages, and a few buns. It smelled delicious, but it seemed inappropriate to eat all this so late at night. Head nurse, this is so considerate. It must be from your boyfriend. The nurse was overwhelmed with envy. Chloe knew that this definitely wasn't Jack's doing, because Mr. Dawson would personally deliver the food and then stick around and try to take advantage of her. Could it be? Chloe thought of a person, but she couldn't be sure. Chloe only came into contact with so many people, and her social circle was small, so hardly anyone she knew would send her a midnight snack like this. Head nurse, don't worry. Just eat. I'll keep watch for you. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Why don't you have it? How can I? There's so much. The nurse was a little shy. Go ahead. I don't want to gain weight. Haha, I'm on a diet. Chloe randomly thought of an excuse. Then I'll take it at. Thanks, head nurse. Then, the nurse happily carried the midnight snacks into the office. Bored, Chloe scrolled through her Snap friend circle. The hospital was rather quiet today. Then, she logged on to Weibo, which she hadn't been on in a while, and noticed that someone she didn't know had sent her a private message. Are the pig feet good? It was sent 3 minutes ago. The person who sent it had a verified tag on his profile. It was the president of Imperial Star, Justin Cooper. So it really was you who sent me the food? Chloe answered, with a question of her own. Why? Are you surprised? Surprised my ass. What are you trying to do to me? I can't believe you would send me pork feet in the middle of the night. I bet you have an ulterior motive. I heard that pig and chicken feet can help you grow your cup size. Looking at your figure. Yep, it'll be good for you. Justin, I dare you to come over here. I promise I won't kill you. Chloe's expression darkened. What was wrong with her figure? Why would she want giant boobs? She wasn't a cow, for God's sake. She waited a while, but Justin didn't reply. She thought that she had scared him off, but just as she was about to log off of Weibo, he sent her another private message. I miss you. Chloe didn't know how to reply to a message like this one, so she decided to log off without replying. It didn't matter if Justin was serious towards her or not. She didn't care. She already had Jack and therefore didn't want to be involved with anyone else. Justin leaned on the driver's seat of his black Lamborghini, parked outside the Southside Recuperation Center. He was silent. He was disappointed that Chloe didn't reply to him, but it was also expected. After sitting in his car for a little longer, Justin drove away. The Cooper family's old mansion was located at Golden Coast. It faced the ocean and had trees and flowers growing everywhere amidst the spring air. This area was a well-known upper-class district, and because it was home to many military leaders, the security was tight, and ordinary residents were not allowed to come and go as they wished. Justin's father and the other members of his family worked in the banking industry, so they were on business trips 11 out of the 12 months in a year. Justin's grandfather, who was a military leader, also traveled all over the world. Therefore, most of the time, Mrs. Cooper was the only one at home. Apparently, Justin's mother was born of modest background, but Justin's father fell in love with her, and his entire family treated her with great respect. Mrs. Cooper was about to go to bed when she heard her son come home in the middle of the night. She immediately put on a jacket and asked the chef to make him some ginseng soup. "Mom, I don't like this stuff. It tastes like medicine. It's good for your body." Mrs. Cooper couldn't help but nag. Under her mother's watch, Justin had no choice but to drink the soup that her mother ordered the chef to make. "Son, why are you home in the middle of the night? If you had called, I would have made you some food." "Oh, it's okay. I just ate. I'm not hungry. I missed you all of a sudden, so I decided to come home." "Cooper..." Mrs. Cooper's face filled with motherly love. "Mom, I wanted to ask your advice about something." "About what? Tell me." Mrs. Cooper was wearing a white casual outfit. Although she was almost 50 years old, she still looked young and sweet, radiating elegance. "If I liked someone that I'm not supposed to, would you support me?" "Of course I will. If you like guys, just give Mom a grandchild so the Cooper family can pass on its legacy. Other than that, I don't care who you fall in love with." Justin was speechless by his mother's remarks. "You really are my mom. I'm definitely not a package deal that came along with something you bought." "Why do you ask? Is there a girl you like?" Yeah, there is someone." "What does she do? How old is she? What does she look like? Do you have a photo of her?" Her son's words immediately piqued Mrs. Cooper's interest. "Mom, now's not a good time. I'll tell you in the future, okay? You're being so secretive. Fine, but you're not that young anymore. Stop messing around and cut ties with the female celebrities. At your company, your grandfather said that no one in the entertainment industry can marry into our family." "I know," Justin nodded. "Do you want to sleep here tonight? I can ask someone to tidy up your room for you." "No, it's okay, Mom. I'll sleep back at my place." Justin left in the middle of the night after sitting with his mother for a little while longer. Talk about a hassle. The good thing was, everyone in the family was already used to Justin's weird temper and actions. The next morning, Chloe was on her way to work when she received Noah's text. "Chloe, are you there?" "Yeah." "What is Sarah's problem? What's wrong with her?" "She blocked my Snap," Noah sent, along with a crying emoji. Why?" Chloe had no idea why Sarah would do that. "That's what I wanted to know. Did she have a stroke? Why would she block me?" "Are you sure she blocked you and didn't delete you?" "What's the difference?" Noah sent her another crying emoji. "If she blocked you, it means you did something to piss her off and she wants you to know that she's rejecting your messages for now. If she deleted you, it means she's ignoring your existence and no longer wants anything to do with you." "Goddess Green, your analysis is right on point. So tell me, did she block you or delete you?" Chloe put on her earphones and replied using voice message. "She blocked me." "Ha ha ha ha. Come on, tell me, what did you do to piss her off?" Chloe was delighted to see Noah in such a difficult position for once. Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't do anything? Not in a million years. Chloe, let the gods be my witnesses. I really didn't do anything. Everything was fine. The other day we even went to court together, don't you remember? Then everything changed when your girlfriend arrived. Chloe added, Julie is weird. She found out where I was by following me and pretended that it was an accident. I don't like scheming women. Then that's your problem. Hey, can you ask her to unblock me? Why should I help you? We're not bros. But I'm Jack's bro. Yeah, then you should ask Jack for help. Do you have to be so mean? Chloe broke into laughter and stopped replying to him. After a busy morning at the hospital, she called Sarah to ask her what happened between her and Noah. However, her phone was turned off. She was probably on the plane. GK headquarters. After work, Jack had just left the company when Noah called him and asked Jack to meet him for drinks. Then, Noah went straight to the pub they decided on. When Jack walked in, Noah had already finished an entire bottle of beer. What's up? It's a long story. Here's how it began. If it's a long story, maybe I shouldn't hear about it. Damn. No wonder you and Chloe are married. You guys even act alike. I wanted to vent to Chloe today, but she was not at all helpful. Noah jumped up in fury. So, you're telling me that not only are you harassing me, you also harassed my wife? Jack looked up and asked him with a deep voice. Ahem. Don't scare me. I don't have the guts to harass your wife. I still want to live. Noah choked on his drink when that super-whipped husband of Chloe's looked at him like that. Of course, he wasn't going to admit to harassing his wife. Jack didn't say anything and just enjoyed his drink. He knew that Noah wasn't someone who could keep a secret. If something happened, Jack never had to ask before Noah spilled all his beans. To no one's surprise, Noah, seeing that Jack didn't ask him, couldn't keep it in any longer and said, I broke up with Julie. Oh. Jack barely made a reaction, as if he had predicted what would happen. She's really not my type. I bet you think Sarah is more your type, right? Jack suddenly interjected. Yeah, right. How does it have anything to do with Sarah? I thought about it for an entire day and night before breaking it off with Julie. Living with her for the rest of my life would be super tiring. So you asked me to have a drink with you to celebrate your breakup? Jack, the hell? How would a full man like you understand a hungry man like me? Just because you're married, you can't make fun of single men like me. We're not supposed to be celebrating. You're supposed to be consoling me. I don't think that's necessary. You don't look that sad. You're right. I wasn't in love with Julie or anything, but everyone thought that we would make a good couple, so they wanted us to date. So I'm guessing that you drinking your sorrows away has something to do with Sarah, right? That damned woman blocked me. I get angry as soon as I think about that. Whenever I send her a snap message, it shows that the message was declined. Are you kidding me? Isn't it normal for her to block you? You're not her boyfriend. Maybe she got herself a new boyfriend, and he is the jelly type. Do you think that's possible? Noah became a little worried at what Jack said. Of course it is. Flight attendants always have a lot of suitors. Why would anyone want to date Sarah? She's so mean. I wouldn't be so sure. Jack slowly took a sip of his wine. Noah became even more depressed after hearing what Jack said. Can you ask your wife to come and join us for dinner after work? Noah thought. As long as Chloe was here, Sarah was definitely going to show up. After all, they were best friends. She's working night shifts these days. What a shame. Noah was slightly disappointed. The truth was, Jack knew how Noah felt about Sarah a long time ago. But since Noah didn't want to admit it, he didn't blow the cover. For him. When Noah went to the bathroom, Jack sent Chloe a message. What are you doing? I'm eating. The food at the cafeteria sucks. I can't believe I'm spending $50 a day for lunch on this crap. I can ask someone to bring you lunch in the future. The chefs or GK make pretty good food. No, I don't want to seem so spoiled. If everyone else can eat it, so can I. If anything, I'll eat less at work and cook when I get home. Good girl. Jack sent her a head-patting emoji. What about you? Are you finished with work? I won't be home tonight, so remember to make yourself some food. I'm with Noah. Oh yeah, you guys are together? Is he complaining to you about how Sarah blocked him? Chloe laughed. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Sarah is weird too. Why block him? I bet Noah lost his cool. Yeah, he's all over the place. Keep him at bay. I'll ask Sarah what happened. Noah broke up with that girlfriend of his. That fast? Chloe knew that they wouldn't be together forever, but was still surprised at how short it lasted. After some more chit-chat with Jack, Sarah called her back. Hey, I just got off the plane and saw your phone call. What's up? Sarah held her phone with one hand and pulled on her luggage with the other, looking like a full-on iron lady. Noah told me that you blocked his Snap. Yeah, is that a problem? Sarah asked matter-of-factly. Of course not. Noah couldn't reach you, so he came asking me what happened. Why are you guys fighting? We're not. I just don't like looking at him. Then you should have blocked him a long time ago. Why did you do it after his girlfriend barged into our lunch session? Hey, do you have a thing for our people's police? Bullshit. I don't have a thing for him. Sarah immediately denied it. Fine. Keep at it. Anyways, it'll take me a while to explain what happened between us. Are you off work tomorrow? Yeah, I am. I'm working the night shift tonight and have the entire day off tomorrow. That's perfect. Let's hang out and eat some good food. I've been in a crappy mood lately and want to talk to you about it. Yeah, sounds good. But not too early, though. I need to nap first. Let's meet up at lunch. Call me after you make reservations. Why am I making the reservations? Aren't you treating? Sarah asked on purpose. Of course I'm treating. But you can still pick the restaurant. Gosh, indeed. Dripping with cash and swag, Mrs. Moneybags. Please let me aboard your ship. Sarah laughed. Wait, Noah's ship is much better. You should join his instead. I heard that he broke up with his girlfriend and is currently looking for a shipmate. They broke up? Yeah, right. Sarah obviously didn't believe her. Jack told me, and he never lies. I can guarantee it. But why would they break up? Sarah was curious. You will have to ask Noah yourself, haha. I'm too lazy to talk to him. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Then Sarah hung up the phone. After dinner, Chloe realized that she still had half an hour before work, so she went back to her office to organize some documents. Then, she headed to rounds to inspect the patients in every room. Just then, her phone rang. It was a video call. Hi, Master Dawson. Chloe smiled after picking up. She was wearing her usual white uniform, black-rimmed glasses, and didn't have on even a speck of makeup. She looked clean and pretty. Jack, on the other side, was still at the office. He had on a navy blue shirt, and his face was as gorgeous as it always was. Are you busy? No, I just had dinner and was about to go on rounds. What did you have for dinner? Let me think. I think I had braised ribs, seaweed with potato slices, and tomato egg soup. It wasn't good, right? Yeah, but it's always been like that. The chefs have made 0 improvements. What about you? Have you eaten? I'm still at work. Whenever I work night shifts, you work overtime, Chloe asked with a smile. What's the point of going home anyway? It's not like you're there. I'll try to make it back early tomorrow morning and cook you a delicious breakfast. No, you are already exhausted from work. I'll make breakfast. What do you want to eat? Fried eggs and sandwiches, how does that sound? I saw a little kid eating some in the hall, and my mouth almost watered. Is that all you've got? Jack laughed. You know that I can't control myself in front of food. Okay, fried eggs and sandwiches it is. See you tomorrow morning. Okay, bye. After she hung up, Chloe picked up the charts and went on rounds. Surprisingly, she saw Ella, who quit not so long ago, in room 5. This time, she came as the patient's family. She was wearing a low V-neck and had on a thick layer of makeup. She leaned on that Thai patient intimately. Hi, my dearest, Head nurse. Ella smiled proudly when she saw Chloe come in. Chloe nodded in response to Ella's greeting. "How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere?" Chloe asked the Thai patient as a formality. "Not too bad, but my chest feels stuffy at times. Can you do anything about that?" "It's probably because you've been cooped up in this room this whole time. And the ventilation isn't that good. I suggest that your friend take you on short walks in the back garden. Exercise is good for your recovery." "Okay, thanks, head nurse." The Thai patient was polite, aside from the fact that he was a little bit of a pervert. Chloe glanced at Ella and reminded her, "He has diabetes. Make sure you control what he eats. Don't let him have too much sweet fruit." "I know that. You don't have to remind me. I'm his girlfriend, of course. I know him well." "That's for the best." Chloe smiled. Then she turned on her heel and left. "I hate how she thinks she's almighty and always pretends to be super rational." Ella cursed at Chloe as she walked away. "Sweetie, are you talking about the head nurse? She seems like a good person who is good at her job." "What do you know? She's awful. We all hate her." Ella spat furiously. Speaking of Southside Recuperation Center, it was true that not a lot of people liked Chloe. Why? Because she proposed a reorganization of Southside and made nurses change out of their sexy uniforms and into all-white uniforms. She also proposed that all nurses and doctors be tested on their skills, forcing them to up their game. The lives of those who weren't that good at their jobs and just wanted to get by became harder, and therefore they all secretly hated Chloe. However, Chloe wasn't worried. She was working at a hospital, so it should operate like a hospital. The good thing was, Director Richard was smart enough to approve her proposals. Some bad habits still lingered, but Southside was officially reorganized. Overall, the hospital improved quite a bit, and so did its reputation. After her night shift, it was already 7:30 a.m. when Chloe arrived at home. Jack was already awake and was making her breakfast. "You're home? Go wash your hands. I'll make you some fried eggs." Jack was waiting for Chloe to come home so that the food wouldn't become cold. Chloe was touched as she watched Jack working in the kitchen. How many women were lucky enough to meet a man who was willing to cook for her, especially when this man was always super busy managing a billion-dollar company? That's why it could be said that those who always say they are too busy were actually secretly telling you that you aren't the most important person to them. It meant that he didn't care about what you cared about. At least not yet. Soon, Jack finished cooking. He walked out of the kitchen with the eggs and carefully placed the plate in front of Chloe. "Try it. Is it overcooked?" "Of course not. It looks delicious." "Thanks, little ass kisser." Jack smiled. The only time he smiled like this was when he was with Chloe. When he was at work or outside, others always thought of him as the iceberg president. Jack wasn't a man of many words, but each word he spoke was straight to the point. During the executive meetings, he only needed a few sentences to address the crowd and conclude the meeting. Chloe's heart filled with warmth as she gobbled down a fried egg. Jack poured her a glass of warm milk. "Take a nap. There's a steam eye mask by the bed." "Okay." Chloe nodded goofily as she ate. After they enjoyed breakfast together, Jack gathered his stuff and headed out the door. "Don't drive too fast and be careful, Mr. Dawson." Chloe waved her hand. Jack took a few steps out the door before suddenly remembering something. He turned around to ask, "Chloe, do you know Justin?" Chloe's expression changed slightly upon hearing his question. "I do. He stayed at Southside a while ago before I was promoted to head nurse. I used to administer his IVs every day. Why do you ask?" Chloe didn't lie and told Jack up front. "Nothing. I was just wondering." He nodded and turned around to go to work. Chloe took a hot shower, put on the eye mask, and fell into deep sleep. At around 11:20 a.m., Sarah's call came in. "Get up. I'm at Cherry Blossom Japanese Cuisine." "Okay, I'll be right there." Chloe got up in a daze. She then took a shower and drove right over. She arrived in less than 20 minutes. Sarah had already ordered a table full of food and was waiting for her. After the two of them wolfed everything down, Sarah suggested that they go shopping, and Chloe happily agreed. To their surprise, they ran into Julie at the mall. She immediately went up to greet Chloe. "Hey guys." "What a coincidence. You're here as well?" Chloe replied with a smile. "Yeah. Did Noah tell you what happened between us?" Julie asked straight away. Chloe and Sarah looked at each other. Chloe nodded. "Oh yeah, I kind of heard." "Do you know why we broke up?" Julie seemed to be asking Chloe, but, in reality, her gaze was on Sarah. "I don't know. Noah didn't say, so we didn't ask." Noah comes from a family of high-level officials who are really strict about who marries into their family. I thought that I would be good enough for him. But Noah's mother told me that she wouldn't let anyone who wasn't a virgin marry her son. I had a boyfriend before, so... Anyway, forget about that. I hope Noah can be happy. Have fun shopping, guys. See you next time. Julie left, as soon as she finished speaking, leaving Chloe and Sarah standing there, flabbergasted. After Sarah heard what Julie said, she commented sourly, "What year is this? Noah's mom sure is weird, setting up standards like this for her daughter-in-law. She might as well go look for one at a kindergarten." "Julie's really weird. Why would she tell us all that?" Chloe wondered why Julie acted this way. She didn't think that they were close enough to talk about such an intimate topic, but she did anyway. Julie didn't seem to be a brainless oaf who spoke whatever was on her mind either. She must have had an ulterior motive to this. Chloe thought with her head down. "Let's not stand here, let's go." She pulled Chloe away, and the two of them proceeded with an afternoon's worth of shopping. Finally, they had some afternoon tea before Sarah finally let Chloe go home. As soon as Chloe got home, she received another message from Noah. "Chloe, did you ask Sarah what's going on? Even a criminal sentenced to death has to know why. I don't get it. It's so weird." Chloe thought about it for a while and replied to him with another question. "Why did you break up with Julie?" "I told you, our personalities weren't compatible." "What about your parents? Was your mom not happy with her or something?" Chloe asked carefully. "Chloe, are you kidding me? My mom would die of happiness if I got married tomorrow and gave her a grandchild the day after. She doesn't care who I date, and I'm beginning to suspect that she doesn't care about the gender too." "Oh, then I get it." "What did you get?" Noah was confused. "Nothing. I'll ask Sarah again when I have the chance. Stay calm." "How am I supposed to stay calm? I don't even know what's happening." Noah seemed to be agitated. However, Chloe had no choice but to stop replying to him. As she turned off her phone, Chloe was sure of one thing. Julie was a calculating bitch. She seemed to have found out the interesting relationship between Sarah and Noah and wanted to screw it up. She thought about it long and hard and finally decided to help Noah out. She sent Sarah a message. "Sarah, unblock Noah. You shouldn't stay mad at him." "Chloe, you don't know what happened. It's not as simple as you think." "Oh? Did something happen between you two that I don't know about?" Chloe pretended to be surprised. "Ahem, of course not. Don't overthink it." "Okay, well, I've done everything I can, and you can decide whether you want to unblock him. However, don't listen to what Julie said. She's not what she seems to be, and she might have said all that on purpose." After Chloe reminded Sarah, she finally relaxed. Then, she gathered her things and headed to her third night shift of the week. It was the afternoon rush hour, so traffic was jammed. Chloe played some music in her car. She was enjoying the music when she suddenly felt like someone was looking at her. Then, she noticed that a black Lamborghini was parked right next to her car. Aside from Justin, who else could its driver be? But this time, Justin didn't purposely create this chance encounter. He was going to lunch with some clients, and the restaurant was nearby. However, he didn't expect to see Chloe while waiting for a red light. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Therefore, his gaze never left her. It wasn't until the lights changed and the cars behind him began honking that Justin was drawn back to reality. Afterward, he glanced back at where Chloe was, but she was already gone. It was already past dinner time when she arrived at South Side. She was wondering if she should order delivery when a nurse suddenly came up to her and said in a hurry, "Head nurse, Deputy Director asked you to go to his office." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Then she changed into her white uniform, put on her glasses, and headed up to the top floor, where the Deputy Director's office was. She knocked before entering, and to her surprise, she saw Andrew. He was wearing a beige t-shirt and a Cartier bangle. He seemed to be discussing something with the Deputy Director. "Hey, look who we have here." Andrew smiled when he saw Chloe. Chloe ignored them and went up to Deputy Director. "You were looking for me?" "Hey, Green, come and sit down." "Deputy Director, I haven't had dinner yet. Could you let me know why you were looking for me?" Chloe didn't want to waste time with them. "Don't worry about dinner. We haven't eaten either. We can have dinner together in a bit. Sit down. Listen to what President Green is offering to our hospital as a reward system." "A reward system for our hospital? Since when does an outsider have the right to do that?" Chloe faintly asked. "Hey, don't say that. President Green isn't an outsider. He's our hospital's biggest sponsor." Chloe. Fine. The Deputy Director loved money, and she was at a loss for words. "Chloe, I established an emergency care foundation for your hospital, so in the future, when less fortunate people come looking for emergency treatment, the hospital will be able to help them. The Green Foundation will take care of the bills." "Are you trying to be Robin Hood now?" Chloe looked at Andrew and asked. No, I'm not. That'll be too tiring. I was hoping that you could become a board member of the Green Foundation and help deal with this stuff. I told the Deputy Director to double your salary since you'll have to work your shifts and manage the foundation at the same time. The truth was, Chloe wanted to say no. However, what Andrew was doing was quite meaningful. A lot of the local residents, thinking that this place was a hospital, came looking for emergency care, without knowing that they were only a recuperation center. In the end, the hospital refused to treat them and had to send them away. If Andrew was really willing to offer the money, they would be able to hire some on-call doctors for their emergency room. They might be able to save a lot of lives. Chloe was not about to decline an opportunity like this, even though she didn't know what Andrew's ulterior motive was. Plus, this was a really good deed. "Chloe, what do you think?" Deputy Director asked her. "Sounds good." Chloe nodded. "See? I told you our Chloe was going to agree. May I please leave now, Deputy Director?" "Hey, what's the hurry, little sister? I haven't eaten yet, and I heard your cafeteria isn't bad. Can you take me there for dinner?" Chloe wanted to decline, but Deputy Director said, "Of course she can. You donated so much." Of course Chloe would agree to something like this. Chloe had no choice but to swallow her words. She took Andrew to the cafeteria. Dinner hours were already over, so the Deputy Director ordered the chefs to especially whip up some dishes for Andrew. Chloe and Andrew sat across from each other in the giant, empty cafeteria. "I'm curious. Why are you doing this?" "I'm just trying to do a good deed." Andrew chuckled. "I don't believe you. A sly businessman would never do anything that doesn't benefit him." "Tsk, tsk. I like how smart you are. I love that you're always calm and rational. Don't beat around the bush, shoot." "Little sis, I'm hungry. Can we talk while we eat?" Andrew begged her with puppy dog eyes. Just then, the servers brought up 6 dishes and a soup: stir-fried mushrooms, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised fish, bitter melon and egg stir-fry, boiled shrimp, braised meatballs, and sweet and sour soup. Before Chloe could say anything, Andrew put a shrimp in her bowl. "I seem to remember that you like seafood." Chloe put down his chopsticks and smiled at Chloe. "How did you know?" Chloe doesn't remember ever eating with Andrew. How did he know what she liked? Haha, I made a guess. I don't buy it. Chloe never believed what Andrew said because he always acted like that. He always seemed to be smiling on the surface. But who knew what kind of evil was cooking in that brain of his? "Is this what you guys usually eat?" "We usually have 1 meat dish, 1 veggie dish, and a soup. Never as lavish as today." "I feel bad for you." "Why? It's what everyone eats." Chloe didn't think it was a big deal. This was the first time Andrew had the chance to dine with Chloe, so he seemed to treasure this opportunity very much. Right after Chloe finished a shrimp, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and put another one in her bowl. He even used a pair of unused ones. Chloe could tell that he was someone who paid attention to little details. "Did Dad talk to you about Justin?" "Yeah, but his ideas aren't realistic. I would never date Justin, so I don't need any help from the Green family. I think Justin is more than just a little interested in you. You should be careful." "Be careful of what? It's not like he would hurt me." "I wouldn't be so sure. Justin can be really aggressive sometimes and will take any measures to get what he wants." "Do you automatically assume that all people are like you?" Chloe looked up and asked him quietly. Andrew smiled bitterly. "What's wrong with me?" "I think you're biased against me, little sis. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Don't think you can trick me. I've known you for a while," Chloe said, as she slowly ate her food. She met Andrew the same year she met Jack. He was in a higher grade than her. Although they didn't interact much, she was aware of his style. He never followed the rules and always surprised people with his actions. In a nutshell, he was always calculative behind others' backs. This was why Chloe always avoided him all these years. Brenny and Liam probably both took a lot of emotional beatings from him. "Why don't you tell me what kind of person I am?" Andrew asked with a smile. "You already have the answer to that." Andrew. "Then, little sis, tell me this, okay? Who do you like more, me or Jack?" After Chloe heard his question, the first thing that jumped to her mind was, "Are you kidding me? How can you compare to Jack?" However, Chloe was a good girl who never swore, especially at a serious place like Southside. Finally, she looked up at Andrew and answered his question with a question of her own. "I'd like to know who gave you the courage to ask me a question like this? Just because people all think one way, it doesn't mean that's the right answer. I'd rather give it a try because there's always a chance for another answer." "No, there isn't another answer. You cannot compare to Jack. No one on this world can compare to Jack," Chloe said directly, without beating around the bush. "Tsk, tsk. My foolish little sister sure is infatuated." "This has nothing to do with me being infatuated or not. It's the truth." "Fine. I hope that brat Jack never lets you down. If he ends up shattering your heart into pieces one day, I'd feel hurt as well." "Thanks for your kind remarks, but that will never happen." After an unhappy dinner with Andrew, Chloe returned to her post. Andrew also left Southside with his assistant. She wondered what this man's ultimate goal was. Why did he keep coming to Southside and offering things like donations and genetic research funding? Did he have too much money on his hands? It didn't seem like something Andrew would do. After another night shift, Chloe took another day off. However, she didn't rest at home because without Jack there with her, she was bored. Therefore, she decided to visit the first hospital. This was her first job after graduation. Truth be told, even after she left, she still had feelings for this place. Outside the first hospital's OB/GYN clinic, "Oh my gosh, Sister Chloe, why are you here?" Amelia hugged Chloe, warmly welcoming her. After Chloe left, Amelia, unwilling to work at the lab, asked the head nurse if she could be transferred back. Coincidentally, the department was also in need of helping hands, so the higher-ups approved it. Ever since Chloe left, she rarely came to visit. After all, Lisa was in this department, and they used to be enemies. Therefore, she didn't want to come all the way here just to get an egg thrown into her face. "Hey, I had today off and didn't have anything to do, so I decided to come and see you guys." Chloe handed her a bag full of drinks and fruits for everyone in the department. "You bought so much. Thanks, Sister Chloe." As she was chatting with Amelia, head nurse came in. She was in a good mood upon seeing Chloe. "Why are you here?" "I have today off, so I wanted to come to see you guys." "Come in, sit down." Head nurse held onto Chloe's hand as they walked into the clinic together. A few of the other nurses that she was close with also gathered around to join their conversation. Chloe, Southside's work environment is really good, right? Yeah, it's for the benefit of the recovering patients. There's a garden, and the environment and greeneries are great. That's great. It must be relaxing to work there. Not really. Patients in recovery usually need our utmost attention and care. Chloe smiled. You're a head nurse too now, and don't have to do that many night shifts. How does that feel? Pretty great, huh? Chloe looked at her old colleagues and felt a surge of emotions. Head nurse held on to Chloe's hand. I heard about Southside's Green Foundation during my morning meeting today. You're now the chairman of the foundation and oversees its management. I also heard that they're doubling your salary. Yeah, they made the decision yesterday. Chloe didn't want to talk too much about the foundation since it was related to Andrew. That's amazing. Remember to treat us to dinner. It's a deal. I'll treat all of you guys to dinner one day after work. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Lisa suddenly opened the door and came in. She froze for a second upon seeing Chloe. The others fell silent when they saw her come in, and the happy atmosphere died out immediately. Lisa's pregnant belly was becoming pretty obvious, even though she was wearing baggy Korean-style clothes. You're here? Lisa asked faintly as she looked at Chloe. She wasn't happy to see her, but she definitely wasn't mocking her or being sarcastic like she used to. Yeah. Chloe nodded. Head nurse, please monitor the patient in room 3. She's beginning to bleed, but she's not all the way dilated yet. She's insisting on a natural birth, so take her to the OR as soon as her water breaks. Okay, Dr. Lisa. The head nurse nodded. Lisa glanced at Chloe, and then she said slowly, Let's talk. The others were shocked by how peaceful Lisa sounded towards Chloe. They all knew that Chloe saved Lisa and her baby's lives at a time of crisis. But they didn't know that Lisa's entire attitude towards Chloe had changed. Sure, she didn't know what Lisa wanted to talk to her about, but she could tell from her depressed expression that she was no longer treating her like a nemesis. She followed Lisa out of the OB/GYN clinic and into her private office. Have a seat. Lisa then poured her a cup of water from the drinking fountain. Thank you. Chloe was shocked. Lisa seemed much more mellow than she used to be. Are you shocked by how much I've changed? Lisa noticed Chloe's surprise and asked with a smile. Yeah, a little. My parents also said that I've changed a lot. I think it's probably because I'm going to be a mother soon. I'm probably radiating a motherly aura. Then Lisa smiled and sat down in the office chair across from Chloe. How have you been? Lisa took the initiative and asked. Pretty good. I envy you. You always seem as free as a bird, Lisa exclaimed. You will too. No, I won't. Chloe, did you know? I finally came to the realization that my marriage with Simon was a complete mistake. Our relationship isn't what I thought it is. I used to foolishly think it was because you were interfering with us and that Simon wasn't over you. And that's why I kept giving you a hard time. Now that I think back at everything, I feel like an idiot. It was never your problem to begin with. Did something happen between you guys? Chloe figured the something must have happened between them for Lisa to say all that. Lisa smiled bitterly. Chloe, you were right about leaving him. Simon isn't what he claims to be. He is the ultimate hypocrite. Chloe didn't say anything. She didn't want to say bad things about an ex-boyfriend, because it was all in the past. However, upon hearing Lisa talk about Simon like that, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Chloe, did you know that I used to hate how you always looked so calm and rational? I thought you were being pretentious. But now, I realized that it's because I'm too stupid. You were able to leave him because you were rational. I fell too hard for him, and that's why I'm stuck. Simon doesn't love me. He loves my family's money and power, and my uncle's position and reputation. Maybe he really does like you, Chloe consoled. Ha 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 ha. That's what I used to tell myself, but the truth is, he doesn't. He only loves himself. The only thing he cares about is power, reputation, and whether he can be promoted. We began sleeping in separate rooms ever since I was discharged from the hospital, and I barely see him during the day. We don't even have anything to talk about anymore. Shocked, Chloe replied, "That's not good. It hasn't even been that long since you guys got married." I don't want to sleep in separate rooms either, but I can't stand what he's doing to me. Did you know that he still hangs out with Jenny and is cheating on me with her? There's also an intern nurse in the ophthalmology department that he's been flirting with. Everyone knew about it, except for me. How stupid am I? Are you sure it's true? Are there any misunderstandings? Chloe tried not to think worse of others. I hired a detective. He doesn't know that I know, and I don't want to expose him yet. I'm pregnant right now, so I can't get divorced anyway. Once I have this baby, I'm going to sue for divorce and submit all my evidence to the judge. By then, Simon will have no choice but to leave empty-handed. I hope he'll just get lost. Lisa spat, her eyes red with tears and fury. Chloe could tell that she was angry and agitated. Calm down. I know that you're sad and angry, but you have a baby growing in you. If the mother's not in a good mood, it will affect the baby. Chloe, since things have progressed to this stage, I have another question that I wanted to ask you, but you have to tell me the truth, okay? Lisa grabbed a tissue to wipe off her tears and then looked up at Chloe. Sure. The ophthalmology papers that Simon won awards for, you wrote them for him, didn't you? Chloe didn't say anything. Chloe, tell me the truth. I don't want to be an idiot that was deceived by him again and again. Yes, I wrote them. Chloe finally admitted. Ha 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 ha. I didn't believe my uncle when he told me. I always thought that Simon was a medical genius. Yes, he wasn't a good person, but at least he was talented. But now everything seems to be a lie. He doesn't have any hard skills, but still pretends that he's a genius of some sort. He disgusts me. Back then, we had just graduated, and the job market wasn't so good. He was a doctor, and the only way he could get a job was if he excelled in at least one aspect. So, I wrote him a paper. Later, I heard that the higher-ups liked his paper, so I wrote a couple more for him so that he could have some ground to stand on in the medical field. I never thought that things would come to this. To some extent, Chloe blamed herself. If she never helped Simon, none of the rest would have happened. You really did everything you could for him, but not only does he not appreciate you, he even pushed all responsibilities onto you. When we began dating, he told me that you betrayed him and cheated on him with your ex-boyfriend. He also said that you were slutty and had a bad personality. Back then, I believed him. He wasn't wrong. I did get back together with my ex. But I'm not slutty, Chloe said quietly. I can't believe that I used to make your life hell. You never hated me for it, and even saved me and my baby. I finally understand why my uncle thinks so highly of you. Chloe, I have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you a lot. If it weren't for everything that happened, I'd really like to be friends with you. Don't think too much. Remember to get a lot of rest for you and your baby. When Chloe left, Lisa was still crying in her office. Pregnancy gave people complicated emotions. Plus, with all the dust that she's eaten, Lisa was bound to feel hurt. Chloe knew about Simon and Jenny, because she once bumped into them. She stayed at the OB/GYN department for a little longer before leaving. As she headed out, she bumped into Simon at the door. He seemed to have just arrived at work because he had his own clothes on, rather than scrubs. Chloe. Simon's expression filled with pleasant surprise when he saw her. Hi? Chloe's sounded distant, as if she were greeting a stranger. Why are you here? Aren't you working at Southside? Oh, I had today off, so I came to visit. How are you doing over there? Pretty good. I heard that you were promoted to the chairman of the Green Foundation. I envy you. There's nothing to be envious about. I'm still a regular employee. It's just a title. You're really good at your job. I believe that you can become an outstanding doctor one day. Simon knew that back in university, Chloe's dream was to become a doctor, not a nurse. Don't kid me. I'm happy being a head nurse. I don't want to become a doctor. Anyways, I have to go and run some errands now. Wait, Chloe. Simon was obviously not ready to let Chloe go just yet. Is there anything else, Dr. Simon? My parents came to visit a few days ago. They brought me some farm-grown eggs and told me to give you half. I don't have the chance to see you, so why don't you give me an address? I'll mail it to you later. No thanks. Eggs are fragile and will break easily if you mail them. Dr. Lisa is pregnant. You should save those for her. Please thank Aunt and Uncle for their kindness, will you? Chloe nodded at him, with a smile on her face. Then, she turned on her heels and left. To her, Simon was no more than a stranger. She felt nothing when she saw him. Therefore, what Simon said before was right. Chloe never loved him. If she did, she would not be able to be so cool about it. After she left the hospital, she didn't have anything else to do, so she decided to head to Thomas's university. However, Thomas was hiking with some classmates and wasn't at school. On her way back, Sarah called. While they chit-chatted, Chloe told her everything that happened at the first hospital. Simon probably envies you to death for living happily ever after since your breakup. You should stay away from him. Would he? We broke up peacefully. Isn't there an internet lingo that goes, if my ex is doing well, then I should be happy? Isn't that the case? Wrong. That phrase is so old, girl. Right now it's if my ex is doing well, then I should ruin it. Chloe was speechless. Fine. You win. Chloe was shocked by how up-to-date Sarah was with her lingo. So, if Simon finds out that you're married to a rich, powerful, and handsome husband, he's going to eat his heart out. He might even do stuff behind your back. You need to consider this possibility. Wrong. It's not that I didn't consider this possibility. I just don't want to think the worst of people, Chloe explained with a smile. Oh, right. Did you unblock Noah? Nope. Ha ha ha. I applaud you for your stubbornness. I'm too busy to deal with that stupid cop. Just let him rest in peace in my blocked list, Sarah said arrogantly. That night, at a club in the city, Simon went straight to the bar after work instead of going home. Ever since Lisa and he separated, he's gotten used to that life. Even if he went home, he'll have to look at her icy expression. What was the point? Jenny immediately went up to Simon when she saw him. You're here early today, doctor. I got off work early. Come on, let's go dance. Before Simon had the chance to reply, Jenny grabbed his arm and pulled him onto the dance floor. The shining lights, the loud music. Simon suddenly realized how much he liked this drunken lifestyle. Jack went back to the manor for dinner, so Chloe, bored, put on a mask and watched TV. Her phone suddenly began to ring. Hello? Chloe, this is Lisa. Can you come over to my place? I'm not feeling well. Lisa's voice sounded weak. It took Chloe around 30 minutes to drive to Lisa's home. She lived in a high-end residential area. Apparently, the family paid for the apartment and decor. After Chloe knocked, Lisa took a while to open the door. Chloe's face heart sank when she saw her. Lisa's face was as pale as a ghost, and there were obvious bloodstains on her white sleep dress. What's wrong? Chloe held onto the weak Lisa. My stomach isn't feeling well, and my whole body's numb. Can you take me to South Side? South Side? Why not go to the first hospital? The medical equipment there is better, Chloe asked in surprise. Lisa shook her head. I don't want my co-workers to find out about what happened, please, Chloe. After seeing Lisa's pleading expression, Chloe finally agreed. She helped her downstairs and drove her to Southside. The equipment at Southside was advanced as well, but the medical team wasn't as good as that of the first hospital. After all, it was a place for recovery rather than surgery. It's late, and none of the good doctors in the OB/GYN department are at work. If you don't mind, I can examine you. Is that all right? Yes, please. Lisa nodded. She never once doubted Chloe's medical skills. Chloe monitored Lisa's condition on their way over, and she was a little worried. She knew that Lisa was someone full of pride, so she didn't have many friends. She would also never call others for help at a time like this, not even her parents. But where was her husband, Simon? Wasn't he supposed to be by her side at a time like this? Dr. Lisa, Your husband. He's partying at the club with Jenny. Lisa hugged her belly and said in pain. Chloe didn't respond. Jenny just sent me a photo of them. It's obvious she's doing it on purpose. Haha, too bad I don't care anymore. I won't be the idiot that I used to be. Then Lisa searched through her phone and showed Chloe a photo. Chloe glanced at it. It was indeed Jenny and Simon. They were dancing intimately. Dr. Lisa, should I tell Director Richard? Concerned, Chloe asked. Don't. If my uncle finds out, so will my parents. I don't want them to worry about me anymore. Back then, they didn't want me to marry Simon, but I did anyway. I chose the road that I wanted to go down, so I'm going to see it through, Lisa said as she gritted her teeth. Lisa was a typical Leo, dominant, aggressive, and needed to be number one in everything. Living like that must be tiring. At this moment, Chloe no longer felt biased against Lisa. Instead, she was sympathetic. Seeing Lisa so depressed, Chloe didn't say anything else. Southside Recuperation Center. Head nurse, why are you here? The on-call nurses were a little surprised to see Chloe. My friend needs to be examined. You guys can go back to work. Then, Chloe helped Lisa up to the top floor, where the OB/GYN department was. Chloe started off by giving her an ultrasound. Then, she drew her blood and sent it to the lab. She asked a colleague to rush the results. Finally, she asked Lisa to lie in bed. She listened to the fetal heartbeat and did an EKG. How is it, Chloe? I think you might have been too agitated and emotionally unstable. Your blood pressure and heart rate are slightly high, and your baby is in a bit of distress, and her breathing frequency is off. Plus, you were bleeding. I think you might be having a miscarriage. Chloe felt bad about it, but she had to tell Lisa. Lisa's face immediately turned as white as paper upon hearing this. Miscarriage? Lisa was in disbelief. Yeah, your progesterone levels are so low that it's dangerous. Inject me with some medicine. Lisa was a doctor specializing in OB/GYN, so she knew how to protect her baby. But is something else wrong? A bad feeling crept up Lisa's spine when she saw Chloe's hesitation. You're almost 5 months pregnant, so I screened you for Down syndrome and… Chloe crossed her arms and struggled to finish her sentence. What? Is my baby at high risk for it? Trembling, Lisa asked. Yes, she is. Chloe nodded. Lisa's heart sank when she heard this. Not only was she faced with signs of miscarriage, but her fetus was also at high risk for Down syndrome? What's that supposed to mean? There was a great chance that her baby was going to be deformed. How is that even possible? Lisa and Simon were both young, and neither of them had any bad habits. Simon only occasionally had alcohol and rarely smoked. How on earth did this happen? She had been wanting to screen for Down syndrome, but she thought she was too young to be at risk. Plus, work was really busy, so she put this task on the side burner. If Chloe hadn't done it for her today, she would have been ignorant until the birth of her baby. Oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? Lisa was in shock. She began to cry uncontrollably. Although she and Simon were in a cold war, she still loved their baby. Their baby was innocent. She spent so much time and effort in keeping her safe. And now this happened? Don't worry, let's deal with the problems one at a time. We may be able to cure your miscarriage symptoms. Let me inject you with some medicine to keep your baby safe. You need to calm down. Controlling your emotions is critical. Don't get depressed or overly nervous, Chloe consoled her. Does it matter if I keep her or not? If she's deformed, we might as well induce labor now. Lisa's voice was so coarse that she could barely even finish her sentence. No woman in this world would be able to handle a situation like this, let alone Lisa. Your fetus is already 5 months old, and her hands and feet have already developed. If we induce labor right now, not only will you lose your baby, it is also extremely harmful to your body. You're a doctor. I shouldn't have to remind you of these things because you should already know. Chloe, what should I do now? I really want to give birth to her. I love her. Lisa grabbed Chloe's hand as she sobbed, tearing, streaming down her face. When her baby was 4 months old, she did an ultrasound, which revealed that her baby was a girl. Not only was she not disappointed that she was having a girl, she even happily bought her unborn child a bunch of infant dresses. Now that she was faced with dangers of miscarriage and her baby was at high risk for Down syndrome, Lisa felt like her entire world was crashing down around her. Dr. Lisa, calm down. Can you let me finish? Chloe sat down beside Lisa and gently patted her back. Lisa covered her mouth and cried silently. Just because your baby seems to be at high risk, it doesn't mean that she's going to be deformed. We can't be pessimistic. Currently, Capital's third hospital is the only domestic hospital advanced enough to give you an amniocentesis. So I suggest that you take a few days off and go there to get a comprehensive checkup. If the baby is healthy, then keep her. If she isn't, then that's fine. It just means that you two weren't meant to meet. You're still young. You'll get pregnant again. Chloe tried to be gentle in her words. Yeah, you're right. I'll go to Capital City. I can't overthink this without knowing all the facts. Just now, she was so nervous that she lost her ability to think. Upon hearing what Chloe said, Lisa somewhat calmed down. For now, you will receive 1 injection a day to keep her safe. Watch what you eat, and take a few days off from work and make sure that nothing happens to the fetus. Then, once you regain energy, go straight to Capital City, okay? Okay. Lisa agreed with Chloe's suggestions, so she nodded. It was already midnight when they finished the series of examinations. Chloe drove Lisa home before heading home herself. It was already close to 1 a.m. when she arrived home. She dragged her exhausted body into the bathroom and took a hot shower. When she came out from the bathroom, she saw that Lisa had sent a text to her. Thank you, Chloe. I'm glad you were here with me tonight. Chloe smiled, but didn't reply. It was late, and she didn't want to disturb Lisa. To save face, Lisa didn't want her colleagues to know and refused to go to the first hospital. The truth was, Chloe understood why she did that. After all, Lisa was an incredibly proud individual. At 1:30 a.m., just as Chloe got ready for bed, she heard the sound of keys turning. She immediately jumped up and hid behind the bedroom door, ready to scare Jack. After a while, Jack came straight upstairs and went into their bedroom. Hi! Chloe suddenly jumped out and hugged Jack from behind. However, Mr. Dawson did not react at all. He turned around and hugged Chloe. Then, he picked her up and spun her around. Why weren't you scared? Chloe puckered her lips and asked. I knew you were at home. I saw the shoes you wore this morning downstairs and noticed that the lights in the bedroom were still on. Okay, fine, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You're the best at detective work, okay? This is no fun at all. Jack was so smart that she couldn't even surprise him. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jack was surprised that Chloe wasn't already in dreamland. I just came back from the hospital. Don't you have the day off today? Why were you at the hospital? Jack was more aware of Chloe's work schedule than Chloe herself. Then Chloe told Jack everything that happened with Lisa. So, you're telling me that you took Simon's wife to the hospital? Ahem. I didn't help her just because she's Simon's wife. Nervous, Chloe tried to explain, but Jack smiled and patted her on the head. I know, I'm just kidding. Did you just come back from out of town? Yeah. Go take a shower and let's go to bed. You must be exhausted. Truth be told, Chloe hated seeing Jack waking up so early and sleeping so late like this. It's okay. I still have one more video conference left. You should sleep first. Then, he lightly kissed Chloe on the forehead and walked into the study. He turned on his laptop. Chloe caringly made him a cup of hot coffee and gently closed the door behind her as she left. The next morning, by the time Chloe woke up, Jack had already made breakfast. After washing up, she sat before the dining table. Before she could say anything, Jack said, don't go to work today. I requested a 3-day vacation for you. Why? Chloe was surprised. Because starting today, we are going on a mini makeup honeymoon. Honeymoon? Chloe was completely dumbfounded. Yes. Where are we going? It's a secret, Jack said with a straight face. Chloe was speechless. Fine. I guess we can't really go anywhere in 3 days. Chloe really wanted to go to the Maldives, but the trip there was too long, and they would have spent a whole 3 days just to get there and back. Adding that onto the actual vacation, they would be gone for at least 10 days. To Jack and herself, a 10-day vacation was too luxurious and unrealistic. Jack was being mysterious and wouldn't say anything, so Chloe didn't ask. After breakfast, she was just about to head upstairs. What are you doing? I'm going to pack. I need sunscreen, clothes, and some other stuff. Oh, right. Do I need to bring a tent? Are we going to the beach or into the mountains? Jack's face was filled with helplessness. Come back here. You don't need to bring anything but me. Chloe nodded her head. I'll bring you, and you'll bring money. Jack was silent. Jack wondered when his wife became so talkative. Perhaps she learned it from that shrew, Sarah. Sometimes her words were weirdly funny, wasn't that right? After the two had breakfast, Jack and Chloe left their condo, hand in hand. Although they didn't bring anything, the two both changed into dark gray casual wear. The clothes were from a famous luxury outerwear brand. It was a stylish unisex outfit. It really looked like everything had been planned out, as Jack changed his car, parking his Maybach into the garage. Instead, he drove a black Range Rover. Chloe was still in the dark by the time they got onto the highway. Where are we actually going? You're not selling me, are you? No. If I sold you, I won't have a wife anymore, Jack said with a serious face. Chloe was in a great mood, so she took out her phone and uploaded a video to her friend circle. In the caption, she wrote, "A spur-of-the-moment trip." It really was a spur-of-the-moment trip, as it was without any plan or hints. She was pulled away by Jack so suddenly, who had asked for a 3-day vacation in her stead. Immediately, Sarah commented, "You went out without me? I'm leaving a bad review." "I'm going with Mr. Dawson. You sure you want to come?" "That's fine then. I don't want to be a third wheel." "Haha, that's why I didn't invite you? Where are you going and when are you coming back?" "I don't know where I'm going, Mr. Dawson won't say. He's pretending to be mysterious. I'll be gone for 3 days." 3 days? Fine, you're spoiled beyond belief. Have a good time, Sarah enviously replied. "Oh, where are you enjoying life now?" Noah commented. "I don't know where we're going. Mr. Dawson won't say. I'm just tagging along. You're killing us single people. You're living your best days. Tsk, tsk. Do you want to come?" "That's all right. I don't want to the third wheel." Noah had the same explanation as Sarah. "If you come with Sarah, you won't be a third wheel," Chloe teased him. "Sarah is going?" Clearly, Noah seemed interested. "Why don't you ask her yourself?" "Bro, I am still on her blacklist." Noah was helpless. "Then go to her apartment and wait for her to come out. She can run, but her house can't," Chloe suggested. You don't say. This method may actually be viable. No wonder Jack calls you smart. You're much better than us," Noah lamented. Unable to hold back, Chloe giggled. "What's making you laugh so hard?" On the driver's seat, Jack couldn't resist anymore and asked, "I was just teasing our comrades, Sarah and Noah. Are they still fussing over each other?" Jack normally had no interest in other people's business, but he was speechless over how Noah and Sarah treated each other. "You think they're fussing too?" Chloe chuckled. "If not, then what?" "Fine. We're thinking of the same thing. But I think that they'll resolve whatever it is that's going on between them soon. Ms. Sarah won't be able to keep up the act." The corners of Jack's mouth rose to a smile, but he remained silent. Wherever they were going was quite far. They were on the highway for as long as 5 hours. During the trip, Chloe kept asking if he wanted her to drive for a while, but Jack refused each and every time. Honestly, he wasn't a little bit sleepy in the company of his wife. He even felt like the scenery was more beautiful than usual. 5 hours later, Jack exited the highway in a roundabout and drove into the depths of a mountain range. When they arrived, Chloe realized they were at the famous Sacred Northern Mountain, located at the northern edge of the country, where it intersected with 2 other countries. So, one could see 3 countries at once. Chloe had wanted to visit the mountain long ago because she heard that the scenery was beautiful. However, she gave up due to the difficulty and riskiness of the trail. She was surprised that Jack would actually bring her here. Looking at the steep mountain range, Chloe was deeply shocked. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't experience how magical and majestic nature could be. The mountain is so beautiful. The unending mountain range is marvelous, Chloe exclaimed. The 2 of them got off the car after Jack parked it in the parking lot of a super luxurious 5-star hotel. Chloe looked up to see the name of the hotel, Golden Palm International Resort. With one look, she could tell that the name was high class. The architecture was majestic and royal, and the Russian style of decor was incredibly eye-catching. Jack pulled Chloe in by her hand, and the bellman carefully opened the door for them. At the reception desk, "Welcome. Here to check in?" "Yes." "Sir, what type of room do you want, and do you have a reservation?" "The presidential suite. No reservation," Jack pridefully replied. "Certainly, sir. There's a vacant presidential suite. How long will you be staying?" 2 nights. "Good. Can you please show me your IDs?" the receptionist politely asked. Jack slowly opened his wallet and passed her his ID. When the receptionist took one look at it, she was immediately a little dumbfounded. President Dawson." What this receptionist said alerted the other 3. The 3 of them looked at the ID and then at Jack, who was there in the flesh. At last, they bowed down at the same time. "Hello, President Dawson." What's going on?" This time, it was Chloe who was dumbfounded. "I'm just here on vacation. You don't have to be too nervous." "Yes, President Dawson. Your room is ready for you. You can take the elevator directly to the top floor." "Thanks." Holding the room card and Chloe's hand, Jack walked away. Honey, we didn't pay yet." "Why do I have to pay if I own the business?" Finding Chloe's remarks funny, Jack asked her back. "You own the business?" Chloe had not recovered yet from the initial shock. 2 months ago, GK spent $3.9 billion and bought the Golden Palm Resort and the rights to this part of the mountain. So, from now on, this resort is a daughter company of GK. "Wow, you're so spoiled." Although Chloe knew how rich GK was, she was still taken by surprise. It was $3.9 billion, not just a casual grocery run at a market. Taking their room card, the 2 took the elevator up to the 18th floor and reached the presidential suite, room 1888. It was more than 300 square meters in size and had an amazing view. The windows were made of tempered glass and completely see-through. There were no other buildings in the vicinity, which gave them great privacy. Opening a window, Chloe closed her eyes and breathed in the fresh air, exclaiming, "The air here is wonderful." Jack took off his jacket, walked up to her, and carefully embraced Chloe's waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Do you like it here?" His tone couldn't be more gentle. I like it a lot." Chloe opened her eyes, leaned into Jack's arms, and looked at the mountain range in the distance. "This vacation is a little short. It's just a little getaway. When you have time for a longer vacation, I'll take you to the Maldives." Filled with happiness, Chloe nodded. At that moment, their in-suite phone rang. "Hello? Okay, I got it. Let's go eat." The 2 descended to the 15th floor where a high-class Western restaurant was located. When Chloe entered, to her surprise, she realized that they were the only 2 people inside this huge rotating restaurant. "Why are there so little guests? It's just the 2 of us?" Chloe was confused. "The hotel manager probably asked the others to clear out," Jack guessed. Of course, as the 2 took their seats, a chubby man in his 40s walked up to them. Clad in a high-end suit, he walked up to Jack and lightly bowed. "President Dawson, why didn't you call ahead? I could have personally welcomed you." It was a spontaneous decision on my part. "And this is your friend?" the hotel manager tactfully asked. "No, she's my wife," Jack replied. The hotel manager was a little shocked at first, but bowed immediately. "Hello, young mistress." "Hi," Chloe nodded back. "President Dawson. Young mistress, lunch is ready for you. If you need anything, just let the kitchen know." Then I'll go now. I hope you two have a great time here." When the hotel manager heard that the corporation's president was here, he dared not hesitate and immediately greeted them. He even arranged a lavish lunch for the couple. Looking at the red wine, steak, fruit salad, foie gras, caviar, and desserts filling the table made Chloe's mood even better. "It all looks delicious." Chloe licked her lips. Jack smiled at her in a spoiled way and placed a roasted Argentinian shrimp in Chloe's plate. At that moment, Chloe suddenly remembered something and said, "Honey, I have something to tell you." Andrew went to Southside a few days ago, established the Green Foundation, and made me the chairwoman. Chloe simply went over what Andrew did, because she didn't want to keep it from Jack. Upon hearing what she said, Jack nodded and said, "If he wants to be a philanthropist, then let him be." I thought so too, but I feel like he has ulterior motives. Do you think that he is conspiring something? I'm not sure, but we'll see. Jack was quite cautious towards Andrew. You're not angry? Why would I be angry? Andrew always does stuff like this at Southside, Chloe slowly said. As long as he doesn't do anything that hinders you, let him. He's fine, as long as he doesn't touch my bottom line. Jack had no time to deal with Andrew, because in his mind, Justin was relatively harder to deal with. He didn't want to tell Chloe that, or else she might overthink things and exhaust herself. After the two ate a delicious lunch, Jack went to the conference room for a video conference. Chloe was bored and changed into a white outfit given to her by the PR department before going downstairs to stroll around. "Young mistress?" "Hello, young mistress." On the way, no matter who saw her, they would all call her young mistress, making her quite uncomfortable. She logged onto Weibo, which she had not used for a long time, and posted a few scenery photos. She wrote, "I want a house, not a gorgeous one, but one where I can happily grow old in." A few seconds later, Justin sent her a private message saying, "What kind of house do you want? I'll buy you one." "I don't need one, thanks." "I am not joking. I am being serious," Justin insisted. "I'm not joking. I am being serious too. I really don't need one." "Are you working right now?" "No." "At home?" "No." "Where are you then?" Justin sent an eye-roll emoji. "I'm vacationing?" "By yourself?" "No." She wanted to say that she was with her husband, but Huomian didn't want him to think that she was showing off. However, Justin immediately guessed who she was with, fell silent, and stopped replying. Using Weibo's private message feature was the only way he could contact Chloe. To prevent fans from finding out, he couldn't even comment. He could only send her private messages, which pissed him off. The main thing was that Chloe rarely used Weibo, only logging on when she remembered to. So, she spent very little time online. Poor Justin had Weibo open 24 hours a day and only closely followed Chloe's notifications. As soon as she updated her Weibo, he would immediately talk to her. Simply, his method was quite childish. After Jack finished his meeting, he came straight downstairs to look for Chloe. The two held hands and walked around in the garden in front of the hotel. Listening to the bird chirps all around, their moods were especially pleasant. "Did you notice that the sky is bluer here than it is where we live?" Raising her head to look at the sky, Chloe said. She felt like the clouds were like white cotton candy floating in the crystal blue sky. "The ecology is untouched here. There's no exhaust, no heavy construction, and no factories. In turn, there's no smog. That's great. This is the kind of place that's actually fit for living. The concrete and steel feel like a cage. Honey, can we live out our retirement here? Okay, we'll go wherever you want to go. Jack dotingly looked at her. You seem busy lately? A little. The company is hosting a 30th anniversary celebration soon. Why did you take me out then? Chloe was shocked. I'm taking a break while busy, right? Also, in a few days, I might not be able to take care of you while busy. So, I wanted to bring you here now to take your mind off of things. In an environment like Southside, you only get to interact with patients. Depression is inevitable if you work there for too long. That's true. All day, they complain about how much pain they're in. I hear them complain so often that I feel like I can literally feel their pain. Chloe covered her mouth and smiled. Before dinner at dusk, Chloe and Jack went to a hot spring close by, under the arrangements of the hotel. It was a natural spring. Chloe really liked it, because it was formed completely naturally and hadn't been tampered by humans. Above the hot spring was the mountain range. It was very romantic. The hot spring was warm, and snowflakes occasionally fluttered down from the mountain. A spectacle of the mountain was that the peak of the mountain was covered with snow all year round. It never melted. So, many tourists from the south would shriek in surprise when they visited, as they had never seen snow in their lives. It was too beautiful, almost like a fantasy kingdom made of snow. Mr. Daswin, thank you for taking me to such a great place, treating me to delicious food, and letting me see such breathtaking views. In the hot spring, Chloe raised up a small wine glass and smiled. Goddess Green, thank you for coming back to me and being with me night and day, walking with my hand in yours through thick and thin. Thank you for leaving the lights on for me when I get home late. Jack raised his cup as well. Do you think it's good for us to be so sentimental? Chloe softly laughed. Jack didn't reply, but he scooted closer with his wine glass and kissed Chloe's rosy lips from the side, catching her off guard. Inside the 45 degrees Celsius, natural spring, there were only the two of them silently embracing each other and kissing. Occasionally, blankets of snowflakes fluttered down from the mountain. Chloe knew she would never forget such a tender moment, as long as she lived. She believed that even years later, she would still tear up upon thinking about this occasion. Jack had put in so much thought and effort to make a sentence she said, as a young girl, come true. It was 7 years ago. The two went to a ski resort together, and Chloe had said, it would be great if we have our own resort in the future with snow as its theme. It'll have hot springs, a skating rink, and when we're in the hot spring, it would be snowing. Wow, I'm dying from just thinking about how fun that would be. It's so romantic just thinking about it. That day will come. Back then, Jack only casually said those words. Chloe didn't take it to her heart. 7 years had passed, and she had forgotten that they once had this conversation. As for Jack, he went to painstaking lengths to fulfill something that she couldn't even remember. After a long time, Jack unwillingly let go of Chloe. Then, the two clinked their glasses together and sipped red wine. At dinner time, the manager of the hot springs carefully walked out and reminded them, President Dawson, young mistress, dinner is ready for you. Please move to the 15th floor. Jack nodded and pulled Chloe out of the hot springs by her hand, draping a white towel around her. After they changed into evening wear, the two returned to the hotel. Jack's employees were very reliable. As soon as they heard that the president and the young mistress were dining, they began preparing. The outfits that they wore all fit the style of a dinner banquet. Jack was wearing an all-black suit. The slim fit made him stylish. Chloe was wearing a white strapless evening gown with an elegant blooming peony by her collarbones, perfectly covering her chest. Paired with a pair of white heels, her temperament was through the roof. After changing in her suite, Chloe slowly walked out. She rarely wore heels and was afraid of falling. As soon as Jack saw Chloe, his eyes showed his amazement. He always knew that when his Chloe dressed up, her aura became extremely strong. "We're just eating? Do I have to dress up so formally?" Chloe was a little embarrassed. She wasn't used to this type of dress-up and felt the inability to be herself. "Let's go. We have guests to see in a bit." Guests? Chloe was confused. They were dressed so formally. Who could it be? Chloe felt slightly unsettled after remembering something. "Jack, listen to me. I'm not ready yet." "I know what you're worrying about, rest assured. I'm not taking you to meet my parents." Jack carefully patted Chloe's hands and comforted her. Seeing Jack settling her nerves with one sentence, Chloe lowered her head and did not say anything. She didn't care who it was, as long as it wasn't Jack's parents, because she knew that she wouldn't be able to sit through an enjoyable dinner with her in-laws. When Jack and Chloe walked by, many female employees whispered, "President Dawson is so handsome. God, he's much hotter in person than in pictures. He looks like a superstar." "Yeah, he looks young too. He's probably not even 30. Young Mistress looks all right. She's not that stunning. I don't know how she managed to capture the president's heart." "That's right. The president's so perfect and a little wasted marrying young Mistress." Although their voices were low, Chloe occasionally heard the complaints. She couldn't resist a quick chuckle as she tightened her grasp around Jack's arm. Inside the restaurant on the 15th floor, when Jack and Chloe walked in, there were already people waiting there. Chloe's eyes filled with surprise when she saw who they were. "You two, how dare you surprise me with Jack? Do you still want to live? Huh? Take them out and behead them," Chloe joked. Sarah and Noah both stood up. Sarah was in a sexy maroon evening gown, with one of her shoulders exposed. Noah was in a navy blue suit, elegant yet luxurious. This formal getup was super out of the ordinary. "Spare me, Queen Green. It's your husband who told me not to tell you because he wanted to give you a surprise." "I am surprised, so did you guys make up?" Noah was silent. Sarah said, Chloe pointed at Sarah again. "You're not mad at him anymore? Have you dragged him out of your blacklist?" "Seeing how generous Mr. Dawson is, treating us to free food and a presidential suite, I'll drag him out." "Tsk, tsk. Your integrity is all over the floor," Chloe softly chuckled. "Why do I need integrity? I can't eat integrity, but I can eat free food and enjoy myself without spending money." "That's right. I'm not letting the free food go to waste." Noah backed her up. "It's like you came to try and eat each other." Jack lamented. How could us? President Dawson, come and sit." Noah pulled out a chair and called it Jack. The four sat opposite from each other. Chloe looked at Jack. "If I knew that they were coming, I wouldn't have dressed so formally." "Don't be in such a hurry. You'll see soon enough." Jack gave her a mysterious smile. "What's going on? Is Noah going to ask Sarah out?" Carelessly, Chloe asked. Ahem. Taken by surprise, Noah coughed. Sarah's face, on the other hand, was covered with awkwardness. "Is this event planned?" Jokingly, Jack asked Noah. Noah waved his hands. "No, definitely not." "All right, let's eat first." Jack waved his hands, and the servers began bringing food to their table. In the middle of the table was a huge steel pan. It was still hot with a fire burning beneath it. Stove-roasted fish? Looking at the fish, Chloe curiously asked, "It doesn't look like it." Sarah shook her head. "This is a special recipe. The fish was caught in this mountain river and is very fresh. This species of fish is quite rare and can only be found in this area. It is very savory and has already been simmered for 3 hours with some local seasoning. It's a dish that locals always prepare during the new year." Unlike his usual silent self, Jack explained. "It looks appetizing." With his chopsticks in hand, Noah couldn't wait to try it. Then, the servers brought up some local vegetables and fruits one by one. Although there were only 4 people, the table was filled with food. It was a feast of land and sea delicacies. When Jack called Noah and Sarah and invited them here, they agreed without thinking. However, Jack said that he had one request. The request was that the two must come together and that Noah must drive Sarah here in his car. Otherwise, neither of them could come. So, losing all dignity in the face of food, drinks, and fun, the two miraculously made up. During dinner, Jack was busy putting food in Chloe's plate. "Try this. It's local, wild vegetables." "Oh my God. Can you two stop bullying us single people? Turn down your PDA, it's annoying." Noah was green with jealousy. "Showing PDA is a sin." Sarah joined in. Chloe raised her head and slowly said, "People who eat free food shouldn't cause a scene. Just eat your food in peace." No wonder she's the young mistress. Even her tone is so arrogant. Sarah and Noah jested. Every time the four ate together, they would turn the earth with their fighting. Even Jack was more talkative than usual. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood. An hour later, Jack looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time. Let's go, guys." "Where are we going? Is there something planned?" Noah rose up with a smile on his face and asked, "You'll know when you get there." Jack didn't want to say anything else. Chloe had a feeling that Jack was acting weird, not willing to reveal anything as if he had some secret to hide. Jack led the three of them down to the second floor in the elevator, and they arrived inside the Noble Orchid Banquet Hall. The second the door was pushed open, Chloe felt her eyes pierced by bright lights. It was so bright that she could barely open her eyes. "President Dawson." Many came over to say hi. In the 300 or 400 square meters was a Western-style banquet, and it was packed with plenty of people. "President Dawson, you're here. We're ready," the manager of the hotel carefully said as he walked over. Jack nodded and tilted his head to say to Chloe, "Wait for me." "Okay." Then the hotel manager led Jack onto the stage. "Let us welcome the president of our corporation, Mr. Dawson, to say a few words." Then, clapping sounds shook the space. "Don't you see a halo above your man's head right now?" asked Sarah as she smiled. "What? You think he's Cupid? With his own halo?" Chloe couldn't hold in her laughter. Just then, Chloe, Noah, and Sarah stood beneath the stage and looked at Jack. "Speak with a halo." He paid a few procedural thanks, and finally, he said, "Ever since I took on this vacation village, I did a lot of research and realized that the financial situation of these mountainous regions is quite dire due to the lack of transportation. Many children don't even have the money to finish elementary school, and I'm truly shocked by this. My wife works in the medical field and has a genuinely kind heart. I believe she shares my values and is willing to help those that need it. So today, I would like to announce the establishment of the Chloe Angel Children's Foundation, named after my wife. It will help the children living in the mountain who didn't have the chance to attend school to re-establish their academics. Thank you, everyone." After Jack spoke, claps shook the space. Meanwhile, Chloe's eyes were filled with tears. She was truly shocked by Jack's secret. "Chloe Foundation? Whoa, your husband really loves you." Even Sarah felt moved. Chloe didn't make a sound as she bit into her lips. When Jack walked down from the stage, their eyes made contact, and this exchange of glances was worth more than tens of thousands of words. "My beautiful wife, may I please have this dance?" Jack held out his hand like a gentleman as an invitation. Chloe handed her pearly white hand to him, with tears in her eyes, and the two walked over to the dance floor. Along with the music, they danced to the banquet's first waltz. Speaking of the waltz, Chloe wasn't familiar with it since she didn't have any money to take classes, but she did learn a little bit back when they were in school. The two of them would go skating together, and while they skated, Jack would teach her the waltz on ice. 7 years later, Chloe still danced so well, surprising even Sarah. My gosh, when did this lady learn how to waltz? Even her dance steps are so up to standard. Noah raised his thumb, looked at Jack, and praised. That Jack always looked like a quiet and reserved guy, but who knew he would be so good at picking up girls? The banquet was quite lively. as some local government officials and executives came as well, and many local entrepreneurs also received invitations. Amongst this liveliness, Chloe never realized that she would be in such a high-profile setting. Luckily, this was the mountain and not the city, so it wouldn't end up on the papers or be spread around. Most importantly, her mother wouldn't know. After they hung around the banquet, the four escaped from the scene together. They ran outside the hotel to the field of grass for a breath of fresh air. The stars in the sky were always so bright, and it was especially nice to look at the stars from this latitude. Suddenly, a shooting star passed by. "Look! A shooting star!" After she spoke, Sarah immediately closed her eyes to make a wish. Then, Chloe and Noah both closed their eyes and made their wishes. "Jack, why aren't you making a wish?" Noah opened his eyes after quite a while and saw that Jack was just standing around, looking dumb. "My wish was already fulfilled a little over 4 months ago," Jack said, as he gently looked at the side of Chloe's face. Chloe slowly opened her eyes when she heard what he said, and her eyes met with Jack's with great sentiment. "Sheesh, here we go again. They're going to show off their love again. Petty Sarah, let's get away from them." Noah grabbed Sarah's hand to step back, just as he finished speaking. He wanted to give Jack and Chloe some space. "Hey, let go of me! Don't touch me, you filthy cop!" Sarah clearly wasn't done making her wish yet, so naturally, she was upset when Noah pulled her. "What did you wish for?" Jack walked over and wrapped an arm around Chloe's shoulder. "It's a secret. Tell me, maybe I can help you make it come true. It wouldn't be a wish if it's easily fulfilled." Chloe smiled mysteriously. "Yeah, my wife is always right." The four were having a great time in the hotel garden, and the light decor on the streets before the hotel were all quite unique. They were like rays of rainbows, which seemed very breathtaking, as 7 colors interchanged non-stop. "Since it's so nice today, why don't we play a game?" Sarah proposed. "Sure, what are we playing?" asked Chloe as she laughed. "Let's count the words ping pong ball. Whoever gets it wrong has to jump into that fountain." "Are you guys up for it?" Noah said with great excitement, as he pointed to the pond before them, which was no more than 1/2 meter deep. "Sure," Jack nodded. "I'm in as well." Chloe nodded. "I don't mind either, let's play. I'm not scared of you." Sarah raised her chin and seemed defiant. "Then I'll start first." Noah immediately said, "Ping." Jack, "Pong." Chloe, "Ball." Sarah, "Ball." "You should say ping, I just said ball." Chloe looked at Sarah hopelessly. Sarah had always had the slowest reaction out of the 4 of them, each and every time they played word games. This was true 7 years ago and still remained true 7 years later. "I made a mistake. This turn doesn't count. Let's do another round." Sarah denied it. "That's cheating. Look, you should hop into the pond, or else everyone will think it's unfair," Chloe said on purpose. "That's right. If everyone says it doesn't count when they lose, then what's the point?" Jack followed suit. "You two are really trying to send me into the water." Sarah gritted her teeth from anger. Just as she held up her dress and prepared to jump into the pond, Noah suddenly said, "Wait, let me jump in for you. Your dress isn't so convenient. It would be terrible if you trip and drown." "What? Do you know how to talk? You're the one that will drown." Sarah rolled her eyes from the same anger. Just then, Noah bravely jumped into the pond with a pshh sound, and water splashed out. Chloe suddenly clapped and shouted, "How manly!" "Of course, I didn't learn anything else at the police academy. All we learned was how to torture ourselves," Noah replied, as he wiped the water off his face. Truth be told, Sarah was quite moved when Noah jumped in for her. Even though it was only a game, she was still surprised by what he did. "What a hero you are for saving the damsel in distress. I give you 9 points out of 10, and the last point is reserved so that you don't get too proud," Jack said as he looked at Noah. The 4 played 4 rounds, and Sarah lost 3 rounds, but luckily Noah helped her out, so he was the one that was completely soaked in the end. As the four tiredly walked back into the hotel and headed back to their rooms, Chloe suddenly whispered a question into Jack's ear. "Mr. Dawson, I want to know, how many rooms did you get for those two today?" "Guess?" Jack slightly raised the corners of his lips. "My hope is only one, but you must have prepared two for them." Chloe knew Mr. Dawson very well. He wasn't such a playboy, so he definitely wouldn't be so inconsiderate to only prepare one room for Noah and Sarah. Jack pinched Chloe's nose with adoration. "You're the smartest, and you know me so well." "Of course," Chloe said pridefully. She had known Jack for quite some time now, and they dated at a young age, so she was able to predict most of his thoughts. "I did ask them to prepare two rooms, but—" At that thought, Jack stopped speaking. "What?" Chloe was confused. Could there be something else to it? "Nothing. Let's see how it goes. I think it'll get very interesting." Jack slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. They were all on the same floor, the 18th floor, and both Sarah and Noah were given room cards to their presidential suites. Jack was very generous. When Sarah entered her room, she screamed out loud. Noah immediately ran over when he heard the noise. He noticed that the lights in Sarah's room were broken, and none of them could light up. She called the front desk, and they said that an electrician would come to repair it. However, since it was very late already, the electrician went back to the village to sleep, and it would take some time to get here on a bike. They waited around for half an hour before Sarah finally lost her patience. "I can't wait anymore. I'm too tired. Just get me another room." "I'm sorry, there aren't any other empty rooms," replied the receptionist. Sarah was oddly surprised. "I'm fine with other rooms. It doesn't have to be the presidential suite." "Sorry, we're fully booked tonight for all the rooms." "Are you kidding me? You've got 18 floors here, and at least 700 to 800 rooms. How could you be all booked up?" Sarah was filled with disbelief. "Even though we have a lot of rooms, but because of the president's charity gala tonight, there are a lot of guests that are staying over. We might have an empty room tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Then am I sleeping by the front desk tonight?" Sarah was pissed. "I'm sorry, miss. Sarah, why don't you stay with your friend tonight?" asked the receptionist kindly. "What?" Noah immediately replied. "I've got a presidential suite as well, and there are at least 3 bedrooms. It's very convenient." "Yes, Miss Sarah. The presidential suite is very large and very private. You could stay in your friend's room and return to your suite tomorrow once the electrician fixes the lights. Is that okay?" The front desk receptionist was being extremely polite the entire time because she knew that Sarah was a friend of the president. What the receptionist said made sense, and soon Sarah was convinced. "Fine, then I'll stay in your room for a night, but let me warn you, don't get any ideas." Sarah felt cautious when she thought of what happened at the hotel last time. "Don't worry, I won't do anything even if you beg me. I was drunk last time, okay?" Noah felt helpless. Sarah settled down when she heard what Noah said. So, late at night, she walked over to Noah's room, located beside hers, in PJs, inside another presidential suite. Chloe lied on the soft bed and asked Jack with a smile, "So, is it really okay for you to plot like this? If Sarah found out that you did this on purpose, she would definitely try to kill you." "Why would she kill me? I was just trying to set them up for their own good," Jack said nonchalantly. He messed up the lights in Sarah's room and told the receptionist downstairs that there weren't any empty rooms. Not even Chloe would believe such a bad excuse, but Sarah did. "You must be tired. I'll prepare a hot bath for you." "Okay, I want to take a bubble bath," Chloe said coyishly. Jack nodded and kissed Chloe with adoration. Then, he got up to draw up a bath inside the washroom. Chloe lied on the bed and thought that once Sarah went to Noah's room, anything could happen. And it must be very interesting. An uncertain amount of time passed by, and oddly enough, Chloe managed to fall asleep. When she woke up, she noticed that she was already inside a bubble bath. She was surrounded by warm water, and sweet rose oil. You're awake. Jack's voice suddenly rang, frightening Chloe. I'm not dreaming, right? How did I get in here? I carried you in here. Where are my clothes? Chloe asked in confusion. I took them off. So, you've been watching me bathe? Chloe felt overwhelmed. Jack sat calmly on the washroom chair as he held his laptop to look at the stock market, all while watching his wife bathe. I wasn't watching. I'm keeping you company, Jack corrected. Gosh, there's no one more shameless than you. How could you sneakily watch me bathe so proudly? Chloe laughed because of how angry she was. We're husband and wife. There's no such thing as sneakily watching you. It's all legal now. Jack placed down the laptop and spoke righteously. Okay then, Mr. Dawson. Can you get out now? I'm going to begin bathing. I can't. Why? Because I want to help you. After Jack spoke, he walked over and directly placed his hand in the bubble bath. Ah! Chloe screamed out loud. The two played around inside the bathtub, and water splashed everywhere. Once Jack carried Chloe out of the water, it was already midnight. The towel that was wrapped around Chloe fell to the ground, and under the dim lights, her perfect female figure couldn't be more seductive. Chloe's eyes grew deep as he looked at her. Chloe. His voice grew rusty, containing a deadly seductive power. Chloe looked at Jack with deep sentiments. She knew what was about to come. Can I? Mr. Dawson didn't want to upset Chloe, so he even asked first. Chloe nodded embarrassingly. Her crisp white fingertips slid past his lips and continued down to his neck. Jack swallowed, as the knot in the throat clearly moved. He thought that he was an extremely determined man, and didn't have strong interests in anything except Chloe. She was a poison that he could never get off of his whole life, and it had already corroded away his heart and body. Inside the yellowish-white round curtains, two shadows intertwined, and even their breathing became hurried. Jack was no longer the impulsive youth from 7 years ago, and Chloe was no longer an inexperienced girl. They've both matured, and became so mature, that even when they joined together for the first time in 7 years, it was in such harmony. Jack kissed her slowly and lightly, as if he was worshipping a godlike thing. He wanted to slowly taste her. His hand continued down, in search of many unknown regions. Chloe felt her body temperature rise, and her face grew redder and redder. She even had a hard time breathing. Her leg wrapped around Jack's sturdy waist, while her hand was placed around his neck. Chloe's mind was already traveling between dream and reality. She thought that as a woman, the happiest thing in life was to give herself to the man she loved the most, even though this was already their second time, but compared to their drunken behavior 7 years ago, this was truly their first time. After plenty of foreplay, Jack finally joined his body with Chloe's, in fear that he would hurt her. Does it hurt? He asked considerately. Chloe shook her head. She melted into Jack's spoiling adorations, and in the end, she turned into spots of stars that flew into the clouds. When she woke up again, it was already 8 a.m. the next morning. She opened her eyes to see Jack's head tilting and his eyes looking at her. His eyes were filled with immeasurable gentleness. Did you sleep well? Asked Jack softly. Very well. The corners of Chloe's lips lifted attractively, and she put on the freshest morning smile. Would you like breakfast in the room or at the restaurant? Asked Jack as he held her hand. Let's go to the restaurant. I'm getting up and getting ready now. Chloe prepared to get up right after she spoke. Suddenly, her expression changed. What? Jack nervously asked when he noticed that she was being odd. I think it's here. What? Jack was confused. My time of the month. Chloe looked very sad. Jack only realized then, as he lifted Chloe's sheets and saw a splotch of bloodstains. Chloe was also speechless and didn't know what to say. However, he was quite lucky that her period only came this morning. Or else, how could they have fooled around last night? Don't move yet. I'll get someone to bring things over. After Jack comforted Chloe, he took out his phone and dialed a number. 3 minutes later, an attendant knocked on the door. Jack walked over and opened the door to their room. President Dawson, this is what you asked for. Jack took over a bag as he nodded. There were about 5 bags of sanitary pads in various sizes and some new underwear. Go change into this. Okay. Chloe nodded and took over the pads and underwear into the washroom with embarrassment. Half an hour later, she washed up and put on some light makeup. When she walked out, she was still wearing the gown from last night. Jack shook his head after he saw, "Don't wear that. Change into that casual outfit." Why? Chloe didn't understand. Was this dress not pretty? The dress is too thin. You can't catch a cold these days. Okay. Clearly, Mr. Dawson was more considerate, and Chloe immediately went into the washroom to change into the leisure wear she was wearing when she came. Once they got to the restaurant, it was already nearly 9. Noah and Sarah sighed when they saw the two arrive so late. You two must have had an intense time last night. Did you do it until the break of dawn? Is that why you got up so late? Of course, Noah was the only one who would say such shameless things. Chloe didn't talk back, like usual. Instead, her face grew red. Sarah immediately noticed her abnormality, and she carefully pulled Chloe's hand and quietly asked, "What happened last night?" "Nothing happened." "That's impossible. Did you guys do it?" Sarah asked again. "Do your head, hurry up and eat. Stop talking." Chloe was pissed from embarrassment and refused to go on with Sarah. Noah continued to tease, "Jack, you were in good shape, Mr. Dawson. You're still able to get up today after your intense battle last night." Jack calmly replied, "My kidney has always been decent, unlike you. You have to eat 6 boxes of supplements to get it up." Huh. How is that possible? I'm in great shape. I don't need those so-called supplements. "Jack, that's a pretty damning joke," Noah yelled. Jack looked at him, and then his tone changed as he looked at Sarah. "I heard the two of you slept in the same room last night." Ahem, ahem, ahem. Noah coughed fiercely. Sarah immediately explained, "That's because the light in my room broke, and the electrician couldn't come, and there weren't any other rooms. So that's why." "Okay. Okay. You don't have to explain anymore. We believe you." Chloe laughed as she patted Sarah's hand. "Ahem, ahem. But your expression says that you don't believe me," Sarah said sadly when she saw Chloe's straight face. "Jack, we should head back today. There are some things we have to take care of," Noah suddenly interrupted. "Are you two getting your marriage license at the Civil Affairs Bureau?" asked Chloe teasingly. "Goddess Green, why do you have to say such scary things? Will I still be alive tomorrow if I marry her today?" Noah faintly looked at Chloe. "Whoa, what are you saying? What do you mean by will you still be alive? What did I do? Didn't you personally invite me to your suite? Did you think I wanted to go? I've realized you're a two-sided rotten cop who acts like one person in front of some people and another behind others. How hypocritical." Sarah was clearly mad. "Yo, lady, I'm wrong. I didn't mean it like that. I meant to tell Chloe that the two of us can't compare with the two of them. We've both got work. I've got stuff to do at the police bureau, and she can't push her things back, so we'll head back early. I'll come again once I'm on vacation. It's so pretty here." Noah sighed. "Okay, I'll get someone to fill up your car with a tank of gas." Jack nodded. "What about you guys? When are you going back?" asked Noah. "Maybe tomorrow. We'll be home tomorrow night." "Okay, then let's get together once you guys come back." After breakfast, Jack ordered for Noah's car to be driven over, and then he saw off Noah and Sarah. Truth be told, Chloe didn't want to see those two leave, but they had no choice. They had to go to work. So after they left, Chloe pulled Jack's hand and asked, "Where are we going today?" "We're going deep into the mountains today." "Deep into the mountains?" Chloe froze. She didn't seem to know what sort of new plans Jack came up with. But she has always been pleasantly surprised by his plans. She has liked everything he planned. This was quite clear. Jack drove along the mountain range with Chloe for about an hour or so. The road became harder and harder to drive on, and just as Jack stopped the car, he pointed towards an averagely sized opening and said, "We can't drive up that road, so we'll have to walk in." It looks dark. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts, right?" Chloe felt a bit scared. "There aren't any. Trust me. I'm here." "That's true. Other beasts won't show up with you around, because you're the biggest beast of them all." Chloe covered her mouth as she laughed. "Jack, you're pretty arrogant. Just wait to see how I punish you tonight." Jack raised his finger and flicked Chloe's head dotingly. "I'm on my period. You can't." Chloe was full of pride. "Huh? Honey, you seem to be mistaken. When I said punish, I meant tickling you." That. Chloe felt somewhat awkward. "What else did you think I was talking about?" Jack smiled teasingly. "Nothing. Come, hurry up. What are we waiting for?" Chloe changed her tone and topic when she realized that she couldn't beat Jack. Jack and Chloe held hands as they walked into the mountains. The mountain path was very rugged, but it became more interesting when they saw there were wooden steps. "These steps are beautiful. They must have been pricey to build," Chloe exclaimed as she looked down. "These finished not long ago. I got them to design it, and it was expensive to build. Normal wood wouldn't do the job since it would corrode over long periods of time and become too dangerous. So I ordered them to carefully craft these stairs with special wood." "Huh? You ordered someone to design it? Why?" Chloe was confused. Chloe thought that Jack wasn't such a careless big spender who would use large amounts of money to build stairs inside the depth of the woods. There must be a reason behind his actions. "Because..." "You'll find out when you see it." Jack remained mysterious, refusing to tell her why. "Ever since we came to this mountain, you've always been acting all mysterious around me." Chloe looked at Jack as she thought it was funny. She had no idea what he planned on doing. Chloe knew that he was acting all mysterious again, and there might be another surprise that was to come. After they walked about 3 miles of the mountain path, Chloe was shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of her eyes. Yellow tree leaves filled both sides of the path, and because birch trees turned golden in the fall, it was very beautiful. However, after 3 miles, the yellow suddenly turned into a sea of deep red. It was as if a spell was cast upon this area. "My gosh! It's gorgeous!" Chloe looked at the red leaves around her as she spun around. She felt like she was inside a fairy tale. Jack raised his head and said as he looked at those trees, "These are birch trees. Each and every fall, the leaves will turn deep red for half a month. It's very beautiful, and those who work in the hotel also live here, so I thought that it was nice when they told me about this place. I bought this piece of land, and I want to turn it into a maple leaf tourist area. But to maintain the natural beauty of these trees, it would only be open to the public for 15 days each year and only accept 200 tourists each day." Chloe raised her thumb. "Good idea. I'll give you tons of likes." "Do you like it?" "I do. It's gorgeous here. I never imagined that a place like this existed. If I walked around this path in the woods during a rainy day, it would be so romantic with the red leaves and small drops of rain." Jack felt truly happy when he saw Chloe in such joy. "Hubby, when we're old, let's build a wooden mansion here and live within the depth of these red leaves. We can have a bunch of chickens, ducks, and geese, along with a dog, and eat naturally grown, non-polluted greens. Wouldn't that be heavenly? We'll also have a bunch of kids, then it'll be more lively," Jack added. Chloe immediately rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm a pig? A bunch? Let's have enough babies for a whole soccer team. I will definitely want them to try out for the World Cup," teased Jack. Chloe burst out in laughter. She lowered her head, picked up a red leaf, and placed it on her left eye. It was extremely beautiful. Jack couldn't help it but take out his phone, and with a snap, he captured this alluring moment. "It's stunning. Why aren't you taking photos?" Jack reminded her. Chloe shook her head. "Many beautiful sceneries can't be captured in a photo. You have to personally be in it and actually see it to truly enjoy it. Sometimes, your eyes are the best cameras." "You're always right, honey." Jack smiled and placed the phone back into his pockets. It might be because that Chloe was in such a good mood that she ran a few steps up the stairs. "Chloe, come back. You can't go there," Jack warned as his expression slightly changed. "Why not? Did you hide a lover of yours in the depth of the woods? Hiding away the beauty in some mansion? Huh?" Chloe laughed as she ran up 2 steps at a time, and Jack couldn't stop her, so he had no choice but to follow closely behind. "Hiding some beauty in a mansion? How could you even think of that? What a tale." Jack felt helpless. He followed her closely, worried that something would happen to her. After all, this mountain region had only been developed recently, so it wasn't very safe yet. Within the first 5 miles was the shallow mountain region, where small squirrels, monkeys, or other kinds of small wild animals lived. But if one continued onwards, there might be unknown dangers. Even though he hadn't heard of tigers or black bears appearing nearby, it was better to be careful. Chloe ran a mile in one breath, and as she grew tired, she stopped and breathed in huge breaths of fresh air. Suddenly, a colorful thing beside a tree on the bottom left corner caught her eye. It was round. "What a cute little mushroom!" She lowered her body and reached out to pick it. Jack, a few steps behind her, saw this. Terrified, he exclaimed, "Chloe, don't!" Chloe immediately stopped her movements. And just then, the round thing spread out, one curve after another. Then, it spat out a deep red tongue. "Ah, a snake!" Chloe screamed out. Perhaps it would have been better if she didn't scream, because when she did, it terrified that little snake, causing it to immediately leap up towards Chloe's arm. Due to the emergency, Jack flew over and protected Chloe. The little snake ended up biting into Jack's arm. Luckily, it was fall and was a bit cold in the morning, so Jack wore a light gray long-sleeve shirt, and the clothing protected him by quite a bit. With his other hand, Jack carefully pinched the little snake and then slowly placed it on the ground before suddenly letting go. The little snake seemed to have been frightened as it waved its tail and hid away into the grass with a swoosh. "You've been bit. Let me take a look." Chloe's expression dramatically changed as she pulled up Jack's sleeve. She could clearly 2 teeth prints with blood slowly flowing out. "It's all my fault. You were bitten because of me. Let me get the congested blood out first. It might hurt, but it'll be over soon." After Chloe spoke, she forcefully pressed down with both her hands, causing the blood to flow out. "Are you going to suck out the poison for me?" "That's what they do on TV," Jack said. "Why would I do that? What if this snake is a deadly poisonous one? I will die for sure," Chloe calmly said. Jack, "So you want to wait until I die and run off with my tens of millions of assets?" "Mrs. Dawson?" Jack calmly looked at Chloe. "Okay, both of us have studied medicine. Sure, you could trick others, but you can't trick me. This snake is a pine flower snake, or otherwise called the cauliflower snake. It's very ferocious, but isn't poisonous. Its main attribute is its massive physique, and many are as thick as a bowl opening, so it's also called the pine flower python. This type of snake can be found in 10 or so provinces in our country, and that one we just saw was clearly a recently born little snake, so it's fine. I've done research on this type of snake during a summer internship when I was in medical school." Jack was hopeless at how calm Chloe sounded. Finally, he calmly sighed. "So, it's no fun marrying such a rational wife. I made a mistake. That little guy wrapped itself around, and was all round, so I thought it was a small mushroom before getting a closer look. But why would you run up when you knew what kind of snake it was? It wasn't poisonous." Chloe felt bad, as she took out a water bottle to rinse Jack's wounds and a tissue to lightly dab at it. "I didn't want you to get bit. It would hurt," replied Jack as if he was wronged. Chloe felt very moved. Jack didn't want her to suffer even one bit of pain. Clearly, he had spoiled her rotten to an extreme extent. No wonder Noah and Sarah often said that it was tormenting to watch how overly protectively Jack was to his wife. After she took care of the wounds, Chloe held onto Jack's arm and they walked down the mountain together. "Honey, do you know why people are scared to see snakes? Even if they knew it wasn't poisonous, and even if it was only a small snake, they will still be scared when they see it," asked Chloe in all seriousness. "Gut response, maybe," Jack replied carelessly. Jack shook her head instead. "Gut response means that one would be scared if they often see snakes and are bitten by snakes. But many are scared even if it's the first time they see a snake. This is called genetic influence, something that happens during evolution. I've seen my mentor in America especially write essays on this topic, but I wasn't interested, so I never looked into it," Jack slowly replied. Chloe nodded. "I've read that report. The scientist first placed a lab rat into a glass room. Then they placed white smoke, and the rat didn't respond to it. Later, when they put in the white smoke, they would also electrically shock the rat. And then the rat would gradually become terrified of the white smoke. Once the rat produced its third generation, they no longer needed to electrically shock them for them to be scared of the white smoke. This means that humans must have been bitten by snakes hundreds of thousands of times, when we were just evolving into humans from apes. Therefore, whenever later generations see snakes, they would be terrified from deep within. This is an evolutionary theory. Don't you think it's cool?" "It is. Mother Nature is too mysterious. Human beings only know the tip of the iceberg," Jack also exclaimed. However, it was peculiar that the couple could profoundly discuss an evolutionary theory just because of a tiny snake bite. If an academically achieved husband married an academically achieved wife, their mundane lives would become even more fulfilling and interesting. Jack received a call when the two returned to the hotel, and then his expressions turned ugly. "What happened?" "I have to head back now. Something happened at GK." Jax looked concerned. "Okay." Chloe nodded. She knew that it was an emergency, or else Jack wouldn't be this concerned. Jack sped back to the city, only taking 4 hours for a 5-hour trip. The sun didn't even set when they arrived at the city. "I will head to the company now. You should head home first and rest," Jack softly said. Chloe nodded and got off the car at the gates of Imperial Park. Jack drove to the company's headquarters. "Dad, why did you need me in such a hurry?" Jack saw his father sitting on his own office chair as soon as he entered. His father's face was incensed. He was clearly here to deliver bad news of some sort. "I saw that an amount of money was transferred out of the financial department and was used to create a charity at A Mountain. The amount was as high as $50 million. Is that true?" $50 million is only the initial budget, and we'll have to spend more later on. That region is a big mountain range, and there are plenty of households with water and electrical outages. More so, the kids couldn't afford to go to school, causing the schools to not have the ability to maintain themselves. There is also a shortage of teachers. What does that have to do with you? That's the government's problem. You're only a businessman. Your job is to earn money, expand GK's market, and increase sales. Why would you put in so much effort into charity work? Each year, GK symbolically donates an amount of money, but there's no need to take charity so seriously. You're a businessman, not a saint. Do you understand? Peter was obviously furious that his son made this decision without consulting him. Even though $50 million wasn't a big amount, he was very uncomfortable that his son had spent an amount like this on charity. "Dad, you're very knowledgeable and talented, so you must know that the money spent will find its way back. There's endless money to be earned, but our life is limited. Why can't we do something else that's within our ability? The mountain is a major project of mine, and once it's developed, the money will pour in endlessly. But we should bring prosperity to the locals. and not a disaster that destroys their homes. We are businessmen, and we are in it for the money. But I think that there's nothing wrong with doing good for the general public while earning money. Don't you argue with me. You would never suddenly do something this for no reason. Truth be told, was it Chloe's idea? Did she push you? Only poor peasants like her would want to do things like this. Peter was certain that his son was dating Chloe, and so he blamed everything on her. Jack was upset when he heard his father blame Chloe. Dad, it's completely my idea. It has nothing to do with Chloe. Don't try to trick me. Do you think that I don't know? You even named it the Chloe Foundation. What a joke, son. Just look at yourself. Is this something a businessman like you should be doing? Peter slapped the table in anger. I admit the charity was named after her, but that only shows how important she is to me, Jack uprightly admitted. Fool. I've already contacted the financial department to pull back the $50 million. The money shouldn't be used on redundant projects. Dad, you can't do that. I'm the president. While you're already half retired, you shouldn't interfere too much. Jack stared at his father and warned in all seriousness. Jack, I admit that you're a brilliant businessman who is good at making money, but you're still very immature sometimes, and I don't agree with this project. I won't approve of this. That's it. Peter seemed determined to reject the establishment of the Chloe Foundation. Then fine, Dad. Then I'd like to officially resign. What? Peter suddenly turned around and stared at his son in fury. I would like to officially resign. I don't think the president position at GK suits me. What do you think you're doing? Nothing. I'm an adult with my own ideas. And if you won't let me do things my way, then I might as well not do it. Do you know what you're giving up on? Peter, filled with rage. I know. You and Grandpa built GK from scratch, and I was lucky enough to be born into the Dawson family. GK doesn't belong to me, and I never wanted it for myself. I can leave this place with Chloe and start over again in another city. I'm still young, and there are lots of things that I still haven't tried yet. If you can give me this opportunity, I will be extremely grateful. Jack's eyes filled with sincere arity when he said this. This wasn't something he said to purposefully agitate his father. This thought had been on his mind for a while now. He never really wanted to be the GK's president. However, it was a family business, and therefore he had no choice but to step up and take responsibility. But if his father said for himself that he didn't need to take over GK, then that's good. He'll be completely free. With his current status as an MD who graduated from Harvard's medical school, his and Chloe's lives would be set if they were to open a hospital. So money, fame, and status were not at all appealing to him. You're my only son. I can't believe that you would say something like this. Your mother and I spent so much effort raising you, and that's how you are going to repay us? I thank you and my mom for giving birth to me. I truly am grateful for that. It's just that, over these years, you guys seem to have intervened in my life too many times, and I nearly lost what's nearest and dearest to my heart. Dad, I'm not you, so I can't feel what you feel. And I don't want to say how much I hate you and Mother for what you've done. However, the truth is, growing up, I've been hurt more times than any other child, all because of the two of you. Up until today, I still respected your decisions and opinions, but there's only one thing I have left to say to you. If the charity isn't approved, then I will immediately resign. And if you ever disapprove of any of my decisions later on, I will still immediately resign. You? Peter was overwhelmed with rage as he looked at the son that he and his wife raised for almost 30 years. Jack, you've disappointed me too much, Peter said profoundly as he looked at his son. Truth be told, Dad, you and Mother have disappointed me as well. But I don't blame you. So you're never going to give up on Chloe, no matter what I say? Peter made one last attempt. After Jack hesitated for 3 seconds, he slowly looked up and said, Dad, I've already married Chloe. What? Peter stumbled back several steps and looked at his son, his eyes widened with shock. Jack added, We're really married, even though there wasn't a wedding. We are already registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau, So Chloe and I are legally married, making Chloe my wife. How could I ever give up on my most beloved wife? Peter's chest raced like a motor when he suddenly heard the news that his son was married. He couldn't digest it all at once. He only just tried to convince his son to give up on that unworthy peasant girl. Peter always felt like Chloe had sway over Jack's thoughts and made him more peasant-like. He was no longer cold, no longer decisive, and no longer like a merciless businessman. When did you two get married?" Peter asked each word with extreme difficulty. "A little over 4 months ago, not long after I returned to home," Jack faintly replied. Peter felt his head explode, and he momentarily lost his ability to think. The shock was just too much for him to handle. Jack pondered for a moment and continued, "You can have a day to think this over, Dad. If you respect my decision, then I will continue to work at GK. However, if you question my abilities and believe that I am too impulsive and reckless, then starting tomorrow, I will no longer work at GK. I very much appreciate the opportunity you have given me. Take care." Jack turned on his heel and walked out as he finished speaking. Peter fell back to his office chair in defeat. "You have an important meeting soon, sir," Mark said anxiously when he saw Jack walking out. "Having the chairman is enough." Jack threw in his words lightly and left the corporation. Chloe was in the midst of cleaning when Jack arrived home. She wore a cartoon apron and was in the middle of mopping the floors. Having a big condo was great and all, but cleaning it sure took a long time. She had been cleaning for a while but still hadn't finished the first floor. However, it was her house after all, so everything she was doing was enjoyable. As she mopped, she hummed the theme song of Bonnie Bear without a care in the world. She looked up as soon as Jack walked in the door. "You're home early. I thought you would be working until midnight again. Why are you doing all this?" Jack walked over in a couple of steps and grabbed the mop from Chloe's hands. "It's not like I had anything else to do. We haven't been home in a couple of days, and the house was getting dusty. We are germophobic. Haha. We can't allow for any messes." She chuckled. "You shouldn't be cleaning. You're on your period. I can hire a cleaner for this." Jack's heart ached. "Oh, come on, Mr. Dawson. I'm not a princess. It's a period, not pregnancy. These are not tough chores. It's not a big deal." "Even so, be a good girl." Jack held onto Chloe's hand and led her to the sofa. He then took off his jacket quietly and began mopping. "This is not something that a man should do. Put that down." Chloe genuinely thought Jack was unsuited to do these chores. "This is my home as well. Why can't I do it? You should rest. Leave it all to me." Jack was an extremely efficient person. The first floor was spotless in no time. Even the corners were impeccable. Finally, after cleaning, he sat down on the sofa and hugged Chloe with one arm. Suddenly, he felt light and content. "What's up? Did something good happen? You're smirking," Chloe wondered. "Yup. What is it? Can you share it with me? Would you still like me if I was no longer the president of GK?" Jack teased Chloe intentionally. "Of course not. Why would anyone like you when you're not the president?" Jack was speechless. "No, seriously. I have a great plan. If I'm no longer the president, we can use the money we've saved up and spend a year traveling around the world. We can then settle down somewhere with beautiful scenery. Whether it is a small town, a village, or a big city, as long as we like it, we can open a private hospital there. I will be the doctor, and you can be the nurse." "No, I want to be the hospital director," Chloe interrupted happily. "Okay, you can be the director, and I will be the deputy director. We will spend the rest of our lives in peace and happiness." "Sounds like a good plan, in theory. But you're the only child in your family who's going to be the president then? Don't tell me your dad is thinking of selling GK." "Nope." Jack shook his head. Chloe rested her head on Jack's shoulder and asked gently, "Did you have a fight with your father?" "Not much of a fight, more like a small argument," Jack said honestly. "Was it because of me?" Chloe squirmed a little closer to Jack. Jack looked down and stroked her hair affectionately. Mrs. Dawson, can you be any more smarter? I'm guessing it's because of the Chloe Foundation? Maybe you should name it something else. It's a big deal. That's not the problem, don't worry, Jack comforted her. But, Chloe continued but was immediately interrupted by Jack. Honey, when is your period leaving? Jack eagerly asked. Why do you ask? Why do you think I asked? Jack glanced at her with deep meaning. Why does Jack's glance look so perverted? It's still going to be several days. Okay, guess I won't be thinking much these days then. What are you thinking about? Chloe was curious. Well, I keep hearing about other people running red lights, but I'm not like that. I am a good law-abiding citizen, Jack replied in all seriousness. Running red lights? Chloe didn't know if she should laugh or cry at the fact that he would come up with such a dirty thought. The two of them went to Ajin's Ramen for dinner, and during that time, they called the residential district management to have some cleaners tidy up their condo. Chloe had no idea that she would see Justin at Ajin's Ramen. After all, someone with his identity would never come to a place like this. Inside the ramen house. Don't mind me saying this, but why the heck are you eating ramen here? Gosh, Master Cooper, what's wrong with you? Brenton was someone with a reversed biological clock. He was always out partying during the night and sleeping in during the day. However, before he even had the chance to wake up, Justin pulled him out to eat at this authentic restaurant. It wasn't until they arrived that he realized it was a tiny ghetto ramen house in a street behind a high school. The most speechless thing was the fact that a bowl of ramen only cost $2. Quit talking and eat, Justin said impatiently. Don't tell me the authenticity of this place is the price? $2 per bowl? Are you short on money? Is your company having cash flow issues? Haha, come on, you can tell me. I can recommend you a place to sell a... Brenton ridiculed. Justin didn't say anything and continued to eat his ramen in silence. Brenton noticed that he was a little odd today. He was just about to tease Justin a little more when he saw Jack and Chloe walking hand in hand, in a very intimate fashion. Chloe wore a black leather jacket with a white t-shirt underneath. She paired it with a dark pair of jeans and a pair of kitten heels. Her hair was pulled up in a messy bun, and overall, holy crap was she cute. Jack was classy and elegant as usual, with his diamond cufflinks from South Africa. In order to avoid unwanted attention, the couple usually took Chloe's Volkswagen to places like this instead of Jack's Maybach. Aye, look who's here, Brenton signaled at Justin with his eyes. When Justin turned around, he was, initially, a little stunned. But he quickly turned back around and continued to eat his noodles. Chloe saw Justin the moment she walked in, but she pretended like she didn't, especially since she was with Jack. She would never take the initiative and wave either. This was not her personality. Boss, 2 bowls of ramen, Chloe ordered. Coming right up. What do you want to drink, Master Dawson? Chloe got up and walked towards the cooler. Whatever you're drinking, Jack replied tenderly. Chloe smiled. She took out 2 glass bottles of soda and walked back to the table. I want something to drink too. You, go get me one. Justin looked at Brenton and said. Brenton imitated Chloe and asked, What do you want to drink, Master Cooper? Whatever that table's drinking, Justin said stubbornly. Brenton smiled and walked over to the cooler. Would you like to go and say hi? Jack knew that Chloe knew Justin. She had mentioned it herself. No, I don't know him very well. Chloe shook her head and rejected. Jack didn't say much else. Justin finished his bowl of ramen in a couple of bites. Let's go, said Brenton as he got up. Boss, give me another bowl, Justin called out to Ajin, but he was actually staring directly at Chloe. What? We're still eating? Master Cooper, please, I'm about to throw up. Brenton looked rather disgusted. Since they walked in the door, the two of them have had 6 bowls of ramen. Yes, it was $2 per bowl. But did they really have to take such advantage of cheap stuff? I'm still hungry, Justin said stubbornly. At this time, Ajin walked out of the kitchen feeling slightly embarrassed. Sir, the last 2 bowls of ramen have been purchased by the 2 customers here. There aren't enough noodles for another bowl. It will take around 20 minutes for me to knead the dough. Is that okay? No, I can't wait. Justin rejected Ashin's offer right up front. Oh, so what should we do? Ashin looked rather baffled. Justin glanced over at Chloe and Jack, stubbornly taking out his wallet and pulling out $200. Give me their noodles. I can pay you extra. It's $2 per bowl, right? I will give you 200, so give me their bowls. Sir, it's not a matter of money. They are our regular customers. It's against policy. My words are the policy, Justin argued with Ashin, unwilling to admit defeat. Ashin, you can give him my bowl. I can share with Chloe, Jack said. Mr. Dawson, won't that be a bit? Ashin really appreciated Jack's offer, but at the same time, he felt terrible that this was happening to his customer. It's not a problem, said Jack. He clearly didn't mind. However, before Ashin could say anything else, Justin got up. Mr. Dawson is sure generous. If you can give your noodles to me, would you be willing to give away other things as well? Just the noodles, and that still has to depend on my mood. Other things? Don't even think about it, Jack said coldly. Haha, and here I am, thinking you're generous. You are a cheapskate after all. Justin chuckled. Stop being so immature, Justin. If you're done with your noodles, then get the hell out. Stop looking for trouble here. The moment Chloe walked in, Justin had been looking for trouble. She couldn't take it anymore, now that he was giving Jack a hard time. Justin glanced over at Chloe, wanting to say something, but he held his tongue. Brenton pulled on Justin's arm. Come on, let's go. We have some business elsewhere. Finally, Justin stopped his bickering with Jack and followed Brenton out. Justin's like that. Don't worry about him. He can be very much like a kid when he's acting immature, Chloe said to Jack. Okay. Jack nodded and said nothing else. A ramen date went wrong. All thanks to Justin. At least Jack didn't ask Chloe any follow-up questions, so she stopped worrying about the incident. Next morning, Chloe drove her car to work. When she arrived at Southside, she noticed that her office was covered in red roses. Rows and rows of roses, at least several thousands of them scattered around the entire office. What is all this? Chloe looked confused. I'm not sure. It came in the morning for you, a nurse said with much envy. Chloe was almost sure that it was Justin. No one else would do such a retarded thing. Out of exasperation and rage, she tried to remember his phone number and punched it into her phone. Justin, on the other hand, was still fast asleep. No one would dare disturb him at this hour in the morning, or else the consequence would be dire. How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me in the morning? Do you want to die? Justin shouted with his eyes still closed. Justin, stop sending flowers, you annoying prick. Justin's eyes popped open with a hint of delight as soon as he heard Chloe's voice. Hey, how did you know my number? Dude, that's not the point, all right? The point is, tell your people to stop sending flowers, Chloe shouted back angrily. Why? You don't like them? It depends on who's sending the flowers. Justin, you're the official heir of the Cooper family. Stop doing these weird things that will hinder your reputation, okay? What's the matter with you? Why won't you leave me alone? You're severely disturbing my personal and work life. Please stop. Chloe, I'm sending you flowers because I like it. Justin wanted to tell her it was because he liked her, but in the end, he couldn't confess. Even though he knew 100% that he was falling for Chloe, he was still slightly embarrassed to confess his feelings so straightforwardly. So, I should like receiving flowers because you like to send them? What's wrong with you? If you don't stop, I'm going to key your goddamn Lamborghini. Oh, please, come and key any shape you like. Justin chuckled even happier. Ugh, you're so annoying. Chloe hung up the phone angrily. Justin was able to dig up much more information about Chloe, including her childhood, ever since Jack's people stopped shielding away the information. It was only then that he found out Chloe was a child prodigy, and that she was a very smart and intelligent individual with a high IQ and EQ. It was her relationship with Jack that stirred up much sensation. Eventually, The misfortune brought on to her Chloe was so medically skilled. She was a medical genius who was meant to do great things, but reality suppressed her into nothing more than a nurse. He also found out that Ajin's Ramen was one of Chloe's favorite restaurants when she was going to school. Chloe's best friend was Sarah, and she was her only friend after all these years. Chloe had a mother who lived in a poor area, and she ran a convenience store for a living. Chloe had a little brother who was going to a local university, and she loved him dearly. Chloe liked to wear simple and elegant clothes, and she didn't like to wear makeup. Her go-to hairstyle was either a ponytail or a messy bun, but most of the time she wore her hair down. Chloe also had an ex-boyfriend that was an ophthalmologist. They've broken up, and he was now married. Chloe was the most popular kid in class, not because of her looks, but because of her personality. He realized that the more he knew about her, the deeper he fell for her. He was so interested in everything about her. Yesterday, he didn't just go to Ajin's Ramen to taste the noodles. He was having a taste of the years, where he was absent during Chloe's youth. He wanted to walk the roads she walked, speak to the people that she spoke to, and have a feel of the crazy things that she had done in the past. Holy, when did I become such an emotional and artsy douche? Justin thought to himself alarmingly. Justin's actions made Chloe's head throb. He liked doing very immature things, like intentionally rear-ending her, like sending her pig's feet as a midnight snack, like filling her office with countless roses in the morning. He surely thought those gestures were romantic, but to Chloe, he was just being unbelievably immature. Chloe stared at the rose-covered floors and couldn't stand it anymore. Can you guys help me throw out all these flowers? What? That's such a waste. Then send every department a batch of flowers and say it's a gift from South Side, Chloe ordered. Chloe's phone began ringing before the nurses could say anything. It was a video call coming from Jack. Hello, Mr. Dawson. Chloe closed her office door since she was video chatting. Are you busy? Not yet. I just got here. But I do have a lot of documents that I need to organize. I forgot to make you ginger and brown sugar water this one morning. I'll ask someone to send you some later. It's okay. I have some at the office. I can make myself a cup. Chloe smiled. Why are there so many flowers behind you? Jack suddenly noticed the sea of flowers behind her. It's a gift from Southside, and it will be sent to each department and clinic in a bit. Your hospital gave you guys red roses as gifts? Jack asked sharply. Our hospital director has an exquisite taste. Chloe laughed awkwardly. He knew how Chloe felt about Justin, so he stopped asking as he was not worried. When do you get off work today? I'm not sure yet. I took 3 days off, so there's quite a bit of work piled up. Chloe's head throbbed as she stared at the pile of reports. Let's eat together if you get off early. Okay, Chloe nodded. Remember to drink some ginger and brown sugar water, Jack reminded her, with much seriousness in his voice. Yes, Mom. Jack was often a miser with words, but when it came to Chloe, he always managed to become a nagging mother. Chloe was speechless. The two of them got busy with their own work after hanging up. In the afternoon, Chloe received a notice from the finance department that the engineering department will be using money from the Green Foundation to service the hospital's back garden. Chloe immediately took off her lab coat and headed towards the engineering department. Hector, the director of the engineering department, was said to be Deputy Director Jat's brother-in-law. He was a man that abused his power and bullied others. And he was a rather arrogant person. Rumor had it that he would frequently use public funds for himself. Deputy Director Jat usually looked the other way since the amount was never too large. In terms of other people in the hospital, they were much too afraid to displease the deputy director, and so no one would ever escalate the matter to Director Richard. In turn, it only inflated Hector's arrogance. Director Hector? Chloe knocked on the door. Oh, hey, Chloe, come in. Hector appeared extra welcoming when he saw Chloe. I just received notice from the finance department that you will be using $3 million from the Green Foundation to service the hospital's back garden, Chloe said as soon as she walked in, without wasting a single second. Yes, that's correct. It was an emergency, so I didn't have the chance to tell you yet. According to the regular process, I should speak to you first since you're currently the chairman of the Green Foundation. Sorry, Director Hector, but that fund hasn't passed through me yet. Any funding from the Green Foundation requires signature directly from either Mr. Andrew or me. Did the finance department not mention it to you? Oh yes, they did. And it's good that you're here then. You can sign right here. Hector actually had the face to ask. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. I'm not in agreement to approve the funding for this backyard service, so I can't provide you with the money. Why not? Wasn't the Green Foundation established to contribute to our hospital? It's not like I'm using it for myself. Have you seen what the back garden looks like? It needs to be completely replaced. Look at the grass and the pavilions and bridges and how worn down they are. The industry will laugh at us if we are offering our patients such a terrible environment. Chloe waved her hand and immediately interrupted Hector. You're still misunderstanding the situation. The Green Foundation is a nonprofit organization funded by Mr. Andrew Green. It's intended to help patients who live around here that can't afford the down payment and is not intended to service the hospital. We're a public hospital, and every year the government will provide funding for maintenance. So, you should be requesting funding from the deputy director, not from the Green Foundation. I know that, but my brother-in-law is out of town on a business trip right now. Who am I supposed to go to for funding then? How about this? Why don't you sign first, and we can pretend that you're lending me the money. I will pay you back once my brother-in-law comes back. Sorry, I can't do that. These are different matters, and I don't think servicing the back garden can be considered an emergency. It's barely worth any mentioning compared to saving lives. Chloe, it's wrong of you to say something like that. You must be new here, right? I've been working here for almost 7 years. There's something that you should know. By being a convenience to others, you are also bringing convenience to yourself. There's no advantage for you to go against me. Hector threatened as he realized that Chloe had no intention of approving the funds. Chloe chuckled slightly. I've never heard of that before. But you know whether I want to be a convenience is up to me. As the chairman of the Green Foundation, it's up to me how each penny is spent. How about this? Why don't you go directly to Mr. Andrew and ask him yourself? If he approves the funding, then I will surely support it. Now you're just giving me a hard time. It's not like I know Mr. Andrew personally, Hector said. A big shot like Andrew was someone even his brother-in-law had to pay the utmost respects to. He wouldn't even have the chance to utter a sound. If that's the case, then perhaps Director Hector should stop giving the finance department such a hard time. This is a done deal. Chloe turned around and walked out after she finished speaking. Hector smacked his palm onto the table and muttered, You think you're a big shot? You're nothing more than a bastard child from the Green family. You better watch yourself or I will show you what's up. In the end, Hector was unsuccessful in his attempt to use funding from the Green Foundation. Not only that, but he was also criticized by Chloe, so he surely wasn't too happy about that. Chloe didn't think she made the wrong decision. It was true that the money came from Andrew, but it was also her responsibility to determine what the money is being used on. The funding was supposed to be used for a good purpose, so she was rather speechless that Hector wanted to use the money to service Southside's back garden. Head nurse, you totally did the right thing this time. Somebody needs to show Hector what's up. You have no idea how bad of a person he is. Not only does he like to use public funding for himself, but he's also always sexually harassing the nurses. It's disgusting. The nurses were extremely happy that Chloe gave Hector a hard time. I'm just sticking to the issue itself. I need to know where the money is going to make sure it is going to the right place. If not, What's the point of this foundation? I won't allow anyone to misuse the funds. Chloe was obstinate and hard-headed, almost a little to the extreme. Regardless of what it was, as long as she made a decision, she would always stick to it. She was as stubborn as a mule. She didn't think much of the fact that she had offended the deputy director's brother-in-law. After all, during the big meeting, she had also challenged the deputy director himself. If she didn't mind offending the deputy director, would she be bothered by offending his brother-in-law? If she was, then she would not be Chloe. Chloe's phone remained silent all afternoon, and she didn't receive a single message from Jack. She had an uncomfortable feeling that perhaps Jack was a little mad at her. Being the clever person that he would for sure know where the roses came from. She also lied. Was that why Mr. Dawson was mad at her? She thought about it for a while, and even picked up the phone, wanting to send him a message. But eventually, she ended up putting her phone down. It's not like she did anything. She didn't want to tell the truth because she didn't want to fight with him. Was she supposed to tell Jack that Justin was courting her, and that was why he gave her roses? Wouldn't Jack be even angrier? Chloe thought to herself. Chloe got off work at around 6 o'clock, and with the traffic, she got home at 7:20. Jack wasn't home. Perhaps autumn was coming, but the house felt cold. She turned on the lights and changed her shoes. She then sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV while she waited for Jack to come home to have dinner with her. There wasn't any food in the fridge, so she was going to order a fruit pizza on her phone. Right at this moment, Thomas's call came in. Thomas. Sis, are you off work? Yup, I just got home. What's up? Sis, I have something to tell you, but please stay calm. Thomas spoke indecisively. What's wrong? Chloe felt an uncomfortable feeling stir up in her stomach. Mom fainted. She's at the first hospital receiving treatment. What? Chloe panicked, hung up the phone, changed, and drove straight to the first hospital. Outside the OR, Chloe saw Thomas, whose face was filled with worry. Thomas, what happened to Mom? Did she fall? No. Thomas shook his head. Then what is it? It was Brother Jack. What's wrong with Jack? Chloe felt even more nervous when she heard that whatever happened was related to Jack. Thomas's head hung low, and slowly he said, Jack's mother came to our house and said something to Mom. Mom got really upset, so they started arguing. Mom then fell when she was pushed by Mrs. Dawson's bodyguard. What? Chloe's brows knitted tightly together. The more she heard, the more her heart sank. Jack's mother, once again. His mother had already done this 7 years ago, and she had the audacity to do it again 7 years later. Did they really think Chloe's family was so easily bullied? Thomas! Did you see it with your own eyes? Chloe wanted to confirm. No, I wasn't home. Auntie William was at our house, so she called me and told me what happened. I came to the hospital straight from school. Chloe remained silent, but her face took on a ghastly expression. Sis? Yes? I think perhaps Mom found out about you and Jack. That is why she was so upset. Yeah. Chloe was using all her effort to stay level-headed. So, what are you going to do now? Thomas asked quietly, as he didn't want to stress his sister out even more. But, on the other hand, he had no idea what he was supposed to do next. He wanted to hold on to the secret and unravel it slowly to their mother. But Atlas, a piece of paper, was never able to cover up a flame. However, the real question is, how did Jack's mother know? Why did she have to go to their home and cause trouble? Did Jack tell his parents everything? At the thought of this, Chloe felt an uncontrollable wave of rage. Where's Auntie William? Oh, she went out for water and should be back soon. Within a minute or so, Auntie William came back. She wore a flowery dress shirt with a pair of black pants and canvas flats. Auntie William, Chloe, you're here. Auntie William, what in the world happened? Chloe asked immediately, as she wanted to know exactly how the incident unfolded. Auntie William's eyes glimmered, unknowing what to say. Auntie William, tell me exactly what you saw. Don't hide anything from me. I will feel terrible. I don't even know how my mom is doing right now. I'm really worried. Chloe, are you back together with that Dawson family's son again? Auntie William asked profoundly and seriously. Chloe didn't object. She remained silent in acceptance. I suppose Mrs. Dawson wasn't wrong then. She came to your house this afternoon when I was cross-stitching with your mom. She was very angry and said a lot of unbearable things. She called your mom A and said she had raised A to seduce her son. It was terrible. Your mom didn't believe her, and they began arguing. You know how your mom is like. She was angry, so she went up to try and push Mrs. Dawson. But the big bodyguard behind her ran up and pushed your mom. Your mom slipped and fell, but Mrs. Dawson said that your mom was intentionally pretending to be hurt, and she ended up driving away. Your mom looked like she had injured herself pretty badly, so I drove her to the hospital. She's still in surgery. I wonder if she's okay. Chloe's heart felt even heavier upon hearing what Auntie William said. The tragedy from 7 years ago was playing itself out again. She brought misfortune onto her family again because she got back together with Jack. Tears began strolling down her face. She had no words and just wished that it was her inside the OR. Sis, don't give yourself a hard time. I believe that Mom will be all right. Thomas walked up and wiped away his sister's tears with a tissue. Chloe, I'm not trying to nag you, but you could have dated anyone. Why did you have to walk down the same path? You know very well what kind of people the Dawsons are. They are billionaires who can crush you like a bug. How can you be so foolish? Auntie William blamed her. Chloe said nothing as tears continued rolling down her cheeks. Auntie William, it is what it is. We can't change anything. You can't just blame my sis. It's not like she can predict the future. She would never want Mom to end up like this. What you are saying is only making her feel worse, Thomas interjected. You have a point. I won't say much then. But you're old enough now. Think it through yourself. Auntie William turned her head and looked at Chloe no more. Thomas, was I wrong again? Chloe looked up and asked her little brother, tears still streaming down her face. Sis, don't say that. I'm not blaming you, and no one is saying that it's your fault. Stop giving yourself a hard time. Let's just wait for Mom to wake up, okay? Chloe covered her face and nodded. 2 hours later, who's the patient's immediate family? The OR door opened. I am. Chloe walked over. The patient's lumbar vertebrae is damaged and requires the usage of 4 steel nails. Did you guys want to use domestic ones or imported ones? Is there a difference? Thomas asked. Use imported ones. Use imported for everything, even the medications. Okay, you can go and pay for the operation fee first then. Pay $100,000 first, and there may be more upcoming charges. The doctor turned back to the OR as he finished speaking. 100,000? Are they robbing money? Auntie William complained. She then grabbed Chloe by the arm and said, Don't let the doctor scam you. The domestic parts and imported parts are identical. They're just trying to scam you. It's not the same, Auntie William. I've worked at the First Hospital before. Even if it's the same medication, the results still vary depending on the manufacturer. My mom's health is the most important thing. I can always earn more money. Chloe then hurried downstairs to pay. It must be nice to be rich now. No wonder she didn't like my son. She's grabbed herself a money tree, Auntie William said bitterly. Auntie William, my sis didn't grab a money tree. She just got back together with her high school boyfriend. That's all. They're very much in love, and if it weren't for my dad's incident, they would have gone abroad together. It's not my sister's fault. Thomas was very protective when it came to his sister. He wouldn't tolerate anyone that spoke ill of his sister. He knows that his sister put a lot of effort into raising him up all these years. She had done enough for the family, and she shouldn't have to put up with these unjustifiable accusations anymore. Chloe's phone rang as she was walking back upstairs after paying. The call was from Jack. At a sensitive moment like this, Seeing Jack's name raised a deep sense of guilt within her. Without thinking, she hung up the phone. Jack's call came in again. She hung up again, and then proceeded to turn off her phone. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service at the moment. Please try again later." Jack was a little surprised by the message. The call just went through a moment ago. Did she turn off her phone after rejecting his call? Was she in a meeting? Or did she run out of battery? Jack wondered to himself. The attending doctor was speaking to Thomas by the time Chloe got back to the OR entrance. "What's wrong?" "Sis, the doctor said Mom needs a blood transfusion, but there isn't enough inventory. It will take too long to have them transfer over the blood bags. Good thing we're both here. We can donate blood to Mom. It will save a lot of time." "We can? Where should we go to donate?" Chloe asked. "The clinic over there. The nurse will assist you in drawing blood." Chloe and Thomas walked over to the clinic next to them. "Hi, we would like to draw blood for my mother's surgery. Do you know the standards for donating blood? You must have not given birth within the last year, or have anemia or any contagious diseases. You can't donate if you have a cold. Also, you can't donate blood if you've had surgery recently, or if you have cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, and coronary disease. Finally, you can't have donated blood recently." The nurse fired out all the conditions in a row. "I just had some medication for the common cold yesterday. Is that okay?" Thomas smacked his head. "No," the nurse said strictly. "Thomas, why don't you go wait by the entrance? I will handle it. I'm qualified." As a health provider, she knew the standards. She sat down and waited for the nurse while Thomas walked back to the OR entrance appearing deflated. "Do you know your blood type?" the nurse asked as she wrapped the rubber band around Chloe's arm. "Yes, I'm AB type," Chloe said confidently. "AB? The patient profile I have here shows that the patient is blood type B," said the nurse, surprised. Chloe looked slightly startled. "That's impossible. Can you double-check?" "It can't be wrong. It's type B blood. We have inventory for the other blood types. We're only lacking blood type B because there had been a large demand recently." Chloe felt her mind going blank. Not knowing what to think, she pulled back her arm. She never paid much attention to her mother's blood type and assumed that she was either type A or AB. She was confident that she was type AB since she had multiple tests done in the past. The last time she went to the hospital to visit Timothy, she had checked his patient profile and was sure that he was blood type B. So it had to mean that her mother was either type A or AB blood. To have an AB type kid, if one of the parents was type B, then the other one had to be either A or AB type. If both parents were blood type B, then the child would either have type B or O blood, meaning that having a child with AB type blood was impossible. "Why don't you ask another family member?" the nurse asked. Chloe got up slowly, processing everything as calmly as she could. Could it be possible that her father wasn't Timothy Green? Was Uncle James her real father? The answer was a definite no as soon as the thought popped up. Uncle James's blood type was B as well. She had checked his death certificate. So, what could it possibly mean if her blood type was AB? Chloe wandered back to the entrance of the OR with her mind somewhat unhinged. "Sis, you're done? Did it hurt?" Thomas asked. She knew Thomas's blood type was B from the last time he was in a car accident. This means she was the only outlier within the family. If it weren't for this blood transfusion incident, she would have always assumed her mom was blood type A or AB, just like her. "Sis, what's wrong?" Thomas called out several times, upon seeing no response from his sister. "Yes? You're spacing out. What's wrong? Did you draw blood?" "No." Chloe shook her head. She had always been as calm as a clam. However, the sudden impact of what just happened had struck her hard. She found herself unable to process the truth. "What's wrong? Did you not qualify as well?" "I will drop by the OB/GYN department. I remember a couple of my coworkers have type B blood." Chloe pulled her thoughts back and answered. However, she avoided answering Thomas's question. Chloe turned on her heels after speaking. Amelia and another coworker came over in a flash when they heard that Chloe's mother needed blood. They were both blood type B, so it solved the lack of inventory issue for Chloe's mother. "Chloe, our hospital sucks. They never prepare any backup, and then the blood bank runs out during an emergency. In the end, the family member needs to donate themselves, and they don't even give you a discount on the fees. That's terrible." "If Director Richard heard what you just said, he would fire you in a heartbeat," the other nurse chuckled. "Of course, I won't say that when he's here. I will definitely kiss his ass." Regardless of what Amelia and the other nurse were talking about, Chloe's mind was still far away. "Chloe, what's wrong? You don't look too well." Amelia poked Chloe gently. "I think I'm just too worried about my mother." "Don't worry. She will be fine. Auntie has luck on her side," Amelia comforted. Chloe nodded. Amelia intentionally walked by the entrance of the OR after she finished donating blood. She was particularly happy to see Thomas. "Don't worry, Auntie will be all right." "Thanks." Thomas nodded. An hour later, the OR door finally opened slowly. "Doc, is my mom okay?" Chloe and Thomas crowded together. "The patient is no longer in critical condition. However, we just operated on her spine, so she will need to rest. We'll have to monitor her for a while, so we'll send her to a VIP room." Chloe's heart ached as she stared at Sandra's pale face. She was still unconscious from the anesthesia. Chloe gave Thomas some money and asked him to take Auntie William out for food. She herself stayed behind to take care of her mother. "Sis, what do you want to eat? Want me to bring you some takeout?" "I don't want anything. No appetite." Chloe shook her head in exhaustion. "Okay, I'll come and find you in a bit." Thomas then took Auntie William, who had been helping them the entire day, out for a meal. Chloe held onto Sandra's hand with a sunken heart. If Sandra wasn't her biological mother, then who was? Does that also mean other than Timothy and James, she's also got a biological father? But Sandra never mentioned such things. She would have to really dig into this incident after her mother wakes up. She had been alive for 24 years, and suddenly she was no longer who she thought she was. Her world felt shattered. However, regardless of who Sandra was, whether she was or wasn't her real mother, she still raised her. Her heart still bled as she watched Sandra lie on the hospital bed because of her. "Mom, I pray that you will be okay and that you will get better soon." Tears glimmered in Chloe's eyes as she watched the person on the bed. Thomas came back after 30 minutes. Auntie William, on the other hand, headed home after hearing that Sandra's condition was no longer critical. "Sis, I will take over the watch. You should rest." "I'm fine. You should go home and sleep. You have school tomorrow." "My classes are okay, but you still have work. You can't do this alone." Thomas passed over the takeout in his hands. "Here is some congee and pickles. Just have a little, or else your body won't be able to take it." "I don't have any appetite. Thomas, you watch Mom. I will go buy some food for my colleagues." After she left the VIP room, Chloe ordered an abundance of food from a restaurant. Amelia and the other nurse donated 400 cc of blood each. It was very generous for them to do so. Like Amelia said, her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted after donating blood. 400 cc is quite a bit for a girl. Since Amelia and the other nurse were close with Chloe, she couldn't possibly give money to them as it would be a sign of disrespect. So, Chloe purchased a lot of delicious cuisines that were high in nutritional content for her two co-workers. During downtime, Chloe chatted with head nurse outside the OB/GYN clinic. Head nurse, a B blood type mother and father would never be able to have an AB blood type child, right? Of course not. Two B-typed persons can only have a type B or O child. Weren't you taught during your first-year intro course? That's a silly question for a top student like you. Head nurse chuckled. "Haha, it was just a thought." Chloe laughed it off awkwardly. On the other side, Jack thought it was odd that Chloe wasn't picking up her phone. She would very rarely turn off her phone. There were spare chargers at home, work, and in her car, so she would be able to charge it immediately. Unless... Did something happen to her? The more Jack thought about it, the more worried he became. Finally, he made the decision to head home immediately. Today was supposed to be the day where he went to GK to delegate his duties to others. After all, he did tell his father that he was quitting. However, he got tied up by the shareholders' meeting as soon as he arrived. A couple of the big shareholders were throwing tantrums, and his father was nowhere to be found. Assistant Mark was so busy that he was practically running in circles. So, Jack had to come out and take care of the situation. After a full day of work, he wanted to pick up Chloe for dinner. However, he hadn't been able to reach her at all, and therefore started to worry. Chloe wasn't at home either by the time he arrived. Jack felt a slight panic rush over him. He pulled out his phone and was about to try to dial her number again. He received a call from home. "Young master, please come home. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson had a terrible fight. Mrs. Dawson is crying and threatening to leave home." Jack furrowed his brows as the maid finished speaking. He couldn't help but sigh, for misfortunes always come in a pair. The Dawson Manor. All the lights in the grand, majestic mansion were lit. As soon as Jack pushed open the front door, he saw the living room in shambles. Peter sat on the couch, quietly smoking a cigarette. His mother, on the other hand, had a piece of luggage in her hand, as if she were going somewhere. "Mom, what are you doing?" Jack frowned. He didn't seem to approve his parents' actions. Over the years, his mother had always been somewhat high-maintenance and ill-tempered. But she knew when to compromise. His father was the one who made the big decisions in their family. Usually, his mother made smaller, day-to-day decisions, like which brand of soy sauce to buy. Jack didn't know what kind of problem would cause them to fight as seriously as they were. "Son, you came back at the perfect time. I don't want to live with your dad anymore. I want a divorce." As soon as Mrs. Dawson saw her son come back, she immediately began playing the role of the poor, sad lady. There were tears in her eyes as if she had been badly wronged. "What's going on?" "Your dad said that he approved your resignation, but I'm not going to agree to it. How can you guys not discuss something as big as this with me? Do the two of you not treat me as a part of the family?" "Mom, it's company business," Jack objected. "Company business? Isn't GK the family's company? Anyways, I told him that you're our only son, and you can't leave GK or us. We already tolerated your decision to move out, but how can you have the heart to completely leave us? I bet your father is cooking something up behind me. Maybe he has a mistress and an illegitimate child somewhere, that's why he's treating you and me with such indifference. Don't you cast malicious slanders at me?" Peter pointed at his wife with trembling fingers. Him agreeing to Jack's resignation was a heat-of-the-moment thing. Course, he wasn't going to actually cut ties with his son. "Mom, my dad's not like that. You've been married for so long. You should know him better than I do. Don't say hurtful things like you're giving out candy. You may not mean it, but he might be hurt by what you say." Jack always thought that his mother had a poisonous tongue. If she was in the right, she would rub it in others' faces. If she was in the wrong, she would still argue as much as she could. All these years, his father had treated his mother quite well, and never quibbled with her over the small details. Now that they were older, his father wanted to protect his reputation. He couldn't stand someone accusing him of having a mistress, an illegitimate child. Who knows? Everyone knows that he's calculating and shrewd, but I'm not about to be tricked by him. Mrs. Dawson was holding her stance. "If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you. I've had enough of you over these years." Peter waved his hand in fury. "Great, son. Listen to him. He finally said the truth. You can tell he wants to chase me out of the house. I've lived here for so long. He doesn't have to award me. But I did so much work around here. I also gave birth to Jack. Peter, I can't believe you have the audacity to treat me like this. Do you really have the guts?" Mrs. Dawson didn't seem to be in a hurry to head out the door. She pointed at Peter as she shrieked at him. "Mom, stop it, you guys!" "Jack, look at your dad," Mrs. Dawson continued. Mom, stop putting on a show. I know you guys better than you know yourselves, so stop acting in front of me. There are just too many flaws. Oh, and you guys are doing this so that I don't leave the company, right? Fine. I didn't say that I had to resign. However, if I don't, then Dad, you cannot interfere with any of my decisions in the future. You don't have to go through all that trouble to play pity in front of me. Your son isn't that stupid. Jack leaned by the door, looking helplessly at his parents and telling them what he thought. Jack was helpless in front of his mother's act. It might have seemed real, but he immediately caught on to the flaws in their fight. His parents' expressions turned awkward after their act was exposed. Peter looked down and coughed, not sure what he was thinking about. Mrs. Dawson reached out to grab her son's arm and nagged, "Don't worry. Your father will never interfere with anything you do in the future. You can do whatever you want, even if you take the company down. It's okay. I have enough money in our Swiss bank's account for us to live the rest of our lives with. Just don't date Chloe anymore." "Didn't Dad tell you?" "Tell me what?" Mrs. Dawson froze for a second. "Chloe and I are already married. We got our marriage certificate a while ago." "What?" Mrs. Dawson shrieked. Peter hadn't yet told this news to his wife. He only beat around the bushes by telling her that their son was still dating Chloe. Even then, Mrs. Dawson, furious, ran over to create chaos at Chloe's mother's home. If she found out that they were married, things would not have been as peaceful. "We got married a little over 4 months ago. After I moved out, I moved in with her," Jack said peacefully. Mrs. Dawson's expression changed drastically. "No wonder you don't seem to be interested in anyone else. It's because you married that little vixen." "Mom, use your words wisely. Chloe isn't a vixen. Legally, she's your daughter-in-law." "Yeah, right. I will never recognize her as my daughter-in-law. Oh, and her vixen mother. It looks like I didn't yell at her enough today. I should have ripped their house apart and forced them onto the street when I had the chance. They're both calculating, both of them." Mrs. Dawson cursed aloud, completely forgetting that she was someone of high social status. "What did you say?" Jack frowned at what his mother said. "I went to their little crappy house today and saw her mom. That foolish woman didn't know what she was going against and tried to scratch me. Thank God I brought bodyguards with me and that stupid pretended that she was hurt and fell to the ground. Seriously, I almost laughed out loud. I knew that poor women like them only want money. Actually, I can give them money, as much as they want. Why order their daughter to seduce my son and pull dirty tricks like this? I knew that damned girl was seducing you, even all those years ago. I was right. Mrs. Dawson didn't get to finish her sentence before Jack turned around to leave. "Hey, son, where are you going?" Mrs. Dawson shouted behind him, but Jack didn't look back. He finally understood why Chloe refused to pick up her phone. "Say something to your son, too. Do you think he went looking for that woman again?" Mrs. Dawson looked at Peter furiously. "I think you went overboard this time. You shouldn't have gone to her house to pick a bone with her. If something really happens to her mother, money won't be able to solve it. Don't forget, they're married. You and that girl's mother are technically in-laws." "Pfft! There's no way I would recognize that poor and lowly woman as my in-law. We're going to be laughed at if others find out. That woman was no good when she was young. She used her face and figure to sing a few songs and star in a few TV shows. And then she seduced that good-for-nothing Timothy. Look at what came out of it. She got played and kicked out like a plague. She got pregnant, and he refused to give her child support. He won't even recognize that girl as his daughter. I bet she was laughed at by all her neighbors. If I were her, I would have been too ashamed to live and throw myself in front of a car. You need to be more careful with your choice of words." Peter looked helplessly at his wife. It was useless. Mrs. Dawson wasn't born rich, but still, her parents were high-level officials. Jack's maternal grandparents were officials at the Ministry of Finance, and they lived a comfortable life. 5 years ago, Jack's grandfather died, and his grandmother immigrated to New Zealand with his uncle. Mrs. Dawson was someone who was born arrogant and always looked down on poor women with bad reputations. She looked at people like that, with extreme bias, and that was why she was so rude to Sandra. Jack drove his car all the way to Chloe's home. He knocked and knocked, but no one answered the door. He tried calling, but Chloe's phone was powered off. "Who are you looking for?" Auntie William had just finished eating lunch when she saw someone standing outside Sandra's house. "I'm looking for Chloe Green. She's not at home." "What about other members of her family?" Jack asked. "None of them are at home. You must be Chloe's boyfriend." Auntie William sounded unfriendly. "Yeah," Jack nodded. "It's good that you're here. I suggest that you have a talk with your mom and tell her not to come here creating a scene again. Let's put reputation aside. Sandra has worked really hard to bring up 2 children. Her health isn't that good, and she has high blood pressure. She usually tries to maintain her health, but then today, your mom showed up like that with her bodyguards and pushed her to the ground, hospitalizing her. Then, your mom strode away with her bodyguards without even giving her money to go to the hospital. She sure is heartless. You all are. I really don't know what Chloe sees in you. She's a good girl. It's such a shame." Auntie William didn't know what Jack did for a living, but from the way he acted, the clothes he wore, and the expensive car he drove, she knew that he was rich. Therefore, Auntie William pointed at Jack and gave him a good talking to. "Could you please tell me where they are right now?" "She's at the hospital. Chloe and Thomas are with her. It's serious. The operation lasted a couple of hours, and the doctor said something about putting bolts in her to stabilize her condition. I saw the bodyguard that your mom brought with her. He pushed Sandra really hard. Sue them if you want to, but I will testify for Sandra. Your mom looks like a nice, elegant, and sophisticated lady from the outside. But the truth is, she is a really bad and vicious person. Oh, and if your parents don't approve of her, then why chase after Chloe? You've angered everyone." Auntie William droned on, but Jack politely nodded his head and said, "Thank you." Then, he drove as fast as he could to the hospital. Aside from the first hospital, he didn't know where else to go. As soon as he arrived, he found their information in the VIP area. When Jack went in, Chloe was sitting on a bench, her hands supporting her head. He didn't know what she was thinking about. "Chloe." He quietly called her name. Chloe slowly looked up. When she looked at him, her expression was icy cold, without a speck of gentleness. "Why didn't you pick up?" Jack walked over to ask her. "I didn't want to." "Why didn't you tell me that something this big happened?" "So, what if I did? Would you have pushed your mom for me to make it even?" Chloe demanded coldly. Jack fell silent. He had seen Chloe as cold and determined like this before. It was 7 years ago when she broke up with him. She was willing to say anything that would hurt him. Jack raised his hands and placed them on Chloe's shoulders. "Chloe, don't be like that. I didn't want things to be this way. Didn't everything happen because of you? If you hadn't told your parents, they wouldn't have created a scene at my house. I told you to keep our marriage a secret, but it was all a crap to you, wasn't it?" Chloe was agitated. "No, it wasn't. I didn't think they would act so rashly. I just wanted to let the whole world know that we're together. I don't want to be in a secret marriage for the rest of my life. What was wrong with living a secret life? I'm not scared. So what are you, a grown man, scared of? Isn't us staying a secret better than what's happening right now? Do you know what idiotic thing your mom did? She brought bodyguards over to my house to bully my mom. She was forced to get surgery and had to get bolts put into her body. She's still not awake. What about your mom? I bet she's enjoying her afternoon tea at home, isn't she?" "Chloe, let me deal with this." "Deal with this? How? I'm intrigued." "Once your mother wakes up, I will personally apologize to her. I will take responsibility for everything, whether she wants to kill me or cut me up into pieces." Jack thought that everything happened because of him, so he was willing to take full responsibility. "You're hilarious. You didn't do anything wrong. Why should you have to take responsibility?" Chloe's mouth lifted into an icy smile, Jack was scared of how distant Chloe seemed to be. "Chloe, listen to me. I think—" Jack grabbed Chloe's arm and tried to patiently explain the situation to her. However, Chloe struggled away from Jack's embrace, looked into his eyes, and said, "Jack, let's get a divorce." "What did you say?" Jack's body went into shock. "I said, I want a divorce." "No, don't even think about it." Jack immediately declined. From the moment he married her, he never thought about divorcing her. "I wasn't asking for your opinion, and I don't care if you agree or not. I'm going to move out first, and in 6 months, I will ask the court for a divorce. That's all." Then, Chloe got up to head into the patient's room. "Honey," Jack's heart throbbed as he attempted to grab onto Chloe's arm. "Let go of me." Chloe's tone was cold and distant. She seemed like a completely different person. "Don't follow me. My mom is not awake yet, and I'm sure she won't want to see your face." Then, Chloe turned around to go into the room. Jack stood outside alone, feeling the slight throbbing at the bottom of his heart. This was something that he was most afraid of facing, but it still happened. 7 years ago, Chloe went back on their deal to go to the States with him when her uncle died. She ended up breaking up with him. He went to the U.S. alone and didn't come back for 7 years, not even for his grandfather's funeral. He never would have thought that tragedy would repeat itself. His arrogant and rude mother was the source of everything bad that had happened. Jack left the hospital with a heavy heart. He put down $500,000 in deposit for Chloe's mother's hospitalization before driving away from the hospital. "Where are you?" "At the bureau." "Come out for a drink." "Right now?" Noah was confused. "Yes, right now." "Okay, let me finish up with this grand larceny case I'm on, and I'll be there soon, okay? Wait for me." Then, Noah quickly hung up the phone. That night, her mother hadn't yet awoken, so Chloe asked the doctor how she was doing. Apparently, because her body was weak, it'll take a while before she wakes up, but her stats had all stabilized. When Chloe came back, she was afraid of going into the room because she felt guilty towards her mother. She stood by the corner of the corridor with a cigarette in her hand. It was a Russian cigarette, brown and thin, but strong. Chloe wasn't addicted, but she liked the smell of cigarettes. Call it a hobby if you will. Therefore, she always kept a pack in her purse. When she was stressed out or tired, she would take it out and take a sniff. She never lit it up. But today was different. She found a lighter, lit up the cigarette, and held it between her index and middle fingers. Then, she sucked in with all her might. She didn't know how to smoke, so her lungs reacted immediately, and she began coughing like crazy. "Sis, are you smoking?" Thomas had been looking everywhere for his sister before finally seeing her at the end of the corridor. Seeing a cigarette in his sister's hand, he immediately grabbed it, threw it onto the ground, and repeatedly stomped on it. Chloe didn't make a sound. She seemed to be in a trance. "Sis, if you want to cry, just cry. I know how bad you must be feeling." Thomas looked at his sister sympathetically. Even he wanted to cry. He knew the dilemma his sister must be in. She loved her mother and loved Jack. However, she had to choose between love and family. It was impossible, but his sister was forced to make that decision once already, 7 years ago. 7 years later, she had to make the same decision. Normal people would not be able to withstand something like that. "I'm fine. I'm okay," Chloe replied with a hoarse voice. "Sis, don't blame yourself. Mom is fine, and her life isn't in danger," Thomas consoled. Chloe combed through her hair with her fingers and smoothed it out. Then, she smiled depressingly. "Thomas, do you think that your sister is a good-for-nothing?" "Why would you say that?" Thomas didn't know what his sister was talking about. Chloe patted Thomas's shoulder. "Stay with Mom. I'll be right back." Then, she quickly went downstairs. Thomas was worried as he saw his sister leave. Dawson Manor. "Who are you looking for?" The housekeeper opened the door to see an unfamiliar face. "I'm looking for Mrs. Dawson." Chloe smiled. Mrs. Dawson, someone's looking for you. Coming. Mrs. Dawson had wreaked havoc the entire evening. Just as she was about to take a shower and put on a beauty face mask, she heard someone looking for her. She came out in her bathrobe, and her expression changed dramatically at the sight of Chloe. Long time no see. Chloe beamed brightly at Mrs. Dawson. Why are you here? Mrs. Dawson felt uncomfortable at the sight of Chloe. Although she hadn't seen her in 7 years, Chloe looked almost the same as she did back then. Aside from the fact that she no longer looked like an innocent little girl, her face was still clean and delicate and even a little cold. Those who didn't know Chloe thought she was the cold and distant type of girl. However, the truth was, she was more than just that. She was the biggest badass that ever existed. She lived freely and arrogantly. 7 years ago, Mrs. Dawson's disapproval of Chloe dating her son was well known by the entire school. She and Chloe even had a few face-offs. Therefore, although they hadn't seen each other in years, she would never forget Chloe's face. Ignoring Mrs. Dawson's question completely, Chloe walked straight in and sat down on their leather couch. Then, she slowly leaned back. I'm curious. I made the decision to be with Jack. Why do you keep looking for my mom? Just because she's poor and her status isn't as high as yours, she's supposed to be bullied? Chloe's voice was icy. It's a father's fault for not teaching his child right. But since you didn't have a father growing up, of course, I was supposed to pick my bone with your mom. Who else should I look for? You? Do you really think that you're a good girl, doing disgraceful and shameful things like this? Mrs. Dawson became agitated as soon as Chloe brought up the subject, so she threw rude remarks at Chloe. Chloe smiled coldly. What disgraceful thing did I do? You're disgraceful for seducing my son. How can a girl as young as you know how to seduce someone like that? You and your mom are 2 peas in a pod. But isn't seducing a man a kind of talent? If you hadn't seduced Jack's father, would he really have married you? Mrs. Dawson's expression changed as she pointed at Chloe and cursed. You little animal. What do you think you're talking about? Do you think that established families like mine with a great reputation would be the same as a lowlife like you? Who knows? You may seem all high and mighty, but the things that you do are mean and shameless. At least lowlifes like me don't do things behind others' backs. I categorize people like you as those who look fine from the outside, but are actually rotten on the inside. Chloe stared at Mrs. Dawson as she enunciated each word. Stop this nonsense. I'm telling you, I don't care if you and my son are married. The Dawson family will never recognize you. Stop fantasizing. Chloe shook her head. No, you're wrong. The truth is, I don't care if the Dawson family recognizes me. That's not important to me. I only care whether Jack and the law recognizes me. Just to let you know, we didn't even get a prenup. If I sue for divorce right now, I'd probably get half of the GK empire. Tsk, tsk. That's a good idea. Mrs. Dawson's face turned pale white upon hearing Chloe's remarks. She knew that her stupid son would never get a prenup before he married her. That means that if they got divorced, Jack would have to give her a sky-high alimony, or even half of everything he had. See? I knew it. You don't even love Jack. You are with him for our money. You've finally revealed yourself, haven't you? Mrs. Dawson scolded Chloe's love for money, and was so furious, her face almost turned purple. Chloe answered slowly, It's none of your business. Whether I love Jack or not, I don't have to prove it to anyone. It's also none of your business if I love money or not. I don't have to explain anything to you. You seem to despise me, don't you? I hate you. You're the most hateful woman on this earth. Mrs. Dawson stared at Chloe with disgust, not concealing her true thoughts at all. Therefore, your hatred towards me gave me a better idea. Chloe smiled. What idea? Don't you just want to divorce my son and take his money? We have our own legal team. You won't get what you wish. A bad feeling crept up Mrs. Dawson's spine when she saw Chloe smiling. She knew that she wasn't as simple as that. No, I originally did want to do that, but I suddenly changed my mind. If you hate me so much, then I'm not going to get divorced. Not only that, I'm going to live with Jack for the rest of my life, right under your eyeballs. You won't be able to get rid of me, and can live the rest of your life in agony. I think that's the best outcome for someone like you. What did you say? Mrs. Dawson's pupils dilated in disbelief after hearing what Chloe said. She was shocked that a seemingly weak and feeble girl like Chloe would say something so vicious. To Mrs. Dawson, Chloe was a horrifically vicious woman. They had crossed paths a couple of times 7 years ago, but Chloe never said anything to this extent. Even when her stepfather died, she never really blamed or cursed at Jack's mother. After all, back then, she felt like she was the one responsible, so she was extremely guilty and blamed herself for everything. However, things were different now. Chloe felt like Mrs. Dawson had crossed the line. Mrs. Dawson wasn't happy, so she used her mother as a punching bag, causing her mother to be hospitalized and have to undergo surgery. This time, Chloe wasn't going to back down, mentally or verbally. She was going to talk to her as she saw fit. Mrs. Dawson was furious. She wanted to rip Chloe into little pieces. "I'm shocked at how evil you are, and at such a young age. How could my son fall so hard for someone like you?" Mrs. Dawson shivered. She got goosebumps upon hearing what Chloe just said. If things went Chloe's way and she really had to see her for the rest of her life, then she would really rather die. "I'm evil? No, I'm nothing compared to you. You brought bodyguards to arrogantly bully my widowed mother. Now, that's evil. Are you trying to suppress people with your power and wealth? That's fine because I believe in karma. I will avenge what you did to my mother little by little. Please, enjoy." Then, Chloe got up to leave. "Stop right there. I'm not done yet." Mrs. Dawson was so furious that she reached out to grab Chloe's arm. Chloe quickly avoided her, causing Mrs. Dawson to slip and fall. Her arms and legs fumbled at the same time, and she crashed onto the ground. "Ah! Someone quickly! Call the police! This woman is beating me up!" Mrs. Dawson immediately lied on the floor and wailed. Chloe stopped in her tracks and looked back at her, her expression as icy as ever. "Are you sure you want to call the cops? If you're not afraid of tainting the reputation of your company, your husband, and your son, be my guest. Either way, I don't care. If you lock me up in detention, Jack will not only bail me out at once, he'll also blame you." Chloe smiled. "You..." A surge of fury bubbled in Mrs. Dawson's throat, but she couldn't let it out. "Mrs. Dawson, what should we do? Should we call the cops?" The housekeeper saw Mrs. Dawson lying on the ground and wasn't sure what to do. Mrs. Dawson wasn't stupid. She thought about what Chloe said and thought that she had a great point. After weighing the advantages against the disadvantages, she decided not to call the cops. After all, doing so would put Jack in a pickle. "You win this time, just you wait," Mrs. Dawson spat at her. "I'll be waiting." Chloe sneered. Then, she turned around to leave the Dawson manor. As soon as Chloe left, Mrs. Dawson told the housekeeper to call Jack. Jack was drinking with Noah and picked up his phone in a daze. "Young master, something happened. A woman came to the house just now and got into a fight with Mrs. Dawson and pushed her onto the floor. Mrs. Dawson is agitated, and that woman, I think she's your girlfriend or something. You should come back quickly." "Where's my mom?" Jack wasn't surprised, because he knew his mother's temper too well. "She's resting in the bedroom." "Put her on," Jack ordered. "Son, you didn't know, but Chloe just came to our house to provoke me. She cursed at me and pushed me to the ground. She's evil. You can't stay married to her anymore. Do you hear me?" "Chloe went to our house?" Jack's expression turned soft at the mention of Chloe's name. "She really came. I'm not lying to you. That woman is unbelievable." Mrs. Dawson droned on and on. Jack was silent for a while, and then quietly said, "Mom, I love her very much." "Why are you such a good-for-nothing? Do you know what she said to me? She said that she got married to you because she wanted to divorce you and inherit your money. I'd rather it be that way. I have a lot of money. If she loves me, I can give her as much money as she wants. As long as she doesn't leave me, Jack replied slowly. That woman also said that she didn't want to get divorced anymore. She wants to piss me off until I'm dead and stand up against me for the rest of my life. Look at how evil she is. She's too young to be this evil. What did the Dawson family do to deserve this? Son, why would you fall for a woman like that? There are so many women in the world, and you had to pick her? Are you trying to kill me? Mrs. Dawson wanted to tattle to his son about how rude and evil Chloe was, but to her disappointment, her son remained unmoved. She said that she didn't want a divorce anymore? A pleasant surprise flashed before Jack's eyes, and his tone changed slightly. Yeah, she wants to piss me off until I drop dead. This woman isn't well educated by her parents. Her character is awful. Son, listen to Mom. Don't stay with her. You guys need to get divorced. We have a legal team. Let's frame her for cheating on you or something, and make her leave without a cent of our money. Mrs. Dawson rambled on nonstop. However, Jack didn't listen to any of that. He only had one phrase in his mind, and that was Chloe said she didn't want to get divorced anymore. No matter what she meant by that, Jack felt better, as long as she didn't want to divorce him anymore. Mom, Chloe will be your only daughter-in-law in this life. Please be kind to her. Then Jack hung up the phone. What? You want me to be kind to her? Are you trying to kill me as well? Hello? Hello? Mrs. Dawson shrieked uncontrollably. However, Jack had already hung up the phone. When she called back, his phone went straight to voicemail. Furious, Mrs. Dawson complained to the housekeeper all night. That night, when Peter came back, she recreated the scene to him. Upon hearing what happened, Peter said earnestly, "Things wouldn't have gotten this bad if you hadn't gone to their house to cause a scene. I hear that her mother was pretty seriously injured, and I think you overdid it this time. It's not weird for Chloe to treat you like that." "What are you talking about? Why are you taking her side?" "I'm not taking sides. I'm just speaking the truth." Peter sighed. "Speaking the truth? The truth is that little animal came to declare war at my house and said that she was going to live under my eyeballs for the rest of my life. Seriously, she's shameless," Mrs. Dawson shrieked. "Calm down!" "No, I can't believe that she would challenge me like that. I'm not scared of her. I will make her regret that she ever crossed me." Mrs. Dawson had a hot temper. As soon as she was provoked, she would immediately erupt. Therefore, she was determined to fight Chloe to the death, rather than think back at what she might have done wrong. That night, after Chloe left the Dawson Manor, she didn't go back to the hospital. Rather, she walked alone on the streets in her beige windcoat. The autumn night felt nice, and cool breezes blew past her now and then. At that moment, she didn't know where she was supposed to go. She didn't want to go back to Imperial Park, and no one was at her mother's home, because both her mother and Thomas were at the hospital. "Sis, where are you?" Thomas called. "Outside." "Sis, our mom is awake. You should come back," Thomas said anxiously. "Okay, take care of her for now." Chloe sighed slightly after she hung up the phone. She was scared and didn't know how to face her mother. She wasn't worried about being blamed or cursed at, but she was terrified of her mother's silent treatment. It scared her more than any words could. By accident, Chloe arrived outside the Seductive Fox nightclub. Last time she came here was to pick Sarah up. In the end, a battle erupted, and she was sued. This time, she came here because she didn't know where else to go. Therefore, as if she were in a trance, Chloe walked in. The first floor was the bar. It was a 500-square-meter area, with eardrum-blowing music blasting from the speakers. "Hi, miss. What would you like to drink?" a waiter asked, politely. "A dozen bottles of Budweiser, thank you." Chloe opened her mouth faintly. "Okay, please wait." Soon, the waiter came back with the beer. "Would you like me to open them?" "Open them all." Chloe nodded. "Okay." The waiter opened the 12 bottles of beer for Chloe. She sat by a wooden table in the southeast corner of the bar. Not far from her, in the middle of the dance floor, was a group of Russian beauties, pole dancing. Countless men and women moved to the beat around them. Chloe stared at the bustling scene and felt even more depressed. She suddenly remembered a song. The name of the song was Leaves. There were 2 sentences in the song that really spoke to her. Being lonely is a one-person party. Partying is just a group of people being lonely. Perhaps all the people here were lonely, and that's why they were all here, drinking their troubles away. Chloe was enjoying her beer when she suddenly heard a man's voice from behind. "Hey, pretty lady, are you here alone?" Chloe turned around to see a middle-aged man in a white shirt and black suit pants. He looked well-learned and refined, with a smile on his face. Chloe glanced at him but didn't say anything. Then, she turned around and kept drinking. "Are you upset about something? You've ordered so much to drink." The man didn't want to give up. He scooted up to Chloe and sat down across from her. Chloe was still silent. The man raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A waiter immediately walked up. "Sir, what would you like?" "A bottle of Jack Daniels, 2 fruit platters, and some dessert." "Okay, sir. Please wait." After the waiter left, the man looked at Chloe with interest. "I love proud and mighty-looking pretty girls like you." Chloe glanced at him in disgust. "And I hate well-dressed nightclub stud-horse animals like you." "A well-dressed animal? Me?" The man was a little surprised. "I'm obviously not talking about myself," Chloe replied coldly. "Ha! That's a good word. It describes me perfectly." The man smiled. He didn't seem to care. "Sir, your drink?" Soon, the waiter slowly brought them the liquor, fruit platters, and small plates of desserts. "Pretty lady, let me buy you a drink." The man opened the bottle of Jack Daniels and poured some into 2 glasses, both with ice and black tea. He then handed a glass to Chloe. "I only drink Budweiser." Chloe didn't even bother looking at him. The man looked at Chloe's profile closely. Under the nightclub lights, this woman was beautiful. The women at these nightclubs all wore revealing and sexy clothes. Therefore, his expression lit up when he saw Chloe, in a beige windcoat, jeans, low-heel shoes, and her hair up in a bun. Her outfit was casual, yet graceful. "Let's get to know each other. This is my business card." The man took out a golden business card from his pocket and pushed it over to Chloe. Chloe glanced at it and laughed. "You work at GK?" Chloe finally seemed to be smiling as she looked at him. "Yes, hi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the deputy manager of GK's IT department. Nice to meet you." "Oh, hi, Mr. IT manager. I am the wife of GK's president, Jack. My name is Chloe." The middle-aged man's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Then he laughed. "Pretty girl, quit joking around. I'm serious. Why don't you go and ask your president?" Chloe raised the beer bottle in her hand and smiled mysteriously. "Ha, you must be kidding me. Our president returned to the country less than 6 months ago." "We got married less than 6 months ago," Chloe replied. "But I never got news that our president got married. Apparently he doesn't even have a girlfriend." The man seriously thought back at everything he heard about President Dawson. An employee your level probably doesn't have the clearance to know something like this. I still don't believe you. Your joke is a little too much." He was positive that this woman was bluffing. Although she was wearing luxury brand casual clothes, that didn't mean that she was the president's wife. Chloe put down the beer bottle in her hand and said slowly, "So, do you want to make a bet with me?" "What bet?" He froze for a second. "I can call Jack right now and ask him to fire you immediately. If you are notified by the company when you get there tomorrow, that means I'm telling the truth. If nothing happens, then I'm lying. But you should consider this bet carefully, since you'll be putting your career on the line. After all, you must have worked hard to become the deputy manager at a company like that. Let me see. Looking at your current position, plus year-end bonuses, you must earn about $800,000 a year. That's not bad." He became nervous at what she said. "What if you were lying and lost the bet? If I'm lying, I'll kneel down in front of GK tomorrow morning and call you my daddy. What do you think?" No thanks. He wasn't an idiot. Plus, he saw how confident Chloe was. He wasn't convinced, but he was also not willing to bet his entire career on this. After all, he worked hard and long to get to where he was now. He was already 37 years old and finally successful. He would cry his eyes out if he lost everything because of a stupid bet. Therefore, in the end, he wasn't brave enough to make the bet with Chloe. Pretty girl, since we met each other here, why don't we have a drink and get to know each other? He thought about it. If that woman was really his boss's wife, he should suck up to her right. If she ended up saying nice things about him to the president, he might be able to receive another promotion. Is it okay for you to harass your boss's wife like this? Aren't you afraid that the president will fire you? Be a smart guy and leave before I lose my patience. Or else, you'll regret it. Chloe hated being hit on at a bar. She was here because she wasn't in a good mood and wanted to drink. Therefore, she issued an unfriendly warning to the man in front of him. He was truly afraid of stepping over the line. He nodded. Okay then, I'll be leaving now. Enjoy your stay. After he left, Chloe sent Sarah a message, asking her to come out. However, she didn't reply to her. If Sarah didn't reply, it meant that she was on a plane. She had known Sarah for years, but still didn't understand her schedule. It always seemed super messy. There was no set schedule. Just then, a group of a dozen or so people, both men and women, sat down beside her. A bald man, who looked like he was all fat and no brains, sat in the middle of the group. He was wearing a flowery shirt and a thick gold chain. He had his fat arms around two pretty women on both sides. As soon as they sat down, the waiter brought up some liquor and fruit. Big brother, that girl's not bad. A pointy-tongued, monkey-like man pointed at Chloe, who was sitting beside them. The bald man looked over. He narrowed his eyes and checked her out up and down. Go, get her over here and ask her to have a drink with me. Sounds good. The pointy-faced, monkey-like man got up and shuffled over to her. Hi, pretty lady. My big brother here is asking you to go and have a drink with him. Chloe ignored him. Pretty lady, my big brother is not just anybody. You won't have to drink for free. How does $1,000 per shot sound? The man laughed as he asked her. Chloe finally reacted. She looked over at the bald man and asked faintly, Why don't you ask your big brother to have a drink with me instead? I'll pay him $10,000. What do you think? What? The man wasn't sure if he heard right. It's okay if you didn't hear me the first time, but I won't repeat myself. Chloe seriously thought that too many idiots frequented bars. One just left, and another one immediately came flying in. Couldn't she enjoy a drink in peace? The Seductive Fox was the city's most luxurious nightclub. There would probably be even more perverts hitting on her if she went to one of the lower-end bars. The pointy-faced monkey-like man looked at Chloe and declared proudly, Woman, do you know who my big brother of the Owl Gang is? Haven't you heard of him? Nope, never heard of him. But I do know that Owl Gang is famous for stinky fried tofu. Does he own any of those carts? The pointy-faced monkey-like man was shocked, speechless. Also, what's a gang? Do you guys walk around at night? Chloe purposely batted her giant eyes at him. The pointy-faced monkey-like man. Good, wait here. Then, the man returned to his seat and said, God knows what to the bald guy. The bald guy seemed to be in a good mood and glanced over at Chloe a couple of times. Finally, he stood up and walked over, his fat belly shaking as he walked. He looked at least 40 years old. However, he was wearing a flowery shirt and tight jeans. The jeans looked so tight on him that they were about to burst. His pant size was probably XXXL. Chloe couldn't help but laugh at his choice of clothes. If this was on the streets of England, Chloe would probably have asked him if he was a street performer. Pretty girl, I heard from my friend that you asked me to have a drink with you. What arrogance! You're the first one to say something like that to me. If you always walk by the river, you shouldn't be surprised when your feet get wet. There's always a first time for everything. You shouldn't be so shocked, Chloe said faintly. She wasn't scared of the 5 or 6 tattooed bodyguards behind the bald man either. It wasn't that Chloe was looking for trouble. It was just Because last time when that incident happened, Jack immediately found out what happened and even saw a video of it. He was also able to obtain the original footage even before the Gales tried to delete everything. That meant only one thing. Chloe knew the nightclub's boss very well. Therefore, Chloe thought, even if she were here alone, she would still be safe, because if she was in danger, someone will definitely come out to help her. That's why she had the guts to act like that. Chloe's brain was smarter than that of others, and she knew how to protect herself. She would never do anything stupid and put herself in danger for no reason. The truth was, she guessed right. As soon as she entered the club, a man had been observing her through a screen in one of the top-floor lounges at Seductive Fox. "Sir, Miss Green just came into our club. Keep an eye on her and guarantee her safety." As the boss of Seductive Fox, Rick was well aware of Chloe and Jack's relationship. Therefore, he couldn't let anything happen to her. When the indecent hooligans surrounded Chloe, the person behind the screen became nervous. "Sir, should we do something about it?" "Not yet. Let's watch them a while longer." Rick supported his chin with his hands and stared at the women in the video. No wonder she was Jack's woman. She sure was different. She came into the club to drink alone. Not only did she not have a thick layer of makeup on, but her clothes were also not at all revealing. Anyone could tell that she was different from the rest. A woman like that would always shine brightly, even if she was buried in a giant group of people. "Pretty lady, I can drink with you, but I never do anything for free. I need to be paid. You said you'll pay me $10,000 for one drink, right? I don't need money. I have all the money I could ever need. So if I have a drink with you, why don't you sleep with me tonight? What do you think?" The bald man laughed perversely. Chloe sneered. "Sleep with you tonight? Aren't you afraid that you won't live to see tomorrow? What did you say?" At the sight of their boss being humiliated, the couple of followers standing behind him became riled up. "Hey, no need to get excited. This girl's really funny. I like it." The bald-headed man was used to ass-kissing, fake, high-pitched women. A woman, as young and as mature as Chloe, caught him off guard. It was refreshing. He wasn't angry at her at all. "Beauty, here's the thing. You're not leaving today regardless if I drink this glass or not. Why fight me on this?" The bald-headed man's threatening words earned nothing more than a smile from Chloe. "I don't want trouble. I just want to be alone with my drinks. You guys should leave. If you keep messing with me, you'll find yourselves in a lot of trouble." "Ha ha ha. You're very cute. What kind of trouble do you think we'll be in?" The bald-headed man laughed at Chloe's words. Without a response, Chloe lifted up her beer and continued drinking, calm and unfazed. Behind them, a man called out the bald-headed man's name. He turned around and immediately froze. "Young Master Blake, why are you here?" He looked at Brenton like a dog looking at its owner. The truth was, the bald man wasn't really a dangerous man. He was nothing more than someone from the streets who made a name for himself as a gangster. He survived off of charging protection fees and intimidating moms and stalls around the neighborhood, threatening to demolish their shops. He was hated all across the board. He was also intelligent, however, as he only targeted ordinary citizens. He was too afraid to offend anyone powerful in the city. Powerful people, like Justin or Brenton. "I saw you bully a young woman from very far away," Brenton cursed. Soon after, a couple of people came over. Behind Brenton stood none other than Justin himself, dressed in a khaki jacket. Next to them was another young man. They partied at Seductive Fox for a couple of hours and were just about to head home. As they came downstairs, Brenton immediately recognized Chloe, sitting in a corner. They then saw the group of lowlifes harassing her. Justin's eyes turned green at the sight. He wanted to kill those bastards. I didn't. Haha. I was just drinking." The bald man treated Brenton like the latter was his father. At the sight of Justin, he almost began kowtowing. Young Master Cooper, you're here too?" the bald man asked, his body trembling. Without any hesitation, Justin walked up to him and kicked him in the stomach. The latter staggered back and fell to the ground as if he were a flipped turtle, comical as could be. "Big brother! Boss!" At this sight, the couple of followers behind him stepped forward to help him up. "No, don't touch me. Let young Master Cooper continue." The bald man didn't dare anger Justin any further. Justin walked up to him slowly, stomping his feet onto his stomach, crushing him with all his might. "Ah!" The bald man was clearly in pain as he made a muffled cry. "If I see you or your dogs harass her one more time, your tombstone will appear at the North Mountain wasteland tomorrow morning." Justin enunciated every word, his entire body reeking of bone-chilling coldness. When Justin was mad, his phoenix-like eyes shot out gazes as sharp as blades, cutting through anyone's courage. "Yes, young Master Cooper. My apologies. I didn't know she was yours." The bald man was clever enough to realize what was going on. He regretted not listening to the girl's words earlier on. Enduring through the pain in his stomach, he held up his head and began to smack himself in the face. He needed to demonstrate his loyalty and sincerity toward Justin. "Forget it, young Master Cooper. Why bother with a dog?" Brenton laughed. Max also chimed in. "Yeah, not to mention a timid one." After a while, Justin slowly lifted his foot. "Get losts." "Yes, young Master Cooper." At the sight of Justin sparing him, the bald-headed man immediately left, with his gang, too afraid to overstay by even a second. After everything settled down, Justin walked up to Chloe. Seeing the 6 empty bottles in front of her, he felt a pang in his heart. "What's making you so sad? You drank so much. It's none of your business." Chloe turned away and continued to drink. When she told the bald man he was going to be in trouble, she didn't mean Justin. She was actually expecting the person behind the scenes of the bar to come out and help her. She didn't know how the person was related to Jack, but she knew that they would protect her. Unexpectedly, Justin inserted himself at that critical moment. "Waiter, I'll have what she's having." Justin waved his hand at the waiter. At the sight of a person of his status, the waiter immediately came over with beers. Without a word, Justin began to down the opened bottles, one after another, drinking 6 in one go. He shocked Brenton, Max, and the others who were standing behind him. "Is Justin nuts?" Brenton was dumbfounded. "He's definitely drinking more than usual." Max was stupefied as well. Although Justin had a high tolerance, it was mostly due to the nightclub life, but they had never seen him drink so intensely. Even if the beer bottles were small, downing 6 bottles in one go was potentially life-threatening. "What do you think you're doing?" At the sight of him downing 6 bottles at once, Chloe finally looked Justin in the eyes. "I'm catching up to you from now on. I'll drink with you. It'll be fair this way." With that, he took his 7th bottle, tapped it against Chloe's bottle, and began drinking. Truthfully speaking, it was the first time Chloe saw such a manly side of the spoiled young master. "Is something bothering you?" "Yeah," Chloe gave a low reply. "What is it?" "I don't want to talk about it." Justin: "Fine, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. We'll just keep drinking." Justin held up another bottle. "It looks like they're not leaving without getting completely hammered," Brenton said quietly. "But if he drinks too much, he can't get it up. Should he really drink that much? Wasn't his goal to get into her panties?" Max looked at Justin with worry in his eyes. You're thinking a bit too much?" Max's words scared Brenton. Although Justin was interested in Chloe, he wasn't about to bring her home tonight. He wasn't that disgusting. Justin never drank at the bar on the first floor before. This time, with him coming downstairs and drinking at the corner so boldly, the entire bar was sent into a ruckus. If it hadn't been for the waiters and the security guards holding down the fort, many women would have taken their clothes off and jumped at the chance of being noticed by young Master Cooper. Brenton and Max were worried enough being his watchmen. After a little more than an hour, Chloe's 12 bottles were completely empty. Chloe's cheeks ruddied from the effects of alcohol, but her eyes were as clear as day. She wasn't drunk at all. "You have high tolerance," Justin complimented her. "No more drinks. It's getting boring." Chloe stood up. "Waiter, the bill." "Miss, young Master Cooper has already paid," the waiter replied politely. "How much did the drinks come to?" Chloe asked. The total came to $994. Chloe opened her wallet slowly, took out $500 and handed it to Justin. "What are you doing?" Justin furrowed his brows. "Combined, we drank $994 worth of beer. If we split that, we should each pay $497. Unfortunately, I don't have change on me, so I'll just give you the extra $3 as a tip." With that, Chloe placed the money in Justin's hands and immediately walked away. "Damn, woman! Stop right there!" Justin roared. Chloe continued to walk without turning her head. Justin chased after her. "This woman's seriously generous. She even splits drinking bills in half. Ha ha ha. She's so freaking adorable. No wonder Justin likes her. I would like her too." It was Max's first time getting a taste of Chloe's attitude, and he laughed so hard that his lungs almost gave in. Brenton pursed his lips and said, "That's why I called her a weirdo. She's always caught up in something unbelievable." Prior to meeting her, he had thought that Justin was the toughest person he had ever met. Now, compared to Chloe, Justin was as weak as a baby. She was meaner than Justin and had the guts to throw $500 at him as if he was no one. Nothing like this had ever happened to this man in his entire 20 or so years of existence. No wonder he roared out loud. "Chloe!" Justin shouted as soon as they came out of Seductive Fox. "Here! Stop right there! What do you want? Hurry up!" Chloe stopped reluctantly. "Why are you giving me money?" "We're splitting the bill." "What do you mean by splitting the bill?" Justin furrowed his brows. "You spend your money, and I'll spend mine. Do we have to draw such clear boundaries?" Justin became more furious. Chloe nodded. "Absolutely. We're not close enough for you to spend money on me." "Seriously, as a woman, you're really not cute." "I never said I was cute." "How unreasonable can you be? Who would like someone like you if you are like this?" Justin was more than annoyed. "I'll just like myself. Is that all right with you, young Master Cooper?" Chloe made a face towards Justin. She then turned around and walked away. "Hey, where are you going?" "I'm going home. It's so late. It's not safe to hang out here." "I'll take you home." "No thanks." Chloe rejected immediately. "Why not?" "Look at you. You're drunk and want to drive me?" "I really don't want to be punished by traffic cops. I'll take a cab home." With that, Chloe flagged down a taxi and got in. "Chloe, come back here." After Justin came outside, the wind hit his head hard and he felt a bit dizzy. He wanted to grab Chloe, but he was light on his feet and his body was swerving. In the end, he had no choice but to angrily watch Chloe's taxi leave, leaving behind young Master Cooper with the $500 in his hands, staggering. What happened? Where's the girl? At the sight of Justin standing there alone, Max mocked. Obviously the girl left, and our young Master Cooper's still reeling. Brenton smiled. Max walked over and looked at the 5 $100 bills in Justin's hand. "Young Master Cooper doesn't need this kind of change. Give it to me. I can use it to buy some drinks and get a girl." Before Max's hand could touch the money, Justin immediately waved his hand away, holding on to the $500, tightly, as if it were something important. "Brenton, drive me home." "Why don't you drive yourself?" Brenton rolled his eyes. "I drank. Aren't police officers focused on catching drunk drivers recently?" With that, Justin got onto the Lamborghini's passenger seat. You're afraid of a DUI charge? Are you joking? Dude, all the traffic cops know you, and no one dares to stop you." Brenton was about to cough up blood. But I want to follow the traffic rules today, Justin said stubbornly. Brenton. Max. In the end, Brenton couldn't go against young Master Cooper's commands. He hopped into the Lamborghini's driver's seat and drove Justin home. On the way, Justin remained silent. He was, however, very into the $500 in his hands. He looked at it every once in a while, completely confusing Brenton. Is there anything special about the $500? You seem to care about it a lot. Justin didn't reply. When Justin wasn't paying attention, Brenton grabbed it from him. Hey, give that back to me. With one hand on the wheel and one hand holding the money, Brenton examined the bills carefully, unable to find anything special. Furious, Justin immediately took back the bills. Brenton chuckled and didn't say anything else. He knew that the money was important to Justin because it was given to him by Chloe. That's why he treasured it so much. Brenton purposely didn't say anything because he wanted to tease Justin. Young Master Cooper was acting like a kid enchanted by puppy love. He was seriously nothing but a fool in love. Chloe, on the other hand, was like a cold CEO of some important company, like those in romance web novels, completely ignoring Justin. Why did it feel like they've switched positions? You know, Justin, if you really like that girl, you need to keep trying. Try harder. Haven't you heard of that saying? What saying? Justin glanced at Brenton. There are no inseparable couples, only a homewrecker who's not hardworking enough. So, in order to be a professional homewrecker, you must dismantle the relationship, Brenton encouraged. You're the fricking professional homewrecker. Stop talking nonsense and focus on driving. Don't drive into a tree. Justin smacked Brenton across his head. Brenton chuckled. It was a miracle that Chloe didn't get drunk from all that alcohol. There were so many things weighing her heart down. Too many burdens she couldn't and didn't want to voice. When the taxi driver asked for her destination, she was momentarily speechless. Was she supposed to go to Imperial Park? She didn't want to. Her old house? No one was there. Miss, where would you like to go? The taxi driver continued to ask. Just circle around the city, Chloe said with slight sadness. The taxi circled around the city, round and round, for more than an hour. The meter had already increased to more than $300. Finally, Chloe said, head to the city's first hospital. The taxi stopped at the hospital entrance. As Chloe got out, a cold breeze came up at her, and she tightened her collar. She had turned off her cell phone and was unaware of the number of phone calls Jack had made. After his drinking session with Noah, Justin returned home. At the sight of his empty house, he felt the same void in his heart. He tried to call Chloe, but her phone was still off. He also tried to send her messages, but she didn't reply, leaving him in even more distress. Finally, he took a bottle of red wine off of the wine rack and began drinking again. At the entrance to the VIP room, Chloe stood at the entrance, pacing back and forth, too afraid to go in. She heard Thomas say that her mother was awake, but she was suddenly too afraid to face her. Sis? Why are you standing here? Thomas was just about to call Chloe when he saw her smoking at the entrance. He immediately took away her cigarette. Don't smoke, it'll give you lung cancer. Don't worry, Chloe replied faintly. Sis, did you drink? Thomas furrowed his brows at the pungent alcoholic smell reeking from his sister. Chloe didn't reply. She leaned her back against the hallway wall and sighed. Mom is awake. Her mood is pretty stable. She's not as bad as you think. Although she hasn't mentioned you, I can feel that she wants to see you. I'm scared, Chloe spoke frankly. Even if Mom is mad at you, she still loves you very much. You can't avoid seeing her forever, right? Although he was young, Thomas's words always made a lot of sense. Chloe remained silent. Sis? Are you really going to leave Jack because of this? I don't know yet. I really don't want you guys to break up. You've already missed out on 7 years. Don't waste another 7 years just because your family's don't get along. Life is short. How many 7 years do you have to throw away? Thomas, some things are too hard to explain. Love's not the only thing that makes a relationship work. We can't just live for ourselves. That's too selfish. I know, but I still hope that you won't give up so easily. Don't give up the love of your life just because there are obstacles. After all, some people may never come back once you let them go. You never stopped thinking about Jack in the past years, right? Last time, when I saw you guys at the cinema, I could tell how truly happy you were even from afar. I knew that you're happy. You've never been that happy when you dated Simon. Chloe lowered her head. It was impossible to tell if she was thinking about Thomas' words or something else. Sis, don't be a coward. Persist through this. Don't quit so easily. Should I just ignore what Mom thinks? What if Mom wanted you to marry some random person? Would you do it? Would you live with a man you don't love just to please Mom? Your life is yours, and only you know what's best for yourself. Sis, you're so intelligent and perceptive of others, but you can never see yourself clearly. Thomas? Basically, no matter how bad things have gotten, I still hope that you can hold on to your own happiness. Afterward, Thomas patted Chloe's shoulders and said, "Don't smoke anymore. If I see you smoke again, we will no longer be siblings. Chloe, I'm going to go get us some breakfast. Wait for me." With that, Thomas immediately walked towards the door. Completely dejected, Chloe put her hands on the room door, wanting to enter. Just then, a person called out her name. "Why are you here?" Chloe asked, since Noah was a strange sight to see at the hospital in the middle of the night. "Jack's in the emergency room being treated for a stomach hemorrhage." Noah looked at Chloe coldly. At the sound of his words, panic colored Chloe's eyes. "Where is he now?" "In the emergency room downstairs," Noah said coldly. Without any hesitation, Chloe ran downstairs. "Doctor, how is he?" Chloe truly lost it. It was the first time she had felt so afraid. If anything happens to Jack, how was she going to live for the rest of her life? The patient suffered from excessive alcohol consumption, leading to gastric mucosal damage and bleeding. Fortunately, he was brought to the hospital in a timely manner. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. "We've already placed him on IV. He'll just need a couple days of rest. Also, he can't eat solid food for the next couple of days. We'll have to keep him here for a week for observation." A couple of attending doctors explained Jack's conditions to Chloe. Hearing that he was all right, Chloe's heart began to calm down. Young people nowadays really don't know how to take care of their bodies. How foolish of him to drink so much. He could have died. Listening to the doctor's chatter, Chloe felt guilty as could be. Jack wasn't an alcoholic. He was never one to drink his health away. Even when faced with important clients, he had one glass at most. However, he had drunk himself to a stomach hemorrhage this time. It had to be because of her. She turned off her cell phone, avoiding all his calls. Plus, she said those hurtful words to him. No wonder he was so hurt. Chloe followed the nurse while Jack was pushed to a VIP hospital room. Looking at his colorless complexion, Chloe felt her heart ache with pain. She regretted saying those hurtful words to Jack. It wasn't what she meant. It was true that she hated Jack's mother, but she shouldn't have lashed out her anger onto Jack. She was so clever, but still, she had forgotten about her significance in Jack's heart. She had also forgotten about the 7 years of love he felt for her. Inside the hospital room, Chloe held onto Jack's hand, his fingers long and pale, devoid of any warmth. Her heart hurt even as she held his hands. He looked lovely asleep, eyelashes curled and calm as could be. It was almost as if he were a child. "I'm so sorry." Chloe felt her eyes well up, her tears almost falling down. Just then, Noah pushed open the door and came in. "How is he?" "He's fine now. The doctor said that he'll recover after a couple days of rest." "Come out for a second," Noah said coldly. Chloe tucked Jax in and followed Noah out of his room. "Do you know how he ended up like this?" Noah interrogated. Chloe remained silent. "Do you know how much he loves you?" He continued to question her. Chloe still didn't say anything. Chloe, we've known each other for a long time now, and I see you as a good friend of mine, so I'm just going to say it. Sorry if it's brutal to hear, but this is my honest opinion. Since you and Jack already got married, then you shouldn't just throw it all away whenever something comes up. You're a grown-up, and you shouldn't make rash decisions. Saying hurtful words is like pouring out water. It cannot be taken back. I've known him for so many years. He's a very strong person and has almost no vulnerabilities. But you became his weakness 7 years ago. You have him in the palms of your hands to the point where I almost feel like he's sick over you. But you hurt him again and again because of external factors. How could you do that? Chloe, I really want to know, are you heartless? Or is your heart made of ice? Noah had never spoken so ruthlessly, but Chloe wasn't surprised at all. She simply listened, without a hint of refutation. Seeing her still so quiet, Noah's expression turned heavy. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply. You probably still don't know the reason behind his disappearance 7 years ago, do you? Why he didn't contact you or come back to the country? Listening to his words, Chloe raised her head to look at Noah. She could sense that he knew of things that she didn't. Why? She should have known that there were other reasons. If Jack loved her so dearly, why didn't he contact her or come back for 7 years? He made a bet with his father. With the cigarette in his mouth, Noah explained slowly. What bet? Chloe could sense that the truth was about to surface. After a moment of silence, Noah took out the cigarette from his mouth and flicked off the ash. 7 years ago, Jack was only a boy. He wasn't strong enough to give you a certain and happy future, so he made a bet with his father. He would study abroad for 7 years and then return to take over the family business. He wouldn't return within 7 years and was not allowed to contact anyone back home, including you. Why did he agree to his father so easily? Chloe looked puzzled. Because his father stipulated a tempting condition. What condition? Chloe had an inkling that it had something to do with her. Sure enough, Noah took in a deep breath and looked at her as he said, once he returned 7 years later, his father would let him marry you. Jack only asked for one thing, and that was to marry you, Chloe. So, he agreed to all the impossibly difficult conditions his father put forth. He didn't even come back for his grandfather's funeral. Do you know how he got through those 7 years? He only had one thought in his head, and that was to marry you. I'm very sure that marrying you was his biggest dream in life. Upon hearing what Noah said, Chloe could only stand there, motionless. She didn't know if it was the stinging aroma of the cigarette or something else, but she began to cry. Silent tears streamed down her face. She had thought that he left for his own future and family business, and the reason had nothing to do with her. After discovering that he had studied medicine, however, she knew that things weren't as simple as she had originally thought. Now that she heard about the true reason behind his 7-year disappearance and the bet that involved her, she couldn't keep it in any longer. Noah was right. Even the coldest of hearts, at this moment, would melt. Although his father went back on his word, Jack never wavered even a little bit. He even wanted to resign from his position as GK's president to run away with you. But how did you repay him? As the love of his life, you talked about divorce and separation, like it's nothing. Don't you know that his heart is bleeding? You cannot joke about marriage. Even if you were pressured into marrying him back then, weren't you the one who made that decision? Why are you backing down now? As far as I'm concerned, you have 2 choices. Either leave him, go far away from him and cut him off completely, or stay with him for the rest of your life. Don't torture him anymore. He'll die. Noah's eyes were bloodshot red. He had witnessed firsthand Jack's disregard for his own life. After they finished drinking, Jack went back home and drank even more. If it hadn't been for his relentless calls and alertness, he wouldn't have gotten the police to locate Jack. they wouldn't have found him at Imperial Park, unconscious from the pain of gastric bleeding. If they didn't discover him, Noah may never be able to see his good friend ever again. Chloe, I beg of you, don't torture him anymore. Whatever your decision may be, let him know as soon as possible. Chloe was crying her heart out by now. Thank you for telling me all of this. So, what's your plan? Noah asked, coldly. Chloe didn't reply, and Noah couldn't tell what she was thinking, but from her reaction, he could tell that she cared about Jack deeply. She wouldn't have cried this much otherwise. After their conversation, Noah left the hospital, completely worn out. Chloe went into Jack's room, wetted a towel, and began cleaning his face. After she finished, she took the towel to wet it again. Just as she was getting up, someone grabbed her hand. Chloe! Holding on to Chloe's wrist, Jack opened his eyes weakly and called out her name. You're awake? Chloe's voice was raspy and weak. Don't leave. Like a child, he grabbed onto her hands tightly, unwilling to let go. Chloe had never seen this side of Jack before. He had always been so prideful, quiet, and cold, uninterested in anything that didn't involve her. Now? He looked so weak, his face colorless and his lips purple, helpless as could be. I won't leave. Chloe turned back and sat down by his bedside. Chloe, I can't fix what my mother did. I'm so sorry. If I had known that she would be so extreme, I wouldn't have let my father know that we were married. It's all my fault. I'm sorry that your mother had to suffer. Although Jack's voice was weak, his gaze was honest and genuine. Chloe could tell that he truly felt apologetic towards her mother. It's okay. I can't blame you for what your mother did. You are you, and your mother is your mother. You shouldn't pay for the crime she committed. The law even says that children shouldn't pay for their parents' monetary debts. Not to mention something like this. Chloe was much calmer after she combed through her thoughts. Although she felt guilty towards her mother, she wasn't about to put the blame on Jack. She could battle and hate his mother all she wanted, but she couldn't bear to continue fighting Jack. He had been, after all, so good to her. Jack was surprised by what Chloe said. He had expected her to complain, but she didn't. And she didn't even plan on holding him accountable for anything. You're not mad at me anymore? Jack asked quietly as he gazed at Chloe's face. Mad? Of course I'm mad at you. I almost forgot about it. Who allowed you to drink so much? Don't you know how dangerous that is? Gastric mucosal, shedding, bleeding, out? Don't you know that you can die from a stomach hemorrhage? Chloe was infuriated by Jack's neglect towards his own health. I know. Jack smiled bitterly. He studied medicine. How could he not understand the risks? Then why did you do it? Do you want to kill yourself? Furious, Chloe tried to pull away from Jack, but her hands were tightly gripped, and she was unable to escape his hold. All I know is, I will also die if I lose you. Jack enunciated every word. Chloe felt the pain in his words. It was as if they turned into millions of needles, pricking at her heart. With reddened eyes, Chloe looked at the weak but ridiculously handsome man in bed. Jack, are you stupid? Of course not. I think I'm very smart. You're smart? Chloe questioned him angrily. She didn't think that someone who joked about death was smart. Because I married the world's smartest woman. Chloe didn't respond. She simply stared deep into his eyes. She couldn't imagine being him, surviving 7 years in another country with no more than a simple belief. The man in front of her had suffered so much while she was being cowardly and apprehensive. Thomas was right. How many 7 years did they have left? She didn't want to run away this time. Chloe took the towel and continued to gently clean Jack's face. Her strokes were slow and gentle. Jack raised his head to carefully study Chloe's face, gazing at her as if he couldn't have enough. Jack had informed GK of his absence, but said that he was on a trip, hiding the fact that he was hospitalized. Assistant Mark sent out endless emails into Jack's mailbox for the things that had to be dealt with. Chloe. Why don't we leave this place, go somewhere where no one knows us, and start over? Chloe's towel-holding hand paused for a second. How will that be possible? You will no longer be the president of GK if you leave. Who would like you if you're not a big president? Chloe said jokingly. Chloe, I'm serious. Think about it. Jack had actually thought about this for a while now. He knew that, for the time being, it was impossible to make his parents accept Chloe, make Chloe forgive his parents, or make Sandra forgive him. The hatred between their families was not going to disappear easily. So why not elope? Maybe time would heal everything. Chloe still had her younger brother to take care of their mother. They would lead a terrific life as long as they left them with enough money. As for his own parents, it was even easier. They had their driver outside and their nanny inside. I don't want to leave. Chloe thought about it for a moment and said. She then continued, I've lived here for more than 2 decades. Not only is my mom, my brother Sarah, and my job here, I also have a lot of coworkers whom I'm close to. I'm not that young anymore, and I'm no longer interested in new things or places. We should stay here. I don't want to live in an unfamiliar city. I know what you're worried about, but I'm sure we can think of a solution. Let's take it one step at a time. Besides, ever since Uncle James passed away, my mother has been through a lot, raising Thomas and I can't bear to leave them behind. If I did, I would always feel guilty, no matter how great my life is. I didn't think about all that. You're right. Upon hearing Chloe's words, Jack nodded. Men and women definitely thought differently. Rather than a discrepancy in personality, there was an innate contrast between the sexes. Daughters would buy their mothers flowers and presents during their birthday, while sons may forget to even wish their mother a happy birthday. This doesn't make the son unfilial, but rather boys were just generally less sensitive to these things when compared to girls. No matter how intelligent and thoughtful Jack was, he was nonetheless a man and wasn't as aware of the small details as Chloe was. He only understood everything after Chloe's explanation. Don't go to the company for the next couple of days. You have to stay here. You can't take one step out of the hospital, Chloe commanded. I understand, honey. Hurry up and go to sleep. It'll be good for your recovery. Can you lie down beside me? I can't sleep otherwise. Mr. Dawson, you are truly a baby. Chloe chuckled. I can't help it. I've been sleeping next to you for the past couple of months. I get insomnia whenever you're not home, Jack said with the most pitiful expression ever. Helpless, Chloe washed her hands, took off her jacket, and laid down beside Jack carefully. Luckily, the bed in Jack's VIP room was large enough to comfortably fit 2 people. Jack wrapped one arm around Chloe's waist and took in her unique scent. At this moment, he was at peace. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing Jack's face at such a close distance, Chloe couldn't help but admire his profile. He was gorgeous, even when he's asleep. Finally, she was unable to contain her fondness of him and stole a quick peck atop his nose. Don't seduce me! I won't be able to control myself. Jack's sudden words startled Chloe. Weren't you asleep? How am I supposed to fall asleep when I'm holding you like this? Jack said, as he opened his eyes intimately. Chloe instantly understood the meaning to his words, and her cheeks ruddied immediately. Please, you're currently trying to recover. Can you stop thinking about nonsense? Chloe was speechless. If we can't do it, can't I at least think about it? Jack looked at Chloe with puppy dog eyes. Chloe almost caved in. Ultimately, she was strong enough to stand up for herself. Hurry up and go to sleep, otherwise I'm leaving. Sure enough, Jack immediately closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning, Chloe got up to buy Jack breakfast. As she went out the door, she was greeted by Assistant Mark, who was carrying a heavy stack of files in his arms. Good morning. At the sight of the president's woman, Assistant Mark immediately greeted her enthusiastically. Good morning. Chloe nodded at him. Just as she was about to walk away, she suddenly turned her head and shouted, Hey, wait a second. Assistant Mark turned around. Are those files for Jack? Yes, these are all urgent documents that need to be handled. But he's very weak right now. Why don't you get rid of some of the unimportant ones? Chloe was worried about Jack. She didn't want his morning to be filled with the stress of work. But at the sight of the growing mountain of files, Assistant Mark's expression heavied. Truthfully, these documents were all quite urgent. He didn't know which ones were the most important. Miss Green's request truly stumped him. Before he could answer, Chloe walked over and took away half of the documents he carried. I'll keep these for now and give them to him tomorrow. You can give him the rest. Assistant Mark was truly stunned. He thought to himself, Miss Green is truly the bossy type. Don't worry. If your president asks, just tell him that I took the other files. All right. Hearing her promise, Assistant Mark couldn't do anything else but agree. Immediately afterward, Chloe put away the looted files in her hospital locker and headed out to buy Jack breakfast. Are these all the documents for today? Lying in bed, Jack looked over the company files while he was hooked onto an IV. Assistant Mark answered evasively. What's going on? Sensing that something was off, Jack stared at Assistant Mark and questioned. Miss Green, she took away half of the documents. She's afraid that it'll be too much for you. Assistant Mark clenched his teeth and decided to betray Chloe. Chloe took them away? Jack was first startled by the news, but immediately the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Although he wasn't there, he could imagine the bossy expression on Chloe's face when she took away the files from Assistant Mark. Miss Green, she definitely cares about you. After all, she is your girlfriend. Assistant Mark gave the biggest smile he could. Jack furrowed his brows. What girlfriend? She's my wife. Wife? What? Assistant Mark was truly stunned. We're legally married. Got it? Watch what you call her from now on. Don't call her Miss Green. She's young Madam Dawson. It was early in the morning, and his boss had just dropped a major bombshell on him. Assistant Mark couldn't keep his jaw up. Boss, when did you get married? Why didn't I know anything about this? Assistant Mark looked at Jack with an almost constipated expression. Luckily for him, he was smart and never offended Miss Green. Otherwise, she would killed him already. He could be fired at any given time. We've been married for more than 4 months, Jack said slowly. More than 4 months? Let's see. If my math is correct, you got married immediately after you came back from abroad. Oh, what? Jack asked with a dark expression. Boss, you're a pro at keeping your marriage a secret, haha, Assistant Mark immediately said. When Chloe returned, Jack was still busy with work, so she put down his breakfast and took the rest upstairs to her mother's room. At the door, she handed Thomas some food. Is Mom awake? Chloe asked nervously. Yeah, she's awake. Go in. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Thomas patted his sister's hands in encouragement. With breakfast in her hands, Chloe took in a deep breath and pushed open the door. Mom, you're awake. Sandra gave Chloe a quick glare and didn't respond. Her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. Mom, I know you're mad at me. You can yell at me or hit me. Please let it out. Are you joking? What will yelling and hitting you do? Will it stop you from being with the kid from the Dawson family? I can't believe you ignored all of my warnings. Chloe, I've raised you for more than 20 years, did I raise an idiot? Uncharacteristically, Sandra didn't scold Chloe this time. However, her seemingly calm words hurt Chloe even more. No, Mom, Jack and I, I don't want to listen to you. You've grown up and I can't control you any longer. I just can't believe that you're with the person who caused your Uncle James's death. How ridiculous. Sandra turned away as she said coldly, her eyes avoiding Chloe. Mom, Uncle James's death wasn't directly caused by Jack. We can't blame him. It's unfair. And someone from my family died. Where's the fairness in that? Sandra raised her voice. Mom, calm down. The dead can't come back to life. What? Are you trying to persuade me into forgiving the Dawson family? Let me tell you something, Chloe. In your dreams, You are no longer my daughter. Whether you live or you die, whether you marry into a rich family or you become homeless, it all has nothing to do with me. I'm just regretting the fact that I didn't get an abortion. I can't believe I gave birth to an animal." Hearing Sandra's tone, it seemed that she wasn't one bit skeptical about Chloe being her own. But, "Mom, which hospital did you give birth to me in?" Chloe suddenly asked. "Is that relevant?" "No. Our hospital's conducting research and they need to know the hospital we were born in." Sandra didn't give a response. Chloe didn't dare to ask more questions. She carefully placed the congee on the table and began to peel an egg. During that time, I was trying to avoid the media and reporters, and ended up running to Tao Town to give birth to you. You were born at that town's health center. Tao Town? Chloe knew of that small town. It was located less than 100 miles from the city. It was a very underpopulated town, with nothing special, so Chloe didn't understand why her mother had to go there. Tao Town was your Uncle James's birthplace. He had many old relatives there. Plus, he knew everyone at the town's health center. That's why we went there. Sandra thought back to the time when she gave birth to Chloe. Chloe thought for a moment and asked, "Then, when you gave birth to me, were there any other people who gave birth at the same time?" "I'm not sure. I was suffering from dystocia, and it took a long time before I successfully gave birth to you. I was mostly under and was unaware of things going on at the health center. However, we left immediately after I gave birth to you. Uncle James didn't like the surroundings and told me to rest at home." "Uncle James moved us away from the health center immediately?" "I see. Then do you remember the doctor who delivered me?" "I do. Her last name was Perry, and she was in her 40s back then, making her 60-something now. She was pretty famous locally. Your Uncle James even gave her $20 as a gift for the delivery." $20 20 years ago? That's quite a lot. Chloe lowered her head and went into deep thought. "Why? Did something happen over there?" Sandra thought Chloe was acting strangely. "Oh, nothing. I was just curious." "Oh, right. Did Uncle James talk about what happened to you afterward? As in, did anything special happen?" Chloe knew that, if there was a mistake in her identity, only one person would know the truth, and that person would be Uncle James. Now that he was no longer on this earth, she had no one to ask. "Not that I remember. He never said anything, and I never asked." Chloe was slightly disappointed at this fact. "Mom, eat something." Chloe handed over an egg. "I'm just going to ask you once. Are you ever going to break up with that kid from the Dawson family?" Sandra ignored the egg and glared at Chloe instead. "Mom, Jack and I are married." "What did you say?" Sandra asked with her eyes wide open. Chloe knew that she couldn't hide it any longer. Since everyone knew, it was better for her to lay out the truth for her mother. Otherwise, if Jack's mother went out of her mind again and went to cause another scene, her mother would suffer all over again. "We're married. We got our marriage certificate 4 months ago." "Pa!" Her mother's slap came flying at her ruthlessly. Chloe had very quick reflexes and could have easily avoided the slap, but she didn't. She just stood there as her mother slapped her face with all of her might. "You stupid, I should really beat you to death." Sandra was infuriated by Chloe's disappointing actions. She was still mad, so she raised her hand once more. Chloe still stood there, waiting for the slap to fall onto her face. Just then, Thomas pushed through the door and immediately stopped his mother. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting her?" "Ask her what she's done!" Sandra pointed towards Chloe, her hands shaking with anger. Thomas looked at his older sister, his eyes filled with pain. "I told Mom that Jack and I were married." Thomas was obviously not surprised. He took his mother by the hand and sat her down by her bed. "Mom, I've known about this for some time now. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would yell at my sister." "What? You already knew about this?" "Yes." "Oh, I see. So, you're both against me?" "I suffered so much raising the both of you." Is this how you repay me? What a horrible life I've lived. I don't want to live anymore. If only James was alive, he should see what came of his idiot son and daughter, who he was so proud of, Sandra said as tears fell off her cheeks. Mom, I need to say something. These past years, with my dad gone, you really did go through a lot to raise my sister and I. I know that running a small grocery store was difficult and money was tight. However, didn't Chloe also suffer? She gave up her chance to study at the best medical school in the capital city and stayed back to attend a third-rate college and studied to become a nurse because it provided a full scholarship. She's always wanted to lessen your burden, so she worked throughout the university and gave me money for school. Honestly, the money you gave me was far from enough. I always told you that I had enough and I don't spend much, but it was only because she gave me money to spend on the side. Even now, she's still giving us money, some to you and some to me. Mom, she's already 24 years old, and she never spent money on herself. Don't you think she's done enough to make up for her mistake? My dad died a long time ago, so please stop using him to guilt-trip us. For the past years, both you and Big Sis suffered. But I suffered too, as I watched the two of you wear each other down. We're a family. Shouldn't we spend what little time we have with each other in happiness? It's fate that made us a family. Why are you spending this precious time being hateful? You should really stop guilt-tripping Sis. Mom, even I know that Chloe's only been in love with Jack her entire life. Why be so hard on her? Don't you want to see her happy? After Thomas finished, Sandra was left stunned and speechless. It was as if his words had touched something deep in her heart. 7 years ago, Big Sis was only 17 years old and already had to carry so many things on her shoulders. She gave up her bright future and stayed home to help you take care of our family. Hasn't she done enough? Everyone makes mistakes. Moreover, those mistakes were caused by Jack's family, so why are you making Jack and Chloe pay for them instead? Stop talking. That's enough. Unwilling to keep listening, Sandra shouted in fury. No, I have to. If I don't, you'll always think that my sister owes you $8 million or something. As soon as something bad happens, you use Dad's death to guilt-trip her. Anyways, I support my sister's search for love. As for the hatred between the two families, well, that's between you and that old hag from the Dawson family. I don't care how you deal with it, but stop putting my sister and Jack in the middle of everything. It's not their fault for being in love. You're just a kid, what do you know? I'm not a kid. I'm 19 years old and know a lot of stuff. My point is, Mom, you can't treat my sister like that. Or else, I will move to the South after graduation and never come back. And let's just leave the family in shambles. Upon finishing his rant, Thomas sighed with a melancholic expression on his face. Sandra was surprised at how protective he was of his sister and became so furious that she was at a loss for words. Thomas, Chloe was deeply moved. Sis, your ear is bleeding. Thomas walked over with a hurt expression on his face, and he looked at the side of Chloe's face that was slapped. I'm fine. Chloe brushed her ear with her hand and felt specks of blood. No, you're not. Come on, you need to get treated at the hospital. Before Chloe could respond, Thomas forcibly dragged his sister away. Before he left, he turned around to say, Mom, think about what I just said. Also, don't hit my sister again, or else I won't love you anymore. Sandra was speechless. Thomas was usually an extremely obedient boy who was more mature than most guys his age. He was more grounded and calm, and would never say hurtful things to others. His heart was just pure and innocent. He knew to be grateful towards his sister, who had been taking great care of him and spoiling him, rather than taking her for granted. He saved up some of the money Chloe gave him, so that he would be able to give it back to her as a present for when she got married. After slapping Chloe, Sandra was heartbroken as well. However, she was still outraged by the fact that Chloe and Jack had gotten married. After walking out of the room, Thomas stared at Chloe angrily. Sis, are you an idiot? What do you mean? Chloe was confused. Don't you know to dodge when she tried to slap you? Why did you just stand there dumbly like a tree trunk? If I did that, she would be even more furious, wouldn't she? It's better if she slaps me. At least she won't be as angry. You sure are stubborn. You know our mom's temper better than anyone. She may be ill-tempered and say a lot of bad stuff, but she's a tender-hearted person. Give her the impression that you're weak. Make her feel bad, and you'll be golden. Aren't you the smartest little dude? Chloe smiled as she pinched Thomas's nose. The OB/GYN infirmary. Big sister Chloe, be careful when you wash your face for the next few days, and make sure you don't get your ear wet. You sustained a minor blast injury to the tympanic membrane. Amelia used a probe light and forceps to carefully sterilize Chloe's wound. Okay. Thomas, don't you have class these days? You should probably go back to school. I can take a few days off to take care of Chloe and your mom. Amelia glanced at Thomas, who was standing over by the side. No, it's fine. I don't have a lot of courses. It's easier for my sister if I'm around. Oh, right. Add my snap. I always see Chloe repost things that you sent to her friend circle. Haha. Remember to send me some, in the future as well, Amelia said, as she took out her cell phone. Sounds good. Give me your QR code and I'll scan you. Thomas obviously didn't think too much into it. Chloe had her hand on her slightly painful ear and looked at Amelia. Her expression became a bit complicated. But she didn't say anything. After Amelia wrapped Chloe's ear up, Sarah called her to tell her that she and Noah were here to see Jack and were in his room. Chloe had no choice but to go downstairs and into Jack's room. Before she could say anything, Jack asked in distress, Chloe, what happened to your face? Chloe put her hand on her slightly swollen face and licked her lips. Did someone slap you? Oh my God, who had the guts to slap you? Sarah put down her bag and walked over to Chloe to look at her face. She was obviously making way too big a deal out of things. Come over here. Jack gestured his hand at Chloe. Chloe slowly walked up to him. Jack held onto her hand and sat up on his bed. He reached out and stroked Chloe's swollen cheek with his warm palm. He knew that it must have been her mother who slapped Chloe. The reason? He didn't have to ask to know that it was because of him. Jack was heartbroken by Chloe's injury. He wished that he was the one her mother had slapped instead. The throbbing in his chest made him want to kill himself. Hey, come on. You're still in recovery. Keep it in your pants. Don't make single people like us feel bad. We're here to check up on you, not to see you guys flaunt your love, Noah said jokingly. When he saw that Jack was doing much better this morning, he instantly knew the decision Chloe must have made. Thank goodness this woman still had a heart and didn't completely overlook how well Jack had been treating her. Sarah and Noah quibbled with them for a little while longer before putting down the flowers and fruit basket they brought with them and headed for the door. Aren't you guys staying for dinner? Chloe smiled. No, hospital food tastes like crap. We can order delivery. No thanks. Everything in here smells like formaldehyde. It's so unappetizing. Forget it. I'm going to go have some spicy and sour noodles at one of the food trucks. Then, Sarah turned around to leave. Noah quietly followed her. I haven't had spicy and sour noodles in a while. There's no time like the present. I guess I will come too. Do you want the spicy and sour noodles or Sarah? Chloe half-jokingly asked. Noah was immediately embarrassed by what she said. Furious, Sarah secretly pinched Chloe's shoulder. What are you talking about? You're as bad as the paparazzi, spreading untrue rumors. I was kidding. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me that the two of you, nothing's going on between us. We're innocent as toddlers, Sarah explained at once. Noah didn't say anything, and ended up quietly following Sarah out the door. If you knew that something's going on between them, why did you still do that? Aren't you afraid that they'll blow up? Jack smiled. Nope. Noah is too shy to blow up. As for Sarah, I've known her since we were kids, and she never once got mad at me. Others might, but she will never. Chloe closed the door and walked back in. Then, she poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Jack. Have some water. It's dry in here. Chloe, your face? There were other people in the room just now, so Jack didn't ask her about it. Now that Noah and Sarah were gone, he looked at Chloe's slightly swollen face. He felt terrible, as if his heart had been smashed into pieces. "Oh, it's okay. My mom slapped me." Chloe smiled. She didn't have the guts to tell Jack that her eardrum sustained an injury as well, because then he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat. Her ear would be all that's left in his mind. "Next time, tell your mom to hit me, not my wife. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt that much, and I'm not that much of a sissy." Compared to Jack's 7-year promise, Chloe being slapped on the face by her mother was nothing. After all, it was just an exterior wound. The good thing was, Thomas stood up for her and helped her at a crucial time. However, she wasn't sure if Thomas's words would have any effects on her mother. But from this, Chloe realized that Thomas would do anything to protect his sister, including getting angry with their mother. Her years of taking care of her little brother weren't for naught. However, Amelia seemed to have feelings towards Thomas. Chloe didn't know what it was and didn't dare to make any guesses. She felt like Amelia was taking too much initiative. But then again, Chloe might have been overthinking things. "Honey?" "Yeah." Jack slowly drank the glass of water in his hand and turned around to listen to Chloe speak. "I feel like something is wrong with my identity. I don't think I'm Timothy's daughter, or my mom's." "What?" Jack was a little shocked by what he heard. She never mentioned anything about her identity to anyone, not even Thomas or Sarah. However, her telling the truth to Jack meant that he was incredibly important to her. Then, Chloe told Jack everything. Upon hearing everything, Jack remained silent for quite a long time. "Are you sure that Timothy and your mother's blood types are right?" "I'm sure. There are records of those at the hospital." "So, it seems like they really aren't your birth parents. You're not Uncle James's child, either. Perhaps your mother had other lovers but never told you about them?" Chloe shook her head. "Although I didn't straight up ask her, I don't think that there was. During that period, my mother was crazily in love with Timothy, and that's how she became pregnant with me. From her attitude towards me, it seems like she doesn't know that I'm not her child. After I was born, Timothy didn't recognize me as his daughter, and that's how Uncle James had the opportunity to date my mother. Then, they gave birth to Thomas. This time frame is really tight, meaning that the only person she could have been with after Timothy was his driver, Uncle James. She couldn't have fit anyone else in between. Therefore, my mother would not have been able to have another lover." Jack nodded. "If that's the case, then there's only one possibility left. The hospital you were born in must have screwed things up." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. When I get the time, I plan on looking into the hospital I was born in and look for the doctor who delivered me. Maybe there were too many babies born around the same time as I was, and I was accidentally taken by another family. That's possible as well, so you might also have parents whom you are related to by blood." Chloe nodded. She found it interesting as well, since she always thought of herself as an illegitimate daughter of the Green family. To her surprise, things went another way. Now she didn't even know who her birth parents were anymore. What happened at the hospital in Towtown all those years ago? Have her birth parents ever tried to look for her over these years? Or did they not know that she existed? The thought of her parents maybe living near Towtown gave Chloe a weird feeling. She didn't know how to explain it, but it felt magical. To her, everything seemed to be curiously tied together. It was as if you knew that someone in a corner of this earth shared the same blood as you, but you didn't know who that person was. If I found my birth parents, and they were no more than down-to-earth farmers, would you mind? Chloe rested her head on Jack's chest and asked, "What about you? Would you mind?" Jack answered her question with a question of his own. "No, I wouldn't care, even if they cleaned up trash for a living." "Then that's that. If you don't care, why would I? But have you ever thought that maybe your birth parents were upper-class royalty? Would you accept that? Tao Town's so small. Is that even possible? Chloe smiled in disbelief. Who knows? After all, God always plans the most mysterious and magical encounters. Like you and I? Chloe sighed slightly. Jack was right. If the hospital hadn't screwed up, then she would never have moved to the city with Sandra, gone to second high school, or even met the one and only man she would ever love. Her love for him was so deep that Chloe suddenly had an idea that even she was surprised by. She buried her head in the nook of Jack's arm and said quietly, "Honey, let's have a baby." "What? Did you say?" Jack swore he was hallucinating, so he asked her again. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.